However, the company is not naive. It is common knowledge that the lower the price of a mobile phone, the more advantageous it is in this competitive landscape. Thus, most companies have resolved to strengthen the promotion of budget-friendly mobile phones. A seemingly inconspicuous mobile battery has undeniably triggered a significant upheaval within the mobile industry chain. Hanshan Technology has also acquired a new moniker, the tax bureau of the mobile phone realm. Time swiftly elapsed, and over 3 months have passed. Wu Jio has been working tirelessly, often burning the midnight oil, with scarcely a moment's respite, all in pursuit of meeting project deadlines. As the project nears completion, a weighty burden has finally lifted from his heart. Since he took over the family business, he has never faced such tight deadlines. Yet, despite the arduous nature of the work, the potential profits that lie ahead make the toil seem bearable. At this juncture, Wu Jio has found some relief and has reached out to Ji Chuchu. In recent months, Ji Chuchu's spirits have plummeted to an all-time low. Although she has moved into a new house, her money has been continuously withheld by the bank, leaving her in a state of uncertainty. Had time permitted, Ji Chuchu would have considered suing the bank. However, as the final payment deadline draws closer, her anxiety has escalated to its peak. The overdraft on her credit card has lingered for 3 months, and the bank has been incessantly calling to collect debts, plunging her into despair. Now, she has placed all her hopes on Wu Jio. After all, among her acquaintances, he is the wealthiest. If he refuses to assist her, she finds herself at a complete loss. As Ji Chuchu entered Wu Jio's car, she voiced her complaints. "Jio, why have you not called me lately?" Wu Jio replied with a smile. "Haven't you heard? I've been swamped with work. You always seem busy. Why are you not busy today? The project is nearing its end. Starting today, I'll have more free time. By the way, Chuchu, did you miss me while we were apart?" "Of course I did. Speaking of which, what about my house situation? Is there any way you could help me resolve it? What's holding up the house? What about your money from the bank? It's still being withheld. This has been dragging on for 3 or 4 months. What reason did the bank give? They said they needed to apply to the headquarters. Since then, there has been no further communication. If time weren't so tight, I would have already sued the bank. How much more do you need?" "Still over 1,500,000. Just over 1,500,000? That's no problem. Once this project is done, it'll cover that amount." "Really?" "Of course." "Huh. You are too kind, Jio. You truly treat me well." "Naturally. Don't you have a sense of how I feel about you?" "Of course I do. By the way, when can we arrange for our parents to meet and discuss our future?" "Sure. I'll arrange it soon." After completing his tasks, Chang Han found himself with some free time. "By the way, Xiaoqiang, how is Wu Jai's project progressing?" "We're in the final stages." "Oh, that means the plan can be implemented, right?" "Yes. Tonight, they'll have Xiang take the directional resonator to the site. By the way, it won't compromise the structural integrity, will it?" "Not at all, boss. The frequencies are different. As long as the machine is properly set up, it will have no impact on the building structure." "That's good." In the early hours of the morning, a nondescript commercial van parked not far from the Hanshan Technology building. Xiang exited the driver's seat, quickly retrieving a machine from the vehicle. He aimed the device at the nearly completed Hanshan Tower and activated it. What was once a tranquil edifice suddenly experienced extensive glass shattering. The area of shattered glass rapidly expanded, with shards cascading down incessantly. After sweeping the machine across the building several times, Xiang stowed it away and drove off. However, at that moment, the building's exterior was left in utter disarray. After a night of activity, Wu Jio lay peacefully asleep, embracing Ji Chuchu. A sudden, urgent phone call jolted him awake. "Hello? Who is this?" "Wu, something terrible has happened. You must come to the site immediately." "What happened?" Wu Jio exclaimed, leaping out of bed in alarm. "It's too complicated to explain over the phone. Please hurry." A sense of foreboding gripped Wu Jio as he hurriedly dressed. "What's going on?" Ji Chuchu asked, still half asleep. "Just keep sleeping." Wu Jio had no time to explain. He put on his clothes and left without a backward glance. Ji Chuchu, bewildered, could only stare in confusion. Arriving at the construction site, Wu Jio was met with the sight of shattered glass, pushing him to the brink of hysteria. "What on earth happened?" "We're not sure." The night watchman reported hearing strange noises and came to investigate. He discovered that glass was falling from the upper floors. He called me, and I verified it before contacting you. "Have you determined the cause?" "It's still dark. How can we investigate?" By the way, Wu, is it possible that the glass quality is to blame? What do you expect me to answer? We'll figure it out when the sun rises. Should we contact Manager Lin from the project department? Do it. This is too significant to hide. Just tell her I'm not in the provincial capital, but will return by dawn. You handle her for now. Understood? As dawn broke, Wu Jio returned to the site, and the sight of the extensive glass shattering left him feeling as though his heart was bleeding. What troubled him even more was how to explain the situation to Linya. Yet, one must face the music, and despite the difficulty, he had to provide an explanation. Manager Lin, I apologize. We will investigate the glass issue thoroughly and strive to provide you with a satisfactory explanation as soon as possible. Explanation? Linya retorted coldly. Wu General Manager, do you think an explanation is even necessary? Do you have any idea of the losses you've caused by using inferior glass materials in our building? Manager Lin, we are victims in this situation as well. The glass issue may not necessarily stem from the materials themselves. It's premature to label them as inferior. I don't care. You bought the glass and we're responsible for its installation. If there's a problem, it's undoubtedly your fault. Are you suggesting it's my responsibility? Wu Jio found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 106. When it rains, it pours. Ultimately, the issue lies with your company. Due to the evident quality problems with your products, we will be commissioning a third party for product assessment. You are to cease operations until the results are conclusive. Wu Jio hurriedly replied, Manager Lin, if we stop work, what will happen to the timeline? We have a signed agreement. Your project has encountered severe quality issues, which amount to a breach of contract. How can you still discuss timelines with me? You should negotiate with our legal team. With that, Linya stood and departed the room. Manager Lin, Wu Jio attempted to pursue her, but was intercepted by nearby personnel. Frustration consumed him, but he had no choice but to call his lawyer for guidance. Wu, this situation is quite tricky. You signed a contract with them. If you fail to complete the project on time, you could owe them a penalty of 270 million. This isn't about my failure to meet deadlines, it's a quality issue with the glass. You ordered the glass. Even if there are quality issues, it is still your responsibility. Legally, you cannot escape this fact. Even if you seek to hold the glass supplier accountable, that is a matter between you and the supplier. Does the client bear no responsibility at all? What responsibility could they possibly have? How can they have none? If they hadn't pressured me to expedite the timeline, this situation might not have occurred. Even if they compressed the timeline, which may have led to a drop in construction quality, you as the contractor still bear the primary responsibility. Moreover, the current issue primarily involves the glass, which you were responsible for purchasing. Hence, it is indeed your problem. Can you cease with the blame? I brought you in to help me find a solution, not to berate me. Wu, as the primary responsible party, I must be honest. My options are limited. The best course of action now is to expedite the completion of the remaining work. They're not allowing me to continue. How can I finish? Perhaps you could recover the payment for the completed work. Don't even think about that. The project isn't finished. How could I ask for payment? Then you'll simply have to wait for them to sue you. As for the penalty issue, you may need to negotiate. After all, they haven't paid that much. Demanding double the penalty is manifestly unreasonable. However, if this matter were to escalate to the courts, compensation would be inevitable. As for the amount, it would depend on the extent of the initial losses incurred by the other party. Upon hearing this, Wu Jio fell into complete silence. For him, the thought of working tirelessly for such a long time only to end up bearing financial losses was utterly unacceptable. Yet, there was no choice. Since the situation had unfolded in this manner, there was little to gain from anger, and he could only take it step by step. In the following days, however, the situation developed far more severely than he had anticipated. A third party invited by Hanxiang Technology conducted an accident assessment, and the conclusion was that the construction party was at fault due to substandard workmanship, resulting in extensive damage and cracking of the product. Wu Jio could certainly not accept this outcome. If he acquiesced to this conclusion, it would shift the blame from the glass to his construction work, meaning that all compensation would fall upon his company. Wu Jio promptly requested a re-evaluation, intending to personally invite an assessment unit. Yet, the owner, Hanxiang Technology, had hired a new construction party, and citing the potential dangers posed by the glass, had dismantled and destroyed all the already installed glass, opting for a complete reinstallation. This news left Wu Jio utterly dumbfounded. This meant that not only was all the glass that had already been installed rendered waste, but he would also be responsible for the losses incurred from the new construction. Previously, he could have negotiated penalties with the other party, but with the reinstallation, indirect losses had now transformed into direct losses, leaving him with no option but to compensate. Wu Jio hurriedly sought out Linya, hoping to salvage the situation in time. However, he could no longer meet Linya, only encountering the opposing party's attorney, who informed him that they had already filed a lawsuit and everything would have to be settled in court. As if the roof were leaking during a storm, the suppliers and subcontractors of Yongda Glass, having learned of the situation, rushed to demand payment for the owed materials and project funds. Wu Jio found himself in a state of utter disarray, unsure of how to proceed. On the other hand, Ji Chuchu had been frantic due to the absence of any news from Wu Jio, who was not answering her calls. Although the old house had been sold and they had moved into a new one, the mounting pressure of unpaid housing costs had severely diminished her previous carefree demeanor. As the payment deadline loomed closer, the entire Ji family was in a state of anxiety. Chuchu, what on earth is going on with Wu Jio? Didn't he say he would help us pay for the house soon? Why haven't we heard anything? How would I know? Just wait a bit longer. What are we waiting for? Only 3 days left. If we wait any longer, there will be no time. What can I do? Call him and urge him. I've called. He won't answer. Then go to his house. He hasn't been home lately, and I have his house key. Then go to his parents' house. I don't even know where his parents live. You've been together for so long and don't know where his parents live? If I knew where his parents lived, why would I need to arrange a meeting with you? I'd just take you there directly. Then go to his company. I've been there several times. They all said he wasn't in. Is he going to just vanish into thin air? Wait, could it be that he's having second thoughts and doesn't want to pay? No, that can't be. How can that be when we can't find him? We're done for. Over $1 million. Where are we going to find such a large sum of money? Miyume said, equally distressed. Ji Enyi frowned deeply. Ji Chuchu pondered and then said, Junjie, could Kuzin's family possibly come up with some money? Ji Junjie replied, this is over $1 million, not just 100. How could Ku Xian possibly come up with that much money? Besides, we've already moved into the new house. She's not happy about it, especially since the down payment included some of her family's money. Ji Chuchu replied, displeased, what does it matter? This house will eventually be yours anyway. What's the harm in asking her family for a couple of bucks? Junjie retorted, what are you shouting about? This is all your fault. One moment you say there's money, the next moment you say there's money. But when it comes down to it, you can't produce a single cent. I don't care. Ji Chuchu, you must find a way to pay off the remaining amount for the house, or I won't let this go. Chapter 107. Wu Jio disappears. Ji Junjie, if you're going to say it like that, then I won't involve myself in this matter. You can handle it yourself. You dare. Watch me. Enough. Stop arguing already. Ji Enyi interrupted, fuming. Chuchu, you must find a way to deal with the money situation. We've sold the old house. If we can't pay for the new house, we will have nothing left. Miyume quickly added, yes, Chuchu, you wouldn't want your parents to end up homeless at their age, would you? Ji Chuchu felt utterly distressed, her face contorted in worry. What can I do? If worst comes to worst, we won't buy it. We could just get our money back and buy another house. You make it sound easy. Even if you manage to get back that 1 million, what about the 80,000 deposit? Can you get that back? Then we'll sue them. I truly don't believe they can keep our money without selling us the house. You think suing is that simple? It could take years to resolve. Where will our family live during that time? Then what do you propose? If all else fails, call Changhan again. Maybe he can help us out. Miyume rushed to add, right, contact Changhan, perhaps he has a solution. Fine then. Ji Chuchu, feeling helpless, dialed Changhan's number once more. The phone rang for quite a while, but ultimately, no one answered. With no other option, Ji Chuchu continued to call periodically, but no matter how many times she tried, there was no answer, leaving her feeling somewhat speechless. She even began to suspect that he had blocked her number. The Ji family took turns calling Changhan's phone, yet there was not a single response. As the deadline approached, the Ji family grew increasingly anxious. In the end, Ji Chuchu and Ji Enyi, out of desperation, sought out the old house where she and Changhan had previously lived. However, the house had already been rented out to someone else. Through the landlord, Ji Chuchu learned that Changhan had moved out a long time ago. At this moment, Ji Chuchu was utterly dumbfounded. Dad, what are we going to do now? We can't find him anywhere. Ji Enyi frowned and thought for a moment. Does he have any good friends? Maybe you can call and ask. He does have some, but I don't have their numbers. What kind of joke is that? You've been together for so many years, and you don't have a single friend's number? His friends are all deadbeats. I usually don't associate with those people. How could I possibly have their numbers? You're of no use when it matters. Ji Choo Choo looked equally frustrated, but then she spotted a delivery person not far away, on the phone, and her eyes lit up. She hurried over. Excuse me, are you a former colleague of Chang Han? The delivery person paused, scrutinizing Ji Choo Choo. And you are? I'm a friend of Chang Han. I wanted to ask if you've seen him recently. He no longer works as a delivery person. How would I see him? I know that. I just want to know where he lives now, do you know? He struck it rich and is now living in a big villa. Living in a villa, really? Are you sure? Of course. One of our colleagues delivered to him just the other day. Could you tell me where his villa is? Well, that's not really convenient. We're not that familiar. Ji Choo Choo thought for a moment and quickly pulled out 200 yuan from her wallet, saying, I really need to find him urgently. Upon seeing the money, the delivery person's face broke into a smile. After taking the money, he said, it's in the villa area at Wanhua Square. I don't know the exact one, you can ask around there. Although Ji Choo Choo and Ji Inyi felt somewhat skeptical, they had no choice but to take a taxi to the property at Wanhua Square. The outer layer of the Wanhua Square community was open for anyone to enter, but the villa area was strictly managed without an ID badge or magnetic card. Entry was absolutely prohibited. San Chong approached Chang Han. Boss, Ji Choo Choo and her father have arrived at the gate of the villa area and wish to see you. Why are they here? Should we let them in? If not, I can have the guard send them away. No need. Let them in. Understood. Ji Choo Choo and Ji Inyi were granted permission to enter the villa area. After walking just a few steps, an electric four-wheeled vehicle approached and stopped beside them. Please get in. Ji Choo Choo and Ji Inyi climbed into the electric car. The vehicle traversed the lush greenery of the villa area, passing by one luxurious villa after another before arriving at the largest and most opulent villa at the corner, where they entered. One couldn't help but be awestruck by the hundreds of square meters of landscaped grounds inside the villa, leaving both of them utterly speechless. They had never seen such a lavish house before to their astonishment. This was indeed the villa of Chang Han. Such a marvel was beyond comprehension. An electric vehicle was parked right before the entrance of the villa. A man, impeccably dressed in a suit, smiled at the two and said, Greetings. I am the steward here. Please follow me. The owner is awaiting your arrival. With that, he turned and led the way. Can it be that Chang Han possesses a steward? Ji Choo Choo and Ji Anye were undoubtedly taken aback. Yet they followed the gentleman into the villa. One must admit, the opulence of the villa's interior was utterly staggering. The two had never before encountered a residence of such lavishness. Following San Xiang through the extravagant corridor, they arrived at the grand hall, where they finally beheld Chang Han seated upon the sofa. Uncle Ji has arrived. Please take a seat. Chang Han smiled, remaining seated on the sofa without rising. Ji Anye settled onto the sofa and inquired with a grin. Chang Han, when did you acquire this house? Just recently, it hasn't been long. And how many square meters does it encompass? With the landscaped area included, it's just under 2,000 square meters. 2,000 square meters. The Ji father and daughter were left utterly speechless upon hearing this. For them, a 1,200 square meter house was already unfathomably large. 2,000 square meters, this was simply outrageous. May I take a tour? Certainly. San Xiang, please escort these two on a tour. Yes, sir. Please follow me. San Xiang led the Ji family, taking the elevator all the way to the top floor. From there, they descended into the basement. One could not help but remark that the grandeur of the residence continually surpassed their expectations. Particularly on the lowest level, there was even a small basketball court, which was simply unbelievable. On their return journey, Ji Anye whispered, What on earth is happening? Did you not say Chang Han was a pauper? How would I know? Ji Choo Choo was equally perplexed by the unfolding situation. Chapter 108. A good horse does not eat backward grass. Upon returning to the grand hall, Ji and Yi wore a warm smile and remarked, Chang Han, this grand house of yours is splendidly decorated. It's all right. Chang Han replied, By the way, Uncle Ji, you came to find me for a reason? Well, there is a matter at hand. Please, go ahead. It concerns the house you bought last time. Haven't you purchased it yet? It's been several months already. It hasn't even been 3 months. Tomorrow will mark 3 months. I was wondering if you could trouble yourself to call Manager Song once more. Uncle Ji, to be honest, I assured them that would be the last time. How can you say that? We are in a tight spot financially. Well, I shouldn't delve too deeply into your family's affairs. But considering you now have a wealthy and influential son-in-law with a company worth over 100 million, how can money be an issue for you? A hint of embarrassment flickered across Jian Ye's face as he said, Chang Han, I know you and Chu Chu have broken up, but I must tell you the truth. Chu Chu still has feelings for you. Upon hearing this, Chang Han glanced at Ji Chu Chu, who blushed. She had never anticipated such a remarkable transformation in Chang Han in her mind. Chang Han's looks eclipsed Wu Jiyu by a considerable margin, which was why she had previously dismissed Wu Jiyu and chosen to be with Chang Han. However, after entering society, the significance of looks and personality, once paramount in her choice, had diminished considerably, while material wealth had assumed a decisive role. This was why she had heartlessly cast aside Chang Han in favor of Wu Jiyu. Now that Chang Han had become affluent once more, he was no longer the impoverished courier of your Ji Chu Chu's feelings for Chang Han rekindled, as finding a handsome partner was undoubtedly preferable to settling for an unattractive one. Observing Ji Chu Chu's bashful demeanor only served to disgust Chang Han further. Jian Yi, noting the interaction, smiled inwardly and quickly interjected, Chang Han, in the past, I had a very favorable impression of you. I believed you to be an ambitious young man. I was confident that being with Chu Chu would not be a hardship for her. As for your breakup, it was never my intention. One cannot blame Chu Chu entirely. If blame must be assigned, it should fall upon her mother, who constantly pressured her to find a wealthy and suitable match. Chu Chu, too, has a flaw, her excessive filial piety, always obeying her mother's wishes. Alas, this is indeed a lamentable situation. Chang Han chuckled, in truth, there is no fault in listening to one's mother. Wu Jiyu is quite a good man. He comes from a wealthy family, is a successful entrepreneur, resides in a grand house, drives a Land Rover, and is quite distinguished. I find him rather commendable. Ji Chu Chu hastily interjected, Chang Han, this is not my fault. It is all my mother's doing. She forced me to pursue Wu Jiyu. Chang Han quipped, oh, so the harsh words you spoke to me back then were scripted by your mother. Ji Chu Chu was at a loss for words. Jian Yi quickly chimed in, Chang Han, regardless of what transpired between you and Chu Chu, whether it involved arguments or quarrels, it is all in the past. You must remember, since your graduation from university, you two have been together continuously. Why harbor resentment against Chu Chu for a few unpleasant memories? As a man, isn't that rather petty? Uncle, you are correct. As a man, I should indeed be magnanimous. Since the past is behind us, holding on to grudges is indeed meaningless. I now have my own life and a new girlfriend. Your daughter's boyfriend is also a commendable individual. We each seek what we need, and all is well. Is it not? Well, Jian Yi found himself at a loss for words, hesitating before finally saying, Chang Han, regardless, please, for the sake of our relationship, could you help me make that call? Perhaps they could grant us a few more days of leniency. We are currently preparing to sue the bank, and once we retrieve that sum, we should be able to cover the house payment within 3 months. I can make the call, but I cannot guarantee they will be accommodating. As I mentioned, there is a limit to leniency. Do not expect them to indulge you repeatedly. It would be prudent to prepare a backup plan. A backup plan? What do you mean? Naturally, it means seeking financial assistance from Wu Jiyu. The crux of the issue lies with the house payment. Once that is settled, won't all problems be resolved? But Chu Chu currently cannot locate Wu Jiyu. Then go to his home, visit his workplace, or check at his parents' residence. He's a grown man. Surely he cannot have vanished into thin air. Do you know where his parents live? I do not. However, I can inquire among classmates who might know. Chang Han took out his phone and asked around until he finally learned of Wu Jiyu's parents' address from Yin Hong. Uncle Ji, I have the address. You would do well to visit Wu Jiyu's home. I will call and inquire, but do not expect too much. My suggestion remains to have Wu Jiyu think of a solution. As Chang Han issued his dismissal, Ji's father and daughter had no choice but to express their gratitude before departing his residence. Once outside the villa, they remained silent. Although they had imagined countless scenarios of Chang Han's life, none had prepared them for the reality of his affluence. Had they known he was doing so well, would they have ended their relationship? Ji Chu Chu secretly hoped that after leaving Chang Han, he would languish in despair, thereby validating her decision to part ways. The truth, however, was that he was thriving beyond measure. Not only was he residing in a 2,000 square meter mansion, but his home was also adorned with lavish decor, staffed with a butler, maids, drivers, and a multitude of others coming and going, truly impressive. Had she not broken up with him? All of this might have been hers. For the first time, Ji Chu felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Ji and Yi appeared equally troubled as they drove home, saying, Chu, what on earth were you thinking? Chang Han is quite a fine person. Why did you break up with him? Ji Chu retorted, Dad. That remark is a bit excessive. The decision to break up with Chang Han was made by you and Mom, who deemed him a mere delivery boy, a pauper, incapable of providing me with happiness. Now you blame me. If anyone deserves blame, it should be you. Chapter 109. What are you acting so proud for? And you are blaming me. Back in university, I even advised you against getting a boyfriend so early. Did you heed my advice? Well, it seems you are the one who has failed to recognize a good opportunity, ending up with a worthless partner about whom you know nothing. Ji Chu was incensed but could not argue further. Given the current situation, it was not the time for disputes. Instead, the two focused on the pressing matter at hand. Upon returning home, Ji's father and daughter prepared an assortment of gifts and headed directly to Wu Jiyu's residence, as enlisting his assistance was their only viable option. Ji Chu rang the doorbell. And shortly after, a woman opened the door, glancing at them and asking, Who are you looking for? This is Wu Jiyu's home, right? Ji Chu asked eagerly. Yes, the woman nodded. You must be the mother, right? Allow me to introduce myself. I am your son's girlfriend, and this is my father. Hello, future mother-in-law. I am Jian Yi. It is a pleasure to meet you, just a small token of my appreciation, he said, offering the fruit he was holding. The woman quickly replied, I apologize. I am not young Master Wu's mother. I am merely the housekeeper. Hearing this, the faces of Ji Jia and her father displayed a fleeting moment of embarrassment. Jianye shot a glare at Ji Chu, his expression laden with reproach. Ji Chu, feeling somewhat disheartened, briefly flashed an unhappy look and asked, Are Wu Jio's parents at home? Yes, they're home. Please wait a moment. Shortly thereafter, a woman approached, glancing at the two of them and inquiring, Who are you? Ji Chu scrutinized the woman, noting her dignified attire and commanding presence. It seemed she was indeed the one they sought. Urgently, she introduced herself. Hello, Auntie. I am Ji Chu, Wu Jio's girlfriend. I have come to visit today. This is my father. Jianye quickly added, Greetings. I am Jianye. I apologize for the intrusion. Here is a small token of appreciation. The woman, understandably surprised, insisted, What have you brought? Please. Just as she was about to continue, a thought struck her. I'm truly sorry. There are some matters at home today, and it's a bit inconvenient. Could we perhaps reschedule? Upon hearing this, a flicker of displeasure crossed Jianye's face. Ji Chu, taken aback by the unexpected rejection on their first meeting, also felt a tinge of awkwardness. She pondered for a moment before asking, Auntie, is Wu Jio at home? He is not home. He has gone out. Where did he go? To another province, I believe, that I'm not quite sure. He has been quite busy with work lately. When will he return? I'm afraid I don't know, by the way. Don't you have his phone number? I tried calling him, but I couldn't get through. That might be due to poor reception in that province, don't worry. He will be back in a few days. Ji Chu felt at a loss for words. However, with Wu Jio absent, there was little she could say. This visit had left her quite disappointed, especially since Wu Jio's mother had not only been unwelcoming but had also seemed to disapprove of her presence. At that moment, footsteps echoed nearby. Instinctively, they turned to look. A few individuals approached, one of them exclaiming loudly, Auntie, is this Wu Jio's home? Who are you? The woman, hearing herself addressed as Auntie, looked displeased that I asked if this is Wu Jio's home. Yes, and what of it? Who are you? Good. Wu Jio owes us 4 million. Hurry and bring him out to repay his debt. Who owes you 4 million? Do you have any evidence? A loan receipt serves as evidence. A man handed over a piece of paper. The woman examined it and remarked, This is a photocopy. Is it not? Of course, it's a photocopy. Did you expect to see the original? Just get Wu Jio out here. Pay us back. What's your name, making such a ruckus? Let me tell you, this is private property. If you continue to disturb us, I will call the police. The police will also demand repayment. Wu Jio. Come out now. Stop hiding. Even if you escape to the ends of the earth, you must repay your debts. At that moment, several more individuals arrived. Upon spotting the woman, they called out, Ping Jia, just in time. When will your son repay the money he owes us? Yes, Zhang Jia. Our workers are waiting for payment. Zhang Ping quickly responded. My son owes you money. Go find him. Why are you here bothering me? Your husband, Wu Yongda is the chairman and legal representative of Yongda Glass. Who else should we approach but you? I don't care. The money Wu Jio owes is a debt of your family. If he doesn't pay, you must. Exactly. Don't think you can use Wu Jio as a shield. My project was for Yongda Glass, and I'm here because of Wu Yongda, not Wu Jio. You must repay. Pay us back. Hurry up. The corridor was now bustling with people, all clamoring loudly. Zheng Ping, feeling utterly flustered, exclaimed, "Please, stop this. If you continue, I will call the police. And we aren't afraid of your police. The police will demand repayment. Yes, you must pay us back." Seeing the crowd surge, Zheng Ping desperately attempted to shut the door. But with so many people present, it was not an easy task. Jianya, witnessing this, quickly stepped forward and shouted, "Hey, what are you doing? Can't we discuss this calmly? And you are? Are you Wu Yongda?" "I am not Wu Yongda. Who are you?" The crowd regarded Jianya with suspicion. He hastily declared, "I am a relative of the Wu family." Upon hearing the term relative, the surrounding individuals paused momentarily. One exclaimed, "If you are a relative of the Wu family, then you should repay their debts." "Why should I repay? Then why are you pretending to be someone important? If you don't pay, you're just a poor fool hiding behind a faade. Hurry and bring Wu Jio and Wu Yongda out. Repay us. Pay us back. Hurry." As the uproar escalated, Zheng Ping was left with no choice but to call the police. At this point, Ji Jia and her father were at a loss for what to do, merely standing aside. When the police arrived, the commotion continued unabated. Jianya finally understood the situation. Yongda Glass had incurred substantial losses on a project and now owed billions. With the walls crumbling, suppliers and contractors, who had long collaborated with Yongda Glass, flocked to demand compensation and settlement of debts. Chapter 110. Borrowing money is not an option as the situation spiraled further out of control. Wu Yongda learned of the chaos and hurried back. Upon his arrival, the crowd erupted into even greater uproar, ultimately culminating in a visit to the police station. Ji Jia and her father could only return home in frustration. Once inside, Mi Yueme quickly inquired about the outcome of the situation. However, upon hearing Jianya's account, she was left momentarily stunned. "Is this true? Are you saying Wu Jio has lost billions? Do you think I'm joking?" A throng of people is causing a scene at his doorstep. What shall we do? We were counting on Wu Jio to help us with the house payment. I doubt he will be of any assistance now. This is disastrous. The deadline for the house payment is approaching. What shall we do? Mi Yueme anxiously began to pace. Should we borrow some money from Chang Han? Where would Chang Han get the money? Didn't he spend his lottery winnings on buying a house for that woman? What do you know? Chang Han has struck it rich now. He lives in a grand villa, over 2,000 square feet. What? Is that true? Of course it is. Chu Chu and I went to see It's opulent beyond belief. The house has an elevator, a swimming pool, a cinema, and even a large basketball court. Is that even possible? That sounds exaggerated. You'd see for yourself. It's even more extravagant than I described. The decor is so lavish, it resembles a palace. Plus, he now has a butler, a driver, and a whole staff bustling around. This is unbelievable. Wasn't he just a delivery man? How did he become so wealthy? How would I know? All I know is that he has made quite a fortune now. So, does this mean that Chu Chu broke up with Chang Han to pursue Wu Jio, only to end up worse off? Exactly. Mi Yueme furrowed her brows, contemplating, and suddenly her eyes lit up. Chu Chu, why don't you go back and reconcile with Chang Han? But we've already broken up. What is there to fear? You can always pick up where you left off. Jianya quickly chimed in, "Yes, Chu Chu. I believe Chang Han is far superior to that Wu Jio. Besides, with Wu Jio now reduced to a penniless wretch, being with him would only lead to a life of hardship." Ji Chu Chu nodded but hesitated. But Chang Han has a girlfriend now. So what if he has a girlfriend? You can always win him back. It's not that difficult, that's right. A girl pursuing a boy is merely a thin veil between them. You've known him for so many years. You must have some understanding of his preferences. If you want to reconcile, it should be a piece of cake. Dear girl, our family is counting on you now. We've even sold our old house. If you cannot reconcile with Chang Han, we will have nothing left. All right, then I'll give it a try. Ji Chu Chu conceded. In truth, she had already elevated her standards for Chang Han, secretly desiring to reconcile with him. Boss, 2 companies have already filed lawsuits against Yongda Glass. Excellent. Inform Linya to also file a lawsuit against the Wu family. I want Wu Jio to become a pariah. Understood, boss. By the way, how is Ji Chuchu's family faring? They haven't managed to gather the funds yet. However, her parents want Ji Chuchu to pursue you again, and she has agreed. Don't pursue me. What a notion. Call Song Zhe and tell him that if the Ji family cannot produce the money by tomorrow, have security remove them from their home. Then, demolish all the renovations in the house, turning indirect losses into direct repair costs. Ji Chuchu. This time, I will ensure that you and your family are left with nothing. Understood, boss. By the way, what about Ji Chuchu's credit card? It has been overdrawn for 3 months. The bank has begun to press for repayment. If they continue to demand payment without resolution, she may face charges for credit card fraud. However, she is also planning to sue the bank to unfreeze those funds. What a delusion. Find an opportunity to transfer that money abroad. Even if she wins the lawsuit, I want to plunge her into deeper despair. Understood, boss. The final repayment deadline for the Ji family had just passed by a day when a knock resounded on their door. Miyume opened it to find several individuals she had never seen before. She hurriedly smiled and inquired, "Is there something you need?" "Apologies, madam. We are representatives from Alfingshang, and today marks the last day for your house payment. I am here to ask if you're able to settle the payment today." I'm sorry. My husband is not at home. When he returns, I will have him speak with your manager. If that's all right, that's fine. However, before that, you must vacate this residence. Once you have gathered the full payment, you may return. Why must we leave? This house is ours, is it not? This house is merely reserved for you. It is not officially yours yet. Since you have yet to pay in full, you must vacate until the payment is complete. But where am I supposed to find a place to stay? I cannot concern myself with that. You have 3 hours. I will return at 1 o'clock sharp to collect the house. If you refuse to move, we will have no choice but to forcibly evict you, and any damage to your belongings will be on you. With that, the group turned and departed Miyume, in a state of utter panic. Quickly called Jianye. Hearing the news, Jianye was equally alarmed and promptly called Changhan. "Uncle, I sincerely apologized. I've made the call, but Manager Song is powerless in this situation. He says this decision comes from above, and it seems you must vacate." "Changhan, Uncle has already sold the house. You must help me find a solution." "Uncle, while I am acquainted with Manager Song, he is not the owner, and you must understand that." "Changhan, I mean no offense. Is there any chance you could assist me by lending me some money? Rest assured, I will repay you without fail." "Uncle Ji, do not blame me for being stingy. If it's merely a matter of asking for help or a favor, that can be arranged. But borrowing money is out of the question. Changhan, I am only asking to borrow money, not to demand it. That I promise I will repay you. What is the harm in that?" "Uncle Ji, have you forgotten? When I was courting your daughter, you demanded a dowry of 500,000. I suggested giving you 200,000 first, with the rest later, but you insisted I couldn't marry your daughter without the full amount. Now, you ask me for a loan. Doesn't that seem a bit unreasonable?" Jianye was left speechless. Chapter 111. Ji Chuchu is struck. It dawned on Jianye that he had indeed made such a demand, and he was taken aback that the other party remembered it while he had forgotten. He hastily replied at that time, "I was doing it for your own good. I wanted you to be self-reliant. Think about it. If it weren't for my earnest intentions back then, could you have achieved what you have today? That is true, however. I see that you are still quite capable, not yet retired. You are in the prime of life. Perhaps with a little more effort, in a few years, you could live in a villa, just like I do." Jianye was at a loss for words in the face of Changhan's retort. Changhan chuckled, "Uncle Ji, we have known each other for so many years, and this situation is not one I wish to see. How about this? I can arrange for some friends to help you move. Just please don't mention borrowing money. Everything else can be discussed." Left with no alternative, Jianye reluctantly agreed. If they remained obstinate, with so many security personnel around the development, it would surely lead to disgrace. Changhan promptly called Fan Chenghua to gather a few individuals to assist with the move. Although Fan Chenghua was somewhat perplexed by the situation, he understood the need to comply with Changhan, so he didn't pry too deeply. The Ji family, thrust into such an embarrassing predicament, had no choice but to hastily search for a rental property. Yet, finding a suitable place was no easy task. Fan Chenghua simply drove off, instructing them to call him once they had secured accommodation. Eventually, the Ji family found themselves destitute, wandering the streets of the provincial capital, a scene of utter desolation. Ji Junjie, overwhelmed with despair, exclaimed, "Ji Chuchu, it is all your fault. You wretched girl. For him, just a day prior, he had been the owner of a lavish home, and now he found himself on the streets. How could he possibly accept such a fate? You dare to insult me, Ji Chuchu retorted, disbelief etched on her face. What will you do? I can hit you too. In a fit of rage, Ji Junjie struck Ji Chuchu across the face. Stunned, she stood there in shock. Junjie, what are you doing? Mi Yueme cried out. How could you hit your sister? Ji Anya also shouted in anger. Have you lost your mind? All of this is her doing. Our family's current plight is entirely her fault. Yet you all defend her, Ji Junjie shouted back. Tears streaming down her face, Ji Chuchu pointed a trembling finger at him, saying, Fine, Ji Junjie, remember this. Do not come to me for help in the future. With that, she turned and ran off. Where are you going? Return the money you owe me before you leave. Junjie shouted at her retreating figure. Enough. Why are you arguing with your sister and resorting to violence? Ji Anya frowned. Father, are you still defending her? Our current situation is all her doing. You know nothing. Your sister is rekindling her relationship with Chang Han. Your future prospects depend on her. If you offend him now, you can expect to sleep on the streets. My sister and Chang Han are getting back together. Is she out of her mind? Why would she return to that penniless fool? That fool is now quite wealthy, living in a mansion over 2,000 square meters. What? That's impossible. You can't be serious. It no longer matters what he used to do. He is rich now, if your sister reconciles with him. All that wealth will be hers. Indeed, Junjie. Our family's future prosperity hinges on your sister. Call her quickly and apologize. Ah, Ji Junjie protested, unwilling. What do you mean apologize? I refuse to. Listen to your father. Apologizing costs nothing, it's not like you'll lose a limb. Your sister is soft-hearted. A few kind words will mend everything. Fine. I suppose I can manage that. Seeing Ji Junjie relent, the couple sighed in relief. Mi Yueme added, By the way, dear husband, since we can no longer stay in the house, shouldn't we demand a refund for the payment? Of course. If they refuse to provide us with the house, they must refund our money. Otherwise, I will take them to court. The following day, Ji Anya went to the Alfingsheng sales office to demand his money back. Unsurprisingly, he was met with refusal and was promptly ejected, leaving him furious. With no other options, Ji Anya called Chang Han again, seeking assistance. However, Chang Han was unwilling to help and simply advised him to pursue legal action. Left with no recourse, Ji Anya prepared to file a lawsuit. Unbeknownst to him, on the afternoon of their eviction, a construction crew had already entered their former residence, swinging sledgehammers and beginning to dismantle the luxurious interior. The once opulent home was now reduced to a chaotic state. Meanwhile, Wu Jiao was embroiled in multiple lawsuits, leaving him utterly overwhelmed. Ji Chuchu, having been struck by her brother, was seething with anger. To her, a lack of money meant a lack of dignity, and thus she resolved to take legal action against the bank to reclaim her funds. The battery production facility of Huanxiang Technology was now nearing completion, with the laboratory transitioning from a temporary location to the factory premises. Fruity and Guowei Company prioritized ordering a batch of notebook batteries from Huanxiang Technology for their high-end notebook production. Chang Han initiated trial production of notebook batteries using part of the capacity from the newly established second production line. Upon receiving the new notebook batteries, both Fruity and Guowei began testing and deconstructing them for research. After their examinations, both companies were left astounded. Huanxiang Technology had ingeniously crafted these new materials into small capacitors, integrating them to withstand significant voltages and currents. Although the design was straightforward, without access to the new materials, the two companies could only watch helplessly, ultimately choosing to continue utilizing the new batteries. Regardless of the circumstances, with the new batteries in hand, both companies hastily set about designing new products. After all, they recognized that whoever could launch their product first would gain a competitive edge in the market. Ultimately, Guowei Company demonstrated the highest efficiency, being the first to unveil a notebook in the MateBook Super X series. Undeniably, this product launch sent shockwaves throughout the entire notebook industry. Chapter 112. Orders overflowing. Urgent need for expansion. First and foremost, the price. The MateBook Super X laptop, priced at an astonishing 9,999 yuan, undeniably sets a new benchmark for laptop pricing in the domestic market, leaving many companies bewildered. While the laptop is indeed equipped with the most advanced 10th generation i7 processor, it is, after all, a desktop-grade processor. The graphics card is merely an MX250 desktop variant, a configuration that other companies typically offer for around 6,000 yuan. Yet, the audacity of this company to sell it for 9,999 yuan is utterly outrageous. Are they treating consumers as fools, or do they believe they possess the brand allure akin to that of Apple? However, it did not take long for discerning individuals to notice something distinct in this configuration. The MateBook Super X explicitly states that its battery life under maximum load is an impressive 28 hours. While standard usage can last for 6 days, and the standby time is an astonishing theoretical maximum of 16 days. Upon seeing these figures, many buyers were left in disbelief. Were it not for the fact that this was a product by the esteemed company, many would have vocally expressed their skepticism. Especially among competitors in the computer manufacturing industry, such exaggerated claims seemed utterly implausible. They deemed it a blatant exaggeration. The specifications of laptop batteries are nearly uniform across the globe. According to current advanced lithium battery standards, a laptop capable of operating continuously for 28 hours at full capacity should weigh no less than 15 to 16 kilograms solely for the battery. When combined with the laptop's weight, it should exceed 17 to 18 kilograms. A laptop of such weight approaches that of a sack of grain, making it cumbersome to carry. How could anyone be foolish enough to design such a device? Moreover, the MateBook Super X is labeled at a mere 2 kilograms, a laptop weighing 2 kilograms achieving battery life comparable to one weighing 17 to 18 kilograms is indeed preposterous. Even more astonishing is the fact that this so-called MateBook Super X boasts an 880W super fast charging technology, claiming it can be fully charged in just 50 minutes. This is positively ludicrous. An 880W charging power nearly rivals that of an induction cooker. Many professionals in the field are at a loss, unable to comprehend whether the company has lost its sanity. Analyzing the traditional 12V laptop power adapters, an 880W charging speed would require a charging cable as thick as a small finger. That is indeed excessive. Naturally, on the official website of the company, there is a recommended accessory, a power bank known as the Strong Second Generation. This power bank not only charges phones, but can also power the company's laptops. It boasts the capability to allow the MateBook Super X to run at full capacity for over 4.5 days, with standard usage lasting up to 24 days and an outrageous standby time of 55 days. Additionally, this strong second-generation power bank can charge an iPhone 8 series device an astonishing 340 times. However, what is even more outrageous is its price, reaching as high as 13,000 yuan. The power bank costs more than the MateBook itself. This is simply unbelievable. Were it not for the credibility of the company, many would have assumed it to be an exaggerated counterfeit product. Nevertheless, due to the quality endorsement from the company, many, despite their incredulity, chose to place their trust in them. Furthermore, numerous competitors were eager to ascertain whether the MateBook Super X truly lived up to the company's extravagant claims. Leading to a surge in purchases, sales of the MateBook Super X began to soar, rapidly surpassing 10,000 units. Concurrently, the strong second-generation power bank also exceeded 3,000 units in sales. Upon receiving their laptops, many buyers immediately commenced testing, and, unsurprisingly, the results aligned closely with the official claims. Under maximum load, the software indicated that the device could indeed last over 28 hours before the battery was completely depleted. With regular office usage or video playback, it remarkably sustained operation for approximately a week, validating all the data presented. The MateBook Super X quickly garnered an outstanding reputation, with many praising the company's groundbreaking technology and novel battery innovations, leaving even Apple in a state of derision. Given the stellar reputation of the MateBook Super X, its sales skyrocketed, soon exceeding 300,000 units. Naturally, the sales of the strong second-generation power bank also surpassed 50,000 units, as those with ample resources placed great importance on standby duration. After all, possessing such an impressive power bank undoubtedly elevates one's status in the eyes of others. While laypersons may marvel at the spectacle, industry insiders discern the intricacies. Numerous laptop manufacturers, upon acquiring the MateBook, promptly undertook disassembly, only to discover that the company utilized a battery pack from the Strong series, produced by the same manufacturer of the power bank. It became evident to many laptop companies that it was not the company that was exceptional, but rather the battery company known as Hanxiang Technology that was truly remarkable. Moreover, the attributes of the strong second-generation power bank are astonishing. Containing energy surpassing that of a lithium battery rated at 700,000 mAh, all within a mere 1,500 grams. Even more incredulous is the fact that it employs a direct charging method at 220V4A. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, many would have found it hard to believe. Both domestic and international laptop manufacturers sought out Hanxiang technology, eager to procure laptop batteries. It is evident that no one is foolish. Such an impressive battery is destined to become a standard for high-end laptops worldwide. Without access to this type of battery, companies would inevitably be forced out of the high-end laptop market. A reality that long-established manufacturers find intolerable. As sales for both the company and Apple surged, they promptly increased their orders. Orders began to flood in, catching Changhan off guard. Unable to keep up, Changhan had no choice but to mandate an increase in production capacity, prioritizing supply for both the company and Apple, even at the expense of some production capacity for the first-generation power bank. However, Changhan was aware that smartphone batteries were also in the final stages of development. In due time, once smartphone batteries were released, production capacity would become constrained, necessitating further expansion. Chapter 113. 70 acres is too small. Changhan swiftly approached the senior management of District 2 with a proposal to expand into a second factory. The leadership of District 2 was taken aback. It had not been long since the first factory of Hanxiang Technology was completed, and now a second factory was already in the works. While the leadership hoped to witness further investment from Hanxiang Technology, the issue at hand was the lack of available land for expansion. Other districts soon caught wind of Hanxiang Technology's plans for a second factory and approached them, suggesting relocation to their respective districts. Although city officials indicated that investments could be made in any district, the leadership of District 2 objected, as the initial investment had been made in their jurisdiction. What is the consensus regarding the investment project for the expansion of Hanxiang Technology's second phase? The construction of Hanxiang Technology's second phase must remain in District 2. District Chief, do you know how much tax revenue Hanxiang Technology has generated in recent months? How much? 15 billion. What are you saying that they have accrued this tax revenue in just a few months since commencing operations? Yes, District Chief. But the taxes paid by Hanxiang Technology are circulation taxes. Correct. So their total sales must exceed 100 billion. That's about right. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to pay such a substantial amount in taxes. But aren't they just selling power banks? Can power banks generate such significant sales? Their power banks are priced at 13 to 14,000 each, so their sales volume is naturally substantial. How much? Are you saying one power bank costs 13 to 14,000? Yes. What kind of power bank is worth that much? I'm not entirely sure. All I know is that their products are quite valuable, and their sales are impressive. District Chief, if Hanxiang Technology continues to develop at this pace, they could potentially exceed 60 to 70 billion in tax revenue for the year. This is a veritable golden goose. We cannot allow them to leave our district. Indeed, District Chief Xia, 60 to 70 billion is an astronomical figure. Such tax revenue would ensure that our district receives over 10 billion annually. This single enterprise's contributions would rival those of the majority of businesses in our district. District Chief Xia, we must ensure that the construction of Hanxiang Technology's second phase remains in District 2. It is imperative. Of course, it is desirable. But the question remains, where can we place it? Isn't there a plot of land on Yunnan Road? We can't put it there. That land spans over 70 acres. Can they even utilize such a vast expanse? The more land, the greater the sincerity. If they can't use it now, they can always expand later. It's better to have ample land than to face the issue of insufficient space in the future. That's true. Very well, you can reach out to them. If feasible, I will notify the city to allocate that parcel of land for them. The representatives from District 2 quickly approached Hanxiang Technology. Deputy District Chief Gu, you've come at the perfect time. Regarding the expansion of the Phase 2 factory, how is the district's research progressing? Mr. Chang, at this district committee meeting, a decision has already been made. I am here to deliver good news to you. The district has resolved to allocate a piece of new land to support the construction of your Phase 2 factory. How large is it? 70 acres. Not insignificant, right? 70 acres is insufficient. It is far too small. Deputy District Chief Gu almost stumbled upon hearing this and hurriedly exclaimed, 70 acres is small? How much do you desire? At least 300 acres. How much? 300 acres. What on earth do you need such a vast expanse for? Naturally, to construct a large industrial complex. My current factory's production capacity is far too limited and urgently requires expansion. But, even with a larger capacity, you cannot possibly utilize 300 acres, can you? Mr. Chang, you are not contemplating real estate development, are you? Who is developing real estate? I am in the manufacturing business. This time, I plan to invest 2 billion. How much? 2 billion, Mr. Chong. You cannot be jesting with me, can you? I am not joking. I intend to establish the world's largest mobile phone battery production base. Do you know what our estimated output will be? How much? At least 300 million units annually. 300 million? Deputy District Chief Gu was momentarily taken aback. Deputy District Chief Gu, if I successfully complete the construction of this factory, and that is not all, our enterprise will be able to provide employment for at least 15,000 people in our district. Moreover, we will contribute an additional 15 billion in tax revenue each year on top of our current contributions. 15,000 jobs, an additional 15 billion in tax revenue. Would that not amount to over 200 billion? Deputy District Chief Gu was astonished by this staggering proposition, which he had never even dared to imagine before. Mr. Chong chuckled and said, Deputy District Chief Gu, please discuss this with District Chief Xia. If the district grants me 300 acres, I will remain in District 2. If not, I shall relocate to District 9, where there is a 500-acre plot awaiting my development. If I build my production base there, I would have to convert this area into a research and development center. It must be this way. Hold on. I will speak to District Chief Xia about it. However, is 300 acres truly excessive? More land means greater output, does it not? If it is not profitable, why would I invest 2 billion? Have you not considered that if I place 2 billion in the bank, the interest accrued would also be substantial? You make a valid point. I shall discuss this with District Chief Xia thoroughly. District Chief Xia, upon learning about Mr. Chang's situation, was equally troubled. What a jest! 300 acres. Yet when he thought of the 15 billion in tax revenue and the employment of 15,000 people, he realized he had no choice but to agree. However, such a significant matter was beyond his authority to decide alone. Ultimately, he had to escalate it to higher authorities. The higher-ups, of course, were elated. For an economically underdeveloped province, the prospect of a 2 billion tax revenue-generating enterprise was a dream come true. Moreover, there were 2 billion in investments and the promise of 15,000 jobs. Nonetheless, the higher-ups suggested that it would be best to relocate to District 9, as it has more available land and is easier to acquire. But District Chief Xia would not hear of it. What a ridiculous notion! Whether Huanqiang Technology could establish itself in District 2 was crucial to securing 2 billion in investments, 15,000 jobs, and nearly 50 billion in annual tax revenue. This was a golden opportunity that could not be relinquished to District 9. After much reasoning and unyielding determination from District Chief Xia, it was ultimately decided that the expansion of Huanqiang Technology's Phase 2 factory would remain in District 2. Although it was challenging to procure the land, they managed to squeeze out 300 acres in the end. However, news of Huanqiang Technology's plan to invest 2 billion in expanding its production base soon spread throughout the provincial capital. Such a significant investment project was impossible to keep under wraps. Many district leaders were envious and resentful. Chapter 114. What kind of enterprise is so formidable? Such a massive project, such employment opportunities. It is quite unfair for District 2 to claim it all. Many district leaders flocked to higher authorities to voice their grievances, but since the decision had already been made, their complaints were futile. Mr. Chong, of course, was oblivious to these developments. His current task was to promptly expand the management team. After knocking, Linya entered the office. Boss, did you call for me? Linya, the expansion of the second factory has been approved by District 2. I believe you are already aware. I am. Boss, please feel free to give me your instructions. I plan to promote you to the position of Vice President of Administration, responsible for expanding the management team and overseeing the construction of the second factory. Linya was taken aback by this news. Am I capable of that? What makes you think you cannot? Did you not serve as a vice president before? The company I worked for previously was merely a small enterprise with 100 employees. Its scale is not even comparable to ours. Regardless of whether it is 100 or 10,000, managing them is fundamentally similar. It is just a matter of scale. I need you to find an assistant and hand over your current responsibilities. Oh, and please recruit a secretary. From now on, let the secretary handle some of the mundane tasks. Understood. Boss, by the way, do you remember that woman named Zhang Anjin who applied to be an assistant last time? Zhang Anjin? Oh, I recall. What about her? Should we invite her to try again? Do you still have contact with her? We added each other as friends back then. What made you think of recommending her? I believe she is a person willing to put in the work. She may be a bit inflexible and stubborn, but overall, She is quite a decent individual. I trust that after this period of reflection, she has likely softened her stubbornness. Dio, you think we should give her another chance? Very well. Please conduct an interview with her. If she is suitable, we will hire her. If not, then so be it. By the way, your annual salary will be adjusted to 10 million after your promotion to vice president, plus an additional 10 million as a year-end bonus. You do not find that insufficient? Do you? Not at all. How could I possibly find that insufficient? Linya was overjoyed. Having served as an assistant for only about 6 months, she was now being promoted to executive vice president with an annual salary of 10 million. Along with a bonus of another 10 million. This meant her total annual income would be 20 million. It was simply astounding, Mr. Chang added. The remaining management team will have salaries starting at 1 million and going up to 5 million. With a year-end bonus of 50%, I do not have time to manage these matters, so I will leave it to you to decide. However, ensure that salaries correspond to abilities. Do not allow any undesirables to infiltrate the ranks. If I find out, you can expect to be dismissed. Understood, boss. Additionally, the team leader's salary will be adjusted to 5 million. Linya was well aware that the portly team leader was a close friend of the boss, so she could not voice any objections and quickly took note. In the past few months, Zhang Anjun had applied for several jobs and ultimately chose one as a human resources director, earning a monthly salary of 20,000. Although 20,000 was a respectable salary in the provincial capital, it paled in comparison to the 5 million annual salary of the assistant position she had previously turned down. Zhang Anjun often found herself pondering whether Linya, that woman, had truly secured a 5 million annual salary. If she had, would she end up in bed with that lecherous boss? If she had chosen that astonishing salary, would she have compromised her principles in the end? Every time Zhang Anjun thought about these matters, she felt increasingly restless. She had always considered herself a woman of principles, but now it seemed that if she truly had principles, she would not be so troubled. A flurry of messages arrived on her phone. Zhang Anjun picked it up to take a glance. Meeting in 10 minutes. Punctuality is mandatory. The general manager's message echoed in the company group. Zhang Anjun quickly rose and made her way to the conference room. Having previously held a senior position, she fully understood the importance of arriving early, as it was better to wait for the boss for half an hour than to make the boss wait even a minute. The company's executives had already gathered. Upon entering the room, the executives exchanged pleasantries and awaited the formal commencement of the meeting. I will be a bit late. Please wait. The general manager's message came through again. The group exchanged glances, somewhat speechless. Mr. Sun was equally perplexed. If the meeting was not urgent, why the rush? Everyone knew they would be late, yet they were still made to arrive so early. After all, he is the general manager. You must respect him, even if it means kneeling instead of sitting. A chuckle rippled through the group. Earning merely 20,000 a month. Quite a lot of work for that point. 20,000 is adequate. In our province, it is considered a decent job. Decent? It does not even match what a worker earns. You cannot be serious. What worker earns over 20,000 a month? I am not exaggerating. I have a cousin who is a laborer. Do you know how much he earned last month? How much? 68,000. 68,000? Is that for real? Of course. I am not exaggerating. My cousin even showed me his pay stub. It was indeed 68,000. Your cousin works in the capital city, right? What capital city? It is right here in our provincial capital. Impossible. A worker in our provincial capital could not possibly earn 68,000 a month. You see? You still do not believe me. My cousin and I were thick as thieves when we were young. He earned over 30,000 after taxes last month alone. And that does not even account for the 8,000 in housing fund contributions and the 5 insurances. And the 5 insurances and housing fund. Is that true? Is your cousin a worker or a foreman? A worker. A small worker. The smallest kind of worker. A foreman, on the other hand, could earn 1 million a year. That seems impossible. How could a worker earn so much money? They earn in a month what we earn in 3. Moreover, we don't even have a housing fund. They not only have a housing fund and social insurance, but also 5 million in accidental injury coverage. And they get all the holidays off. You're becoming increasingly exaggerated. I know. You must be boasting idly to amuse yourself. Ha ha ha. Everyone present found this utterly amusing. You still don't believe it? Whoever is boasting is the fool. You truly aren't exaggerating? I'm not exaggerating. Everything I say is true. What kind of factory is so impressive? A company called Hanxiang Technology. Hanxiang Technology? I've never heard of it. Neither have I. Is it a company from our province? Of course. It's located in the 2nd district of our provincial capital. What do they do? My cousin says they produce power banks. A company that produces power banks is that impressive. Chapter 115. The good fortune of Director Zhang. Absolutely. And not just impressively so. My cousin, in his first month there, earned over 20,000. He thought that was quite a lot, but as business improved, he became busier each day. This month, he actually earned over 60,000. That's incredible. Not only is their salary impressive, but their benefits are also remarkable. They have all holidays off. They only work hard when there's a rush. Isn't that impressive? If there's such a remarkable place, why are you still here? It would be great to work there as a laborer. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed at this remark. Do you think I wouldn't want to? If I could easily land a job earning 68,000 a month, it would be a mad rush. I've heard many people are trying to find connections to get into Hanxiang Technology through back doors, but it's futile. They simply can't get in. Do you believe it? If I could get in, I'd quit immediately. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, they also offer a year-end bonus of 100,000 for every worker, 100,000 bonus. Is that for ordinary workers too? Of course, I'm talking about ordinary workers. Executives surely get even higher bonuses. I'm impressed. I never thought there would be such an impressive enterprise in our provincial capital. One can only say there's no limit to how impressive it can get. If I were the product development director at Hanxiang Technology, I'd earn at least 200,000 to 300,000 a year. Don't dream. Those who can join such a company are exceptional individuals, at least graduates from prestigious universities. If you are merely from a 211 university, you wouldn't even dare to greet them. Ha 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 ha. Everyone laughed heartily. Zhang Anjin also chuckled. I must admit, she felt a curiosity about Hanxiang Technology. A company so remarkable is certainly not accessible to just anyone. At that moment, her phone suddenly rang. Zhang Anjin picked it up and was taken aback. The caller ID was Linya. If Zhang Anjin and Linya had merely crossed paths, she might have forgotten about her by now. However, Linya left a deep impression, making it impossible to forget. How strange. There was no reason for them to be in contact. At most, they had liked each other's posts on social media. Why would she suddenly think to call? Zhang Anjin quickly answered, saying, "Hello, is this Zhang Anjin? This is Linya. Hello. Is there something you need? I wanted to ask if you're still interested in the position of executive assistant to our president." Executive assistant. Zhang Anjin was momentarily taken aback. Everyone around her also froze in surprise and turned to look at her. Feeling embarrassed, Zhang Anjin quickly lowered her voice and said, "Linya, what is going on? Are you no longer planning to be the executive assistant? I am now the executive vice president. Therefore, the position of executive assistant has opened up. If you're interested, you can come for an interview at our company. If you're not interested, then forget it." Interested, Zhang Anjin quickly replied. For her, this opportunity was something she could never forget. To say she wasn't interested would be self-deception. All right, then come to 75 Victory Road, District 2, Hanxiang Technology Headquarters, Human Resources Department, at 9 in the morning for the interview. Okay, I'll note that down. District 2, Victory Road, 75, Hanxiang Technology. As Zhang Anjin wrote this, she suddenly froze. The Human Resources Department of Hanxiang Technology, 9 in the morning. Don't forget, Linya added. Hanxiang Technology. Are you saying I'm going to Hanxiang Technology? Yes. What is the issue? No issue. I just didn't expect it. You used to work at Hanxiang Technology? I've always worked there. All right, enough of the banter. I'll hang up now. After hanging up, Zhang Anjin still wore a look of disbelief. However, she didn't notice the peculiar silence that had enveloped the room. Her voice had been loud enough for everyone to hear the words Hanxiang Technology. The conference room was silent for quite a while. Director Zhang, you just mentioned Hanxiang Technology. What is going on? Although Zhang Anjin struggled to suppress her amusement, she managed to say with a smile, "It's nothing. Nothing at all. There must be something. Director Zhang, do tell us what is going on." "Yes, we all heard it. That call must be related to Hanxiang Technology. Please share." After pondering for a moment, Zhang Anjin smiled and said, "Someone informed me that I'm going for an interview for the position of executive assistant to the president at Hanxiang Technology." Executive assistant. Upon hearing this, everyone was left speechless. The position of executive assistant is quite significant for a company. Although it appears to be a step below that of the executive vice president, it is, in fact, a trusted position directly under the president, undoubtedly an enviable role. Moreover, given the reputation of Hanxiang Technology, it was clear that everyone in the room was already aware of it. The chance to apply for the executive assistant position is real? Director Jiang, you're not joking with us, are you? Indeed. Today doesn't seem like April Fool's Day. Jiang Anjun shook her head with a smile and said nothing. Well, Director Jiang, with connections like that, why didn't you mention it sooner? The executive assistant at Hanqiang Technology must earn at least 200,000 annually. Director Jiang, you're hitting the jackpot. What jackpot? It's just an interview opportunity. I still don't know if I'll be selected. There will surely be many candidates tomorrow. An interview is still significant. Not everyone can just waltz in. By the way, Director Jiang, if you go for the interview, what will happen to our company? Upon hearing this, Jiang Anjun hesitated. After all, was it appropriate to resign just for an interview opportunity? What's so hard to resolve? Just go secretly. If the interview doesn't work out, you can always return. Who would know? But then I'd have to ask for leave from President Sun. Just say you're feeling unwell and want to go to the hospital for an examination. President Sun wouldn't inquire about such matters with a woman, who is asking for leave. A voice suddenly interjected, Director Jiang, she's feeling unwell. Someone reflexively laughed. But then, sensing something was off, they turned to see President Sun standing at the door of the conference room. His expression cold. The room instantly fell into an eerie silence. Sun Chong looked at Jiang Anjun, his tone tinged with a strange flavor. What's this? Is Director Jiang unwell? Jiang Anjun felt quite embarrassed. After a moment of hesitation, she said, I'm sorry, President Sun. Tomorrow, I'd like to request a day off. The reason? Jiang Anjun hesitated, finally gathering her courage to say, I'd like to attend an interview with another company. Attending an interview with another company? Director Jiang, have I done anything wrong to you? Chapter 116. The boss becomes the family member. I'm sorry, President Sun. You haven't wronged me at all. It's just, I feel that another job is more suitable for me, so I'd like to give it a try. The grass is always greener on the other side. Jiang Anjun, don't forget that when you joined our company, you signed an agreement. Resignation requires a 3-month notice. Otherwise, you must compensate double your annual salary as a penalty. Surely you haven't forgotten that? I haven't forgotten. I'm willing to pay the double penalty to terminate the agreement. That way, I cannot come tomorrow, right? If you're willing to pay for the termination, then of course I won't stop you. However, a good horse doesn't turn back. You should think carefully. I understand, President Sun. Then I'll go pack my things. After saying this, Jiang Anjun stood up, gathered her belongings, and bid farewell to everyone as she left the conference room. The room fell into a pin-drop silence. Sun Chong glanced at everyone and said, Is there anyone else who wants to request leave? Hearing this, everyone remained silent. After sitting down, Sun Chong stated, Now, I'll announce the key points of this meeting. According to reliable sources, our second district will soon commence a major project worth nearly 20 billion. Such a large-scale project, not only provincial but possibly nationwide companies will mobilize for it. Our company is positioned favorably to seize this opportunity. As we receive the news early, therefore, we must take advantage of this chance. The main contractor of this large project is Hanqiang Technology. I don't care who it is. As long as you can assist me in finding the contact information of the executives at Hanqiang Technology, I will promptly reward you with 500,000. If you can facilitate a connection for this project, I will immediately grant you 2 million, along with a 3% share of the project's profits. Everyone, think about it. Does anyone here know the executives at Hanqiang Technology? If so, please come forward now. Cash rewards await, and I keep my promises. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged peculiar glances, their expressions a mixture of confusion. What's wrong? Why are you all like this? Does no one know the executives at Hanqiang Technology? If not, mid-level personnel will suffice. There are rewards for them too, 100,000, to be paid immediately. A man hesitated momentarily, then seemed to swallow his words. Sun Chong, with keen eyes, quickly interjected, Director Tang, do you know someone? I don't know anyone. Sun Chong frowned and said, Not knowing is fine. Just tell me if you know someone who does. There will be rewards then too. I do know, it seems someone is familiar. Who is it? Director Jiang. What are you saying? Jiang Anjun knows someone at Hanqiang Technology? Someone at the executive level? I cannot confirm if they are at the executive level. However, just now Director Jiang mentioned that the company she is interviewing with is indeed Hanqiang Technology. Moreover, the position she is applying for is that of the president's assistant at Hanqiang Technology. What, you mean Jiang Anjun is interviewing for the position of president's assistant at Hanqiang Technology? Are you sure you're not joking? If Director Jiang isn't joking with us, then neither am I. We were just discussing this matter. Everyone heard it too, and is that so? Sun Chang glanced at the crowd, who all hurriedly nodded. Furious, Sun Chang slammed the table and exclaimed, "Bastards! Why didn't you say anything sooner?" Faced with Sun Chang's outrage, the crowd fell silent. You were also in a fit of anger earlier. Who would dare to speak? Son, why don't you go see Director Jiang? She might not have left yet. This remark jolted Sun Chang into action. He quickly stood up and dashed out of the conference room. The crowd exchanged looks, unable to suppress their laughter, and soon the entire conference room was filled with uproarious laughter. Meanwhile, Jiang Anjin was almost done packing her things and was about to leave when Sun Chang burst in, and upon seeing she had not yet departed, he sighed in relief. Jiang Anjin observed him and said, "Mr. Sun, I have finished packing. Regarding the breach of contract penalty, haha, Director Jiang, what are you talking about? What breach of contract? I was merely upset a moment ago. Don't take it to heart." Sun Chang appeared transformed, his face bright with a smile and his tone gentle. Jiang Anjin was understandably perplexed. Sun Chang said, "Come, Director Jiang, have a seat. There's no rush to leave. Let us chat for a bit first." Seeing this, Jiang Anjin had no choice but to set her things down. Sun Chang continued, "About what happened earlier, I was in the wrong. Please don't take it to heart, Director Jiang." Jiang Anjin quickly replied, "This is mainly my issue. Although the situation was a bit urgent, it was still my fault for not informing Mr. Sun in advance. And no worries, no worries. People strive for higher positions. I understand that. Your abilities, Director Jiang, are indeed exceptional. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gone against the consensus to bring you into the company. However, our company's platform is indeed rather small, limiting your potential for better development. Now that you have a greater platform, I am genuinely happy for you." The more Jiang Anjin listened, the stranger it felt. How could the other party's demeanor change so swiftly? "This, Director Jiang. May I ask which company you are interviewing with tomorrow?" Hanjiang Technology. Upon hearing this, Sun Chang felt a wave of joy. He exclaimed, "Hanjiang Technology? Is it? I have heard of them. Their company is undoubtedly a prominent one in our province. Opportunities to work at Hanjiang Technology are rare and should be seen as a recognition of your capabilities. Mr. Sun, this is just an interview. There's no guarantee I will be selected." Jiang Anjin responded somewhat shyly. "Not everyone gets the chance to interview. However, you should take it seriously. After all, such opportunities do not come often. How about this? Since I am a bit older than you, let us not stand on ceremony. I'll call you sister, and you can call me Brother Sunday later. I will have my wife accompany you to buy a few outfits to dress up nicely. I wish you success in advance." This seems inappropriate. What's inappropriate about it? Although you haven't worked with us for long, I have always valued your abilities. If you think about it, I am like your half-family here. So, when family members have opportunities, I, as a representative, naturally feel happy for you. Please don't be so formal. If you keep declining, it feels like you're looking down on me. Sun Chang. Are you dissatisfied with my salary? No worries. If you need a few months' worth of compensation, I will ensure you are not shortchanged. That's not it, Mr. Sun. You misunderstood. Why still call me Mr. Sun? Just call me Brother Sunday Sun. Brother Sun. No need for all this formality. We are all one big family here. I will call my wife now and have her take you shopping. Don't hesitate to choose whatever you like. Regardless, you must take this interview seriously. I will be waiting for your good news. Chapter 117. The power bank incident. 2 days later, Linya approached Chang Han and said, "Boss, here are the candidates for the presidential assistant interview." Chang Han glanced at the materials in his hand and inquired, "How did Jiang Anjin perform?" Among the applicants for the assistant position, she performed quite well. Moreover, I noticed her attitude has improved. She no longer carries the arrogance she once did. Excellent. Let us go with her. By the way, the construction of the second factory needs to be accelerated. Do not hesitate to spend money as long as quality is ensured. It is imperative to complete the factory construction in the shortest possible time. Understood, boss. The next day, Linya brought Jiang Anjin to Chang Han's villa. This was her second visit. Jiang Anjin felt slightly nervous. Just like last time, they arrived at Chang Han's bedroom. Chang Han looked at Jiang Anjin with a cold expression and asked, "Do you remember the conditions from the last interview?" I remember. Jiang Anjin replied, her face slightly flushed. "Very well, proceed." Jiang Anjin bit her lip and began to unbutton her clothes. Linya, sensing the situation, hurriedly stepped outside and closed the door. Jiang Anjin slowly removed her clothing. Piece by piece. Just as she was about to touch the crucial undergarment, Chang Han suddenly interrupted. That's enough. Jiang Anjin breathed a sigh of relief. Chang Han continued, Excellent. It seems your mindset has changed significantly after this period of adjustment. Remember, no matter how unreasonable my demands may seem, you must execute all my orders without question. Do you understand? I understand, President. When there are no others around, call me boss. Yes, boss. In the following days, the construction of the second factory commenced at a rapid pace. The new series of notebooks from the fruit company, after a period of anticipation, began to hit the shelves. As this series utilized top-tier components available on the market, the standout feature was undoubtedly the battery life, which, under full load, could last an astonishing 35 hours, and with normal usage, could sustain nearly 8 days. It must be said that in terms of power optimization, the Fruit Company's notebooks could truly harness the capabilities of Hanjiang's battery cells. However, unlike the domestic companies which could not opt for customized configurations, the Fruit Company's notebooks allowed for such selections. Despite the option for customization, the high-capacity version was priced at an astounding 20,000 yuan, a nearly 4,000 yuan difference compared to the low-capacity version, which perfectly illustrated the battery's high cost. The Fruit Company has many loyal fans, and following the launch of the new product, sales surged significantly. Due to the high price of the high-capacity version, many ultimately opted for the lower-capacity model. Nevertheless, the high-capacity version received rave reviews, as its long-lasting usage without the hassle of frequent recharging was a considerable advantage for many users. Conversely, the low-capacity version remained constrained by its limited battery life, unable to function for extended periods offline, resulting in mediocre reviews. This disparity led to a noticeable increase in sales for the high-capacity version. Riding the coattails of the Fruit Company's notebook sales, the sales of the high-capacity version of Guowei's notebooks also began to rise steadily. After all, Guowei's notebooks were priced under 10,000 yuan, allowing consumers to enjoy the benefits of high capacity, making it an appealing choice for those seeking both ample power and affordability. Since both the Fruit and Guowei Company's notebooks supported the fast-charging interface of the Chang'an 2 power bank, users could charge their notebooks rapidly on the go using this power bank. Other brands' notebooks, however, did not support the Chang'an 2 charging interface. With the backing of the Chang'an 2 power bank, both the Fruit and Guowei notebooks gained immense popularity. The sales of these two notebooks soared, while other brands experienced a sharp decline in sales, leaving many companies in a state of distress. At this point, the barriers to entry for Hanjiang technology had nearly been leveled by numerous companies. Many notebook manufacturers sought to secure the latest battery authorizations and technical support for the Chang'an 2 power bank's charging interface, forcing Hanjiang Technology's supply capacity to become increasingly strained. However, with the surging popularity of the powerful first and second generation power banks, as well as the robust laptop battery cells, a more intricate issue has emerged. Many purchasers of these formidable power banks and laptops equipped with battery cells are finding themselves unable to board flights due to excessive capacity concerns. According to airline regulations, power banks and lithium batteries with a total energy exceeding 100 Wh are prohibited from being taken aboard. The laptops fitted with the powerful battery cells have reached a staggering total of 800 Wh, far surpassing the stipulated limit by 8-fold, rendering them utterly unsuitable for air travel. Not to mention the powerful series of power banks, whose total energy exceeds the standard by more than 20 times, are perceived by many as potential explosives. One of the hallmark features of the powerful series battery cells is their remarkable resistance to thermal runaway. They do not ignite even upon damage. Consequently, there have been numerous incidents of passengers demonstrating the resilience of the powerful series battery cells by subjecting power banks to extreme physical stress at airports, which quickly garnered public attention. With videos of these events going viral online. In response, the Aviation Authority conducted product tests to validate the safety of the powerful series battery cells. Subsequently, the Aviation Authority supplemented the regulations regarding passenger carriage of battery products, stating, "The powerful series battery cells are exempt from the relevant regulations and may be transported." This further enhanced the reputation of the powerful series battery cells, particularly the first generation, despite its slower charging speed, gradually gained popularity due to its competitive pricing. Consequently, high-end power banks across the nation faced collective suppression, leading to a significant decline in sales, while competition in the mid to low-end market intensified. Time flew by, and over a month had passed. Several companies simultaneously filed lawsuits against Yongda Glass, leading to the cases being consolidated by the court. The largest claim was from Hanxiang Technology, suing Yongda Glass for breach of contract. Given Hanxiang Technology's prominent standing and notoriety in the provincial capital, relevant authorities were naturally quite attentive. Moreover, following the incident, Hanxiang Technology had completely demolished and replaced the exterior glass, making their losses an undeniable fact. Yongda Glass's defeat was merely a matter of time. Although Wu Jio served as the general manager, he was not the legal representative. The corporate legal representative was Wu Jio's father, Wu Yongda, who had no choice but to personally handle the case. However, Wu Jio, as the project general manager and contract signatory, was also a second defendant and faced joint liability, thus being sued alongside numerous other companies. Yet, these matters were not the most pressing concern for Wu Jio. His foremost worry stemmed from a few months prior when he had borrowed over 2 million in high-interest loans for Ji Chuchu. Months passed, and Wu Jio's debt had ballooned to over 4 million due to accruing interest. Now, the loan sharks harassed him daily, making him reluctant to return home. In desperation, Wu Jio reached out to Ji Chuchu, hoping to reclaim the 200,000 he had lent her. However, Ji Chuchu was already aware of Wu Jio's mounting debts and was unlikely to respond favorably. The prospect of receiving any money was grim, especially since her bank cards were currently frozen, leaving her without funds to assist him. Wu Jio faced a bitter disappointment, his frustration palpable. Yet, he could not take any action against Ji Chuchu. He merely regretted that he had resorted to high-interest loans to help her, a decision he now deemed foolish. Meanwhile, Ji Chuchu's family found themselves homeless and had to resort to temporary rentals. They had made several attempts to retrieve funds from Alfingshang, but each time they were met with refusal, forcing them to resort to legal action. Ji Chuchu was in a state of desperation, inundated with calls from various credit card issuers and online loan companies, urging repayment and threatening legal action for credit card fraud. Reluctantly, Ji Chuchu decided to file a lawsuit against the bank, hoping to unfreeze her account. Of course, an important matter weighed heavily on Ji Chuchu's mind: finding a way to reconcile with Chang Han. After all, now that Chang Han had acquired wealth, he had regained his status as an ideal partner in her eyes. Whether she could rekindle their relationship would determine her prospects for a prosperous life. However, no matter how many times Ji Chuchu called Chang Han, he refused to answer. When she attempted to visit him, the security at his villa complex denied her entry, leaving Ji Chuchu increasingly distressed. Did she need to visit Ping Shango once again to seek out Chang Han's parents? The mere thought of it was overwhelming. The 3 production lines at Hanxiang Technology's factory had been fully constructed. Although production capacity had reached its peak, it remained insufficient to meet the avalanche of nationwide orders, particularly in the laptop battery market, which was facing a significant shortfall. While Chang Han contemplated increasing hiring to expedite production, Linya suddenly called, "Boss, there's a problem. A company in the south called We Energy claims they can produce laptop batteries just like ours." "What?" Chang Han was taken aback and quickly asked, "Where did you hear this?" "It's circulating in the industry. This company, We Energy, has officially launched their laptop batteries, claiming their specifications are nearly identical to ours. Moreover, their prices are 10% lower, and many laptop manufacturers are flocking to them." "Are you certain their batteries are the same as ours?" "They say their provided data is quite comparable. However, the specifics remain unclear. Their products are still presumably in the sample stage and have not yet gone into full production." Chang Han frowned deeply. "Right, Xiao Chang, do you think our materials have been stolen? Impossible. Our centrifuges are specially designed. Once the battery materials are separated, they cannot survive. Unless someone managed to steal the entire centrifuge while maintaining power throughout the process. Our centrifuges are fixed in number, and we have not lost any machines. Furthermore, our production facility is equipped with hundreds of surveillance cameras. Theft is absolutely out of the question. Could it be that they have already figured out our materials? Or that someone has managed to replicate them? This material is a pure biological metabolite. Replication is virtually impossible. Even if they attempted to glean some principles, without a specialized team of thousands and several years of time, they would achieve little. Unless someone obtained the centrifuge, replication would be utterly unfeasible. That is puzzling. How did they manage it? Could it be a new material? That is a possibility. However, given the current technological standards on Earth, fabricating such a multimolecular composite material in a laboratory is nearly impossible. The stability of singular materials is lacking, and their performance cannot compare to our batteries. This isn't right, that isn't right. So what exactly is it? I cannot definitively say. The key issue is that we have not seen their product. Why not have the boss send someone to procure a sample for examination? That sounds reasonable. Changhan promptly replied, Linya, I don't care what method you use. Get a sample sent to the lab immediately. Understood, boss. Days later, Linya indeed managed to acquire a battery sample. Upon receiving the sample, Xiaohu began disassembling it for research purposes. The analysis yielded quick conclusions. Boss, this battery's materials are identical to ours. What? So you mean they also possess a centrifuge? That should not be the case. While their materials are the same, our materials are processed directly after centrifugation. While theirs have undergone oxidation reactions, they must have disassembled our product to extract and repackage the materials. So, they stole our materials, not stolen. Our materials have not been lost. They likely purchased our products and then disassembled and modified them. Disassembled. Are you saying they bought our power banks, disassembled them, and then reconfigured them into their products? Yes, they must have purchased the first-generation power bank since its product structure is relatively simple and the materials are concentrated. The second generation is more complicated to disassemble and less cost-effective due to its material usage. But why would they do that? Most likely due to the price difference. The first generation boasts an energy density over 3 times that of a laptop, with a wholesale price exceeding 7,000. The wholesale price of the robust laptop battery cell, inclusive of taxes, is over 3,500. A single first-generation power bank can be reconfigured into 3 laptop batteries, yielding a price difference of at least 4,000. I reckon they chose this method to exploit our battery materials for that 4,000 difference. Good grief. I can't believe I've allowed someone to exploit us. Chang Han was left speechless. After pondering for a moment, he asked, Xiao Chong, what should we do? Can we sue them? There's no need. Why not? We can't simply let them take advantage of us. Don't worry, boss. Once our battery materials are processed, they undergo a special encapsulation treatment. If they are disassembled, the molecular structure will change. In the short term, there may be no immediate issues, but over time, the half-life will decrease. In 2 months, the charge will drop to a maximum of only half. After a year, it may even perform worse than a standard battery. So that's how it is. So the more they buy, the more they lose. Indeed, boss. Very well. Let them buy as much as they want. It's an excellent opportunity for us to sell even more. Guai Energy's new battery has swiftly made a significant impact in the market. Although their battery, after reprocessing, does not match the comprehensive performance of Hanheng Technology's batteries, its affordability, being 20% cheaper overall, endows it with considerable competitiveness. The largest domestic computer company, armed with Guai Energy's new battery, approached Hanheng Technology, demanding a price reduction. Naturally, Chang Han was not swayed by such tactics. Not only did he refuse to lower prices, but he also raised them by 10% specifically for the largest computer company. Unsurprisingly, this infuriated the company, prompting them to turn to Guai Energy's batteries. However, in comparison to Hanheng Technology's offerings, Guai Energy's production capacity is woefully inadequate, and its charging performance pales in comparison. Despite the lower price, Huawei and Shuigua companies have chosen to remain cautious and have not switched to their batteries. After all, both companies use a substantial quantity of batteries, and if Guai Energy cannot further expand its production capacity, it is unlikely that either company would easily change course. The first batch of laptops equipped with Guai Energy's battery cores quickly hit the market. For the same model, the price is significantly lower than that of Huawei's computers. For consumers, since both feature large batteries, a lower price is undoubtedly appealing. However, many soon realized that the battery capacity fell short of the official promises. Under full load, they could only be used continuously for 18 hours, a full 10 hours less than Huawei's batteries, and the charging speed was excruciatingly slow. It became clear to many that you get what you pay for. The reputation of Huawei and Shuigua soared, and their sales rebounded. Both companies secretly rejoiced, relieved they had not hastily switched batteries. Otherwise, the backlash from users would have been overwhelming. The first major computer company, seeing the situation, grew increasingly anxious and sought Hanheng Technology once more, intending to order a batch of new batteries. However, Changhan, citing insufficient production capacity, declined the order, further infuriating the company. Left with no choice, they continued to opt for Guai Energy's batteries. As Changhan began to establish dominance in the battery market, international stock markets experienced severe fluctuations, shifting from bullish to bearish, with declines outnumbering gains. Many financial experts expressed pessimism regarding future financial conditions. Boss, the financial market has become exceedingly volatile. Should we continue to operate related financial products? How much have we earned so far? 12 trillion dollars. Can we earn more? We might scrape together another 15 trillion. But the risks of further profits are significant. The Me Federation government may launch an investigation due to this. Then let's leave it as is. Should we dissolve the company now? Or what? We cannot dissolve it at this moment. We are currently a major player in the market. Withdrawing investments could trigger a market collapse. The best course of action is to adjust and deliberate for a while longer. Once a second bullish trend emerges and more capital flows in, we can then withdraw our investments, which would be considerably safer. All right then, you make the call. Kong Daping's expression was vacant. The court had convened repeatedly. The entire chain of evidence pointed squarely at him. His former confidants, Lu Gue, Gue Lu, and Gong Tao, Huang Mao, had testified in court regarding multiple cases, identifying him as the mastermind behind it all. Ultimately, the court sentenced him to death. Kong Daping, unwilling to accept the verdict, appealed, but the final ruling remained death. Upon learning of this outcome, Kong Daping became somewhat numb and dazed. In contrast to the initial days when visitors came frequently, it had been a long while since anyone had come to see him. With execution scheduled for tomorrow, Kong Daping suddenly felt remorse. Had he acted sooner to cleanse himself of wrongdoing, the outcome might have been different. Kong Daping, someone is here to see you, the prison guard announced. Kong Daping was taken aback. Even his daughter had not come to visit after learning he had been stripped of all his possessions, only making a phone call. Who could possibly be here for him now? When he entered the visiting room and saw Changhan through the glass, his astonishment was evident. What are you doing here? Kong Daping's face darkened. Changhan smiled and replied, Is it so strange that I've come? You re not my relative, so you have no visiting rights. Whether I have rights is determined by my desire. Hearing this, Kong Daping was infuriated, exclaiming, So you came here to gloat over my misfortune? Well, you certainly seem quite spirited for someone facing execution tomorrow. Kid, you've lucked out. Do you know that? If I hadn't happened to get into trouble, you'd already be done for. Ha ha ha. Changhan suddenly burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Of course, I'm laughing at your foolishness. Do you really not understand how you ended up here? What do you mean? I mean, the one person you should never have crossed is me. Regretting now is too late. What? Kong Daping was taken aback, struggling to believe. Are you saying you orchestrated all this? If you want to lay blame, blame your own misdeeds. Good and evil ultimately have their reckoning. Do you understand? Bastard. Kong Daping seethed with rage. You little brat. Even as a ghost, I won't let you off the hook that I fear no living man. Why would I fear a dead one, by the way? Do you know why your daughter hasn't come to see you? What are you planning? Don't you dare touch my daughter. You think I'm like you? I'm just here to inform you, that secret bank card of yours. I've donated the money to a charity foundation. Your daughter was furious when she saw your card was empty, which is why she hasn't visited. You, how do you know about the money in my card? If you want to keep things secret, you must first refrain from wrongdoing. But this way, at least you can do a good deed before you go, which is better than leaving with a heart full of malice. Well, it's impossible to say goodbye now. Strive to be a good person in your next life. Oh, and I almost forgot to tell you, your girlfriend is pregnant. What, is that true? Of course it's true. But whether she can keep it? I can't say. What do you mean? Don't harm her. I haven't harmed her. It's her relatives, upon hearing of your death sentence, who are advising her to terminate the pregnancy. If she decides to keep the child, she might come to visit you. If she chooses otherwise, she won't. With that, Changhan turned and left. Chapter 120. The car battery sample is released. Hey, you can't leave. Clarify what you just said, Kong Daping shouted urgently. However, regardless of his outcries, Changhan only left him with a departing silhouette. Xiao Chong, through data investigation, discovered that Guai Energy was sourcing through a domestic wholesaler, subsequently disassembling and modifying the Changhan batteries. Changhan made no efforts to interfere with Guai Energy's sourcing channels. For him, the more they procured, the more he could sell, and he couldn't care less about whom they sold their reprocessed products to. After all, any ensuing issues would not concern him. The construction of battery plant No. 2 was progressing vigorously. Changhan instructed Chang Xiaohu to commence the design of automotive batteries immediately. After all, once the second factory is completed, production capacity would undoubtedly surge. Solely supplying batteries for mobile phones would eventually lead to an oversupply situation. Thus, automotive batteries represented one of the best solutions to fill the excess capacity. Several months passed. With ample funding, the construction of plant number 2 had begun to take shape. Chang Xiaohu completed the first version of the automotive battery design. Chang Han visited the laboratory to review the experimental reports for the relevant batteries. Chang Xiaohu stated, "Boss, my robust power battery cores are divided into 2 types, the basic version and the super version. The basic version offers an energy unit of 3 kilowatt-hours per kilogram of battery product, while the super version provides 2 kilowatt-hours per kilogram." Chang Han frowned upon hearing this, inquiring, "Why does the super version have a lower energy unit than the basic version?" "Because the super version battery core has undergone secondary processing to ensure charging speed. Consequently, the actual battery material contained per kilogram is less than that of the basic version, resulting in lower energy density. So, according to your explanation, in order for the super version battery core to match the energy density of the basic version, it would need to increase in weight." "Yes, boss. I see. Please continue." "The theoretical maximum charging speed for the basic version battery core is 100 kilowatt-hours per hour, while the super version battery core theoretically achieves a maximum charging speed of 2,500 kilowatt-hour. "What? 2,500 kilowatt-hour?" Chang Han was taken aback, exclaiming, "Are you saying the super version battery core can be charged with 2,500 degrees of electricity in 1 hour?" "Yes, boss. However, this is merely the theoretical maximum charging speed in the lab. In practical application, it is likely quite difficult to guarantee the maximum charging current and voltage. The issue is that such a high current would require wires as thick as a thigh. Can an ordinary person even handle that while charging? The laboratory only demands theoretical data. Whether it can be handled or is convenient is not currently within the scope of experimental considerations." "That's true," Chang Han nodded, asking, "By the way, how long does it take to fully charge the super version battery?" "The super version of the battery, exemplified by a set weighing 500 kilograms, requires approximately 30 minutes for a full charge." "Indeed, it charges quite rapidly, but what about the standard version?" "The standard version takes around 14 hours to charge." "What about the driving range? Is there a distinction between the two?" "As for the driving range, we have yet to conduct real-world tests on vehicles. However, through computer simulations under identical road conditions, a set of super version batteries can approximately travel 5,900 kilometers, while the standard version can cover about 8,400 kilometers, with a margin of error not exceeding 1,000th. Are you suggesting that the standard version's battery allows for a greater driving range than the super version?" "Yes, indeed. So, in essence, the super version merely offers quicker charging times without any other significant advantages?" "Precisely. And what of the pricing?" "The pricing is for you to determine. However, the cost of the super version's battery pack is roughly 40% higher than that of the standard version for the same weight." Chang Han pondered for a moment and remarked, "Xiao Chong, what is your perspective? Theoretically, the standard version certainly presents a higher cost-performance ratio. Yet, the fact remains that the standard version charges at a sluggish pace. If one were to charge the standard version using a household outlet, it could take as long as 24 days to reach full capacity." 24 days? That sounds utterly outrageous. This has been precisely calculated. It is not exaggerated in the slightest. And what of the price? The current price for T automobiles stands at 2,000 yuan per kilowatt-hour. Our batteries are approximately 30% more expensive than T automobiles, with a complete battery set costing around 3,640,000 yuan. "How much? You mean a single battery set costs over 3,600,000? "Yes, indeed, that is exorbitantly high. Just the battery alone amounts to over 3 million. When coupled with the cost of vehicle components, wouldn't that total forward of 5 million? That is utterly absurd. If 5 million were spent on gasoline, one could travel 10 million kilometers, given that 100 yuan can cover 200 kilometers. Who in their right mind would spend such a sum on an electric vehicle? That is sheer madness." "This is not considered expensive, boss. By the standards of mobile phone and laptop batteries, this price is already quite reasonable. Moreover, the super version's battery is even 40% pricier. Enough already. Your research into this matter is utterly unreliable. The pricing is far too steep. No one would purchase it. By the way, isn't the actual cost of our batteries lower than that of lithium batteries? If that is the case, let us reduce the price." "But what about the mobile phone and laptop batteries? If we do that, others will discover our cost structure. Then we can simply tell them that the materials differ. Thus, the costs vary. They won't believe that. And if someone buys a car and disassembles it, they will find out the truth. I am at a loss. A price that is too low is also unfeasible. We must consider other products as well." Chang Han thought for a moment and suddenly had an idea, saying, "How about we design a smaller battery? A smaller one would reduce costs, wouldn't it? Too small. If it is no better than similar products. Why would anyone choose our battery when both have a range of 500 kilometers but ours is priced higher?" That is a valid point. Chang Han was quite troubled and mused. Since we lack an advantage in slow charging, what about the fast-charging batteries? With a charging speed of 2500 kilowatt-hour, isn't that sufficiently rapid? A battery pack with a range of 500 kilometers could be charged in just 2 minutes. Isn't that also a form of advantage? While fast charging is undoubtedly advantageous, the issue lies in the need to invest in expanding charging stations. What investment? T automobiles have charging stations available nationwide. The charging stations for T automobiles can achieve a maximum charging speed of 250 kilowatt-hours. But they have their own charging protocols and cannot support our batteries. The charging stations in the national grid have a maximum charging speed of only 100 kilowatt-hour. Our charging speed, however, is 2500 kilowatt-hour. To accommodate such a massive current, we would need to redesign the charging stations and install larger transformers, making investment in charging stations essential. Chapter 121. For products. Upon hearing this, Chang Han felt somewhat overwhelmed. It wasn't that he lacked the funds to invest. The problem was that even if he were willing to invest in charging stations, who would buy the battery that costs several million? If the batteries do not sell, then investing in charging stations would be a futile endeavor. Xiao Chong, do you have any solutions? My suggestion remains to primarily promote the standard version. Ultimately, our battery is merely a gimmick. Those willing to spend several million on a battery would not mind spending a few million more. I believe we could develop an automobile with a large battery pack of the standard version that can travel over 16,000 kilometers on a single charge. This could indeed serve as an attractive gimmick. Over 16,000 kilometers. Wouldn't that result in even slower charging? The charging stations of the national grid would take 30 hours to fully charge, which is hardly fast. Very well, let us contact T automobiles and inquire about their interest. Good, however, it would be wise to find a domestic partner as well, just to be prepared. Agreed. Let us settle on that. T automobiles quickly convened an urgent meeting upon receiving the joint research invitation from Huanxiang Technology regarding electric vehicles. Carl Malin reviewed the materials at hand, contemplated for a moment, and then addressed the assembly. Everyone has seen the performance and pricing of the batteries provided by Huanxiang Technology. What are your thoughts? President, the price quoted by Huanxiang Technology is utterly outrageous. The price of the standard battery reaches over 500,000 Mi gold, while the super version exceeds 700,000 Mi gold. And that is before tax. Such exorbitant pricing makes it virtually unsellable. Yet, their battery performance is quite formidable. A fully charged standard version battery weighing 500 kilograms can travel 8,400 kilometers, which is enough for a round trip between the two coasts. That still cannot justify such an outrageous price. Under equal weight conditions, their battery merely offers 16 times more energy. If the price were also 16 times higher, it should amount to just over 200,000 Mi gold. Instead, their quote is over 500,000 Mi gold, which is more than double what we anticipated, and that is before tax. So it would exceed 600,000 with tax. This is utterly ridiculous. Just consider, the battery alone costs 600,000. Wouldn't the entire vehicle exceed 700,000 or even 800,000? Even if this battery can travel one round trip across the coast on a single charge, if I had 800,000 Mi gold, I could make 1,000 trips with gasoline. Why would I purchase an electric vehicle? That would be insanity. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement. Someone remarked, the current trend in international batteries is towards decreasing prices, not increasing them, if prices continue to rise. Why invest in electric vehicles? Wouldn't it be more economical to buy gasoline vehicles? Carl Malin nodded in agreement and said, since everyone is skeptical of Huanxiang Technology's batteries, what are your thoughts on the super version? What's super version? It merely charges faster. We are manufacturing automobiles, not smartphones. Why do we need such rapid charging speeds? Furthermore, a charging speed of 2,500 kilowatt-hours is excessively exaggerated. Wouldn't that necessitate reworking the charging stations and adding transformers? I find that unfeasible. I concur. In reality, our V3 charging stations already provide sufficient charging speed. Even if they can charge in 2 minutes, what difference does it make? The driving range remains the same. It merely shortens the charging time. Would consumers be willing to spend more for just a slight time saving? I see it as entirely impractical. I agree. The primary cost of electric vehicles is the battery. If batteries are excessively priced, no one will purchase them. Given that Huanqiang Technologies batteries are so costly, I believe our new battery under development would be a better alternative. Once our new battery is launched, we could reduce the overall vehicle price by 20% while increasing the driving range by over 50%, leaving no competitors in our wake. Huanqiang Technologies batteries are simply not our rivals. Rightly said. I see no necessity for collaboration with them. I concur. Witnessing the unanimous agreement among the crowd, Carl Malin nodded. Yet, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although Huanqiang Technologies' battery performance was impressive, its high production costs rendered it a non-competitor to T automobiles in the long run, thus alleviating any concerns. Soon, T automobiles conveyed their refusal to cooperate. Chang Han was not surprised, given the exorbitantly high battery costs. It would be a miracle for them to collaborate. However, the pressing issue was that he could not afford to lower his prices. If he were to offer a discount, then would not the manufacturers of mobile phones and computers become aware of their cost structure? Therefore, even if it meant maintaining high prices, he had to hold firm. He finally comprehended the feeling of being a mute eating bitter gall, unable to voice his grievances. Several domestic electric vehicle manufacturers, akin to T automobiles, also declined the collaboration invitation extended by Huanqiang Technology. After all, these automotive dealers were not foolish. Who would buy such an expensive vehicle? However, in a surprising turn of events, B automobiles expressed their interest in collaboration, which caught Chang Han off guard. B automobiles had always been known for their low pricing strategy, and given the battery price he quoted, which even T automobiles found unacceptable, how could B automobiles possibly be interested in collaboration? The president of B automobiles, Tong Haoan, decided to personally visit Huanqiang Technology to discuss the potential partnership. Naturally, Chang Han felt it imperative to personally receive him. Following the usual practice, a group of individuals visited the factory. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they delved into the main topic. Chang Han remarked, "President Tong, I am truly delighted that you could visit our company in person. To be frank, we extended invitations to numerous companies before, but most responded with a lack of interest. Logically speaking, your company, B Automotive, is among the leading electric vehicle manufacturers domestically, so you should be aware that our products lack any significant competitive advantage. Therefore, it genuinely surprises me that you are here to discuss a potential collaboration." Tong Haoan smiled upon hearing this and replied, "In fact, we have reviewed the quotation provided by your esteemed company during our meetings. To be candid, from the perspective of electric vehicles, there is indeed no substantial advantage. After all, major companies are striving to reduce prices, so the trend for electric vehicles is inevitably towards affordability. However, while your batteries may be costly, there is justification for that price. They possess high energy density, extended range, and compact size. These are all advantages. We have deliberated and identified 4 products that are particularly well suited for your battery. Is it possible to inquire about these 4 products? Chang Han asked, intrigued. The first product, of course, is the supercar. Your company's battery, with its high energy density and rapid charging capabilities, is undoubtedly the optimal choice for creating a supercar that boasts immense torque and horsepower. Although it may be slightly expensive, for those top-tier consumers who demand long range and quick charging, the price should not pose an issue. Chang Han nodded in agreement. We initially considered supercars to be a promising development point. What, may I ask, is the second product you mentioned? The second product is the motorhome. A motorhome? Chang Han was momentarily taken aback. To be honest, he had never contemplated this before. Tong Haoan chuckled. Motorhomes have never been the primary choice for electric vehicles, mainly due to range limitations. After all, motorhomes are quite large and heavy. A slightly ordinary gasoline motorhome typically weighs around 3 to 4 tons, and when you add in the batteries, the total weight can easily exceed 5 tons. A standard automotive battery pack can usually provide around 500 kilometers of range on a regular vehicle, while on a motorhome, achieving 300 kilometers is already impressive. Not to mention, a motorhome requires additional power for amenities like refrigerators, televisions, water heaters, and induction cookers, all of which demand substantial electrical support. However, if these components are powered by your company's battery packs, it would not be an issue. Moreover, with a well-thought-out design, it would be feasible to accommodate 3 or even 4 battery packs, effectively transforming it into a mobile power station. Traveling in such a motorhome would eliminate concerns about conserving energy, offering an unparalleled experience. Chang Han chuckled wryly. The problem is, for battery packs don't come cheap. Haha, Mr. Chang. For those who wish to enjoy the freedom of travel, Tens of millions are not considered exorbitant. The key is quality. Chang Han nodded. You're absolutely right. What are the remaining two products? The third product is the two-wheeled electric vehicle. Two-wheeled electric vehicles? Do you still manufacture those? Not at the moment. It is merely a concept. Your company's battery is quite expensive, which is a drawback. This may stem from production costs, and even if you wish to lower the price, it likely cannot be achieved in the short term. Instead of focusing on four-wheeled vehicles, it may be more prudent to consider two-wheeled electric vehicles. After all, they are lighter and require fewer batteries, thereby reducing costs. That I believe that with your company's battery standards, it would be feasible to produce two-wheeled electric vehicles with ranges of 1,000 or even 2,000 kilometers, priced at a maximum of around 10 to 20,000. I am confident that this price point would be quite enticing for many consumers in need. Chang Han's eyes lit up with realization. Indeed, how could I have overlooked this? Having delivered packages for so many years, I have a love-hate relationship with the little electric scooters. If only we had such an impressive and simple electric vehicle back then. It would have been an absolute delight. Exactly, President Tong. Your idea is excellent. Electric vehicles are not only affordable but also practical, requiring fewer batteries, making them the top choice for delivery personnel and couriers. To be the way. What is the final product? The last one is the bus. A bus? Isn't a few million a bit on the expensive side? Buses typically cost over $1 million, which is quite normal. However, with the government's strong promotion of new energy vehicles, the cost is less critical. What matters is environmental sustainability. Your company's battery is currently the most environmentally friendly option in the domestic battery industry. Therefore, we can leverage the green angle, which I believe the government would support. You're right, President Tong. You truly are an expert. While I struggled to come up with a single idea, you managed to think of so many so quickly. To Mr. Chong, your company primarily deals with raw materials rather than products. So it is understandable that you couldn't think of them. To be the way. May I ask what the half-life of your batteries is? The standard version is 9 years, while the super version is 4.5 years. Tong Howin's face displayed a hint of surprise. So, you're saying that under equivalent configurations, your batteries last over 3 times longer than mainstream batteries? Absolutely. Excellent. That is quite a selling point. If your company's battery truly has such a long half-life, then it would be exceptionally suitable for bus applications. After all, the cost of one battery set would be equivalent to purchasing 3 sets overall, making it more economical. Tong Howin pondered for a moment and then asked, by the way, Mr. Chong, what are your thoughts on the potential collaboration? I don't have any particular thoughts. I am not well-versed in products. I simply sell batteries. As for product design, you are free to approach it however you see fit. We will produce the battery cells according to your requirements. However, considering your sincerity and the effort you've made to come here, it wouldn't be appropriate for me not to show any appreciation. Chang Han contemplated briefly and suggested, how about this? From now on, your company B Automotive will be our exclusive partner for battery supply. We will provide the batteries at factory prices, and I will cover the taxes. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Tong Howin's face broke into a smile. It must be said that the offer to cover taxes was already a significant concession. Although the batteries would still be costly, in the long run, it is true that one must pay to gain, as long as the product aligns well, consumers will naturally be willing to pay. Furthermore, Tong Howin's main objective for this visit was to establish a good relationship and leave a favorable impression. Should the other party's production volume increase in the future, leading to reduced costs, he, as the exclusive partner of Hanqiang Technology, would undoubtedly be among the first to enjoy related benefits, making this a win-win situation in the long run. The two parties swiftly finalized the cooperation. The subsequent matters were beyond Chang Han's purview. For him, as long as he could sell the batteries, he had no concern for what the other party would do. The G family had recently fallen on hard times. G On's lawsuit against the European Fengshang Real Estate Development Company resulted in a first-instance loss. Not only did they fail to recover the deposit, but they also lost the second installment of the property payment. Furthermore, the European Fengshang Development Company counterclaimed against them, demanding compensation for renovation costs amounting to 400,000. It turned out that European Fengshang had completely dismantled the renovations in the property they had occupied. Given the renovations value was 1,400,000, the G family's 100,000 property payment was not only insufficient for deductions, but also left them owing the company an additional 40,000. As for the 80,000 deposit, due to the agreement signed by both parties, the court did not support their claim, rendering it irretrievable. This judgment result left the G family utterly incredulous. unsatisfied with the verdict. They could only continue to appeal. Meanwhile, Ji Chuchu was embroiled in 2 lawsuits, having filed against 2 banks, demanding the unfreezing and withdrawal of funds from her accounts. However, litigating against banks proved to be no simple task, dragging on without resolution for the foreseeable future. While Ji Chuchu busied herself with her legal battles, she also sought to reconcile with Chang Han. Yet, no matter how many times she called him, he simply would not answer. Even attempts to visit him were thwarted by the gatekeeper, adding to her frustration. Chang Han, of course, was quite occupied. Although there were numerous senior executives handling various affairs, he typically made the final decisions on significant matters. The construction of the second factory was progressing rapidly, with frequent unexpected situations requiring his intervention. Nonetheless, he still made time to personally pick up his sister from school. After the recent kidnapping incident, Chang Han decided against allowing Chang Xiaoyun to stay at school to avoid any further incidents. Due to the ostentatious nature of many luxury cars in his garage, he specially purchased a modest van, slightly modifying the seats for the purpose of transporting Chang Xiaoyun. Concerned for Chang Han's safety, Xiao Chang ensured that he was accompanied by his bodyguards at all times. During school dismissal, the area outside the 24th Middle School was bustling with cars. As Chang Xiaoyun flowed with the crowd leaving school, she arrived at the usual parking spot for the van. Once she got into the vehicle, Chang Han smiled and asked, "How was school, Yun? Are you tired?" "Not at all, by the way, brother. I wanted to tell you something." "What is it?" "One of my classmates has opened a taekwondo training class, and I would like to learn." "Why would you want to learn that?" "For self-defense, so that if I encounter any bad people again, I can defend myself. Isn't it unnecessary to learn it yourself? I can hire 2 bodyguards for you. I assure you that nothing like the last incident will happen again. The issue lies in my desire for self-reliance. I wish to safeguard myself without depending on others. Furthermore, a bodyguard can only provide temporary protection. They cannot shield me for a lifetime in crucial moments. One must ultimately rely on oneself. Allow me to pursue my studies." "Yet, you are so consumed with school that you scarcely have time for anything else. I can utilize the free hours on Saturday afternoons and Sunday mornings to learn." "Very well. I shall specifically find you a tutor for lessons at home. I do not want that. I prefer to attend a class where the atmosphere is conducive to learning." "Remarkable. You require an ambience even to practice taekwondo. It seems you have quite a few peculiarities. Naturally, without the right environment, how could one possibly excel?" "Come on, brother. Just let me go." Fine. If you wish to go, then go ahead." "Thank you, brother." From that day forth, every Saturday and Sunday during her break, Chang Xiaoyun attended her classmate's taekwondo dojo to learn the martial art. Unbeknownst to her, however, she had caught the attention of another individual. Ji Chuchu, while visiting a law firm for a case, unexpectedly spotted Chang Xiaoyun entering a taekwondo club. Being Chang Han's sister, she certainly recognized her. What puzzled Ji Chuchu was the sudden appearance of Chang Xiaoyun in the provincial capital. However, considering how well Chang Han treated his sister, it was plausible that he had brought her to the city after acquiring wealth. This thought sparked a gleam of inspiration in Ji Chuchu's eyes. Although she could not currently see Chang Han, she could connect with his family. She could adopt a strategy of rural encirclement of the city, using the Chang family as a means to approach Chang Han again. It seemed like a splendid idea. Yet, it appeared that Chang Xiaoyun held a rather indifferent view of her. It seemed she would have to exert some effort. Ji Chuchu devised a plan and lingered outside the taekwondo club for an extended period, waiting until Chang Xiaoyun exited before entering under the pretense of wanting to learn taekwondo, subtly inquiring about her. However, upon discovering that Chang Xiaoyun was indeed a student there, she promptly enrolled in a class herself. In her view, a mere child could hardly pose a challenge to her. The first phase of the project at Huanqiang Technology's second factory was nearing completion. The laboratory had designed battery samples for mobile phones in accordance with the requirements of several manufacturers, which were dispatched to major companies. Upon receiving the samples, these companies eagerly integrated them into their phones for testing. It must be said that the performance of these batteries was astonishingly remarkable. Not only was the capacity impressive, but the charging speed was also astonishingly swift. While the major companies were thrilled, they understood that they were not the only ones receiving these batteries. Any company of sufficient standing had acquired them, and it would now be a race to see whose product could hit the market first. With a production capacity of 100 million units in the first phase, the Fruit Company promptly placed an order worth 30 million. The Guay Company ordered 20 million. The Xingxing Company also ordered 20 million. Miov placed orders of 10 million each. The entire production capacity of 100 million units in the first phase was soon exhausted. Subsequently, major companies hastened to design their new products, all eager to secure a market advantage upon receiving the batteries. The automated production workshop for assembling centrifuges was of paramount importance within the factory. Unbeknownst to many, while the centrifuges were busy being assembled, some workers discreetly took out cameras and snapped photographs intermittently. Everything happening within the factory was under the vigilant surveillance of Xiao Chong. According to design specifications, the first step was not to install the relevant machinery but to set up surveillance cameras, allowing Xiao Chong to monitor everything around him at any time. Boss, someone is surreptitiously photographing our centrifuge production workshop. Who are they? They are likely individuals sent by companies to spy on our trade secrets. What should we do? Shall we apprehend them and hand them over to the police? That's one option. However, it would be best to enhance our security measures. As the company grows, there are many potential vulnerabilities. If they merely spy on the design of the centrifuge, it may not be a big deal, but if materials were to be stolen, that would pose a significant problem. You are right. Chang Han quickly called Linya, instructing her to organize a larger security team. As for those spying on their trade secrets, under Xiao Chong's watchful eye, they were naturally unable to escape detection. Soon, these individuals were handed over to the police, which caused many to become more cautious. However, Chang Han's centrifuge components were ordered from outside suppliers. It seemed impossible to completely conceal the trade secrets. Manufacturers had already bypassed Huanqiang technology and sourced equivalent components from the suppliers of the centrifuges. Though assembling them was no simple task, with time and research likely leading to eventual results. Chang Han had learned that business competition was no simple matter. Yet, he felt somewhat reassured that the conditions for material applications were still quite stringent. Without biological batteries, mere centrifuges would be of little use. Chapter 124. Have you not noticed your own appearance? Recently, in addition to her regular work hours, Ji Chuchu frequently attended the Taekwondo dojo to practice. Although she merely engaged in some superficial exercises, her primary aim was not to learn the martial art but to get closer to Chang Xiaoyun. However, with the arrival of distressing news, her spirits plummeted. The banks for her overdrawn credit cards had sent her final notices, threatening legal action for credit card fraud if she failed to repay. When Ji Chuchu initially overextended her credit cards, she had not considered the consequences, believing that once her bank card was unblocked, repayment would not pose a problem. Yet, her bank card remained inaccessible, and her salary alone was insufficient to cover the credit card debts. The lawsuit against the bank was still a distant prospect, and she found herself unable to repay her credit cards in the meantime. Having lost the family lawsuit, her family had become increasingly estranged from her, leaving her to regard Chang Han as her last hope. Just before her shift ended, her phone rang. Upon glancing at the screen, she saw it was Wu Jio, and she opted to silence the call. Wu Jio had been persistently calling her lately, yet she had not answered any of his calls. Now burdened with debts amounting to several hundred million, he was a far cry from his former self. A short, unimpressive man. How could she possibly hold any interest? After finishing work, Ji Chuchu exited the hotel, only to be confronted by Wu Jio. She frowned at the sight and asked, "What are you doing here?" Wu Jio's expression was somewhat displeased as he replied, "Why didn't you answer my calls? I'm not permitted to take calls during work. Spare me that. When did I ever recall such strictness in the past? A new supervisor has taken charge. The regulations are now stricter, by the way. What do you want from me? Do you have any money? Lend me some. You dare ask me for money? What about your own? I am currently embroiled in a lawsuit, and my bank card is frozen. I can't access any funds. Is your card still locked? It remains so. I'm still in a legal battle with the bank. Then you have no money at all? Just lend me a little. I urgently need it. I genuinely have no money left. I owe over 100,000 in credit card debt." Wu Jio, upon hearing this, fell silent for a moment before suggesting, "Could you borrow some from your parents? My parents are even worse off. They sold our house to buy the last one, and ultimately, they were evicted. Now they are renting. What about your parents? Surely you can ask them for help. They are also being sued by the bank. They have no money either. Then borrow from your friends? Don't you have quite a few wealthy friends?" "Ha, friends? Wealthy when they have money, but worthless when they don't. Now that they know I'm being sued, they're all avoiding me. Well, I'm out of options. You'll have to resolve this on your own. Choo-choo, could you do me a favor?" "What favor?" "Help me borrow a little money. I'll repay you later, I've already told you." I'm in debt myself. No worries, I'll find a loan company. You just need to sign, and I'll get some money. I cannot take a loan. I'm already drowning in debt. It's all right, the loan company will provide the funds. You only need to sign. That is still not feasible. I haven't even repaid my own money. You're being so stingy. Have you forgotten that when your family bought a house, I readily lent you over 2 million? Now I'm just asking you to lend me a little. Why is that so unreasonable? But I didn't even use the 2 million you lent me. It's still locked in my bank account. That's even better. Just help me borrow a little, and when your card is unblocked, you can use that 2 million to repay me. I want to even ask for it back. Gio, please don't pressure me. I can't lend you money, and I don't owe you anything. What do you mean you don't owe me anything? Those designer bags, shoes, and clothes you bought were all with my money. Weren't they? Didn't I accompany you for quite some time? And those clothes you bought for me are already out of fashion. If you want them, I can return them to you. Let us settle this once and for all, and please don't come looking for me again. Ji Choo Choo. It seems that for such a long time, you have merely been toying with me. Ah, when you possess wealth, you choose to be with me. When you are devoid of it, you cast me aside. Since you have articulated your thoughts so candidly, let us speak frankly on why initial willingness to be with you stemmed from your affluence. Were it not for your wealth, given your appearance, how could I possibly have been attracted to you? Upon hearing this, Wu Jio's nostrils flared with indignation. He immediately retorted with fury. Ji Choo Choo, are you implying that our time together has solely been for your financial gain? What other reason could there be? Just look at your height and your looks. Compared to Chang Han, you are as different as heaven and earth. If it were not for your wealth, how could I ever have been with you? Am I not right to fear that any child we might have would inherit your unfortunate looks? Wu Jio was seething with rage, rushing forward with the intent to strike Ji Choo Choo. Help! Ji Choo Choo exclaimed, raising her hands in defense while letting out a terrified scream. The commotion, occurring not far from the hotel, inevitably drew the attention of the hotel's security. Hey, what are you doing? Several security personnel hurried over, intervening to separate Wu Jio from Ji Choo Choo. Recognizing Ji Choo Choo, the security guards quickly inquired, Manager Ji, what has happened? This man is harassing me. Ji Choo Choo stammered in a fluster. You there? Where are you from? Do you know where you are? Wu Jio shouted back, I am her boyfriend. So what, boyfriend? The guards were momentarily taken aback, then turned their gaze towards Ji Choo Choo. He is not my boyfriend, Ji Choo Choo quickly clarified. Just look at him. How could he possibly be my boyfriend? He has been pestering me. Please, get rid of him. The guards exchanged glances, scrutinizing Wu Jio once more, and disdainfully remarked, You think you can be our manager Ji's boyfriend? Take a good look at yourself. I suggest you leave now. If you continue to harass Manager Ji, we will not be so accommodating, Wu Jio, seething with anger, retorted, Fine, Ji Choo Choo, just you wait. This matter is far from over. Just leave. If you bother me again, I will call the police. Ji Choo Choo shot back defiantly. Wu Jio, consumed by fury, could only storm away, casting a resentful glance at her back. How could she have ever been attracted to such a person? Truly, it was a blindness of the heart. Chapter 125. A mute consumes bitter gall. Wu Jio, after leaving, was naturally infuriated. For him, the most pressing debt collectors were not those from his construction projects, but rather the predatory lenders. As this money was borrowed from Ji Choo Choo, when pursued by loan sharks, it was only natural that he thought of her. What enraged him most was Ji Choo Choo's sudden betrayal, leaving him feeling like a mute consuming bitter gall, unable to voice his grievances. Yet, he could not simply let this matter rest. He felt a sense of injustice, yet he had no means to retaliate. Ji Choo Choo, on the other hand, had attended a taekwondo class for a few days, familiarizing herself with the basics, and subsequently shifted her school schedule to Saturdays and Sundays. As usual, Chang Xiaoyun, after lunch during her break, headed to the training center to practice taekwondo. Since many students from various schools attended classes at this time, the training center was bustling with activity. Although Chang Xiaoyun had seen Ji Choo Choo before, she had not paid her much mind. To be frank, she was far more familiar with Ji Choo Choo's name than with her face. Hence, when Ji Choo Choo joined her class, she did not recognize her. Ji Choo Choo, noticing that the other party failed to recognize her, felt somewhat speechless but chose to remain expressionless as they practiced together. It was not until the end of class that she deliberately bumped into Chang Xiaoyun. I am so sorry. I didn't mean to, Ji Choo Choo quickly exclaimed, ITS, all right. No harm done. Chang Xiaoyun replied hurriedly. Ji Chuchu glanced at her, feigning curiosity, then pretended to scrutinize her closely before exclaiming, "Oh, you must be Chang Xiaoyun. Who are you?" Chang Xiaoyun, although sensing a hint of familiarity, could not quite place her. "You can't remember me? Ha ha ha, I've even been to your house before. You live in Pingshango, right? Yes, yes. Who are you? Take another guess. Surely you can recall me. I'm sorry, I still can't remember. I'm your sister-in-law." Upon hearing this, Chang Xiaoyun suddenly recalled something, and recognition dawned upon her. You are Ji Chuchu? Yes, that's me." The smile vanished from Chang Xiaoyun's face, replaced by a look of disdain. "I can't believe it's you. I never imagined you'd be here studying Taekwondo. What a coincidence. I had no idea you were here. Had I known you were here, I wouldn't have come," Chang Xiaoyun coldly retorted. Ji Chuchu felt a twinge of embarrassment and quickly said, Yun, I understand that you may have some misunderstandings about me due to my relationship with your brother, and I can explain. I'm not interested in hearing your explanation," Chang Xiaoyun said, turning on her heel to leave. "Wait, Yun, please let me explain," Ji Chuchu hurriedly pursued her. "Boss, Ji Chuchu is with your sister." What does she want?" "It seems she wants to explain something to your sister." "What is there to explain?" Chang Han scoffed, then pulled out his phone, intending to call his sister, but hesitated. It wouldn't he be wise to do so, lest his sister suspect he was having someone follow her. With that thought, he put down the phone and instructed, "Keep an eye on what Ji Chuchu is saying. Oh, and have Erqiang accompany her, just in case." "Understood, boss." Yun, please let me explain." "What is there to explain? Besides, you don't owe me any explanations. Just leave me alone." Ji Chuchu replied, "The matter between your brother and me cannot be summarized in a few words of right and wrong. We have been together for many years, and it's not just a simple matter of fault. It's not as if I was with your brother for just a day or two. Tio have arrived at this point. We were genuinely affected by external forces. Don't you want to know who that malicious person is? How they influenced your brother's feelings towards me?" "Malicious person?" Chang Xiaoyun hesitated for a moment before asking, "Who are you referring to?" "Who it is cannot be easily explained. Let us find a quiet place. Grab a drink, and I'll tell you everything. After you hear it all, you can decide whether to stay or go, all right?" "Well, fine then." Chang Xiaoyun hesitated but ultimately agreed. Ji Chuchu sighed in relief and said, "I know a great place nearby for drinks. Let us go there." The two changed clothes and made their way to a nearby CAF after the Taekwondo class. Once seated, Ji Chuchu eagerly asked, Yun, what would you like to drink? "The beverages here are quite good. I'm not drinking. Just say what you need to say. Let us not waste time." Ji Chuchu forced a smile, then turned to the waiter. "Please recommend us some drinks and bring us some snacks." The waiter nodded and left. After the waiter departed, Ji Chuchu turned to Chang Xiaoyun and said, Yun, my relationship with your brother began back in college. And now it has been nearly a decade. When we first started dating, our thoughts were so simple. We envisioned graduating, getting married, and building a small family together. Who would have thought that things would take such an unexpected turn? Chang Xiaoyun replied, "Though my brother hasn't shared much about your relationship, I know him well. If he ever wronged you, it would be impossible. The issue must lie with you." Ji Chuchu responded, "Your brother is indeed a wonderful man. But his only flaw is his straightforwardness. He lacks the ability to navigate complexities. Our relationship could have been salvaged since I still love him. Please, spare me the sentimentality. You've been involved with other men. How can you still claim to love my brother?" A flicker of disdain crossed Chang Xiaoyun's face. "That man is nothing but a villain. He exploited the minor friction between me and Chang Han to sow discord in our relationship. I was never truly with him. I merely sought to use him to provoke your brother, hoping he would pay more attention to my feelings. After all, I am an educated person. I know the importance of maintaining integrity." "Really? Of course. It's just that your brother has misunderstood me, thinking I was with another man. I feel like a mute consuming bitter gall, unable to express my anguish." Chapter 126. Seeking Chang Xiaoyun's assistance. "Then why were you with that man at my home? Deceiving my parents out of over 2 million? That money is also my fault at that time. I wanted to use the breakup to provoke your brother, to make him realize my feelings. I never anticipated it would escalate into something real. But I truly love your brother. After it became real, I was filled with regret, shedding tears daily, unable to eat or drink due to my sorrow. Later, It was that same man who informed me that he was aware of your brother's lottery win and urged me to solicit funds from your parents, promising to invest the money in real estate. He insisted that once the deal was done, your brother would inevitably marry me. I cannot fathom what possessed me at that moment. I was utterly bewitched and acquiesced to his proposal. However, I swear to the heavens, the sole purpose of acquiring that money was indeed to purchase a house, and I had no intention of deceiving your parents. My initial thought was that if I used your brother's funds to buy a house, he would be compelled to marry me, regardless of his feelings. Yet, to my dismay, upon learning the truth, your brother erupted in fury, called me a fraud, and refused to listen to my explanations. In a fit of rage, I retorted sharply, which only exacerbated the situation. Now, I am filled with regret. If I truly loved your brother, why did I allow my temper to get the better of me? Why could I not endure a little for the sake of love? Perhaps it is my petty flaws and irritable nature that have led us to this irrevocable impasse. Really? Is that the truth? Indeed, it is. I assure you, I would stake my life on the veracity of every word I utter today. If I am lying, may I suffer a terrible fate. And what about the house? Where is it? Let us not discuss the house. Ever since the funds from my uncle's aunt were transferred to my account, for reasons unbeknownst to me, my account has been locked. I am unable to access the money. If you don't believe me, take a look. The funds remain locked even now. With that, Ji Chuchu hurriedly retrieved her phone, accessed her bank account, and showed Chang Xiaoyun the locked status. Upon seeing it, Chang Xiaoyun's doubts were significantly alleviated. Ji Chuchu quickly reassured her, "Don't worry, Yun. To prove my innocence, I will definitely return this money to uncle and aunt. I am currently in a legal battle with the bank, and as soon as the funds are unlocked, I will repay them. I deeply regret this situation. Had I been able to calmly discuss matters with your brother, it certainly would not have escalated to this point. What is the point of you telling me all this? I share this with you solely to demonstrate that I genuinely have feelings for your brother. I am not deceiving you. Back when we were students, your brother and I, we even had a child together. What is that true? Of course, it is true. Just ask your brother. However, we ultimately had to terminate the pregnancy. Why? Because at that time, we were still students and could not raise a child. That child was utterly unfortunate, but it was beyond our control. When you grow older, you will understand that sometimes one is not in command of their circumstances. Yet, this incident clearly illustrates that my feelings for your brother are genuine. As she spoke, Ji Chuchu's eyes reddened with tears. Chang Xiaoyun fell silent upon hearing this. Ji Chuchu quickly took out a tissue, wiped her tears, and said, Yun, although your brother and I have broken up, my feelings for him have never waned. Otherwise, I would not be in such anguish and sorrow now. But you two have separated. Isn't it a bit late to talk about feelings now? It is not too late. Breakups can be mended. As long as love persists, it is never too late. Yun, I have come to realize my mistakes, and I wish to reconcile with your brother. Can you support me in this endeavor? I cannot support that. Right now, my brother doesn't even want to hear your name. He gets angry just at the mention of it. I understand that your brother likely does not wish to see me at present, which is precisely why I need your support. By the way, how is your brother's relationship with his girlfriend? My brother has a girlfriend? I hadn't heard that. Isn't he currently dating someone? Hasn't he brought her home? No. Aside from the housekeeper, driver, and a few servants, there is no one else at home. Oh, he does have a female assistant who frequently visits. A female assistant? Upon hearing this, Ji Chuchu's expression turned to one of surprise as she quickly asked, what does that assistant look like? How old is she? She is in her early 30s, but she is already married with children. Her relationship with my brother is purely professional. Hearing this, Ji Chuchu let out a sigh of relief and asked, by the way, what is your brother doing now? What is he doing? I am not entirely sure. I believe he is involved in the financial industry, perhaps trading stocks and futures. I never expected your brother to have such talents, Ji Chuchu mused. Your brother is quite capable. It is merely that you fail to recognize his worth. Indeed, it seems I have been at fault. I have always believed in your brother's potential. I thought he would surely soar to great heights, which is why I was with him since university. His current success does not surprise me in the least. If anything, I regret my petty quarrels with him. Perhaps he would have achieved success sooner had I not been so irritable. It's good that you realize that. I understand. I will change. Yun, I implore you to help me. Help me win back your brother's affection. After all, He is nearing 30. It would not be good for him to remain unmarried. Don't you think? That is a valid point. However, it is still a bit awkward for me to get involved. You need not concern yourself too much. Just a little assistance will suffice. How can I assist you? Your brother has been avoiding my calls, and I cannot see him. I cannot even enter the villa. Could you find an opportunity to arrange a meeting or bring me inside so I can explain things to him personally? This? Chang Xiaoyun hesitated upon hearing this. Ji Chuchu quickly pleaded, Yun Yun, I beg you. My only hope rests with you now. If my brother discovers that I am seeking your help, he will surely be angry with me. He wants tea. You are his sister. He cherishes you above all. He will not be upset with you. Please, Yun Yun, you are my last hope. If you do not assist me, I will have no one else to turn to. I genuinely love your brother. Without him, I feel as though I am living in torment. Chu spoke. Tears streamed down her face. Seeing this, Chang Xiaoyun felt a pang of sympathy and, after a moment of hesitation, said, Well, all right, I will try to think of a way to help you. Thank you. Yun Yun. Thank you, Ji Chu said, her tears turning to a smile, her heart swelling with a sense of triumph. A mere child. How could they possibly rival her? With this insider, the opportunity to gain entry again would soon present itself. Chapter 127. A joyful Shi Yuxuan on the other side. After listening to the audio recording from Xiao Chong, Chang Han was left speechless. One must admit, Ji Chuchu's audacity was astonishing, leaving him at a loss for words. However, Chang Han did not take Ji Chuchu's plea for reconciliation to heart. Of course, if she persisted in her pursuit, it would become quite bothersome. It seemed necessary to extinguish her hopes once and for all. With this thought, Chang Han picked up the phone and dialed Shi Yuxuan. Shi Yuxuan was, of course, elated to receive a call from Chang Han. Although she often left messages for him on WeChat, he would typically take ages to respond, offering only a few terse words, which left her feeling somewhat frustrated. Had it not been for the time Chang Han personally intervened to help her and her brother resolve issues with loan sharks, she might have doubted his intentions regarding wanting her as a girlfriend. Regardless, Shi Yuxuan felt she had genuinely developed feelings for Chang Han. Although their interactions were limited, the impression he left was unforgettable. He was imposing and aloof, radiating an unmistakable masculinity. What was even more astonishing was how, in just one night, he had transformed her brother from a delinquent into a diligent student, as if he were a completely different person. Had she not witnessed it firsthand, she would have found it hard to believe. Moreover, their family lived in a grand house that Chang Han had purchased, which often led her to think of him. The only thing that troubled her was Chang Han's cold demeanor towards her. Was he merely toying with her? If he were just playing games, wouldn't he first seek some advantage before discarding her? It seemed implausible that he would give so selflessly without expecting anything in return. It felt rather strange. She contemplated directly questioning him but feared that doing so might shatter the fragile barrier between them, leading to outright rejection. If he were to refuse, what would she do? Would she really descend into hysterics and weep over a love that had yet to blossom? These thoughts left Shi Yuxuan feeling increasingly restless. Just when Shi Yuxuan was caught in a whirlpool of anxiety over Chang Han, he suddenly called, wanting to see her. Upon hearing this, she was overjoyed. The next day, she meticulously prepared herself and arrived early at Chang Han's villa. Upon seeing her, Chang Han smiled and said, You've arrived, come, sit. Shi Yuxuan nodded and walked over to take a seat on one side. Chang Han chuckled, Why sit so far away? Come sit beside me. Hearing this, Shi Yuxuan smiled and shifted closer to him. Chang Han continued, I've been quite busy lately. When you message me, my replies might not be timely. You're not upset, are you? Shi Yuxuan quickly shook her head, saying, Not at all. I'm just thrilled you still take the time to reply despite your busy schedule. That's good to hear. By the way, how is your brother doing these days? Upon hearing Chang Han mention her brother, Shi Yuxuan's face lit up with excitement as she exclaimed, Changji is so obedient now. He has been diligent in his studies, leaving early and returning late, as if he has transformed into a different person. Chang Han smiled, As long as he is working hard, that's what matters. If his grades do not keep up, enroll him in a few more classes. Do not fear the expenditure, as long as he achieves results. Any amount spent will be worthwhile, I understand. However, he is already proactive about attending extra lessons without me needing to suggest it. It is a pity that he is now in the 3rd grade. Had he exhibited this level of diligence earlier, he would undoubtedly have better grades by now. But as they say, it is never too late to turn back from the brink, even if he needs to repeat a year. That would suffice indeed. If necessary, let him retake a year. As long as he attains results, it is far better than anything else. Chang Han nodded and said, "By the way, I brought you here today because I have a favor to ask." "Please, go ahead. My sister is home this morning, and I would like you to accompany her while she shops for a few clothes and strolls around. I hope that is not too much trouble?" "Not at all," Shi Yuxuan quickly nodded. "If you have something to attend to, please do not worry about me. I have the time." Chang Han replied, "Very well. If my sister inquires, simply tell her we are dating. I have been rather busy lately, and I do not have the chance to take you out for a meal or a movie. Once I am free, I will take you out for a leisurely outing." Upon hearing this, Shi Yuxuan felt a surge of happiness, her face lighting up with a smile. "It is perfectly fine. As long as you hold me in your heart, that is all that matters. By the way, do you know how to drive?" "I do, however. I do not have a car. No worries, I have one. By the way, Yuxuan, do you know how to drive?" "I do. There is a new car in my garage that I have yet to drive. I can let you use it from now on." "What, a new car?" Shi Yuxuan was startled by this revelation and quickly replied, "Perhaps it is best if I decline. I am not very skilled." "Just drive it. After all, I purchased the car for someone to use. If you don't drive it, it will just gather dust. If you are uncertain, my driver can accompany you to teach you. Once you learn, he can return by taxi." "Well, all right then." Chang Han nodded and soon took out his phone. Before long, Shi Yuxuan received a transfer of 5 million. She was taken aback and exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Chang Han replied, "This 5 million is for you. Use it to buy something for my sister. I have money. How can I spend yours?" "What do you mean yours or mine? Take it as you will. After all, you are my girlfriend, and I would never allow you to spend your own money. Also, when buying things for my sister, do not be too ostentatious. She is still a student, so just keep it elegant." "Understood. I will keep that in mind. Additionally, see if there is any business venture you would like to pursue. I can help you open a shop and be the owner if you wish to sell mobile phones. I can assist you in opening a mobile phone store. Whether it is profitable or not is of no concern. It is sufficient to have a livelihood." This, Shi Yuxuan was at a loss for words. "Do not overthink it. I do not mean to belittle you. If you only want to be a sales clerk, I cannot say otherwise. Everyone has their own preferences and circles. As long as you are happy, that is all that matters." "All right, I will think it over." Shi Yuxuan nodded, in her mind. If she were to progress further with Chang Han, merely being a sales clerk would not suffice. She should strive to achieve something more worthy of him. The two continued their conversation until Chang Xiaoyun woke up. "Yun Yun, you are awake." Chang Han smiled and said, "Come here. I'd like to introduce you." "Oh." Chang Xiaoyun nodded and walked over, instinctively glancing at the beautifully dressed Shi Yuxuan. "This is Shi Yuxuan. She is my girlfriend. From now on, you may call her Sister Yuxuan." "What, brother? You have a girlfriend?" Chang Xiaoyun was understandably surprised. "What? Can't I have a girlfriend? It's just that I never heard you mention it before." "Did you want me to announce it with a loudspeaker?" "I said what needed to be said. By the way, Yuxuan, this is my sister, Chang Xiaoyun. You can call her Yun Yun." Shi Yuxuan smiled, stepped forward, and extended her hand. "Yun Yun, it is a pleasure to meet you. Hello." Chang Xiaoyun shook hands with her, feeling a bit awkward. "Yun Yun, after breakfast, since you do not have much to do this morning, accompany Yuxuan to shop that I have some work-related matters to attend to, so I will not join you. But I still have Taekwondo practice this morning. Let Yuxuan accompany you. After your practice, you can go shopping together." That doesn't seem right. What is wrong with that? The Taekwondo club surely wouldn't mind family waiting nearby. I would rather go alone. Chang Xiaoyan felt a bit conflicted, mainly worried about running into Ji Chuchu if Shi Yuxuan accompanied her. Let Yuxuan join you. It would be a good opportunity for her to observe. If necessary, she can also sign up for a class. It is beneficial for girls to learn a self-defense skill. Don't you think? After all, she will be your future sister-in-law. In times of need, you can protect each other. Chang Xiaoyan was at a loss for words. All right, let us eat. After breakfast, you two can go. Chang Xiaoyan, of course, had a look of helplessness. After breakfast, Shi Yuxuan and Chang Xiaoyan gathered again to chat about various topics. Chang Han, sensing the moment, stepped away to give the two some space to get acquainted. Shi Yuxuan, being a sales clerk by profession, was naturally eloquent, and as she made an effort to endear herself to Chang Xiaoyan, they quickly became familiar with one another. When the time was right, Chang Han returned to urge them to head to the Taekwondo club. However, upon arriving at Chang Han's garage, Shi Yuxuan was astonished to see the exceptionally stunning Lamborghini LP700, although she had previously possessed little knowledge of car brands. Once Chang Han mentioned it, she listened attentively. Yet, upon witnessing the luxury of the sports car, she intuitively understood it must be expensive, even without asking the price. She had not anticipated that Chang Han's casual mention would lead to such an impressive vehicle. Making her feel a bit nervous, Shi Yuxuan leaned in and whispered, "Brother Han, this car is magnificent. I cannot dare to drive it. What if I crash it? If you crash it, I shall buy a new one. For now, just drive it. If you truly dislike it, I will buy you another car. Today, it shall be this one, do not worry. I will have the driver accompany you. It will be fine." Shi Yuxuan had no choice but to nod in agreement. Chang Han instructed Air Chang to follow them. Once the three were inside the car, Shi Yuxuan nervously took the wheel and left the villa. Watching the car disappear down the road, a smile crept onto Chang Han's face. One cannot deny that a Lamborghini LP700 cruising down the street is undeniably the center of attention. Initially cautious, Shi Yuxuan soon grew comfortable and elated, as driving such a flashy sports car was beyond her previous imaginings. The sports car sped along, quickly arriving at the Taekwondo training class. The two women exited the vehicle and entered the training facility together. Yun, this class is quite nice. The environment is quite good. I will sign up as well. Let us learn together. That doesn't seem right. What's wrong with that? For girls, having a skill is far better than being vulnerable. Chang Xiaoyun appeared hesitant, clearly feeling overwhelmed. Shi Yuxuan, unaware of her thoughts, signed up for the same class as Chang Xiaoyun and even purchased a set of training attire. After all, in Shi Yuxuan's eyes, Chang Xiaoyun was Chang Han's sister and could potentially be her future sister-in-law, so it was imperative to foster a good relationship with her. The two entered the training class together. Chang Xiaoyun looked around and breathed a sigh of relief, as Ji Chuchu had yet to arrive. However, she felt troubled by the thought that just because Ji Chuchu had not yet come did not mean she would not show up later, and she worried about what might happen should the two future sisters-in-law meet. Realizing this, Chang Xiaoyun quickly said, "By the way, Sister Yuxuan, why don't we go out shopping instead? Let us skip practice today. Now that we're here, why not practice?" Shi Yuxuan looked puzzled. "Why not practice?" "Well, I have class in the afternoon, and if we practice first and then go shopping, I fear we will run out of time. How about we shop first and come back to practice another day? Since we're here, let us practice a little before we leave. Come on, let us go. It won't hurt to miss a day. Let us go shopping." All right then. After they finished speaking, they headed to the changing room, changed out of their training clothes, and prepared to go shopping. However, just as they stepped out of the Taekwondo club and had not walked far, Chang Xiaoyun felt an ominous premonition. Ji Chuchu was approaching them, and the two were about to meet face to face. Upon seeing Chang Xiaoyun, Ji Chuchu immediately wore a friendly smile and said, Yun, the time is almost upon us. Why are you out here?" Chang Xiaoyun, on the other hand, felt a bit awkward. Ji Chuchu instinctively glanced at Shi Yuxuan beside her. Shi Yuxuan also looked at Ji Chuchu. Both felt a flicker of recognition, yet could not quite place where they had seen each other before. Yun, is this your friend?" Ji Chuchu inquired. "Hello, I am Shi Yuxuan." Shi Yuxuan graciously extended her hand. Ji Chuchu quickly reciprocated. "Hello, I am Ji Chuchu. This young lady seems quite familiar. Have we met before?" Shi Yuxuan replied. "I feel you also seem somewhat familiar. However, I am afraid I cannot recall exactly where. I too cannot quite remember." Ji Chuchu said, "I am the manager of the dining department at the Xilighting Hotel. Have we met there before?" Shi Yuxuan shook her head and replied, "I have never been to Xilighting Hotel. However, I am a saleswoman at the provincial capital's fruit specialty store. Did you perhaps buy a phone from us?" "Maybe," Ji Chuchu mused, "but I still can't quite recall." Neither can I. Both women had a vague impression of each other, yet neither could pinpoint where they had crossed paths. After all, their last encounter had been quite some time ago, and it had merely been a fleeting acquaintance, making it difficult for anyone to remember the details clearly. Ji Chuchu turned to Chang Xiaoyun and asked, Yun, is this your friend?" Chang Xiaoyun hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Shi Yuxuan chimed in, "Yes, Yun and I are good friends. Do you know her as well?" "Oh, we know each other quite well. In fact, we are relatives," Ji Chuchu replied with a smile. "Really?" Shi Yuxuan was somewhat taken aback. She then asked with a grin, "So are you Yun's cousin or her aunt?" "Neither," Ji Chuchu stated. "I am her sister-in-law." Sister-in-law. Shi Yuxuan was momentarily stunned, then cast an odd glance at Chang Xiaoyun. Naturally, Chang Xiaoyun felt a bit overwhelmed. However, since they were already face to face, there was no longer any point in pretending. She could only helplessly say, Sister Yuxuan, she is my brother's ex-girlfriend, Sister Chu Chu. Sister Yuxuan is currently my brother's girlfriend? What? Upon hearing this, both women suddenly recalled who the other was. In a wonder they looked so familiar. It turned out to be her. They simultaneously remembered their previous encounter when buying a house at Alfingshang. The smiles that had adorned their faces moments before vanished completely, replaced by expressions of discomfort. Especially Ji Chu Chu, who had been dreaming of becoming the mistress of Chang Han's grand villa just days before. Who would have thought that the villa had already been claimed by someone else? The smiles faded from their faces, creating an undeniably awkward atmosphere. Observing this, Chang Xiaoyun quickly interjected, Sister Chu Chu, you go ahead and practice. Sister Yuxuan and I need to step out for a moment. Where are you going? The training is about to start. Sure, Yuxuan replied. Yun Yun and I are going out to shop. You can practice by yourself. Ji Chu Chu hastily exclaimed, Yun Yun, what do you need to buy? Can't I accompany you? Chang Xiaoyun was at a loss for words. Sure, Yuxuan retorted, Hey, we've made plans. What does this have to do with you? Please don't interfere. You are the one interfering, Ji Chu Chu shot back. Today, Yun Yun was supposed to learn Taekwondo, yet you barged in, disrupting her practice and meddling in our affairs. You are the one meddling. I am Yun Yun's sister-in-law. Our family matters have nothing to do with you. Don't be shameless. I am indeed her sister-in-law. When I got to know Yun Yun, you were still nowhere to be found. It seems the shameless one is you. You and Chang Han have already broken up. I am his current legitimate girlfriend. We haven't broken up. We are just having a little spat. You are nothing but a mistress. You are the mistress. Your entire family are the mistresses. You scoundrel. Who are you insulting? I am insulting you. And what of it? As Chang Xiaoyun watched the two nearly come to blows, she anxiously interjected. All right. Please stop arguing. Sure, Yuxuan added. Yun Yun, I don't want to argue with her. She is simply being unreasonable. She has already broken up with your brother. So why is she meddling in our affairs? Ji Chu Chu asserted, Yun Yun, even though your brother and I are having issues, we haven't truly broken up. You know that it is she who has intruded and disrupted my relationship with your brother. You should be on my side. Why should I side with you? I am now Chang Han's legitimate girlfriend. I am Chang Han's girlfriend, so to speak. You are merely the third party. Enough. You two stop arguing. Chang Xiaoyun urgently interrupted again. Sister Chu Chu, regardless of how things were between you and my brother in the past, that is all in the past now. You two have indeed broken up, and my brother has a new girlfriend now. That is a fact. Also, Sister Yuxuan and I have made plans, and we won't be practicing with you today. You can practice alone. Come on, Sister Yuxuan. Upon hearing this, Sure Yuxuan shot Ji Chu Chu a smug smile and pulled Chang Xiaoyun away. Ji Chu Chu, of course, was not willing to give up easily and hurriedly followed after them. However, when she saw the two of them get into a beautiful sports car parked by the roadside, she was left utterly astonished. Earlier, Ji Chu Chu had noticed the stunning vehicle while passing by and had admired it. She had not expected it to belong to this woman. Impossible. Could this woman be wealthy? Or could it be that Chang Han had bought it for her? The thought made Ji Chu Chu seethe with anger. This sports car should have been mine. After Sure Yuxuan got into the car, she quickly instructed, Air Chang, drive. Shake that woman off. Air Chang nodded and took the driver's seat. The sports car roared to life and sped away. Ji Chu Chu hurriedly hailed a taxi and said, Driver, please follow that sports car. The taxi driver glanced at her. What sports car? Ji Chu Chu looked up, only to find that the car had vanished without a trace, leaving her fuming with rage. Naturally, Chang Han could not afford to focus on Ji Chu Chu, as he had many pressing matters at hand. With Xiao Chang and Air Chang keeping watch, he felt at ease. The raw material workshop and production workshop had been fully assembled, and the first batch of 5,000 workers had completed their training. As the raw material workshop began producing supplies, the robust series of mobile phone batteries commenced official production. The output was gradually being dispatched according to the orders of various companies. Given the high price of the batteries, many companies intended to use them in their first batch of flagship devices. However, unlike previous standard mobile phones, this time, major companies were offering battery-optional models. Yet, it was due to Huawei's efficiency and speed that they acquired the batteries swiftly and launched the flagship model Huawei Mate X. The moment this phone hit the market, it created quite a stir. The most exaggerated aspect was undoubtedly the battery life. Under normal usage, it lasted over 140 hours, and even during gaming, it could last up to 62 hours. Even more astonishing was the charging speed. From completely drained to fully charged in just 10 minutes. It must be said that this charging speed, combined with the battery capacity, immediately made the Mate X synonymous with cutting-edge technology. Although priced at an astonishing 5,999 yuan, the significant increase in battery capacity alongside a reduction in weight by 50 grams left many tech enthusiasts elated. Chapter 130 The Battery Industry Alliance. The sales of Mate X skyrocketed, instantly becoming a best-selling model. Other mobile phone companies watched enviously and subsequently released their own high-capacity battery versions, vying for a share of the limited market resources. The entire mobile phone market suddenly became dominated by high-capacity batteries. Those opting for low-capacity models, while cheaper, paled in comparison to the overwhelming praise for the high-capacity versions. Customers who had experienced the benefits of high-capacity batteries were reluctant to revert to the low-capacity alternatives. Meanwhile, manufacturers who had not swiftly placed orders for batteries from Hanchang Technology were now in a state of panic, inundated with orders. Initially, Changhan had thought that the production capacity of Factory 2 would last for a while. But now it seemed that even with the imminent launch of Phase 2, the demand would far exceed the supply. Hanchang Technology was rapidly rising to prominence in the global battery industry. The formidable ascent of Hanchang Technology in the battery sector was good news for the entire mobile phone supply chain. The significant enhancement in battery performance would soon trigger a wave of replacements. However, this was decidedly not good news for the entire lithium battery industry. While Hanchang Technology's batteries were not cheap and largely catered to the high-end market, the global high-end battery sector represented a substantial piece of the pie. With annual sales reaching astronomical figures, if a single company were to monopolize this market, it was impossible for others not to feel envious. Moreover, more critically, just because Hanchang Technology was not currently involved in the low-end battery market did not mean it would not venture into it in the future. Should Hanchang Technology's production capacity continue to expand and battery costs decrease further, the implications of entering the mid to low-end market would be devastating for the entire global lithium battery industry. The National Battery Industry Alliance promptly convened a collective council meeting to discuss this matter. They gathered everyone for this purpose. The matter at hand concerns the issues surrounding Hanjian Technology. Presently, their Changhan series of new material batteries appears to be poised to dominate the high-end market. What are everyone's thoughts on this development? Chairman Xiao. It seems that nearly all high-end smartphones globally are planning to adopt Changhan batteries, and I've heard that their orders have reached tens of millions, potentially even hundreds of millions. If this trend continues, Changhan batteries might become the standard for high-end smartphones, which would spell disaster for us. Chairman Xiao remarked. Changhan batteries currently occupy only a portion of the high-end market. The impact on the mid to low-end markets has been relatively minor, hasn't it? While the mid to low-end sectors may not face significant disruption, many companies are now investing substantial resources into the research and development of high-end batteries. Hanjian Technology's approach is undoubtedly a fatal blow to the domestic high-end battery industry. Moreover, their batteries are currently in high demand, with supply falling short and prices remaining elevated. However, this does not guarantee that they will continue to sell well. When supply exceeds demand, price reductions are inevitable. If that day comes, it will leave little room for other batteries to survive. As I am aware, several large lithium battery projects in our country have already been suspended. With others scaling back their operations, if this turmoil persists, it will be a devastating blow to our national battery supply chain. You are correct. Our company's project has also been halted. We had already invested over 10 million just in preliminary research. Now, that money seems wasted. Our company has also reduced the scale of its project. Initially, we planned to invest 8 billion, but now we dare not proceed. The crowd began to murmur in agreement. After all, many perceive Hanjian Technology's emergence as having disrupted the development of the national lithium battery industry. Quite simply, they are seen as a troublemaker. What is everyone's stance? It is certainly unacceptable for Hanjian Technology to monopolize this new material technology. I believe we should demand that they share this technology with everyone. That's right. Makes sense. I support this. Chairman Xiao shook his head and replied, "This is impossible. Technology is the lifeblood of a company. How could they simply share the fruits of their labor? Even you would not agree to that. We cannot allow them to fish in troubled waters," Chairman Xiao stated. Thus, I hope everyone can offer constructive suggestions. We should neither harm the camaraderie among peers nor hinder the overall development of the industry. After all, we are all domestic brother enterprises. Harmony brings prosperity. Let them grant us production rights. We could pay them royalties and commissions annually. Indeed, while they may not relinquish their technology, an authorization should be feasible. What if Hanjin Technology refuses? Then we shall unite to resist their monopolistic practices. Yes, we can invoke antitrust laws to compel them to license their technology to us. That makes sense, agreed. Chairman Cho nodded and said, very well, I will represent the council and reach out to Hanjin Technology. Once I have results, I will update everyone. The news quickly reached Hanjin Technology. Zhang Anjin reported, Boss, Chairman Qiu Jian of the National Battery Industry Alliance wishes to visit our company. Who is he? The National Battery Industry Alliance. It was established approximately 10 years ago as a non-profit organization within the domestic battery industry. Many prominent battery enterprises have joined, thus it holds considerable influence within the national battery supply chain. Chairman Qiu Jian. He is the first president of the alliance and has been a significant figure in the industry. Chang Ha nodded, very well. Let us make the necessary preparations. Inform me when he arrives. Soon, Chairman Qiu Jian and his party arrived at Hanjin Technology for their visit. Out of respect, Chang Han personally attended to Chairman Qiu and his group. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Chang Han escorted them around the main factory of Hanjin Technology, primarily showcasing the product assembly workshop. He declined to show them the raw material workshop on the grounds of commercial confidentiality. Naturally, Chairman Qiu did not protest. After all, the core secret of Hanjin Technology lies in their battery materials, so it is only reasonable that they do not permit access. After touring the factory, Chairman Qiu expressed a desire to discuss a matter with Chang Han. Chang Han invited Chairman Qiu to the conference room. Chairman Qiu smiled and said, General Manager Chang, you are indeed young and accomplished, at such a young age, to have built such an extensive enterprise. I must express my admiration. Chang Han responded with a smile. Thank you, Chairman Qiu. I am still quite young and have much to learn. I will surely need your guidance in the future. Just being polite. Mutual support is all that is needed. By the way, General Manager Chang, what are your thoughts on the current state of the domestic battery industry? Chapter 131. The threat from Qiu Jian. I have no particular opinion. Our country is currently a major producer of batteries, and the entire supply chain is flourishing. The future trend is undoubtedly positive. As a participant in this field, I am pleased to witness such growth. Chairman Qiu nodded and said, You are correct, General Manager Chang. The overall development trend of our domestic battery industry is indeed quite favorable, particularly in the realms of electric vehicles and new energy vehicles. The growth momentum is robust. The demand for ternary lithium and lithium iron phosphate is also on the rise year by year. However, I must say that alongside this flourishing growth, significant risks are also lurking. Oh, then I must seek your wisdom, esteemed senior, and no need to be modest. We are merely analyzing the situation in recent years. As various battery enterprises have increased their investments in research and development, the performance and standards of batteries from different manufacturers have gradually converged, leading to intensified competition. Although the overall output of the industry increases year by year, the market value has shown a declining trend. Price drops. Oversupply is also a current issue. Consequently, many manufacturers have ramped up their investment in high-end battery product development, which is also a desperate measure. After all, compared to the sales of mid to low-end battery products, the demand for high-end products is much stronger, and the profit margins are larger. I must be candid with you. General Manager Chang, the total investment from our national battery peers in the high-end battery sector over the past 2 years exceeds 100 billion. Such a large investment is certainly welcome if it yields returns, but one must be wary of market fluctuations. If investment increases without corresponding revenue growth, troubles will ensue. Chang Han chuckled and said, I actually believe that rather than focusing on the highly variable high-end products, it would be wiser to concentrate on mid to low-end products. After all, high-end products come with their own challenges, significant investments, high costs, low yields, and profitability that remains elusive. Take our situation, for instance. We have already invested 200 billion in preliminary research. And now that we have finally achieved mass production, the profit margins are still quite slim. It seems we are perpetually busy, yet we are not profitable. Chairman Qiu Jian smiled and said, Well, General Manager Chang, I must say, having been in the battery industry for many years, I have gained some understanding of many aspects of this field. Of course, I am aware that your company has invested considerably in research and development. But 200 billion. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Chang Han replied, "You see, I told you, yet you do not believe me. Much of research and development work is intangible and cannot be easily quantified. If you doubt me, you could conduct your own investigation. If you can replicate our product 100% for under 200 billion in research costs, I will cover the expenses. If you do not believe me, we can formalize this in writing. I must be honest with you. Our success contains elements of chance. If luck is not on our side, even an investment of 1 trillion could yield no results, leaving us with nothing. Not to mention, in our country and globally, the total investment in high-end battery research and development likely reaches 100 to 180 billion annually. How often have we seen returns from such investments? Thus, solely focusing on research and development without a stroke of luck is futile. It can only be said that the market positioning of our current products contains an element of serendipity." Chairman Qiu Jian nodded and said, "That is indeed true. I understand the challenges involved in taking a product from the laboratory to mass production. However, the issue lies in the relatively stable production landscape of the domestic battery industry, with minimal performance disparities between companies. Yet the performance of your company's product significantly surpasses those of your peers, which frankly puts pressure on everyone. Therefore, I have a constructive suggestion. I wonder if General Manager Chang could consider it." "Please, go ahead." "I wonder if General Manager Chang would consider allowing everyone the right to produce your batteries through licensing. The patents would still belong to you, and you could set the licensing fees. As long as the price is reasonable, the annual profits might not be less than if you handled it all alone. Furthermore, this would ensure profit margins for domestic manufacturers while also guaranteeing healthy and stable industry development, a true win-win situation." "In my view," Chang Han chuckled and said, "Chairman Xiu, my success involves both gamble and luck. If I were to invest several billion and fail to achieve results, no one would compensate me. I trust you understand this principle. Now that we have achieved results, everyone wants a share of the pie. Do you think that is fair? It cannot be said that way. Our intention is not to have General Manager Chang give away technology for free. We are prepared to pay with real money. If General Manager Chang is concerned about insufficient funds, we can pool resources together. The licensing fees in the hundreds of billions should not pose a problem. Moreover, let us not even mention the subsequent licensing fees and the newly joined companies. Rest assured, we will certainly not allow General Chang to suffer losses for nothing. If one has money, they can purchase technology. Why bother developing it? It's sufficient to spend money to acquire it. Presently, I have my sights set on the stealth aircraft technology of Meetsai Federation, and I am willing to invest 500 billion to procure it. I wonder if Chairman Qiu could lend a hand." Qiu Jian furrowed his brow, somewhat displeased, and replied, "General Chang, you are merely being contrary. This is fundamentally not the same matter, is it? How is it not the same? I painstakingly developed this technology. Why should I share it with others? If you want me to share, then offer me 1 trillion soft sister coins, and I might consider it." "You are making a lion's demand." "How can it be considered a lion's demand? My main factory and secondary factory's production capacity ensures that our annual sales will not fall below 150 billion. Over 10 years, that amounts to 1,500 billion. Asking for 1 trillion does not seem excessive, does it? Even if you manage to sell 150 billion, that is merely total sales, not net profit. The net profit of fruit companies is only a few hundred billion dollars. How can their market value exceed 10 trillion? I believe we must not only consider the actual value but also the potential of the company." Qiu Jian was left speechless. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "General Chang, if you insist on speaking this way, then I will not be courteous. Your behavior, to put it nicely, is technology. To put it bluntly, it is monopoly. Our country has antitrust laws, and if this escalates to the courtroom, you will not benefit from it." He. "That's fine. Taking it to court would be even better. There are hardly any companies with substantial technology that do not bear lawsuits. If you wish to sue me, you may. We shall see each other in court. However, I must forewarn you, should this proceed to court, we will have irreparably damaged our relations. Just because our current products do not encroach on the mid to low-end market does not mean we cannot penetrate it. If I provoke them, increase production capacity, lower costs, and we shall see whose losses are greater. I wonder how many brother companies in the council will be able to wait until the day of the lawsuit's conclusion." Qiu Jian's expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 132. Antitrust Investigation. It must be said that Chang Han's threat was indeed starkly overt. After all, engaging in a lawsuit is no trivial matter. First trial, second trial, and possibly even a final trial could stretch over 4 to 5 years. or even 8 to 9 years, if the opposing party decides to throw caution to the wind and engage in a price war. It is likely that over 90% of companies would not survive until the day of victory in court. Chang Han chuckled and said, Chairman Xiu, the reason our company does not have mid to low-end products is that we do not wish to excessively impact that market and want to ensure everyone has a means of livelihood. Do not let my youth mislead you. I understand the principle that harmony brings prosperity. However, fate is mutual. If we escalate this matter, ultimately, no one will benefit if I truly decide to break the pot and smash it. I assure you, I will not be the only one in trouble. Moreover, the initiative lies in my hands. Even if I were to lose, you might not gain any advantage. At worst, I will license worldwide, making a significant profit, but then foreign enterprises will not be as accommodating as I am. They, with their abundant resources, will increase production capacity and engage in price wars with domestic firms, and our brother enterprises will bear the brunt of it. Therefore, matters must be considered with long-term implications. Would you not agree? Qiu Jian fell completely silent. The room remained quiet for quite some time. Chang Han continued, Chairman Xiu, hear us what I propose. Since we are all industry insiders, there is no need for us to escalate tensions, I assure you. Our company's products will absolutely not encroach upon the mid to low-end industrial chain, thus allowing everyone a portion of profit margin. As for the high-end industrial chain, we shall earn our keep through our capabilities. Rather than spending money to acquire technology, it would be better for us to pool a few $100 billion and conduct our own research. Perhaps luck will be on our side. We might not even need $100 billion, and technology could evolve and iterate. General Chang is indeed a young prodigy. Qiu Jian sighed and said, Very well then. I shall convey General Chang's intentions back to discuss with everyone. Then I shall trouble Chairman Xiu. In this industry, we thrive on technology. 30 years of ups and downs, this year I may be in charge. But who knows what next year may bring? I do not wish to create unnecessary tension among us. If the council is willing to absorb our Hanxiang technology, I would be delighted to join. And we can resolve matters through discussion. Upon hearing this, Qiu Jian smiled and said, Good. Then I shall represent the council in welcoming General Chang's participation. It is indeed my honor. Qiu Jian quickly relayed Chang Han's words back to the high-level meeting of the council. Faced with Chang Han's blatant threat, the executives understood that if they truly forced the other party into a corner, the domestic battery industry would be left in ruins. Reluctantly, they had no choice but to abandon their united front against Chang Han and instead opted for appeasement. After all, the mid to low-end market is still a market, with significant growth potential. As for the high-end market, perhaps Chang Han was right. If everyone collaborated on research, they might indeed develop new materials, if fortune favored them. They might even experience a serendipitous breakthrough, much like Hanxiang technology. Of course, while domestic battery enterprises could still communicate with Chang Han, foreign high-end battery enterprises were already in a frantic state. Although the vast majority of production capacity in the global battery sector belonged to a particular large nation's domestic industrial alliance, around 70 to 80% of the high-end production capacity was held by foreign top-tier battery enterprises. The sudden emergence of Hanxiang technology represented a devastating blow to most foreign battery companies. Recently, in the high-end battery sector, production had plummeted, and many companies found their shipment volumes dwindling. If it were not for the fact that the power battery sector had yet to be infiltrated by Hanxiang technology, the entire foreign high-end battery sector might have already faced a wave of closures. Several major foreign battery giants convened multiple meetings to discuss this matter. After much deliberation, they decided to take action. Soon, several large foreign battery manufacturers announced the establishment of a cooperative research and development center to jointly develop new battery technologies. They subsequently filed a lawsuit against Hanxiang Technology in the court of the Meitsai Federation, requesting an antitrust investigation into Hanxiang Technology. The lawsuit initiated by these battery enterprises sparked significant reactions within a certain large nation. Hanxiang Technology, originally a relatively obscure company, quickly rose to prominence in the headlines across major news platforms, becoming a household name. Many people only then realized that the recent substantial improvements in the performance of high-end electronic product batteries were due to the products of Hanxiang Technology. Chang Han could not have been more pleased. For him, the notion of a peaceful rise was non-existent. Any company aspiring to monopolize a market would face various challenges from other enterprises, individuals, and even nations. Hanxiang Technology also announced plans to organize a large legal team to respond to any lawsuits. Compared to the grudges with domestic teams, the disputes with foreign entities left no room for reconciliation. This is because Hanxiang Technology's products are predominantly high-end. In essence, they were encroaching upon others' markets, leading to an inevitable conflict. Regardless of the circumstances, Hanxiang Technology had carved out a niche in the battery industry. The sales of its Strong Series power banks soared. The sales of high-end battery products also surged significantly. Although orders were pouring in, Changhan still mandated that workers adhere to an 885-work schedule. Rest when it's time to rest, no overtime, no extra hours. The company, in turn, significantly increased hiring, reducing workload while increasing the total number of workers. Simultaneously addressing employment issues, a win-win situation. Company B acquired power vehicle battery samples provided by Hanxiang Technology's laboratory and immediately began developing motorhomes. While sports cars are more eye-catching, their sales are limited, and they lack the practicality of motorhomes. Company B, already experienced in manufacturing electric buses, found the structural challenges faced by other companies to be trivial. The only issue remaining was the interior design of the motorhome. To address this, Company B specifically acquired a second-tier enterprise specializing in motorhome manufacturing. While they could build a team from scratch, it would be too time-consuming. The global battery market is ever-changing. Who knows what shifts may occur next year? Instead of waking up early only to rush and be late, it is wiser to take action sooner. First come, first served. After all, the only automotive manufacturers qualified to obtain Hanxiang Technology batteries are themselves. And they certainly cannot afford to waste any time. With the support of strong batteries, the global high-end smartphone market entered a sales peak. Due to the high cost of batteries, many companies opted for battery options. Chapter 133. The next development plan. Initially, some consumers, deterred by the price, did not choose the high-spec batteries. However, all users who purchased the low-spec version expressed considerable dissatisfaction with the battery life. Conversely, the high-spec batteries received rave reviews. The strong battery core began to show signs of becoming the standard for smartphones. A deluge of funds flowed towards Hanxiang Technology. However, the exorbitant prices of Hanxiang Technology's batteries and high product costs left many small companies feeling overwhelmed. Nonetheless, the new models of batteries in the market were not solely dominated by Hanxiang Technology. Another company, Guai Energy, boasted similar technology. Their new material batteries, though limited in production capacity, were more affordable. The first computer company capitalized on the price advantage of their batteries, gradually selling a substantial number. As time progressed, the initial users of the first computer company's first batch of computers discovered that, within just a few months, their battery life began to decline dramatically. Initially, the battery could last for 18 hours, but it swiftly diminished to 16 hours, then to 13, and eventually down to 10 hours. In less than a few months, it had dwindled to a mere 5 or 6 hours. Such a rapid half-life was utterly unacceptable to the first customers of the computer company. What a preposterous joke! They had invested a substantial amount of money to purchase top-tier configurations, among which the most crucial feature was the long-lasting battery. To witness a 60% reduction in battery life in just a few months was simply outrageous. Numerous online users began to voice their grievances regarding the quality issues of the first computer company's laptops. Initially, the company did not take these complaints seriously. They believed that every product contained a few defective items and that a perfectly flawless product did not exist in this world. However, as the online complaints multiplied, they realized the gravity of the situation. The manufacturer hastily conducted a return inspection on the early laptops, only to discover that every high-spec version sold in the initial batch exhibited a significant decline in battery capacity. This was an evident widespread product quality defect. Sensing the impending crisis, the first computer company was in a state of urgency. Since the primary issue lay with the batteries, they promptly contacted Guai Energy, demanding a resolution to the battery problem. Upon learning of the situation, Guai Energy was taken aback. They were acutely aware of the intricacies within their products, which were essentially reprocessed goods from Hanxiang Technology. The early products from Hanxiang Technology had not encountered such issues. In other words, the problem clearly stemmed from their processing phase. Under immense pressure from the first computer company, Guai Energy reluctantly agreed to recall the problematic early batteries, citing the unstable product performance as justification for the exchange. They also formed a research team to repackage and test the battery materials in a bid to resolve the issue. However, replacing the batteries represented a considerable loss for Guai Energy, as their profit margins relied on those minimal price differences. Now they not only failed to make a profit, but also risked losing the money they had previously earned. The first computer company, not being naive, recognized the unreliability of Gwei Energy's batteries. They could not place all their hopes on Gwei Energy and needed to prepare for contingencies. Thus, the first computer company sought out Hanxiang Technology once more, intending to purchase their batteries again. However, Hanxiang Technology cited insufficient supply as a reason for quoting a price that was 10% higher than the normal wholesale rate. The senior management of the first computer company was infuriated. Yet they found themselves in a predicament. Not purchasing was not an option either, given that almost all high-end laptops in the international market had switched to using Hanxiang Technology's battery cells. Failing to incorporate such batteries into their products would inevitably lead to a significant loss of their high-end customer base over time. Therefore, they had no choice but to begrudgingly accept the exorbitant prices. Promising themselves to seek retribution in the future, time flew by. Although the G family's lawsuit had been appealed to the provincial city court, they ultimately faced defeat in the final ruling. Moreover, not only did they lose, but the concurrent case involving Alfingsheng, which countersued property owner Ji Junjie for $40,000 in renovation costs, also ended in a loss. In the end, the Ji family found themselves not only without a penny in compensation, but also liable for compensating Alfingsheng $40,000 for the renovation costs. This outcome was utterly unacceptable to the Ji family. Alfingsheng, however, was unconcerned with their distress. Following the final victory, they quickly applied for enforcement. Ji Junjie's bank accounts were frozen by the court, and he was simultaneously restricted from high spending, pushing him to the brink of despair. On Ji Chuchu's end, although she had also entered the courtroom, the banking lawsuit was proving to be a tough battle. The lawyers were entangled in disputes, and the conclusion of the first trial was still a distant prospect. The credit card and Huabei companies had issued their final ultimatum to Ji Chuchu. If she failed to repay, they would sue her for credit card fraud, leaving her in a state of utter confusion. Chang Han had found a new girlfriend, and the hope for reconciliation seemed increasingly bleak. Ji Chuchu was at a loss. Ever since her breakup with Chang Han, she had been beset by a string of misfortunes. Initially, she believed that the most unfortunate decision of her life was choosing to be with Chang Han. Little did she know that after their separation, she realized that her time with Chang Han had, in fact, been her luckiest moment. Hanxiang Technology's orders for high-end batteries were increasing exponentially, and the first phase factory was operating at full capacity. However, with the completion of the equipment assembly in the second phase plant, production officially commenced, alleviating the overwhelming pressure of incoming orders. The construction of the third phase was also nearing completion. The battery industry chain of Hanxiang Technology had essentially formed, enabling continuous support for the remaining industrial chain. Thus, for Chang Han, the next challenge was determining which industry to venture into. According to Chang Han's thinking, if he wished to repair the spacecraft, he needed to possess the capability to transport materials to the moon. Hence, the rocket industry had to be considered. However, the problem now was that aerospace was an extremely vast industry, and he remained entirely clueless about how to proceed. By the way, Xiaoqiang, can my spacecraft still fly? No, it cannot. The core ignition has been burnt out. So, if I can repair the ignition core, it can fly again? Yes. However, it will only reach 80% of the speed of light. To achieve faster-than-light travel, certain core components within the engine must also be repaired. Are you saying my spacecraft can still achieve faster-than-light travel? Indeed. But isn't it a fact that objects with mass cannot exceed the speed of light? If the energy level is sufficiently high, it is possible. Is it true that faster-than-light travel exists? So, does that mean the physical theories on Earth are fundamentally incorrect? Chapter 132. The President's new project. One cannot say that. As at a certain scale, the physical theories of Earth still perfectly align. However, at relativistic speeds, the physical framework operates in an entirely different realm. It is akin to classical mechanics, which poses no issues within the velocity and scale of Earth, yet becomes inapplicable at higher speeds, necessitating the theories of relativity and quantum mechanics. Different velocities require different frameworks of physical thought. However, it is too early to discuss such matters. The current focus lies in completing the functional repairs of the spacecraft within the technological framework of Earth. Therefore, establishing a rocket company is imperative. It is necessary, but there is no need for immediate haste. What do you mean? Even if the boss possesses the capability to reach the moon, he still cannot repair the spacecraft, rendering the journey pointless. The best course of action is to first establish a company and then organize a research team for initial technological accumulation. Once the boss has gathered enough resources, it will not be too late to further develop the lunar resources commercially. After all, technology without commercial support merely burns cash without any real significance. That makes sense. But do you not have suitable technology? Why not just present what you have instead of wasting time on research? While I do possess suitable technology, it is too advanced for Earth. Without adequate technological accumulation, presenting it directly would raise suspicions. The most prudent approach is to organize a research team to develop it independently. Once the technology is sufficiently mature, I can unveil the new technology under the team's name, and no one will question it. One must proceed methodically and not rush into things. That is reasonable. Let us make that decision. With the decision made, Chang Han swiftly convened a meeting with the company's senior executives. He stated, "The purpose of gathering everyone here is that I am considering establishing a new company and would like your collaborative input." The attendees exchanged glances, feeling somewhat speechless. After all, the second factory had yet to complete the third phase project. The president was contemplating another new company. The speed at which he was launching new companies seemed rather excessive. Linya, having worked with Chang Han the longest, naturally had the most seniority and asked, "President Chang, what type of company are you planning to establish?" "I am thinking of founding a deep space resource exploration company." "What does everyone think?" Upon hearing this, the crowd was left wide-eyed and speechless, as none of them comprehended the concept. Linyo inquired, "President Chang, what exactly does this deep space resource exploration company entail?" "Oh, it will be a company primarily focused on rocket launches and manned lunar landings, while also exploring usable resources within the solar system." What? Upon hearing this, everyone was collectively dumbfounded. Rocket launches, manned lunar landings, and by the way, exploring the solar system. What an absurd joke. It is essential to understand that only state-owned organizations are qualified to handle rocket launches, let alone manned lunar missions. Even nations hesitate to declare plans for manned lunar landings. How could a private enterprise dare to claim such ambitions? As for exploring usable resources in the solar system, what a ludicrous notion. Just the mere mention of such a gimmick would make one blush. It sounded like the project of a delusional shell company. The attendees exchanged bewildered glances, and the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. What is the matter? Why is everyone silent? Chang Han furrowed his brows and turned to one of the vice presidents, saying, "Xiao Teng, you oversee technology and production. What is your opinion on this matter?" "President, I am not well versed in rocket technology, so I find it difficult to comment. I am not asking you to build rockets. I merely seek your opinion." "What does understanding have to do with it?" "Well, then I will speak candidly. Of course, I want you to speak candidly. I believe that our company's primary business revolves around battery production. Suddenly venturing into the realm of rocket manufacturing, isn't that a rather vast leap? The crux of the matter is that we lack any experience in rocket construction. Everything would need to start from scratch. Additionally, the field of launch vehicles is highly specialized and possesses low commercial viability. Not only is the market small, but the competitive entities are predominantly state-owned giants, resulting in a rather limited profit margin overall. In my opinion, no, rather, I propose that we should intensify our efforts in our existing core business, enhancing the technological research and development of batteries, striving to reduce costs and increase production swiftly, as that is the key. Although we currently dominate the high-end battery market globally, should we abandon our primary advantageous project for another venture? We cannot dismiss the possibility of other companies catching up, by that time. I fear it would be a case of losing more than we gain. Wouldn't everyone agree? Vice President Xiao is correct. Rockets are a significant undertaking, demanding considerable investment, high specialization, and yet yielding little profit. I believe our battery project is far more stable and lucrative. I also concur. Our batteries may be in high demand now, but they are still confined to the high-end industrial chain. In the mid to low-end market, lithium battery companies continue to hold sway. Rather than pursuing launch vehicles, we should focus on reducing battery costs and capturing the mid to low-end market. At that point, we could simply count our profits without needing to consider other projects. Well said. I agree. The consensus among everyone was evident, as many nodded in agreement. The primary concern was that rockets are notoriously expensive endeavors, with difficulties in accumulating the requisite technology and commercialization. Moreover, the idea of a battery manufacturer diversifying into spacecraft production seems rather implausible. Chang Han nodded and inquired, "What does Wei Zhe think?" When Wei Zhe pondered for a moment and replied, The challenge with launch vehicles lies primarily in the high barriers to entry. These endeavors are typically state-driven, and for a private enterprise like ours to engage in such activities seems impractical. Chang Han countered, "What's wrong with private enterprises? Isn't SpaceX, founded by Elon Musk, a private company? How have they managed to succeed?" When Wei responded, "The situation in America is quite different from ours. First and foremost, their technological reserves are far more robust than ours domestically. Many reputable universities offer rocket engineering programs, and the supply of researchers exceeds the demand annually, making talent acquisition relatively straightforward. In contrast, while some domestic universities do have related programs, the quantity and quality of graduates do not compare favorably. Even if we manage to find qualified research personnel, they often gravitate towards state-owned enterprises upon graduation. Without suitable talent, how can we conduct research? Should we poach from state-owned enterprises? That seems inappropriate. Competition among private entities is one thing, but competing with the state is, in my view, rather unsuitable." Chapter 135. The shocking press conference. Vice President 1 is correct. To be frank, even finding a few researchers in battery technology is no easy feat, let alone those capable of building rockets. Furthermore, the annual profits of Company X are incomparable to those of T Automotive. Although launch vehicles may sound prestigious, they are, in reality, a venture requiring significant investment with minimal returns. The government pursues this not for profit but for advancements in fundamental science, as a private enterprise. If we are not profiting, what purpose does it serve? That's somewhat imprudent. That makes sense. Well said. Chang Han turned to Linya and asked, "What is your perspective, Vice President Lin?" Linya contemplated for a moment and replied, "The scale of the rocket industry is exceedingly vast. To fully develop it is likely not a short-term endeavor. I too believe it warrants further consideration." Chang Han then turned to Jiang Anjun, asking, "What about you, Assistant Jiang?" Jiang Anjun considered and said, "I actually see feasibility in this." "Oh, please elaborate." Although the rocket industry appears grand and time-consuming, there are benefits to such time investment. We could initially establish the project, assemble a research team to explore its feasibility, and ultimately decide whether to proceed. While creating rockets may be costly, researching feasibility is certainly less expensive. I propose we establish the project first and set a modest goal. If we achieve it, we can continue research. If not, we can reassess. As for founding a company, it's merely a matter of registration. Surely, we cannot say that registration is off the table. Regarding state-owned entities, with sufficient incentives, talented individuals can certainly be attracted. Chang Han nodded. Smiling, "Well said. I find Assistant Jiang's perspective quite appealing." The crowd fell silent at this remark. The implication of her statement suggested that if they did not favor the opinions of others, then why solicit suggestions at all? Why not simply declare that it must be done? Who would dare voice dissent? Chang Han looked at everyone and remarked, "Each of your opinions holds merit. However, while I may have built my foundation in batteries, it does not imply I wish to be confined to this realm forever. What others can accomplish, I too can achieve. What others cannot, I can likewise endeavor. Linya, I entrust the establishment of the company to you. Jiang Anjun, prepare a press conference. We must ensure ample media attendance. I am a person who, when I commit, does so with unwavering resolve." A few days later, a company named Vast Deep Space Exploration Company, Limited, abbreviated as Vast Deep Space HHSK, was established in a certain province. Its primary projects include launching rockets, manned moon landings, and exploring and developing usable resources within the solar system. It must be said that such an implausible core business seemed utterly insane to many launch vehicles. This exaggerated business focus is something that, outside state-owned entities, few would dare to propose. And what on earth is a manned moon landing? Not to mention the development of solar system resources. What does this even mean? For a private enterprise to aspire to manned moon landings while also developing resources within the solar system is nothing short of a pipe dream. The personnel responsible for processing the company registration would certainly not entertain the idea of establishing records for such a ludicrous venture. However, upon discovering that the parent company of deep space exploration was Hanchang Technology, they were taken aback. Hanchang Technology is undoubtedly a well-known entity in the provincial capital. A company of such stature surely wouldn't engage in such folly, would it? After seeking approval from higher-ups, the staff ultimately consented to the company's application and registration. Whether they would succeed in the end, however, remains the concern of that large corporation. After the company was established, the press conference was swiftly organized. The press conference for the establishment of Vast Deep Space Exploration Company Limited was underway. Attendees were puzzled by the company's peculiar name, as it did not convey its purpose at all. How could an enterprise with an unclear mission hold such a large press conference? It seemed rather strange, however. This press conference had been mandated by higher-ups, compelling these journalists to attend. They were also instructed to submit a polished news article afterward. The journalists were aware that this likely stemmed from some public relations funding obtained by the higher-ups for the so-called Vast Deep Space Resource Exploration Company. Nevertheless, since this was an order from above, the journalists took it in stride, planning to record the proceedings and later churn out a mediocre article. Several high-ranking officials from Hanchang Technology attended the press conference, with Linya serving as the host. As the time approached, following a brief opening statement, Linya highlighted Chang Han's introduction. Amidst enthusiastic applause, it was Chang Han's turn to speak. Chang Han smiled and said, "Welcome, dear journalist friends, to the press conference for the establishment of our Vast Deep Space Exploration Company Limited. Some of our journalist friends may not yet grasp what exactly our company entails. Allow me to present an overview. Our company's primary business encompasses three facets. First, the development of near-Earth orbital launch vehicles." The gathered journalists exchanged bewildered glances upon hearing this. Launch vehicles? What does that even mean, however? What Chang Han continued to say left them utterly astonished. Second, we aim to accomplish manned moon landings. Manned moon landings? Surely not. The reporters below could hardly believe their ears. Third, we seek to locate and develop mineral resources within the solar system. The journalists below nearly fell out of their seats. How could we even venture into the development of solar system resources? This is utterly preposterous. What sort of company is this? A shell corporation? The audience erupted in chaos. "Mr. President, you cannot be serious with us, can you? Indeed, this press conference is far too implausible. What on earth are you proposing? How could we even consider developing the solar system? Indeed, this is too exaggerated. Everyone, please calm down." Chang Han tapped the table, silencing the commotion. The crowd quieted once more. Chang Han stated, "Here, I can assure you, every word I speak is not a jest. Furthermore, it is not yet time for questions. Journalists with inquiries must wait until the QA segment to ask in turn. Our Vast Deep Space Company is dedicated to the development of usable resources beyond Earth and within the solar system. Some of you may believe I am merely boasting, but I ask you, dear journalist friends, what constitutes a boast?" Chapter 136. An exaggerated 10-year plan. The progress of human society stems from curiosity and the desire for knowledge. It is precisely due to the insatiable curiosity and thirst for knowledge that humanity has progressed to its current state. Perhaps the aspirations I express may seem unattainable at this moment, yet that does not preclude their future realization. Just because I may be unable to achieve them alone does not imply that collective societal effort cannot bring them to fruition. While it may be true that only state-run organizations are best suited for such endeavors, it does not mean that private enterprises are incapable of undertaking them. Anything that appears impractical today could very well be the direction of human advancement. As the saying goes, he who controls space controls the future. Herein, I shall delineate the first decade plan for the Vast Deep Space Company. Within a year, we aim to establish our team and complete the design, development, and testing of our rocket engines. In 2 years, we plan to accomplish a mission involving a 10-ton payload in low Earth orbit. Within 3 years, we shall achieve our inaugural commercial launch, with the rocket capacity reaching 50 tons. By the 5th year, we aspire to accomplish a manned lunar landing, with a payload capacity of 500 tons. In 10 years, we aim to develop lunar resources and conduct exploration for planetary and asteroid resources within our solar system. The reporters present were taken aback, exchanging incredulous glances at the audacity of these plans. If such feats could indeed be realized, while the nation is still strategizing lunar missions, our company would already be venturing into solar system exploration. The executives of Hanchang Technology shared similar astonishment, initially believing the president's ambitions to be mere whims that would fade after a fleeting moment of inspiration. Yet, to their surprise, a comprehensive 10-year plan had emerged. Completing a near-Earth rocket launch within 2 years while achieving a 10-ton payload sounded deceptively simple. However, the net thrust required to transport such a payload might necessitate a rocket with 20 to 30 times the current thrust capabilities. Could a private enterprise truly construct such a colossal rocket? Moreover, what of the manned lunar landing and the fulfillment of a 500-ton capacity? Just how massive would a rocket of that magnitude be? Would it not pierce the heavens? A profound silence enveloped the room as the assembled reporters grappled with the incredibility of the claims made. Chang Han smiled and said, "All right. Who has questions?" Instantly, hands shot up in response. Linya interjected, "The lady in the blue attire in the third row. Hello, Mr. President. I would like to inquire whether your company has any experience in launching rockets." "None." Next, the female journalist was momentarily left speechless. Linya quickly added, "The gentleman with glasses in the second row. Mr. President, given your lack of experience in rocket launches, what gives you the confidence to assert that you can accomplish your 10-year plan?" Initially, the Mi Federation had no precedent for manned lunar landings. What justified their belief that they could achieve such a feat? Success is not merely a matter of thought, it is a matter of action. As for whether it can be done, we shall endeavor to do so. If we encounter obstacles, we will persist until we succeed. While exploring the cosmos may sound impractical, it is the singular direction for human development. Next, another reporter stood. "Mr. President, could you disclose the amount of funding you plan to allocate to realize your ambitious 10-year plan?" "We intend to invest in phases. Until the manned lunar landing is achieved. We plan to allocate 100 billion soft sister coins in the inaugural year. 1 billion will be invested to establish the team and finalize engine designs, along with the first test run. In the second year, another 100 billion will go towards the first launch. In the third year, we will invest another 100 billion, striving for over 10 commercial launches. During the 2 years leading up to the manned lunar landing, we will gradually invest 700 billion, aiming to achieve that goal." Next question, Mr. President. As I understand it, the funding for the Mi Federation's initial lunar launch decades ago, adjusted for inflation, would be worth at least 6 to 700 billion Mi gold today. Converted to soft sister coins, that approaches 500 billion. You are only investing 100 billion to achieve a manned lunar landing. Surely that is insufficient? The reporter's claim is valid, but it is essential to remember that the Mi Federation's accomplishment occurred decades ago. The technological landscape has evolved significantly since then. Today, launching a near-Earth rocket costs only a few hundred million. We plan to invest over 100 billion annually, which is sufficient to launch numerous rockets. Though 100 billion may seem modest, it is reasonable in light of contemporary technological advancements. Moreover, if additional funding is required, we can secure more until we reach our goal. Having stated my intentions, I am committed to realizing them. Next, Mr. President, 100 billion represents a substantial investment for a private enterprise. How does your company intend to ensure a stable supply of funds for such a significant investment? Surely you wouldn't risk running out of money mid-project and facing bankruptcy. Laughter rippled through the room at this comment. After all, many believe that while grand claims are easy to make, the true test lies in their execution. Chang Han smiled and replied, "If such endeavors were to be undertaken by an ordinary company, that might indeed be a concern. However, we are not just any company. Perhaps it is not widely known that our parent company is Hanxiang Technology. Some of you may be familiar with our products, the formidable series of power banks." Upon hearing this, the assembled reporters were visibly astonished. For most technology journalists present, the name Hanxiang Technology was well known, with many having used the powerful series of power banks that boast impressive capacity, equivalent to carrying a generator. Furthermore, Hanxiang Technology's dominance in the high-end battery market is widely recognized. However, few anticipated that the parent company of vast deep space exploration would indeed be Hanxiang Technology. Chang Han continued, "Following this press conference, each attending journalist will receive a second-generation power bank, courtesy of our company. This power bank not only charges mobile phones but can also power laptops, multifunctional and designed for your convenience. I hope you will find it delightful." Many reporters were taken aback with delight, as the second-generation power bank retails for an impressive 13,000 yuan. Given its capabilities, such a gift was extraordinary, particularly in a setting where journalists often dream but hesitate to purchase such high-end items. The initial skepticism among the reporters began to wane, replaced by genuine interest, and their questions became less confrontational. "Mr. President, given that your company has achieved remarkable success in the battery industry, why venture into the aerospace sector? Would it not be more economically viable to continue researching and producing batteries? How should I put it? Hundreds of thousands of years ago, a group of adventurous ancestors ventured out of Africa, shaping the world we know today. However, when we contextualize the history of human evolution over hundreds of thousands of years against the backdrop of Earth's billions of years of development, it amounts to merely 2 seconds in a single day. Our individual lives, merely a millisecond within those 2 seconds. Viewed from our planet, the vast universe consists of countless twinkling stars. Yet, from the universe's perspective, Earth is but a speck of dust, an inconspicuous, non-luminous grain. We are merely insignificant lives dwelling upon this speck of dust. Life is fleeting. Countless individuals drift through existence in a state of oblivion. I refuse to be one of them. I aspire to accomplish something meaningful within my brief sojourn. Perhaps my individual efforts may seem negligible, but when one person contributes a little and another follows suit, together we can transform the seemingly impossible into the possible. While my vision may not align with market trends or economic gains, those seemingly impractical aspirations are, in fact, the very direction for human advancement. Although Earth is humanity's cradle, I believe our future should not be constrained within its confines. This is the very essence behind my desire to establish vast, deep space exploration. If there exists a private enterprise capable of accomplishing the monumental task of a manned lunar landing, it must undoubtedly be a private company from our nation. If such a company exists, it must be vast, deep space exploration. A hushed silence enveloped the room, followed by thunderous applause. Chang Han's heartfelt words resonated with many. Each individual, in their youth, harbors dreams of reaching for the stars and the vast seas. Yet, as they mature and navigate societal challenges, those dreams often become buried deep within. It's unattainable, impossible, unrealistic, just daydreaming. Is that all life amounts to? Many passionate journalists felt a surge of inspiration, yearning to cast aside their laptops and recording devices to join Chang Han's company in pursuit of the celestial dream. They understood, however, that what he sought were high-tech talents, not mere reporters. The executives of Hanxiang Technology, initially skeptical of Chang Han's foray into space exploration, found their long-dormant passions rekindled by his stirring remarks. Perhaps aligning themselves with such an impassioned leader was not so disheartening after all. Soon, a few journalists arrived one after another, posing a series of inquiries. Chang Han answered each question diligently. Upon concluding the question and answer session, he remarked, "We shall temporarily pause today's media interaction here. I extend my gratitude to everyone for attending the press conference for the vast deep space exploration company. I hope you will assist me by disseminating this information. Our vast deep space actively seeks talents from across the globe. Any researcher who passes the interview process at our company will receive an annual salary starting from $500,000. We offer comprehensive benefits including social insurance and commercial insurance. Furthermore, those who work with us for over 3 years will be rewarded with a housing unit and a vehicle. Additionally, we are recruiting for various department head positions. The annual salary for a director is $10 million, while for a deputy director, it is $5 million. Regardless of who you are, if you possess confidence in your abilities, the remuneration is only limited by your imagination, not by our capabilities." The journalists in attendance hurriedly recorded Chang Han's statements. The prospect of a $10 million annual salary for researchers is certainly enticing to many. After the press conference concluded, the group of journalists excitedly returned, clutching their souvenirs to write their articles. Although it was a political task, little did they realize they had stumbled upon a major news story. A private enterprise not only aimed to launch carrier rockets, but also aspired to achieve manned lunar landings. And the idea of developing planetary resources within the solar system seemed almost surreal. The following day, major media outlets swiftly displayed bold headlines. Vast Deep Space Exploration Company officially established. President announces manned lunar landing within 5 years. Vast Deep Space Exploration Company makes bold claims of manned lunar landing in 5 years. Welcoming global talents, Vast Deep Space Exploration Company invites elite to join with annual salaries of $10 million. Private enterprise sets 10-year plan. Manned lunar landing in 5 years, lunar resource exploration in 10 years. Due to widespread media coverage, this news quickly became a trending topic across various platforms. The notion of a private company aspiring to achieve manned lunar landings struck many as preposterous. After all, even state-owned entities had merely reached the lunar exploration stage and hesitated to assert plans for manned landings. The audacity of a private firm attempting to outpace the nation in achieving such a milestone seemed utterly fanciful. Many self-media outlets and influential figures swiftly seized upon this topic, launching extensive discussions. The news gained increasing traction within the scientific community. However, for the vast majority, the so-called Vast Deep Space Exploration Company appeared to be merely boasting, to the extent that even a fly-by-night company would hesitate to make such grand claims. The idea that a private enterprise could accomplish a manned lunar landing seemed utterly implausible. Some distinguished scholars in the research field also engaged in discussions regarding the challenges and feasibility of manned lunar landings. After extensive deliberation, many experts concluded that the vast deep space exploration company was unlikely to achieve a manned lunar landing. For even a nation might lack the qualifications to undertake such a formidable project, let alone a private enterprise. Public sentiment naturally leaned heavily against them. After all, for many ordinary individuals, a manned lunar landing is no trivial matter. If numerous nations struggle to accomplish it, how could a private company possibly succeed? Before long, the news reached international shores. Foreign netizens erupted in laughter, particularly those from the United States. In their view, this HHSK company was merely a small fish attempting to challenge the might of Company X. Everyone was aware of Company X's technological prowess and the advanced rocket technology possessed by the USA. Relatively obscure company from a certain nation daring to imitate them was simply laughable. Chapter 138. Astronomical Talent Acquisition. Chang Han remained unfazed by the uproar. His primary objective was to cultivate public influence. As for the rightness or wrongness of the situation, time would reveal the truth. However, he had a pressing task ahead. Recruiting talent. At this moment, Xiao Chang had already compiled a list of potential candidates for recruitment. He sifted through a vast array of domestic and international research papers. Selecting several promising technologies, it's well known that a plethora of research papers emerge globally each year. Yet most remain in the theoretical phase, making it nearly impossible to transform them into practical achievements. Although there are numerous exceptional individuals, the absence of discerning mentors leads to an abundance of academic detritus in the scholarly community, often overlooked. Yet, Xiao Chang managed to filter through the heaps of inconsequential papers to identify those with higher feasibility. In Xiao Chang's perspective, these papers had several shortcomings and flaws, but with slight modifications, they could undoubtedly yield remarkable results. If the company could successfully recruit these talents and transform their papers into rocket technology, Vast Deep Space would emerge as the world's premier rocket launch company within a few years. More importantly, having a team would serve as a shield against skepticism from others. Although Chang Han understood this principle, he still urged Xiao Chang to prioritize domestic scholars, primarily due to concerns that foreign experts might gain insights from Xiao Chang and later return to their home countries. Adhering to the principle that local resources should benefit local endeavors, it was imperative to seek domestic talent. At a certain C9 League university in the country, specializing in rocket propulsion, Professor Liang Yongren picked up the phone, noticing an unfamiliar number. However, since the call was not labeled as a promotional or spam number, he decided to answer. "Hello, who is this? Good day. May I ask if you are Professor Liang Yongren?" "Yes. Hello. I am Chang Han, the president of the Vast Deep Space Exploration Company." "What company?" "The Vast Deep Space Exploration Company. We specialize in carrier rocket launches." "Oh, I haven't heard of it. It's perfectly fine. It's never too late to hear about us." I wonder if Professor Liang would be interested in taking on the role of director in our rocket engine research and development department. Upon hearing this, Liang Yongren hesitated for a moment before responding. "Are you a state-owned company or a private enterprise?" "A private enterprise." "Oh, then I'm not interested." "Please, Professor, don't be so hasty in your rejection. I wonder if an annual salary of 10 million might convey my sincerity." "How much?" 10 million. 10 million. Are you joking?" "I'm not joking. If Professor Liang agrees to meet with us, I will immediately transfer 1 million as a consultation fee. Even if you decide not to join our company afterward, you will still receive the million as a token of our sincerity." Liang Yongren was momentarily taken aback. Although he considered himself not particularly materialistic, 10 million was not a trivial sum. Currently, he earned a little over 20,000 a month, amounting to just over 200,000 a year. Thus, an annual salary of 10 million would equate to 50 years' worth of his earnings. Moreover, a consultation fee of 1 million seemed utterly extravagant. Liang Yongren was stunned for a moment and quickly inquired, "Excuse me, what did you say your company was called?" "The Vast Deep Space Exploration Company." "Apologies, but I truly haven't heard of it. Our company is relatively new, so it's not surprising you haven't heard of us. Thank you for your recognition, but may I ask how you became aware of my credentials?" "Professor, as a renowned expert in rocket propulsion at a top domestic university, your reputation precedes you. While I am a university professor, I do not consider myself among the most elite scholars in the field of rocket propulsion." "Why would you choose me? Even with the salary you propose, you could easily recruit an academician." "The reason is that I came across a paper you wrote on the future development trends of nuclear-powered rocket engines. I found your ideas about nuclear-powered rocket engines to be particularly intriguing, which is why I hope you would consider taking on the role of director in our rocket engine design department. It was only then that Liang Yongren recalled having indeed written such a paper. However, that paper had been penned over a decade ago, and he had almost forgotten about it. After pondering for a moment, he replied, "But my concept for the rocket engine is based on nuclear power, and our country has yet to establish a foundation in this area. Implementing it would likely encounter significant challenges, especially since you are a private enterprise. You might not even have access to certain necessary materials, making my research seemingly unhelpful to you. Accessing materials is not an immediate concern. We can begin with theoretical research. Our intention is not to dive straight into nuclear-powered engines, but to start with conventional rocket engines and gradually transition. Professor, you are an expert in conventional rocket engine design. There should be no issue with you taking on this directorial role. I am merely a theoretical expert. I have not participated in practical design. Everything begins with theory before it transitions to practice. Without a solid foundation, the whole structure is at risk." That's a valid point. However, may I take some time to consider my decision? Of course. However, it would be best if you could respond within 3 days. Rest assured regarding the salary. As soon as you agree to sign the agreement for the director position in our rocket engine research and development department, our company will immediately pay you 6 months' salary, $5 million, and the previous $1 million consultation fee will not be deducted. Additionally, I will assist you in securing a 200 square meter housing unit and 2 vehicles in the provincial capital. If your children accompany you, we will ensure their housing, vehicles, and employment, guaranteeing a monthly salary of no less than $30,000, along with comprehensive benefits and annual leave. Your students, as long as you deem them competent and qualified to assist you in the project, can join our company's rocket engine research and development department with an annual salary exceeding $1 million. After 2 years of service, they will also be provided with a housing unit and a vehicle. For those with partners or who are married, their spouse's employment issues will also be resolved. Liang Yongren was left utterly astonished upon hearing this. Is this for real? Such benefits, such treatment. This is simply astounding. Although he hadn't yet discussed it with his family, if these terms were genuine, there would be no question. His family would undoubtedly agree. After ending the call, Liang Yongren felt somewhat distracted throughout the day. While he had considered joining a leading research team that would have to be a state-owned enterprise, he had never imagined relinquishing the title of university professor to join a private company. Yet, the benefits offered were simply extraordinary, and it was impossible not to feel conflicted about it. Chapter 139. Recruiting national elites. Upon returning home in the evening, Liang Yongren hurriedly called for his children to come back. "Dad, why did you call us so urgently? What's going on?" "There is something of significance. Today, a company invited me to serve as the director of their rocket engine research and development department. I wish to discuss it with you all." "Is the company a private enterprise or a state-owned enterprise?" "It's a private company." "Are there private enterprises in our country that can engage in rocket research and development?" "They claim to be a newly established company." "You can't go to a private enterprise," his daughter interjected. "Private companies are unstable and unreliable." "Dad, you are a professor at a renowned C9 university. Leaving to work at a private company would be like throwing away a watermelon to pick up a sesame seed." "We cannot make such a foolish decision," his spouse added. "I agree. University work is much more stable. You never know what to expect in a company. IT could be here today and gone tomorrow." His son remarked, "Dad, are they inviting you as a consultant?" "It's not as a consultant," I asked, "and they want me to resign and join their research team." "You cannot resign. You are a professor at a C9 university. How could you possibly resign?" "But they are offering a high salary." "How high?" Upon hearing this, everyone in the room was left speechless. $10 million. Liang Yongren repeated in disbelief. $10 million. That's absurd. It can't be true. Is it a scam? They said that as long as I agree to go, they will immediately pay me $1 million as a consulting fee. If I sign a contract to join, they will pay half a year's salary up front, which is $5 million, not including the consulting fee. How could that be possible? That company must be insane to offer such a high salary. By the way, Dad, what is the name of this company? "Let me check," Liang Yongren said as he took out a notebook. "It's called Vast Deep Space Exploration Company." "Vast Deep Space Exploration Company? Huh? Wait a moment. I'll search for it online." His son quickly pulled out his phone and searched online. Indeed, he found the name of Vast Deep Space Exploration Company, and there were numerous related reports. It actually exists. Vast Deep Space Exploration Company is a private enterprise dedicated to the launch of carrier rockets. Its president boldly proclaimed that they would achieve manned-moon landing within 5 years. What? Achieving manned-moon landing within 5 years? Liang Yongren was naturally taken aback. How outrageous! A private company dares to claim they will accomplish manned-moon landing. Something even the nation hesitates to declare. Could it be a fraudulent company? However, didn't they just say that they would pay 1 million just for considering it? Would a scam company invest such a large sum? It couldn't possibly be a scam. There have been so many reports by journalists. They are openly recruiting department heads with an annual salary of 10 million and deputy heads with 5 million. Does that mean it's all true? Of course, it's true. It seems this private enterprise has grand ambitions. I wonder if they are merely making grand statements or if they genuinely mean it. Nonetheless, achieving a manned moon landing seems a bit far-fetched. But a 10 million salary is certainly plausible. Didn't they say that once I sign the agreement, they will immediately pay 5 million? That's 5 million. Not just 500, Dad. You currently earn just over 20,000 a month at the university. Going there means you would earn what you would in 50 years at the university in just 1 year, not counting the consulting fee. What more do you need to consider? Yes, boss. Just for signing? They are offering 6 million. Don't think about it any longer. But if I resign, what will happen to my job at the university? What is so great about a mediocre university job that pays so little? This opportunity is a rare gem. Even if you only work there for a year, it would be enough to buy a house in our provincial capital. By the way, they said that as long as I agree to go, they will buy me a 200 square meter house in their provincial capital, along with 2 cars. Is that true? Then what are we waiting for? You must go. That's a huge house. It would be sufficient for our entire family to live in. By the way, Lele, are you two going? Us? What would we go for? We can't build rockets. Exactly. We won't go. We both have jobs. You and Mom should go. But they said if you go, they will help you with job placements. With a monthly salary of no less than 30,000, with 5 insurances and 1 fund, and a whole year of vacation. They will also provide a housing unit and a vehicle. Is that true? Of course it is. Haha, that is fantastic. I'm going. What about Lele? I'm in a state-owned enterprise. What does that matter? Your job only pays a maximum of 6 or 7,000 a month. Over there, it's 30,000 a month, 36 million a year. You and my sister together would earn over 70 million. My sister doesn't have a job right now, so this is perfect. That is true, but private companies are often unstable. What if you lose your job after a few years, and then the state-owned job is also gone? What is there to fear? Dad will work for a year. And our families will have enough to live on for a lifetime. Besides, if he works for a few years, he will surely have tens of millions saved up. That's more than enough for our expenses. Moreover, they said they would buy us houses and cars. Why turn down free gifts? That's right, Lele. Such a golden opportunity is hard to come by. Right now, your dad still has the capability. If we miss this chance, there might not be a second one. Well, all right then. I'll go back and discuss it with Hui. What is there to discuss? My sister will definitely agree. For Liang Yongren's family, this would undoubtedly be a sleepless night. Many families across the country shared this sleepless night. These families, without exception, received the olive branch extended by deep space exploration. Although it was merely a private enterprise, the conditions were exceedingly generous, making it impossible for many to refuse. Among these individuals were seasoned professors nearing 50 and fresh graduates, yet all possessed unique insights within their respective fields. What these individuals did not realize was that their choices would profoundly impact their lives. The Hanxiang Technology Building had already been largely completed by this time. The headquarters of Vast Deep Space Exploration Company was also located within this building. Chang Han personally welcomed the visiting group. However, Chang Han was much younger than they had anticipated. It was truly hard to fathom that such a young boss aspired to accomplish manned moon landing. Yet, everyone understood that they were not here for the city. They were here for the money. Chang Han introduced the background of Vast Deep Space Exploration Company. When these individuals learned that the parent company of Vast Deep Space Exploration was Hanxiang Technology, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 140, Development Plan for a Company Aspiring to Undertake Such an Ambitious Project as Rocket Launch. The most crucial requirement is funding. Without a robust enterprise backing it, everything remains but a mere illusion. Without overthinking, everyone promptly signed contracts to join Vast Deep Space. After all, with such a high salary, working here for a year is more worthwhile than working elsewhere for 20 years. It was only natural that they could not refuse. The team was officially formed. The Engine Research and Development Department comprised 1 director and 3 deputy directors. The Aerodynamic Design and Research Department had one director and two deputy directors. The Control Systems Research Department had one director and one deputy director. The Safety Systems Research Department had one director and one deputy director. The Life Systems Research Department had one director and one deputy director. For deep space exploration, the most critical department was undoubtedly the Engine Research and Development Department. The director of the research department was Liang Yongren, with three deputy directors overseeing different departments. Among the three deputy directors, Liang Yongren recognized two, who were well-known figures in the domestic rocket engine field. However, the third deputy director was someone he had never heard of and found somewhat perplexing. This individual was an undergraduate, and not even one specializing in rocket science, which left Liang Yongren utterly bewildered. In fact, it was not only Liang Yongren who found this puzzling. The other two deputy directors also felt the same. They even suspected that this undergraduate might have been placed there by the company to monitor them. However, as such matters seemed inappropriate to inquire about, they naturally pretended not to notice. In reality, not only were they confused, but even Hua Tao himself felt somewhat perplexed. It stands to reason that he did not specialize in rocket science. How, then, did he inadvertently find himself in a rocket company? Had it not been for the phone call he received at that moment, when Chang Han promptly transferred 500,000 in cash to him, he might have suspected he was the subject of a jest. Yet, it was no jest. In this bewildering manner, he became one of the deputy directors in the Deep Space Exploration Rocket Engine Research Department. To be frank, he was somewhat at a loss. What was he supposed to do? How was he to proceed? He felt utterly confounded. Moreover, his fellow deputy directors were all, without exception, professors from top universities in the country, PhD supervisors, and in comparison to them, he felt as if he were worlds apart. Most disconcertingly, he was not even trained in rocket science, which left him feeling particularly out of place. It was not until Chang Han called him into his office that things began to take shape. As Hua Tao pushed open the office door, he found Chang Han inside, along with Liang Yongren and two other deputy directors, Yuan Hong and Imo Guahao, seated nearby. Hua Tao hastily greeted, "Good day, President, good day. Professor Liang, good day. Professor Yuan, good day. Professor Imo." Liang Yongren, Yuan Hong, and Imo Guahao all nodded in acknowledgement. Chang Han smiled and said, "Come, have a seat." Hua Tao found a place to sit down. In truth, since his arrival at the research department, he had scarcely spoken with Liang Yongren and the others, feeling somewhat dwarfed in the presence of such esteemed professors, which naturally made him feel a bit awkward. Chang Han inquired with a smile, "How do you find the environment of your new home, Deputy Director Hua?" Hua Tao chuckled and replied, quite good, by the way. Thank you, President, for taking such good care of me by providing me with a house and a car upon my arrival. This is what you deserve. In fact, it's not just you. Anyone at the level of Deputy Director or above enjoys such benefits in the company. However, all the professors here are nearly all experts in rocket science. While I am not trained in this field, which makes me feel somewhat undeserving, it's not a matter of fear. You can learn on the job. No one is born with this knowledge. Everyone acquires it step by step. And I have confidence in you. Upon hearing this, Hua Tao was at a loss for words. Liang Yongren and the others exchanged glances. Although Chang Han was the head of the company, his casual approach to personnel arrangements left them uncertain about its appropriateness. Chang Han then turned to the group and said, "Today, I have gathered you all to discuss our development plans for the next phase. I believe many media outlets have already reported on the 10-year development plan I have set for the company, and everyone is likely familiar with it. The most crucial aspect is the plan for the first 5 years. I hope you can complete the team formation for rocket engine design and research, as well as secure a test launch within 1 year. Within 2 years, I aim for us to accomplish a 10-ton payload near-Earth orbit launch. Within 3 years, we should achieve our first commercial launch, with rocket capacity exceeding 50 tons. Within 5 years, we must complete spacewalks and manned lunar landings, with rocket capacity reaching 500 tons. You are all experts in this field. What are your thoughts?" The group exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. Completing a manned lunar landing and achieving a 500-ton payload within 5 years. Was this some sort of international joke? Chang Han took out a pack of cigarettes, offered a few to the others, and said, "There are no outsiders here. We are all colleagues, so feel free to speak candidly." Liang Yongren lit a cigarette, took a puff, and after a moment of contemplation, stated, "President Chang, I will speak frankly. Launch vehicles are not a simple endeavor. They involve 3 major components: the rocket structure, the propulsion system, and the control system. Each of these components is complex in its own right. To commercialize this, and to achieve a manned lunar landing, we require a very intricate terminal structure, such as a spacecraft cabin and payload. Among others, it can be said that pulling one thread can unravel the whole tapestry. While there are some private companies in the world, such as the X Company of the United States, that excel in this domain, we are not lacking in capability and certainly should not fall short. However, the challenge lies in the time required for technological accumulation. Rushing will yield no results, in my view. Achieving our first commercial satellite launch within 5 years would already be commendable, completing a spacewalk or a manned lunar landing. That indeed seems overly ambitious. Ogwahao nodded in agreement, adding, Director Liang is correct. Launch vehicles are exceedingly complex systems. To acquire sufficient technological accumulation, we need an ample amount of time for maturation. Rushing will not yield results. My suggestion is to proceed gradually. Yuan Heng interjected, President Chang, please do not take offense at my bluntness. It is fundamentally impossible to achieve a near-Earth orbit capacity of 500 tons within 5 years. The Saturn V rocket of the United States, with a total thrust of 3,400 tons and a height of over 100 meters, ultimately managed to launch only a little over 120 tons of payload. If you wish to launch 500 tons, you would require over 10,000 tons of thrust. Without a rocket that stands 200 meters tall, it is simply not feasible. A rocket of such magnitude is beyond the capabilities of our private company. You might as well stop daydreaming. Chapter 141. Chang Han's ambition. Neither Liang Yongren nor Mo Guahao anticipated Yuan Heng's directness, and they exchanged wry smiles. After all, Chang Han was the company president. Was it really appropriate to challenge him so openly? Chang Han, however, remained unfazed, chuckling softly as he replied, I have considered the points raised by Deputy Director Yuan. It is nearly impossible for a conventional rocket to reach such capabilities. Therefore, we must pursue something extraordinary. The reason I invited Director Liang to take on this significant role is that I value his proposal for a nuclear-powered rocket. Nuclear-powered rocket? The others were taken aback. Turning their attention to Liang Yongren, Liang, of course, wore a wry smile. Although Chang Han had mentioned this idea previously, he had not taken it seriously, as nuclear-powered rockets are not ordinary constructs that anyone can design at will. Liang remarked, regarding the concept of a nuclear-powered rocket, I merely considered it as a theoretical exploration. It would be unwise for the company to focus its design efforts on a product that may not even exist. Yuan Heng interjected, indeed, this nuclear power must pertain to nuclear fission, right? Isn't it a thermal conversion? If the propellant involves nuclear materials, wouldn't there be a risk of nuclear contamination? Is it feasible to create a safe and effective rocket engine? Liang replied, theoretically, it is possible. There are several design proposals for nuclear-powered engines, ranging from auxiliary solid propellants to particle flow ejection and gas core engines. However, the challenge lies in the use of nuclear materials, which complicates the design significantly with no existing references to draw upon. Chang Han asserted, I am particularly interested in Director Liang's design for a gas core engine. I believe your proposal to use a nuclear reactor as a combustion chamber minimizes pollution, making it well suited for our rocket engine. Liang responded, however, the design of a gas core engine is exceedingly complex. It remains entirely theoretical at present and still requires auxiliary propellants. Though it generates less pollution, it still presents radioactive risks that must be accounted for. Mo Guahao added, that's true. Currently, even national entities dare not pursue nuclear-powered rocket engines. It would be ill-suited for us as a private company. Yuan Heng remarked, it's not just ill-suited. It's utterly unattainable. Nuclear materials are strictly regulated by the state, and as a private entity, acquiring such materials is simply impossible. Even if we could somehow obtain a small amount covertly, who would dare actually produce it? If the state were to discover it, the consequences would be dire. Mo Guahao noted. Our country has also signed the Outer Space Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, so it is impossible for the state to approve our experimentation with nuclear-powered rocket engines. The others nodded in agreement, recognizing that if even the state hesitated to engage in such endeavors, how could a private company dare attempt it? What if an explosion were to occur in the atmosphere? That would spell disaster. Chang Han chuckled, rest assured. When I speak of a nuclear-powered rocket, I do not refer to the traditional notion of one. You need not worry about material issues. What we are discussing now is purely theoretical. If we successfully research a nuclear-powered engine, what would the subsequent scenario be? If it is merely a theoretical concept, then that is acceptable. The group fell into contemplation. Liang Yongren mused, if President Chang can indeed resolve the issues surrounding nuclear materials, we might successfully complete the engine design. Without considering the size of the rocket, it may be possible to launch a 500-ton payload into near-Earth orbit. Yuan Heng cautioned, that is merely a possibility. Moreover, we must consider what happens after the first stage of the rocket's thrust concludes. This is a nuclear-powered rocket, with a reactor containing nuclear fuel. If it were to fall somewhere, the consequences of leakage would be catastrophic. Everyone nodded in agreement. Chang Han stated, thus, our nuclear-powered rocket must be designed as a reusable, recoverable rocket. After the first stage propels the payload into near-Earth orbit, it will automatically descend and return to a designated recovery point for reuse. Mo Guohao nodded. If it can be reused, then multiple rockets can assist in the launch. The more rockets we have, the greater the thrust, and since they can all be recovered later, theoretically, if we have enough recoverable auxiliary rockets, it would be possible to launch 1,000 tons. Yuan Heng inquired, what about the payload portion of the spacecraft? Would it also utilize a nuclear-powered engine? Chang Han replied, my vision for the spacecraft is to employ an ion propulsion system. Ion propulsion system? The group stared in astonishment. Liang Yongren remarked, but isn't the thrust of an ion propulsion system too weak? How could it possibly propel a 500-ton payload? Mo Guohao also remarked, our country's most advanced ion thruster is merely capable of a force of 1 Newton. Faced with a payload of 500 tons in low Earth orbit, it is but a drop in the bucket. Chang Han turned to Yuan Heng and said, as an expert in ion propulsion, what is your perspective, Deputy Director Yuan? Yuan Heng pondered for a moment and replied, the thrust of ion thrusters is far too minimal. While laboratory tests may yield results, the challenges are likely greater than those of nuclear propulsion engines. Chang Han interjected, did you not write an article titled A Proposal for Multistage Pulsed Ion Propulsion? I found your analysis quite commendable. Under equivalent conditions, thrust could be elevated to 6 newtons. Yuan Heng replied, I merely conducted an analysis. That was all theoretical, a mere conception, never subjected to practical experimentation. The feasibility can only be determined through actual trials. Even if it were achievable, it would be of little use. According to my theory, reaching a thrust of 6 newtons would necessitate at least several tens of kilowatt-hours in energy consumption. Where in space would we procure such a supply of electricity? Chang Han chuckled and said, Deputy Director Yuan, have you forgotten that the core of our engine is nuclear-powered? With a nuclear generator, we could easily access millions of watts of power. Upon hearing this, Yuan Heng was momentarily taken aback, followed by a glimmer of elation on his face. He exclaimed, indeed, if we can truly realize a nuclear-powered core engine, it would not be impossible for my multistage ion engine to exceed thrust levels of tens of thousands of newtons. That would be truly extraordinary. For Yuan Heng, his greatest aspiration in life was to complete his multistage pulsed ion electric propulsion engine, and he never anticipated that it might now be within reach. This revelation filled him with immense joy. Liang Yongren and Mo Guohao nodded in agreement, acknowledging that if Chang Han's propositions could materialize, it indeed seemed plausible. Yet the crux of the matter was that it was unlikely to happen, as there was a significant hurdle to overcome. Yuan Heng, elated for a moment, soon considered this issue and shook his head, stating, President Chang, while your ideas are splendid, the fundamental problem remains. Without a nuclear power source, it is simply unattainable, Mo Guohao added. The critical issue is that nuclear materials are virtually inaccessible, unless we have state support. Yet our own country hesitates to pursue such endeavors. How could they possibly support us in this regard? Yuan Heng nodded in agreement. Upon further reflection, it still seems improbable. Chang Han responded with a smile. There must be a solution, however, we will require Deputy Director Hua's assistance. The others looked at Huatao with puzzled expressions. Huatao had remained silent throughout the discussion, feeling out of place. Suddenly, finding everyone gazing at him startled him, and he quickly said, I cannot be of much help. My expertise is not in rocketry. Chang Han opened a drawer, retrieved some documents, and handed them to the group, saying, take a look. This is a paper written by Deputy Director Hua. After reviewing the documents, they were all left bewildered. Liang Yongren furrowed his brow and said, President Chang, the field of study that Deputy Director Hua has pursued seems unrelated to our objectives. Chang Han produced additional documents to present to them. Examine this file. You will understand its relevance. Upon receiving the file, they began to read, and soon their faces were filled with astonishment. This cannot be true. Liang Yongren expressed disbelief. Imo Guahao hurriedly added. How can such a thing be possible? This is utterly outrageous. Yuan Heng glanced at the article and then at the perplexed Hua Tao. Chang Han reassured them. This matter is indeed plausible. Our team has already conducted computer simulations, and it is 100% feasible. You can rest assured. Liang Yongren was momentarily taken aback, then transitioned to excitement, stating, if this is indeed the case, it would not only revolutionize nuclear propulsion rockets, but could potentially transform the entire nuclear energy sector. Imo Guahao remarked, yet I still find it somewhat hard to believe. Can this truly be achieved? Chang Han chuckled. Haven't you heard President Chang say that it has already been simulated? Ha ha ha, my ion thruster finally has hope for successful creation. Chang Han continued. I must ask everyone to keep this matter confidential. I urge you all to take this plan seriously. This is not merely about building rockets. We are on the brink of creating history. Whether we can attain a Nobel Prize hinges on the efforts of those present. You can count on us, President Chang. The group responded in unison. Chang Han then stated, I will now arrange specific tasks. Liang Yongren and Imo Guahao, you two will be responsible for designing the rocket engine. Bring Hua Tao along and ensure he comprehends the core technologies of rocket engines in a short time frame. No problem. Liang Yongren and Imo Guahao nodded in agreement. Chang Han directed, Deputy Director Yuan, you will design your multi-stage pulsed ion thruster. Focus all your energy on this endeavor. Understood, Imo Guahao nodded. Chang Han added, our company's software team, Xiao Chong, has developed its own design software. You will utilize it for the rocket design. The group was momentarily taken aback. Liang Yongren questioned, is it truly necessary for us to use our own design software? There are specialized international programs that are quite user-friendly. Creating our own software may prove cumbersome. Our software is designed with inspiration from advanced international programs, and it is even more user-friendly, seamlessly integrating with our systems and facilitating storage and computation. You'll see once you use it. Additionally, our company possesses its own supercomputer with computational capabilities on par with leading international supercomputers. The computers are equipped with interfaces for direct use, ensuring complete security. Upon hearing this, Liang Yongren and the others were quite satisfied, recognizing that having a capable supercomputer was a tremendous asset for the rocket design process. Furthermore, I plan to organize a research and development team of 3,000 for rocket propulsion. I will allocate 1,500 to your engine development department. The coming days will likely be quite busy. The others were left speechless at the prospect of a 3,000-person RD team. Just the annual salaries alone would be a considerable expense. Clearly, the president was not joking. This was a serious undertaking. Chang Han remarked, Professors, if you have capable students, feel free to recruit them. Anyone you recommend will receive an annual salary of 1 million. Remember my words. Anything you can conceive, I can accomplish. Do not hesitate to voice your requests. I seek results, not processes. Rest assured, President, they all responded in unison. Chang Han proceeded to acquire a vast expanse of land in the remote northwest region of the province, intending to establish a launch site and research center, along with an engine testing facility. In the following period, numerous talents specializing in rocketry from across the nation flocked to the vast deep space exploration company, and the entire enterprise became a hive of industrious activity. Meanwhile, Wu Jio had endured several challenging months. Following losses in both the first and second trials of his lawsuit, his car and house were sold off by the court, and his bank accounts were frozen, rendering him legally a defaulter. Simultaneously, his parents, embroiled in the legal dispute, also lost their home, and the entire family found themselves in a state of homelessness. His parents fared slightly better, as the court allowed them to retain a modest pension for basic living expenses, enabling them to scrape by. He, however, found himself utterly devoid of options. Although he had previously stashed away some money, it was all taken by the loan sharks, leaving him to barely survive by taking menial jobs. In his former life as a business owner, he was the center of attention wherever he went. But now he was met with disdain and scorn. Yet, these troubles were not what plagued Wu Jio the most. What truly tormented him were the relentless loan sharks. They would harass him incessantly, seizing any money he managed to acquire, leaving him feeling utterly overwhelmed. Now, his greatest regret was having lent that sum to Ji Chuchu at such exorbitant interest rates, placing him in this precarious situation. But there was no remedy. What was done, and regret was futile. Now, Wu Jio faced but one choice: to leave this place and seek a new life elsewhere. However, relocating would require funds, and he found himself with pockets as empty as his face. He lacked even the fare for a train ticket, let alone the means to travel to another location. His former acquaintances, once friendly, now ignored him entirely. Upon hearing his name, they would hang up instantly, much less lend him any money. Who could he turn to for a loan? Perhaps a classmate? Wu Jio pondered, then dialed Kong Xianshan's number. Hello, who is this? Lao Kong, it's Gio. What is up? Long time no see. I was thinking of inviting you out for a meal. I'm still out of town. Let us meet up when I return and have some time. I am busy here. If there is nothing else, I'll hang up. No. I genuinely need to talk to you about something. What is it? I was wondering if you might have some spare cash on hand. If so, could you lend me a few thousand for a bit? Don't worry, I will definitely pay you back in a few days. The thing is, I'm not exactly flush either. Recently, my aunt is buying a house, and I lent all my savings to her, so I really have no money at the moment. Why not ask some of our classmates instead? You want to lend me? Then how could the others possibly help? Am I not in a peculiar situation? Moreover, I am devoid of funds. If you wish to lend, direct your attention to those who possess wealth. Who in our class is still affluent? How can you say that? Changhan is wealthy. Changhan, are you jesting with me? What connection do I have with him? Surely, you must be aware of that. Wasn't that a matter of the past? You are no longer with Jichuchu, are you? Simply make a call to acknowledge your mistake, utter a few trivial words. He is quite prosperous now and likely won't hold a grudge over such minor issues. Upon hearing this, Wu Jio furrowed his brow, hesitatingly responding, is that appropriate? Appropriate or not? You have no choice but to give it a try. Currently, Changhan is the wealthiest in our class. Seeking assistance from others is futile. Well then fine. Wu Jio hung up the phone, deliberating for a considerable time before ultimately dialing Changhan's number. Hello. Who is this? Changhan, it's me. Who? I am Wu Jio. Oh, I thought it was someone else. So it's you, Wu. What wind has blown you to call me today? Changhan, the reason for my call is to confess my mistakes. Surely not. Wu, could it be that you two have erred? Are you not jesting with me? I know. After all these years as classmates, there is no reason for our relationship to be so strained. I admit, in previous years, my career flourished, leading to a touch of arrogance on my part. Reflecting on it, we have been classmates for so long. I ought not to have meddled in your affair with Chu. Now, I regret it. Changhan, if you are truly angered by me, feel free to scold me or even strike me a few times. The fault lies with me, and I hope you can accept my apology. No need for apologies. Even without the matter involving Jichuchu, our relationship was never particularly strong. Thus, there is no necessity for you to apologize to me. Changhan, your words suggest that you are unwilling to forgive me. Regardless of the situation with Jichuchu, we are still classmates, are we not? It cannot be said that all camaraderie has vanished. What exactly do you wish to convey? Why the roundabout speech? Speak plainly. I have no inclination to listen to your tales of yore. I genuinely wish to apologize. Very well, let it be so. I am quite busy. I shall hang up. Wait. I have something to discuss with you. If there is something to say, then do so. Currently, I find myself in a precarious financial situation. If you could afford to lend me a sum, it would be greatly appreciated. I thought you were calling for something significant. So you merely wish to borrow money? Changhan, I am truly out of options. However, rest assured, I will repay you once I am able. I only require a temporary loan. Aren't you in debt for several hundred million? How do you intend to repay me? How do you know about that? Wu Jio was taken aback upon hearing this. Changhan chuckled, who in our class is unaware of it? Everyone discusses your affairs in other groups. It's just you who remains oblivious. Wu Jio, rendered speechless, contemplated for a moment before admitting, since you are aware, I shall not conceal it from you. I am currently in debt for several hundred million in project payments, and also owe a substantial sum to loan sharks. They are pursuing me relentlessly. I require funds to escape to another city for a while. I say, Wu, if you dare to borrow from loan sharks, it appears your business acumen leaves much to be desired. The money is not borrowed by me. It was lent to Jichuchu. She needed funds for a house purchased, that time. I had difficulty accessing my finances, so I thought of securing a temporary loan from the loan sharks, planning to repay it in a few months. Who could have anticipated this situation? Then you should demand the money back from Jichuchu. What reason do you have to borrow from me? The crux of the matter is that Jichuchu is unaware of what illicit activities she has been involved in. Her bank account has been frozen, and she currently cannot access her funds. What? You are not aware? Aware of what? Jichuchu has won her lawsuit against the bank. Her funds should have been unlocked long ago. She might very well be spending that money frivolously right now. What? Is what you say true? Of course it is. The classmates are all aware. You are simply out of the loop. However, since your money was lent to Jichuchu, it is only fitting that you demand it back. After all, it rightfully belongs to you. Wu Jio's eyes lit up. You are absolutely right. That money is mine. I must reclaim it. Hurry and go. Be cautious not to be late. She may transfer the funds elsewhere. Jichuchu has not had an easy few months, facing both good and bad news. The good news is that she won her initial lawsuit against the bank. However, despite the victory, she has yet to receive any funds, as the banks have appealed the decision to a higher court, leading to a protracted legal battle. As for the bad news, several banks and Huabei have prepared to sue her for credit card fraud due to her overdraft situation, leaving her feeling overwhelmed. Her family has ceased to offer support, and even if they wish to assist, they are unable to provide the tens of thousands she needs. As for borrowing money now, it is futile. She knows she cannot secure a loan. If it comes to that, she may have to seek assistance from Chang Han, but he is not answering her calls. Feeling a surge of frustration, Jichuchu left the hotel and headed to the parking lot, only to be intercepted again. Upon seeing the person, she frowned and said, "What are you doing here again? I have already told you not to come looking for me. Why do you persist? If you continue this way, I will call the police." Wu Jio quickly smiled. "Chu, please do not be angry. I have come to discuss something with you." "What matter is it?" "It concerns the 240,000. Could you possibly return 200 million to me? I will forego the remaining 40,000 entirely." "Have you lost your mind? Did I not make it clear? The 240,000 has already been seized by the bank. How can I return it to you? Why is it still being seized? Did you not win the lawsuit?" "How do you know I won?" "Of course I know. Such matters cannot be concealed. Just give me the 2 million, and I will not ask for the rest. I cannot provide that." Wu Jio's eyes widened in anger. "Jichuchu, what does this mean? That 240,000 is mine. Why should you keep it all to yourself?" "I do not wish to keep it. While I won the initial lawsuit, there is still an appeal to contend with." "An appeal? So your bank account is still not unlocked?" "Indeed. Why would I lie to you?" "I do not believe you." Wu Jio shook his head. "Show me your mobile banking app. Let me disabuse you of that notion." Jichuchu angrily pulled out her phone and accessed her bank account information. However, after a few clicks, her expression turned to one of shock, for her account held merely a few cents, and the remaining funds had inexplicably vanished. "This cannot be. Where is my money?" Jichuchu frantically manipulated her phone, checking to see if she had logged in incorrectly. After several attempts, she confirmed that her money was indeed gone, leaving her with only a few cents. Furthermore, her bank account was no longer frozen. It had been reopened. Stunned, she recalled something and hurriedly accessed her other banking app, only to find that the second card also contained only a few dozen yuan, with the rest of her money missing. At this point, Jichuchu was utterly dumbfounded. "Where has my money gone? It cannot be. Where is my money?" Jichuchu was clearly on the verge of hysteria. These funds were her lifeline. Without them, her very existence felt threatened. "Manager G, what has transpired?" Several security guards rushed over. "What are you doing here again? Do you seek trouble?" "Manager G, should we teach him a lesson?" The guards glared at Wu Jio, their expressions menacing. "You all can leave. This does not concern you." Jichuchu was clearly distraught. The guards exchanged glances, sensing the tension, and ultimately departed with displeased expressions. Wu Jio, however, was left with an even darker demeanor. To him, Jichuchu's distress seemed like a charade. That was a sum of several 100,000, not just a few hundred. How could it simply vanish without a trace? It was evident that she was merely putting on an act, having likely transferred those several 100,000 to another account. My money! My money!" Jichuchu lamented, pounding her chest in despair. Wu Jio, with a stern face, demanded, "Jichuchu, stop feigning ignorance. Have you hidden that money away?" Jichuchu retorted, "What do you mean? My money is gone. Where could I possibly hide it? Do not play games. That money has undoubtedly been transferred by you. I do not care. That 240,000 belongs to me, and you must return it. Are you out of your mind? Can't you see that my money is gone? What do you expect me to use to repay you? You must find a way. that 240,000 was rightfully mine. Do you understand the suffering I have endured at the hands of loan sharks for that money? I care not. You must return my 2,400,000, or I shall make you regret it enough. Do not persist in harassing me. I possess not a single cent of your money. Be gone at once, Ji Chuchu exclaimed in fury. Wu Jio's countenance immediately darkened, his tone turning menacing as he replied, Ji Chuchu, I shall state this once more, that 2,400,000 is mine. Will you retrieve the money for me or not? I do not owe you anything. If you continue to pester me, I shall call the police. Call the police. As Wu Jio uttered these words, a flicker of malevolence crossed his face as he brandished a gleaming dagger from his pocket, seething. If you do not repay me today, I shall make you suffer. What do you intend to do? Ji Chuchu was naturally terrified by the sight, and she cried out in desperation, Help! Help! A few security guards in the distance, of course, heard the commotion. What seems to be happening over there? Should we go take a look? Oh, come on. Let us not go and get ourselves into trouble. I agree. It would be a fruitless endeavor. Rubbing a warm face against a cold rear end, Wu Jio, what do you want? Do not come any closer. It is truly not my money. Ji Chuchu retreated in fright. Wu Jio coldly retorted, If it is not you, then who has it? Let me tell you, that 2,400,000 is my money. If you do not hand it over, you shall not leave today. I truly have not taken that money. I do not even know where it has gone. Do you take me for a fool? The money is clearly in your bank card, and you claim to have no idea where it has gone. I shall ask you once more. Will you bring it out or not? As he spoke, Wu Jio brandished the dagger in his hand. Watching the other inch closer, Ji Chuchu was petrified. If she provoked him further, he might truly commit some horrific act. Realizing this, she hurriedly said, I will give you the money. Please, calm down. You're asking for trouble. Wu Jio snorted coldly and demanded, Where's the money? Quickly produce it. Millions, you say? How can I possibly give that to you? Where have you stored it? It is in another card. Hurry and withdraw it. How can I? That is over 200,000. Withdrawals require an appointment, as you well know. Then make an appointment. I want cash regardless. Fine, however, you must wait a few days. I urgently need the money. Go to the ATM now and withdraw 2,000. The rest can be given to me later. Ji Chuchu was troubled beyond measure. Yet under the threat of his weapon, she had no choice but to accompany him to the bank for withdrawal. However, what Wu Jio did not anticipate was that as they approached the ATM, Ji Chuchu darted in ahead of him. By the time Wu Jio realized what had happened, the door had already been locked. Suddenly, a siren blared. Wu Jio, seeing that she had pressed the emergency button, was infuriated. But there was no time to wait for the police to arrive. He could only flee hastily. Ji Chuchu, of course, breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, despite escaping a dire fate, her mood was utterly dismal. What she found most unbearable was the complete disappearance of her 5 million savings. How could this be possible? Chang Han's vast deep space company, which was rapidly recruiting elite talents nationwide, soon caused quite a stir in the domestic rocket manufacturing sector. Chapter 145. Ji Chuchu has perished. Although the majority of top talents in rocket science worked for state-owned enterprises, there were still some elite individuals engaged in academia or other relevant organizations. It must be said that the starting salary of 500,000 offered by vast deep space was a source of considerable conflict for many. While most researchers possessed a certain integrity, the extent of that integrity often depended on the level of temptation. Such a high salary was undeniably alluring for researchers earning less than 10,000 a month. Furthermore, this generous compensation also attracted many from state-owned research institutions who found the offer irresistible. Even though it was merely a private enterprise, the financial incentives proved compelling. Often, the salaries offered by state-owned entities fell short of covering expenses, leading many researchers to consider the private sector, prompting a flurry of inquiries. Chang Han was, of course, pleased to see this trend. He needn't actively poach talent from state-owned units when they willingly approached him. Regardless of who they were, as long as they had experience in manufacturing rockets at frontline institutions and were willing to join his company, their annual salary would start at $1 million. Chang Han provided housing and vehicles. All that mattered was the willingness of the individuals to come aboard. High welfare and generous benefits caused the research team at vast deep space to expand rapidly. Akin to a snowball effect, the nationwide monetary distribution strategy adopted by vast deep space, however, drew considerable dissatisfaction from numerous professional institutions and manufacturing units related to rocket technology. As a result of this influx of talent, many frontline researchers resigned to join a private company, an act that could be considered undermining the state's interests. For a private enterprise to aspire to research rockets was already a reckless dream. Now, daring to siphon talents from state-owned enterprises crossed the line. Relevant departments swiftly received numerous complaints. However, they remained unresponsive, as international private rocket companies had begun to emerge at significant levels. Given the scarcity of domestic companies engaging in such endeavors, the departments were pleased to see a firm willing to invest heavily in this challenging and thankless task. Why would they seek to suppress or limit such progress? The tacit approval from the relevant departments allowed the research team at vast deep space to grow increasingly larger. Accelerating their research process, Liang Yongren and his colleagues became progressively busier. At this moment, Watao realized that his previously whimsical paper had yielded such significant results, prompting him to urgently bolster his knowledge of rocket engine technology. As a so-called genius in the eyes of the little cockroach, Watao possessed an exceptional capacity for learning, and in the eyes of Liang Yongren and his colleagues, he seemed to improve almost daily. They had come to fully believe in his talent, realizing that his grand ambitions might not be as unattainable as they initially thought. Ji Chuchu was on the brink of collapse these past few days. The sudden disappearance of over 500,000 from her 2 cards drove her to the bank to demand answers. However, upon reviewing her transaction history, she discovered that the funds had been gradually transferred to various foreign accounts through her phone. From the bank's perspective, these transactions were confirmed with SMS verification codes and payment codes, indicating that Ji Chuchu had indeed executed them. Ji Chuchu, of course, could not accept this. She had never authorized such actions and believed the bank had conspired to siphon her money away. Yelling and causing a scene would resolve nothing. Filing a report was a distant prospect. When her family learned of the situation, they severed ties with her entirely, as that 5 million represented the last hope for the Ji family. With its disappearance, their hopes of purchasing a new home were utterly dashed. Yu Kursin, upon discovering the news, broke up with Ji Junjia and even filed a lawsuit against the Ji family for the return of her 100,000 housing deposit. Ji Junjia was nearly driven to despair over this matter and once again expelled Ji Chuchu from their home. At this point, Ji Chuchu was truly homeless, left utterly alone. It must be said that she regretted her past decisions. When she was with Chang Han, she had been treated like royalty, living a life of luxury. Yet ever since parting ways with him, her life had taken a turn for the worse, becoming increasingly arduous. Meanwhile, Chang Han had found a new girlfriend, and the prospect of rekindling their relationship seemed exceedingly slim. Was she destined to live such a life for the rest of her days? No. Ji Chuchu refused to accept that this would be her future. She was a woman of striking beauty, and even without Chang Han, other men existed. She was determined to lead a better life in due course. Ji Chuchu resolved to uplift herself, refusing to wallow in despair any longer. She needed to find a new goal, even if it meant becoming a companion to someone older, as long as it provided her with a quality life. Just as Ji Chuchu sought to revive her spirits and forge a new path, a battered man suddenly appeared before her. Wu Jio had just been cornered and brutally beaten by loan sharks, and he was now seething with rage. It was all that bitch Ji Chuchu's fault. At this moment, Wu Jio seemed possessed, his gaze fixed menacingly on Ji Chuchu. Realizing his hostile demeanor, she instinctively turned to flee, shouting for help. Wu Jio quickly pursued her, brandishing the dagger in his hand. Stabbing her several times, Ji Chuchu stumbled a few steps before collapsing helplessly to the ground. Wu Jio fled further away, quickly disappearing from sight. Ji Chuchu lay on the ground, blood pooling around her. Witnessing the scene, several onlookers rushed over, with some urgently dialing emergency services. I do not wish to die. Ji Chuchu's eyelids grew heavy, and finally, darkness enveloped her. Boss, Ji Chuchu has been stabbed by Wu Jio. When did this happen? Just now. Should the boss watch the footage? Please play it on Chang Han's phone. A video captured by nearby surveillance cameras soon began to play. While the images were not very clear, the familiar silhouettes unmistakably belonged to Ji Chuchu and Wu Jio. After watching, Chang Han fell silent for a moment. Despite his deep-seated disdain for both individuals, he pondered. Is this truly what he wanted? Chang Han found himself at a loss for words. The tragic demise of Ji Chuchu weighed heavily on his mind. She had succumbed to multiple stab wounds, with severe internal injuries. Wu Jio had fled. Although the nearby surveillance footage was not particularly clear, Wu Jio's diminutive stature was unmistakable. With no sign of him in the vicinity, he naturally became a wanted fugitive. The news of this incident quickly spread among the classmates, sparking a flurry of discussions. Many speculated that had Ji Chuchu not chosen to leave Chang'an, her fate might have been different. Yet, with events having unfolded as they did, further discussion seemed futile. Chapter 146. Deceived of 100 billion. Chang'an's mood had also soured during this period. Although he had not personally taken Ji Chuchu's life, her death was indeed a consequence of his scheming. As the saying goes, I did not kill Bo Ren, yet Bo Ren died because of me. Chang'an had initially thought that reaching this point in the events would bring him great joy. But in truth, he felt not an ounce of happiness. AT Battery Factory No. 2. Following the completion of the second phase of construction, the increase in production had finally alleviated the pressure on Huanqiang Technology regarding high-end battery sales. However, a significant event soon unfolded. Guai Energy had shut its doors, and all of its executives vanished overnight. This incident sent shockwaves through the battery industry. Guai Energy had gained a modest reputation domestically, despite its batteries being inferior in performance to those of Huanqiang Technology, though still somewhat viable. Moreover, their products were affordable, the only downside being their low production volume. Recently, Guai Energy had announced its intention to open its battery technology for licensing to other companies, which immediately stirred considerable excitement within the global battery sector. While the quality of Guai Energy's batteries did not match that of Huanqiang Technology, those familiar with the materials used understood that both companies employed similar components. The prevailing belief was that Guai Energy's inability to reach Huanqiang Technology's level stemmed from a lack of technological prowess rather than inferior raw materials. Therefore, Guai Energy's willingness to license its raw material technology for production was regarded as a boon for the global battery system. After all, Huanqiang Technology's battery prices were exorbitant, with the majority of profits being siphoned off by the company. Numerous enterprises promptly reached out to Guai Energy, eager to secure licensing for the raw materials. Guai Energy's prominence in the battery field soared to unprecedented heights. However, domestic regulatory bodies swiftly issued a directive prohibiting the export of advanced domestic battery technology. This curtailed Guai Energy's prospects of profiting from foreign markets. Yet, this prohibition proved advantageous for domestic enterprises, as it did not restrict them from acquiring battery technology licenses. Several large-scale domestic battery companies expressed their willingness to purchase the licensing rights for Guai Energy's materials. In response, Guai Energy convened a special auction for the licenses. The event saw a bustling crowd, with 10 companies securing varying levels of licensing rights. The fortunate 10 companies were elated, having paid their deposits. They awaited the opportunity to profit from the technology. However, Guai Energy, having collected over 100 billion in deposits, failed to deliver the corresponding technology. Instead, the company's executives mysteriously vanished overnight, leaving behind only unpaid office workers and ordinary laborers. The 10 companies that had paid their deposits were left utterly dumbfounded. At this point, even the most naive could discern that they had been duped. Several companies hastily reported the matter to the authorities, prompting an investigation. The findings were shocking. It turned out that Guai Energy possessed no new material battery technology. All their battery materials had been salvaged from the dismantled models of a robust generation of power banks. The warehouse was filled with heaps of disassembled power bank casings, and the so-called production facility housed only workers responsible for dismantling, lacking any semblance of a genuine raw material production base. This revelation caused an uproar. A mere shell company had managed to defraud 10 major enterprises of over 100 billion in technology licensing fees. Was there anything more ludicrous? Huanqiang Technology was quick to respond with an official statement, declaring that it had never authorized any individual or company to represent or modify its battery products, while reserving the right to pursue claims against the relevant companies. In truth, such a statement held little significance. It was merely an additional clarification. The deceived companies were left in a state of despair. Additionally, some companies were profoundly affected by this debacle. All of them had relied on Guai Energy's batteries. Notably, First Computer had been a primary user of Guai Energy's products, but with the company's collapse, the quality issues of the batteries were laid bare. Battery capacity plummeted. Users who had chosen First Computer raised their voices in protest, demanding accountability. Left with no choice, First Computer had to recall its computers and promised to replace the batteries, absorbing the related costs itself. Consequently, First Computer's stock price experienced a significant decline, in stark contrast. Huanqiang Technologies' production gradually increased as other companies hesitated to select alternative battery brands, opting solely for Huanqiang Technologies' offerings. ATA Grand International Auto Show in the bustling metropolis, Company B unveiled an electric luxury motorhome. Its imposing body replete with lavish features, exuding opulence beyond compare. Even more astonishing was the vehicle's range, boasting an incredible 25,000 kilometers. One could hardly believe such a feat. This meant that a single charge could nearly traverse the borders of a major nation. This astonishing range left many in disbelief. Naturally, the price of this motorhome was equally staggering, reaching a staggering 30 million soft currency. This exorbitant price tag left many in awe. A mere electric vehicle commanding such a sum was utterly preposterous. Despite Company B's exorbitant pricing, a select few affluent buyers were drawn to the vehicle. When it came to the luxury of the interior, Company B's motorhome was not necessarily superior to some top-tier luxury cars. The crux of the matter lay in the range. 25,000 kilometers was simply remarkable. This range would allow one to traverse the vast expanse of the world's largest nation with ease, let alone small countries where a single charge could facilitate numerous circuits. However, what truly captivated buyers was the astonishing battery capacity. For motorhomes, power management often posed significant challenges. In cold regions, one hesitated to use heating. In hot regions, air conditioning was a luxury. Even cooking with an induction stove was fraught with difficulty, often resorting to natural gas, and solar panels were the only option for charging when power ran low, often yielding insufficient energy even after a day of sun exposure. Company B's electric vehicle, however, boasted enough battery capacity to satisfy a typical household's needs for 2 years. The air conditioning could run continuously for 24 hours without issue. Such an incredible battery capacity rendered the vehicle more akin to a mobile generator than merely an electric vehicle. Chapter 147. The 100-ton engine. Moreover, what made it even more enticing was that Company B's motorhome came equipped with 2 small two-wheeled electric scooters, each with a range exceeding 1,000 kilometers. This configuration particularly thrilled affluent buyers, as maneuvering a large motorhome could be cumbersome. The convenience of having 2 electric scooters, each capable of covering significant distances, made spontaneous outings much simpler. Company B's luxurious motorhome quickly became the talk of the auto show, captivating many influencers who specialized in showcasing motorhomes. They climbed aboard to inspect the vehicle, extolling its performance to the skies. The exaggerated range, astonishing battery capacity, and thoughtful features made a resounding impact at the show. What had initially seemed an unlikely hit among luxury motorhomes suddenly saw 13 units reserved. One affluent buyer from the Middle East even purchased 3, clearly unconcerned about the cost. Company B's flagship motorhome skyrocketed to fame, evoking envy among numerous competitors. Yet, due to its steep price, the average person could only gaze longingly, as only those with substantial means could claim ownership of such a top-tier luxury vehicle. Company B's executives were equally elated, brimming with confidence regarding their forthcoming collaboration with Huanqiang Technology on remaining projects. As time progressed, the rocket launch facility of Hauhan Deep Space Corporation continued to undergo rapid construction. Initially, the core team had deemed Changhan's province unsuitable for a launch site due to insufficient entry angles, rendering rocket launches fuel inefficient. However, Changhan insisted on establishing the site there. To him, the notion of achieving success away from home felt hollow. One could thrive, but without a homecoming, it seemed meaningless. The design of the rocket engine was progressing swiftly, bolstered by a team of ample researchers, many of whom hailed from national research institutions and possessed considerable experience. Moreover, with the assistance of a supercomputer, the simulations were streamlined by eliminating extraneous calculations and erroneous outcomes, facilitating a smooth research process. With the design finalized, the next step was to complete the assembly of the first rocket engine. Liang Yongren and his colleagues once again summoned Changhan. Mr. Chang, Liang Yongren began. The design plan is now complete. We are ready to commence assembly. Do you have any input? Changhan replied, my thoughts are quite straightforward. Our inaugural engine must possess a thrust exceeding 100 tons. A few individuals were momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. Liang Yongren remarked, isn't our first engine merely a test model? Such immense thrust seems unnecessary. Mo Guohao added, we believe that a thrust of 50 tons would suffice. Our engine employs the most advanced international designs, boasting a thrust-to-weight ratio that far surpasses that of typical engines. If we can successfully conduct trials with 50 tons of thrust, 5 engines could easily accomplish the task of launching a 10-ton payload into low Earth orbit. Yuan Hung nodded in agreement, stating, in fact, 50 tons of thrust is already quite substantial. Our domestically established YF-77 engine only produces just over 50 tons of thrust. If our 50-ton engine proves successful, it would be on par with the YF-77, placing us among the top 10 globally. For a private enterprise, such an achievement would indeed be remarkable. Chang Han interjected, currently, our annual employee salary expenditure amounts to several billion soft sister coins, with total investments soaring to over 100 billion each year. This scale of investment surpasses that of the vast majority of countries worldwide. Just considering the size of our R&D team, even Company X cannot compete with us. I am not suggesting that we surpass Company X's Merlin 1 engine on our first attempt. That would be quite modest. 100 tons is my minimum standard. Moreover, 100 tons is merely for the test model. Next time, I aim to exceed the Bear country's RD-180, requiring thrust to surpass 400 tons. 400 tons. Liang Yongren and the others were left speechless upon hearing this. They could hardly believe that Chang Han might be losing his grip on reality. It is well known that there are only a handful of rocket engines in the world capable of exceeding 200 tons of thrust. The RD-180 from Bear Country is the largest and most advanced rocket engine in active service globally. For the boss to desire a second engine with thrust at the level of the RD-180 is simply unrealistic. If even the state cannot achieve this, how could a private enterprise? Liang Yongren and his colleagues exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. Tio say that Chang Han was daydreaming, that he was being impractical, or arrogantly delusional. Such judgment seemed inappropriate. After all, they were still reliant on Chang Han for their livelihoods. Observing their reactions, Chang Han chuckled and said, I understand that you might perceive me as overly ambitious and unrealistic. Perhaps my performance expectations are indeed challenging under ordinary circumstances. However, the current situation is anything but ordinary. Our software team, Xiaoqiang, has completed an upgrade and iteration of our rocket design software, enabling us to simulate components of any engine in the world. From a data perspective, we have resolved the digital simulation issues for engines of any size. Moreover, we have developed a detection machine based on multidimensional acoustic resonance technology to inspect the precision of the design components, ensuring that the manufactured parts are flawless. I believe that with the assistance of these two functions, each of you will be able to design a perfect engine. The group was left speechless. However, they had grown accustomed to the rocket design software developed by the company, which was remarkably user-friendly, far superior to many mainstream international design tools they had previously used, and, most importantly, it was highly intelligent in its functionalities. The introduction of a simulation feature was unexpected, and they were confident that it would greatly enhance their subsequent designs. As for the precision-checking machine Chang Han mentioned, they were somewhat unfamiliar with the concept, but given its significance, they would certainly give it a try. Regardless, Chang Han was the boss, and whatever he requested, they had no choice but to comply. Following Chang Han's orders, the team entirely overhauled the original designs and redefined the component dimensions. To their delight, the simulation function of the software after iteration proved to be extraordinarily powerful. IT could generate simulations of engine components of any size, and merely through simulation, they could identify flaws in the design. With the aid of the software, the engine team completed the design of the first engine in just 1 month. They then proceeded to manufacture the custom parts according to the design blueprint. Chapter 148. Successful test of HH1. The machine Chang Han referred to for checking component precision was now fully assembled. By scanning the design parts with the machine, any discrepancies between the components and the design standards would be immediately revealed. Initially, many were skeptical of the machine's frequent error reports, as many parts appeared flawless at first glance. However, upon inspecting the reported components, they discovered that all were indeed defective, with the flaws matching the machine's error reports precisely. At this point, the team could no longer underestimate the machine, and with its assistance, the precision of the entire rocket engine steadily improved. As time progressed, a complete rocket engine was finally assembled. From the formation of the team to the completion of the first engine assembly, only 5 months had elapsed. One must admit that such construction speed was astonishing. Consequently, the company organized a celebratory event. The next step was to complete the test of the first engine. News of the impending test of the first rocket engine from Hauhan Deep Space Company quickly spread throughout the province. The provincial authorities, upon hearing of this, decided to send representatives to observe. For this province, Hauhan Deep Space was one of the few private launch vehicle companies in the nation, and the establishment of such a high-tech firm in their region was regarded with utmost importance. Furthermore, with the national government vigorously supporting the development of high-tech private enterprises, launch vehicles represented the pinnacle of high technology, making the provincial leadership even more attentive. Provincial media outlets eagerly arrived, as such a grand occasion as a rocket engine test was not an everyday occurrence. Hauhan Deep Space's launch base was situated in a remote area of the northwestern province, a place scarcely touched by human presence. The test stand, prioritized as a construction project, had long been completed. Following the arrival of the HH-1 rocket engine, staff busily engaged in its installation. Chang Han, accompanied by a deputy representative from the provincial authority and numerous media reporters, also arrived on site. After inquiring about the deputy's preferences, Chang Han ultimately decided against observing the video in the control room and opted to witness the event outside. The group made their way to a distant observation platform. What followed was a wait for the official commencement of the testing. Liang Yongren stayed by Chang Han's side, overseeing the coordination. Mo Guohao and Yuan Hong worked in the control room, performing final adjustments before the test. Chang Han and the deputy representative exchanged lighthearted banter. The deputy representative remarked, "Mr. Chang, this is my first time attending such an event. I never expected our province would host something like this." Chang Han chuckled, "Don't feel too surprised, deputy representative. Although this is my company, it is also my first time participating." Laughter echoed among those present. The deputy representative continued, "By the way, Mr. Chang, I am genuinely curious. Your battery enterprise has already developed quite well. Why venture into launch vehicles?" Chang Han replied with a smile, "Don't you think engaging in endeavors others cannot accomplish is immensely challenging? Is it really that simple? How complicated can it be? Indeed, young people possess great ambition." At that moment, Liang Yongren approached, stating, "Mr. Chang, everything is prepared. We may commence the test." Liang Yongren nodded, picked up the communicator, and announced, "Now, hear my command. Countdown to ignition. 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition." A thunderous roar erupted. The engine on the test stand belched forth white exhaust, and a copious amount of liquid oxygen and kerosene surged from the nozzle. The vicinity of the test stand reverberated with the roar of HL. Those present were astonished. Although they were quite distant from the test stand, they could still feel the engine's immense energy, causing the entire space to tremble. Many were witnessing this for the first time and were left wide-eyed. Was this the might of a launch vehicle? Chang Han had never experienced such a scene before and was equally awestruck by the spectacle before him. In a wonder when he mentioned constructing a 400-ton thrust engine. Liang Yongren and the others had unanimously opposed it. If a 100-ton engine possessed such power, 400 tons was beyond imagination. The test stand continued to roar, and the entire surrounding area was enveloped in white smoke. After a considerable time, the engine showed no sign of stopping. The deputy representative glanced at the time and called out, "Mr. Chang, how long do you expect this test to last?" Chang Han responded loudly, "There will be 3 tests in total, amounting to 6,000 seconds. The first is 600 seconds, or 10 minutes. Following the acquisition of the relevant data, we will conduct the second test tomorrow, which will last 1,800 seconds, or 30 minutes. The day after tomorrow, we will carry out the final test, lasting 3,600 seconds. Is such a lengthy duration necessary? Repeated testing will ensure the engine's stability. After all, we require engines that are reusable. Our goal is for the engine to function continuously for over 50 uses without quality issues. So that's the reasoning." The HH-1 engine roared for nearly 10 minutes before gradually coming to a halt, and the absence of that earth-shattering power allowed those around to exhale in relief. The first test was a resounding success. Chang Han turned his gaze towards Liang Yongren, smiling as he inquired, "Director Liang, how did the results of the first test run turn out?" Liang Yongren replied, "All the data is remarkably stable. The thrust of a single engine has reached 130 tons, with a thrust-to-weight ratio of 60, specific impulse of 300, and combustion chamber pressure at 17.2 megapascals." Deputy Representative Tang interjected, "General Chang, how do these figures stack up? They should be quite respectable on an international scale, right?" As Chang Han spoke, he glanced at Liang Yongren, clearly seeking his input. Liang Yongren responded, "In terms of thrust alone, we should rank 6th globally. The other metrics are within the top 10. 6th in the world." Deputy Representative Tang exclaimed, taken aback, and quickly asked, "How does that compare to our nation's rocket engines?" Liang Yongren replied, "It surpasses our best operational engine's thrust by a mere 10 tons. So, are you saying your engine is more advanced than our national engines?" Deputy Representative Tang's disbelief was evident. "In terms of thrust, yes, it is slightly better. The other metrics are a bit lacking." Chang Han then remarked, "By the way, didn't I say you only needed to achieve a thrust of 100 tons? How did you manage to exceed that by 30 tons? Chapter 149. The goal of 400 tons. Liang Yongren chuckled. "Primarily, we all discussed it and concluded that a thrust of 100 tons is neither high nor low. Even if achieved, it would merely be average. Upon further reflection, we thought, why not raise the standard a bit?" Chang Han was left somewhat speechless by this. Deputy Representative Tang added, "Well, General Chang, achieving such results on your first attempt is truly impressive." Chang Han responded with a smile, "Honestly, I was merely an observer. If it's impressive, it's due to the expertise of these specialists. Director Liang, let us keep up the momentum. If everyone successfully completes the initial test run, each member of your engine development team will receive a bonus of 30,000 yuan. Liang Yongren was, of course, quite delighted by this news. At that moment, reporters surged forward, eager to interview Chang Han. Ultimately, he allowed Liang Yongren to handle the media, while he escorted Deputy Representative Tang away. In the following days, the HH-1 engine completed 3 tests, totaling 6,000 seconds, or a full 100 minutes. The team's inaugural engine withstood 100 minutes of rigorous examination, which invigorated the entire team. Major media outlets within the province quickly disseminated the news of Haohan Deep Space's 3 successful test runs. For the vast majority of ordinary people, a rocket engine test was merely an average news story. However, for those esteemed rocket experts, it sparked significant excitement. A newly established private enterprise, barely 6 months old, had achieved a thrust of 130 tons on its first rocket engine test. To be frank, it was hard to believe. The leading domestic rocket engines only achieved a thrust of 120 tons. A private company, constructing a rocket engine for the first time, had outperformed the nation's strongest rocket engine? Logically, this was inconceivable. Many rocket experts and influencers in related fields publicly questioned the validity of Haohan Deep Space's HH-1 engine data, claiming severe exaggeration. Although relevant authorities did not voice skepticism, some experts expressed a desire to visit for an inspection, essentially indicating their disbelief in Haohan Deep Space's testing data. After all, Haohan Deep Space was a company that had been established for less than half a year. Completing the assembly and testing of its first engine in such a short time was already an extraordinary feat. If the first aviation engine surpassed the most advanced operational engines in the country, that was not merely impressive, it was downright unbelievable. Given that Haohan Deep Space employed second-tier personnel, the notion that an engine developed by this group could exceed first-tier standards was genuinely hard to accept. Although many teams sought to visit, they were uniformly denied by Chang Han. While the HH-1 engine had indeed reached a thrust of 130 tons, it was not the engine he truly desired. He envisioned an engine with greater thrust, smaller dimensions, and reduced weight. Hence, the HH-1 was destined to be a prototype, far from suitable for mass production. Chang Han turned down numerous requests for visits, which many interpreted as a sign of data inflation. Fearing to allow scrutiny. It was reasonable to think that a private enterprise could not possibly exceed the capabilities of the nation's most advanced rocket engine during its first test run. Nevertheless, many experts expressed their dissatisfaction with what they perceived as data inflation by Haohan Deep Space. In the eyes of most, a legitimate research institution should proceed with measured, step-by-step progress. An overly impetuous corporate culture could ultimately yield limited achievements. The news of Haohan Deep Space's first rocket engine, the verification machine HH-1, successfully passing its test spread widely not only within domestic circles but also reached international audiences. Foreigners were even less inclined to believe the information. A private company from a certain major country claimed that its first engine outperformed the renowned X company's Merlin series engines. How could this be possible? X company had long been the pride of the Mi Federation, the only entity in the global launch vehicle sector capable of rivaling, if not surpassing, national efforts. A little-known private firm from a certain major country dared to aspire to compete with X company. This was sheer hubris. Many technology influencers from the Mi Federation recorded programs mocking this situation, as they found themselves under pressure from a certain major country in the tech arena. Thus, seizing the opportunity to jest at a certain major country was an exhilarating affair. Among them, the most scathing critiques came from the Shangu nation, in their perspective. All news from a certain major country was mere boasting. The notion that a private company could produce an engine with a thrust of 140 tons was utterly implausible. In the eyes of the Shangu populace, anything their own nation could not achieve was deemed impossible for others as well. In stark contrast to the external chorus of skepticism, the atmosphere within Howhan Deep Space was one of exhilaration, akin to being invigorated by a dose of adrenaline. The successful initial test run naturally filled the entire team with joy. However, the responsibilities on their shoulders had grown heavier, as the expectations had risen correspondingly. Chang Han's vision was to develop a rocket engine with a thrust of at least 400 tons, which should also be sufficiently compact and lightweight. Only by achieving such compactness could multiple engines be utilized concurrently. If each engine could indeed reach a thrust of around 400 tons, then coupling 4 engines on a single rocket could yield a total thrust of 1,600 tons. Thus, completing a 50-ton payload mission to low Earth orbit a year ahead of schedule would not be beyond reach. Yet, the theoretical prospect of 400 tons of thrust was indeed astonishing, presenting a significant design challenge for Liang Yongren and his team. However, the power of the rocket design software, upgraded and iterated by Xiao Chong, began to shine through at this juncture. The software could simulate any imaginable rocket engine component and various existing materials in the world, making it particularly adept at designing rocket engines that had yet to be realized. While the design team had the advantage of software assistance, crafting a rocket engine that had no precedent in the world remained a formidable task. Nonetheless, Liang Yongren and his colleagues stumbled upon an intriguing phenomenon. Whenever they encountered a design impasse, they would consult Chang Han. Although Chang Han was not a specialist in rocket science, he possessed a unique gift for unconventional thinking. Regardless of the issue at hand, he often provided fresh perspectives. While some ideas may have felt implausible or unachievable, they were invariably adopted by the team. Chapter 150. The astonishing engine Chang Han's suggestions were, in fact, inspired by Xiao Chong. Although Xiao Chong viewed the designs produced by the research department as riddled with flaws, he could not directly intervene and instead guided Chang Han through indirect means. Over time, this peculiar dynamic developed, leading to a consensus within the research department. Any matter that proved difficult could be resolved through consultation with their boss, who would invariably offer valuable insights. With the robust software and Chang Han's contributions, the second design proposal for the rocket engine was swiftly completed. With the design in hand, the next step was to produce the components and commence assembly. 3 months flew by in the blink of an eye. The HH-2 rocket engine emerged triumphantly. This time, Chang Han chose not to conduct the test at his own facility, but instead applied to the relevant authorities to use the country's largest test platform, the Yunling test site, for the engine testing. Upon receiving the application from Howhan Deep Space, the relevant authorities were initially taken aback, but soon understood the intention behind this move. Essentially, Howhan Deep Space aimed to showcase the engine to these authorities. After the last test, which had led to widespread skepticism regarding Howhan Deep Space's data, the extended duration of this endeavor suggested they had indeed redesigned and adjusted the machine. By publicly conducting this test, it would be impossible for others to question the integrity of their data. The relevant authorities deliberated and ultimately approved Howhan Deep Space's testing request. After all, given that the thrust of their first engine had reached an astonishing 130 tons, it was only natural that they would be curious to see what this so-called 130-ton thrust engine truly entailed. The HH-2 engine was soon transported to the Yunling test site, accompanied by a contingent of staff members who arrived simultaneously to begin installation. On the day of the test flight, Chang Han had only just arrived at the Yunling testing site. After all, arriving early would not have made a difference. The leaders from relevant organizations and the directors and chief technical personnel from major domestic units were all present, eager to witness the true capabilities of the engine, which was said to surpass the most advanced rocket engines in the country. The attendees exchanged brief introductions and pleasantries, patiently awaiting the formal commencement of the test. An Jia, the director of a large research institute, remarked, "General Chong, I didn't expect your engine to undergo updates so swiftly. It seems that only a few months have passed since the first generation was tested, and now the second generation has emerged. May I inquire about the advantages of this second generation over the first?" Chang Han smiled and replied, "All specifications are marginally improved compared to the first generation." And Jie continued, "By the way, your first generation engine had a thrust of 130 tons, correct? What is the thrust of this second generation? We will know after the testing. It is difficult to say at this moment." Upon hearing this, The others present understood that Chang Han was somewhat uncertain, fearing that he might be overly optimistic and that the engine might not meet the expected parameters, which would be quite embarrassing. Nearby, Director Hong Jingyu of another research institute interjected, "General Chang, I arrived yesterday and observed your engineers installing the engine. To be honest, your engine does not appear very large. I wonder how much it weighs?" "It should be around 1.3 tons, replied Chang Han. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed the faces of the others. Logically, a weight of 1.3 tons would classify it as a small engine among rocket engines. Engines of a comparable caliber internationally often weigh 10 or 8 tons. The fact that a mere 1.3-ton engine could propel a weight of 130 tons suggested an astonishing thrust-to-weight ratio exceeding 100. This level of performance would rival that of X-Company's Merlin series engines. General Chang, I had no idea your research team possessed such prowess. The second engine achieves a thrust-to-weight ratio of over 100. If this test is successful, your engine will be considered a top-tier rocket engine internationally. Not only commendable, the total weight of your engine is just 1.3 tons, 300 kilograms lighter than the YF-100 from Institute 602. Yet it boasts a thrust exceeding 10 tons. In terms of thrust-to-weight ratio, it ranks as the second-best engine globally. While the data appeared flawless, the concern lingered that it might be inflated. Thus, the second-place status could be uncertain. An engineer from Institute 602 named Liu, with a hint of sarcasm, interjected, expressing disbelief that the YF-100, their flagship engine, could be outperformed by a private enterprise's engine. After all, his team comprised some of the foremost experts in the domestic rocket engine field. The idea that a top-tier engine designed by his elite team could be inferior to a mediocre product from a private firm was inconceivable to him. The others nearby exchanged knowing smiles, fully aware of the engineer's indignation. After all, for a state-owned enterprise's engine to be eclipsed by that of a private company was a bitter pill to swallow. Rendering years of research seemingly futile. In truth, Liu was not alone. The majority present harbored doubts about the capabilities of the vast space engine. They were convinced that the data released previously was exaggerated, and they anticipated that the specialized equipment at the Yunling testing site would expose any discrepancies. After some idle chatter, Liang Yongren and others approached, stating, "General Chang, we are ready." Chang Han nodded and said, "Then let us commence." Liang Yongren instructed, "Now, follow my lead. Countdown to ignition. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignite." At Liang Yongren's command, the HH-2 engine roared to life, emitting plumes of white exhaust. The gathered crowd fixated on the large screen displaying various data. Their primary concern was the engine's thrust, anxious to see if it could indeed reach the anticipated 130 tons. The thrust data surged rapidly, soon reaching 130 tons. The crowd was visibly astonished. The figures were not false, as they had genuinely achieved 130 tons. However, what astounded them even more was that after reaching 130 tons, the thrust continued to climb, swiftly surpassing 200 tons. At that moment, disbelief washed over the spectators. How could such a small engine generate such immense thrust? Yet, the data kept climbing, soon exceeding an unbelievable 300 tons, and even after surpassing 300 tons, the readings continued to rise. Everyone stood in stunned silence as the HH-2 engine's thrust eventually peaked at 401 tons before gradually tapering off. 401 tons. Those present could hardly believe their eyes. A single-port engine weighing merely 1.3 tons could produce an astonishing 401 tons of thrust. If this test had not occurred at the nation's most professional Yunling testing site, the scene would have seemed utterly implausible. Many quickly rushed out of the data center to the exterior, gazing towards the distant test site. The entire valley reverberated with a thunderous roar, engulfed in a thick cloud of white smoke, showcasing the engine's formidable performance. The head of the Yunling testing site wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved that their facility was designed to handle 500 tons. Otherwise, such immense thrust might have lifted the roof clean off the testing site. The HH-2 engine roared for nearly 10 minutes before gradually coming to a halt. The data on the large screen finally stabilized, leaving the audience in a state of shock. Maximum thrust, 401 tons. Sustained thrust, 401 tons. How could the thrust be so remarkably stable? Engineer Liu from Institute 602 quickly asked, "General Chang, how is your engine designed to achieve such thrust with a combustion chamber pressure of merely 15 megapascals?" "Indeed, Your specific impulse appears to be quite modest, chimed in several others, curiosity evident in their expressions. Chang Han chuckled. This is due to our utilization of a new technology involving a 6-channel circulating combustion chamber. 6-channel circulating combustion chamber? Engineer Liu was momentarily taken aback before inquiring, what is the principle behind it? Clearing his throat, Chang Han replied, the principle is, of course, not something I can disclose. It is, after all, a proprietary technology. Realizing he had overstepped in probing for technical secrets, Liu felt a twinge of embarrassment. Enjia, filled with admiration, remarked, General Chang, your engine is simply extraordinary. Its small size belies its immense thrust. According to the data, it is indeed the world's leading engine. Chang Han responded modestly, it is acceptable, I suppose. In terms of thrust alone, it may not yet be the world's best. One cannot dismiss it so lightly. While the RD-170 from the United States can achieve a thrust of 740 tons, it boasts 4 combustion chambers and 4 nozzles, with a total weight of 10 tons. In terms of weight alone, the RD-170 exceeds your entire 7-engine assembly. Under equal weight conditions, your total thrust would surpass 2,800 tons, making it 4 times that of theirs. Thus, declaring your HH-2 engine as the strongest rocket engine in the world is hardly an exaggeration. Upon hearing this, a wave of applause erupted among the crowd. After all, witnessing such a remarkable rocket engine firsthand was a feat difficult to believe without direct observation. By the way, General Chang, is your engine for sale? An official from a relevant unit inquired eagerly. Indeed, it is for sale. And how much do you intend to charge for your engine? Do you know the price of the RD-180 for overseas markets? 1 million US We will certainly offer a more competitive price. As for the exact amount, I will need to calculate the costs before providing a quote. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged glances, shaking their heads. Particularly the members from Institute 602, who had previously dominated the domestic engine market, now faced a formidable competitor. A relatively unknown small company had suddenly made a remarkable impact. How would they respond to such a powerful contender? News of the HH-2 engine's successful test flight quickly reverberated nationwide. With a single engine achieving a thrust of 400 tons and an astonishing thrust-to-weight ratio of 307. These figures sent shockwaves through the professional community. Initially, many were skeptical. However, the fact that the test occurred at the nation's premier Yunling testing site, coupled with endorsements from top-tier domestic experts, left little room for doubt. Especially the breathtaking spectacle during the test left even laypersons recognizing that this engine was no ordinary machine. Vast Space, this once unknown private enterprise, had catapulted into the national spotlight. And this was merely the beginning. The international community would soon be even more astonished. A single-engine rocket, weighing a mere 1.3 tons, astonishingly boasts a thrust of 400 tons, achieving a record-breaking thrust-to-weight ratio exceeding 300. How is this even conceivable? Although the opposing party has the endorsement of a national-level organization, many foreign entities remain skeptical about the existence of such an extraordinary phenomenon. However, the HH-2 engine has been subjected to test runs, and the earth-shattering scenes from these trials have persuaded many to accept the associated data, as conventional rocket engines do not exhibit such formidable might. Yet, the question lingers, how could a private enterprise possibly produce such a remarkable engine? This matter has become a topic of widespread discussion across the globe. High-level meetings in a certain powerful nation are fervently debating the implications. The performance of the HH-2 rocket engine is indeed astounding. An engine weighing over a ton generates a thrust of 400 tons, simply incredible. With such thrust, a single engine could propel payloads exceeding 10 tons, undoubtedly qualifying it as a strategic weapon. Indeed, it could enable missiles to achieve terminal maneuvers exceeding Mach 30. Is it appropriate for such a magnificent engine to be in the hands of a private company? Should there be discussions about nationalization? Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances. I oppose this. While the technology behind this engine is undeniably advanced, it is the result of the private company's considerable investment. If we were to nationalize advanced technology solely because it exists, what incentive would private enterprises have to pursue technological innovation in the future? That is a valid point. We must also consider the national image. If a private enterprise can develop such cutting-edge technology, it signifies immense potential, and we should encourage and support them instead. Agreed. But what should we do? Should we simply allow them to utilize such exceptional technology? We could purchase it. That would be far better than spending money to acquire the RD-180 from the Great Bear Nation. After all, it's a domestic company. The profits should remain within our own borders. By the way, has Howhan Deep Space provided a quote? They have submitted their pricing. If the government wishes to buy, the cost is 5 million Mi gold per unit. Only 5 million Mi gold, quite affordable. That's half the price of the RD-180 from the Great Bear Nation. It seems the executives at Howhan Deep Space are discerning in their dealings. Chapter 152. The launch of the first satellite. By the way, did they mention whether they would sell abroad? They are willing to sell. The price is 9 million Mi gold per unit. Selling abroad is out of the question. To sell such advanced engine technology to foreign nations would simply enable them to learn from us. Not allowing them to sell internationally would effectively cut off their revenue stream. Yet, we cannot violate national policy for monetary gain. We could procure in bulk domestically, offering them 8 million Mi gold per unit. Furthermore, we want to restrict them from engaging in commercial launches and could even allocate a portion of domestic orders for them to fulfill. That's an excellent idea. If there is profit to be made, they likely won't to raise any objections. Regardless, the CEO of Hanxiang Technology, Chang Han, is a highly capable businessman, a private enterprise aspiring to achieve manned lunar missions. This demonstrates greater resolve than that foreign entity. Carl Marlin. Such capable businessmen deserve robust national support. Ultimately, we must ensure that more people understand that as long as your enterprise possesses capability, the nation will undoubtedly offer substantial backing. The crowd nodded in agreement. Howhan Deep Space swiftly secured an order for 100 engines. Within less than a year of its establishment, the company had secured contracts worth over 5 billion, much to Chang Han's astonishment. Initially, his plan was to commence commercial development in the third year. Yet, now, less than a year in, he has already begun to generate revenue. This early achievement marks a significant milestone, indicating that the launch vehicle is indeed profitable. Consequently, Chang Han promptly established an engine assembly factory to expedite fulfilling national orders while simultaneously preparing for the first launch mission within the year. Originally, Chang Han planned for the first effective payload launch to occur in the second year. But it now appears that the timeline can be advanced. This is advantageous as completing the mission earlier allows for additional time to prepare for manned lunar exploration. The Aerodynamics Research Department has already completed the aerodynamic layout for the rocket's design and is simply awaiting the engine's completion. Given Chang Han's request for the rocket to be reusable, their design mirrors that of X company, resulting in a recoverable rocket. As Howhan Deep Space busily engaged in rocket design, rocket development departments worldwide initiated work on high-thrust rocket engines, all adhering to the design standards set by the HH-2. Previously, the Great Bear Nation held the title for the world's leading rocket engine, but the emergence of the HH-2 has instigated an unprecedented sense of urgency. While the thrust of the HH-2 matches that of the RD-180, its significantly lighter weight diminishes the competitive edge of the latter. Should Howhan Deep Space decide to market their engines abroad, smaller clients may opt for the more compact engine, as a smaller engine allows for a greater number of installations, thereby increasing overall thrust. Astute individuals would surely recognize the financial advantages in this scenario. The Change Nation has even declared their intent to develop a rocket engine with a thrust of 500 tons within a year, aiming to surpass a certain powerful nation. While Chang Han was immersed in rocket design, Company B had successfully sold over 50 recreational vehicles. The company was taken aback by the vehicle's unexpected popularity. This surge in sales can be attributed to buyers extolling the vehicle's performance to the heavens. With a range exceeding 20,000 kilometers, virtually limitless electrical capacity, and two small electric vehicles boasting ranges over 1,000 kilometers, it has become an indispensable item for home and travel. Naturally, this has resulted in an overwhelming positive reputation for the recreational vehicle. The only critique has been the slow charging time. Utilizing high-power charging stations, a full charge takes over 2 days. If one were to use a standard household charging outlet, it could take 90 days to achieve a full charge. Understandably frustrating many. However, Company B believes that the option for fast charging mitigates the inconvenience, as those spending millions on a vehicle are unlikely to be overly concerned about additional electricity costs. Regardless, the debut product from Company B and Hanxiang Technology has skyrocketed to fame, establishing itself as the pinnacle of recreational vehicles, with numerous affluent buyers placing orders, propelling Company B to prominence in the recreational vehicle market. Having found success with its first recreational vehicle, Company B has opted not to rush into producing a second model. Instead, they announced the formation of their own racing team to participate in the FE Electric Formula World Championship. Organized by the Global Automobile Federation, the FE Electric Vehicle World Championship is a significant global event following the F1 Championship, featuring solely electric vehicles. The rationale behind Company B's decision is straightforward. Rather than creating a car that garners little attention, it is more prudent to establish a brand through racing. The accomplishments within the FE Championship will serve as the best form of promotion. Changhan, of course, supports Company B's vision and has decided to develop a complementary battery pack specifically for the racing team. Several months have elapsed. Through the collective efforts of all, Hauhan Deep Space has completed the assembly and debugging of its first launch vehicle, Deep Space One, which is now ready for launch. As Deep Space One represents the first rocket launch by a private enterprise in the country. The associated news has attracted considerable attention on the day of the launch. Although the weather was somewhat chilly, many individuals from the province flocked to the northern launch site of Hauhan Deep Space to witness the event. Previously, many had only seen rockets in the news. They never imagined witnessing one launch in their own province, making it impossible not to feel curiosity. At this moment, the rocket stands tall on the launch pad. The total weight of the rocket is 360 tons, comprising 2 stages. The first stage weighs 270 tons and is powered by a single HH2 engine, while the second stage, weighing 90 tons, utilizes a newly developed SK-1 small engine. With an effective payload capacity of 15 tons, the control center is bustling with representatives from domestic relevant organizations, representatives from various national research institutes, provincial officials, senior executives from Hanxiang Technology, and more. In fact, nearly all employees of the company are present, though the control center cannot accommodate everyone, resulting in the majority of individuals gathered in the assembly workshop, watching the large screen. Director and GF from the 601 Institute remarked with a smile, "Mr. Chang, should your near-Earth orbit launch mission succeed, your current rocket's payload capacity would already rank among the top in the world." Changhan smiled in response. "Being among the top few is not our ultimate goal. My ultimate aim is to achieve manned lunar exploration." Those surrounding him were momentarily taken aback, then exchanged wry smiles. Although everyone understood that Changhan's ambitious plan was indeed grand, few believed it would come to fruition. As manned lunar exploration is far more complex than mere words suggest. Chapter 153. A successful launch that shook the world. Before we discuss the need to first accomplish manned entry into space and the crucial preliminary tasks of conducting a spacewalk, a multitude of complicated issues lie ahead. The nation itself currently lacks such a plan, making the aspirations of a private enterprise seem rather far-fetched. Director Hong Jingyu of the 602 Institute inquired, "By the way, Mr. Chang, where will your first stage rocket release its payload?" "Oh, our rocket will not release its payload. We plan to recover it." "Recover it? Are you saying your rocket is also recoverable, like that of Company X?" "Absolutely. Have you undergone testing?" "Not yet." "What are you saying, that you dare to attempt rocket recovery without any testing?" "Indeed. That seems rather reckless, doesn't it? With so many people gathered here, what if something goes awry?" Several nearby nodded in agreement. Changhan remarked, "No worries. The rocket recovery site is several kilometers away. There won't be any issues. We've conducted multiple software simulations, and everything should function flawlessly." The others shook their heads. While software simulations can substitute for some aspects, they cannot replace all tasks. If software were truly sufficient, why bother with experimental launches? We could rely entirely on simulations instead. Time swiftly approached the launch hour. Everyone ceased their conversations, their gazes fixed on the large screen. The chief of the dispatch center, Commander Ni Jinglin, announced, "General Chang, the time is nearly upon us." Changhan nodded, stating, "All right, we can commence." Ni Jinglin continued, "Attention all units. Follow my commands. Deep Space One is launching, entering the final minute countdown." The countdown promptly appeared on the screen. As it reached the last 10 seconds, Ni Jinglin shouted, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. The engines of the Deep Space One rocket roared to life, and the launch pad's support structures retracted. The mighty HH2 engine expelled billowing clouds of white smoke, resonating with thunderous sound throughout the launch site. The rocket ascended slowly, soaring higher and higher. Shortly after the rocket's ascent, cheers erupted from the assembly workshop. For them, this soaring rocket represented the culmination of a year's hard work. Witnessing its launch was an indescribable joy. Meanwhile, the ordinary spectators outside excitedly raised their phones, capturing the moment of Deep Space One's liftoff. Numerous media influencers were also present, enthusiastically live-streaming the event. In contrast, the dispatch center was eerily quiet, with staff vocally reporting various data as the screen displayed fluctuating parameters. All eyes glued to the rocket's ascent. It would be impossible for Chang Han to claim he was not anxious. After all, it had been a year of hard work, and they had finally reached the inaugural launch. Hoping for everything to proceed smoothly, as the rocket climbed higher, the relevant data remained entirely normal. The rocket appeared smaller as it approached the KRM line, and the first stage officially detached. People nearby approached with smiles, offering their congratulations to General Chang. Congratulations, congratulations! The crowd gathered to extend their well wishes. Chang Han smiled in gratitude but continued to focus on the screen, for there remained a crucial task: the recovery of the first stage of the rocket. At this moment, the large screen was divided into several sections. One part displayed the second stage rocket's footage, while another showcased the first stage's return flight. Many felt a twinge of tension. This was the nation's first rocket recovery launch, and success would mark a new chapter in the history of domestic launch vehicles. The second stage rocket swiftly surpassed the KRM line, officially entering outer space. Through the second stage's camera, the complete visage of Earth became visible. It was undeniably spectacular to gaze upon Earth from space. Cheers erupted once again in the dispatch room. The first stage rocket continued to adjust its attitude. Descending steadily, soon, it re-entered the atmosphere, and the camera captured the intense burning of certain components due to air friction. After entering the atmosphere, the descent speed of the first stage rocket noticeably increased. Soon, the landing site appeared on the camera. The crowd grew tense. The HH-2 engine ignited once more, and the rocket's landing gear deployed, gradually slowing its descent until it landed securely on the recovery platform. Chang Han exhaled in relief. The entire venue erupted in exuberant cheers. People rushed over to congratulate Chang Han once more. The leaders of several major domestic institutions gazed at him with envy. The inaugural rocket launch not only successfully completed a payload of 15 tons to the far end of low Earth orbit, but also achieved rocket recovery, an astonishing feat through the eyes of the audience and the online livestream. The nation celebrated the successful launch of the first private rocket, Deep Space One, a newsworthy event that reverberated across the country. A year ago, when Howhan Deep Space was founded, many doubted that a private enterprise could accomplish a rocket launch, let alone achieve a 10-ton payload in low Earth orbit. Ultimately, the reality proved that Howhan Deep Space not only accomplished the rocket launch a year ahead of schedule, but also successfully recovered the first stage. Many who had previously dismissed Howhan Deep Space on social media now overwhelmingly praised the achievement. Related news even made it to the national television network. As this news reached foreign shores, reactions varied, particularly from the United States. The sole company worldwide capable of achieving a payload exceeding 10 tons was Company X. Moreover, only Company X had previously accomplished first-stage rocket recovery. Who would have imagined that in just a few years, a private enterprise from another nation could achieve the same? More astonishingly, this was a company that had only been established for a year, making its rapid ascent nearly unfathomable. However, many netizens from the United States accused HHSK of plagiarizing Company X's rocket recovery technology. After all, this technology had previously been exclusive to Company X, and now others had mastered it, leaving American netizens feeling somewhat disgruntled. Other nations expressed even greater indignation. For instance, netizens from the Kingdom of Change openly criticized HHSK for shamelessly plagiarizing while proclaiming that their country would also achieve rocket recovery the following year. They boasted that the thrust of their newly developed Shan-Yo rocket engine would exceed 1,000 tons, ensuring that they would outpace the United States by a century. Netizens from Half Island also voiced their discontent, claiming that their nation would soon unveil astonishing rocket launch technology. Although netizens from Long Island were less vocal, they rallied behind their national team, hoping to swiftly catch up in the realm of launch vehicles. The Bear Nation announced that its latest engine, the Tsar engine, was in the final stages of development, promising thrust exceeding 1,000 tons, which would undoubtedly surpass any private enterprise engine from a major nation. The European Union also declared intentions to increase investment in space exploration, striving to complete a manned lunar landing plan at the earliest opportunity. Meanwhile, Company X convened a high-level meeting. Carl Marlin inquired, "What are everyone's thoughts on HHSK's successful inaugural launch to low Earth orbit? I didn't expect this HHSK company to be quite formidable. Within just a year, they not only achieved low Earth orbit launches but also successfully recovered the rocket's first stage. I previously thought they were merely boasting. Laughter filled the room as everyone shared a chuckle. Did you not see HHSK's rocket recovery? It's clearly a case of plagiarism from our technology. Indeed, we should sue them for infringing on our intellectual property. But we haven't registered any relevant intellectual property in that major nation, so how can we sue them? Nonetheless, it should be made known that their actions are improper. Rockets are fundamentally similar in shape, and the landing gear and grid fins differ slightly. A lawsuit would be futile. The crux of the matter lies in where they derive their landing technology. Logically, a company established for just a year cannot possess such advanced algorithms. They must have stolen our algorithms. Agreed. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. I believe we should primarily scrutinize the employees from that major nation. They are surely the ones who pilfered our painstakingly developed technology. Yes, people from that major nation are all thieves. Our team should refrain from employing them. Carl Marlin interjected, all right, we'll revisit these matters later. Since they have already grasped our rocket recovery technology, it's too late to discuss it now. We must swiftly devise a strategy. We cannot allow HHSK to grow internationally. Otherwise, suppressing them will become increasingly challenging. Everyone nodded in agreement. I believe HHSK's current technological advantage lies in their HH-2 rocket engine. With a thrust of 400 tons, it is undoubtedly an impressive engine. Our engine's thrust-to-weight ratio is also commendable. They are not necessarily superior to us. Furthermore, our engine is smaller, which gives us an advantage. I still think they are formidable. Their single engine produces 400 tons of thrust, and while it is slightly larger than ours, it is not by much. A rocket can accommodate at least 4 engines, totaling 1,600 tons of thrust. Our 9-engine configuration only yields 900 tons, meaning their thrust surpasses ours by 700 tons. If they bundle 5 rockets, that would be 20 engines, yielding 8,000 tons of thrust, more than twice that of Saturn V. Their engines currently represent a significant advantage. I doubt their engines can be that potent. There must be some discrepancies. Exactly. Perhaps their payload is not as heavy as claimed, and it's merely for show, lacking actual weight. By the way, can we procure one of their engines for research? Dream on. It is utterly impossible for them to sell such advanced engine technology without the approval of their government. Exporting it is out of the question. Thus, let us devise a strategy to clandestinely acquire their technology. You speak wisely. If they can pilfer from us, we are equally capable of reciprocating. The pressing question is, how shall we execute this theft? We could lure some of their personnel with generous salaries. That is indeed a viable approach. However, enticing individuals from their homeland may prove to be more complex than anticipated. With sufficient funds, we need not worry about attracting talent. Once we offer them a visa, we may not even have to spend much. They would flock here, for this is the Meat Sci Federation, ha ha ha. The others joined in laughter at this notion. Carl Malone chuckled, excellent, Wayne. The task of recruiting will be entrusted to you. The laughter intensified among the group. Wayne managed a wry smile but ultimately nodded, declaring, rest assured, I will certainly bring over their key technical experts. Carl Malone nodded in agreement, stating, good. Let us find a way to lure over a few of their core personnel. We must thoroughly comprehend their engine technology. Additionally, our Starlink initiative must ramp up its launch frequency. The government has already agreed to invest in us. If the Starlink program can successfully establish a network, it will greatly enhance our capabilities in anti-satellite measures and extraterrestrial reconnaissance. At that point, we shall become a vital strategic resource for the nation. Thus, the Starlink initiative is our focal point for the next phase of work. The vast expanse of deep space has completed its inaugural rocket launch. The subsequent plan is to achieve the first commercial launch. However, finding a partner for collaboration is no simple task. Currently, the global market for commercial rocket launches is pitifully sparse, and although our rocket's cost is low, its thrust is significant. Launching only small satellites would be akin to using a mammoth to pull a cart. But launching larger payloads, we are still a nascent company, and no one yet places their trust in us. What shall we do? Xiao Chong, what do you propose as our next step? We should methodically complete commercial satellite launches. Yet therein lies the dilemma. The market for launch vehicles is exceedingly niche, with scant opportunities for commercial launches. There are only a handful each year, and these are monopolized by a few major nations and Company X. We must create our own launch opportunities. What do you mean? Let us manufacture satellites. We could launch them ourselves, couldn't we? But without business, what purpose do those satellites serve? Wouldn't that merely burn through our funds? We must generate business from scratch. for instance. I believe the Starlink initiative presents a splendid opportunity. Isn't the Starlink initiative a project of Company X? It would be unwise to simply mimic them. What is wrong with that? The early bird catches the worm. Competition only serves to highlight our strengths. If we can outpace Company X in completing the Starlink initiative, the realm of private rocket launches will belong to us. That is a valid point. The question remains, will this Starlink initiative have a market? Will it have a market? The answer hinges on the advancement of our technology. Karl Malone's Starlink initiative has several flaws. If we can sidestep those, our results will undoubtedly surpass theirs. What flaws are we discussing? Chapter 155. Price advantage. The bandwidth is too low, network stability is poor, the algorithms are outdated, there are limitations on simultaneous users, and most critically, the satellite stability in low Earth orbit is lacking, resulting in significant losses. Are there truly that many issues? In practice, the challenges may be even greater. Earth's supercomputers are constrained by processing power, rendering them incapable of perfectly simulating all atmospheric flows in low Earth orbit. However, I am different. I can resolve all simulation states in low Earth orbit. Thus, our Starlink initiative is destined for success. Very well, let us also develop our own Starlink initiative. Chang Han promptly convened a meeting of the company's directors. He stated, "The purpose of gathering you all today is to deliberate on our company's forthcoming development plans. Although we have successfully completed our first rocket launch and recovery ahead of schedule, the path to commercial operation remains distant. Regardless of the type of enterprise, without commercial backing, long-term survival is unfeasible. I can permit the company to operate at a loss for an extended period, but I cannot allow for sustained deficits. What suggestions do you have?" The executives exchanged glances, each deep in thought. Xiaoteng pondered before speaking. President Chang, commercializing launch vehicles is notoriously challenging. In recent years, the global trend of space activities has been declining. Last year, the total number of rocket launches worldwide barely exceeded 100. Official government missions accounted for the majority, while most private missions, and those from nations lacking launch capabilities, were monopolized by the cheapest bidder. Company X. If we wish to enter this arena, our pricing must undercut Company X. Chang Han turned to Qiao Zhonghao, the Director of Aerodynamic Design and Research, and asked, "Director Qiao, could you assist in analyzing our costs?" Qiao Zhonghao nodded, using the recently successful Deep Space One as an example. Our total rocket cost is approximately 97.5 million yuan. The first stage accounts for 70 of total costs, the second stage for 20, and the fairing for 10. This does not include launch expenses. The cost of propellant is not significant, under 1 million. The actual launch cost per kilogram for our first rocket is 6,500 yuan. Xiaoteng remarked, 6,500 yuan per kilogram translates to less than 1,000 meters of gold. Company X's external pricing for low Earth orbit is approximately 10,000 yuan, equivalent to 1,400 meters of gold. Our launch cost is 400 yuan lower than theirs, which is advantageous. If that is not sufficient, we may have to resort to a price war. Linya interjected, "Our rocket is reusable, right? After recovery, does the launch cost remain over 90 million? Qiao Zhonghao replied, "Recovery changes the scenario. It primarily incurs maintenance costs. Excluding repair expenses, the launch cost drops to 22.5 million yuan. The cost per kilogram is then 2,000 yuan, roughly around 300 meters of gold." Xiaotang calculated, 300 meters of gold is about a quarter of Company X's pricing. Very competitive. However, this price only accounts for the second stage and effective payload costs. Once the first stage is recovered, it will still require full maintenance, which entails a considerable workload and additional costs. I estimate the costs would at least double. We need at least 600 meters of gold, he asserted. And don't forget about launch service fees. There are substantial preparatory costs before the launch, which also require funding. The group exchanged contemplative glances. Xiaotang concluded, "Let's set the price at 700 meters of gold per kilogram. That still leaves us half the price of Company X. 700 meters of gold per kilogram is merely the cost. We need to turn a profit as well. Therefore, we must aim for 1,000 meters of gold," he insisted. Even at 1,000 meters, we remain 400 meters below Company X's pricing, which still offers us a competitive edge. This pricing is calculated based on a terminal payload of 15 tons. Many satellites do not weigh that much. One can be constructed with just a few hundred kilograms. Given our Deep Space One's terminal effective payload of 15 tons, we would need to launch 40 to 50 satellites just to break even. Launching fewer would not be cost-effective. That is indeed a point. We must also develop small engines. Don't we have a small engine? The HH-1 has a thrust of 130 tons. In theory, its effective payload is around 4 or 5 tons. However, the HH-1 design has become obsolete. It weighs more than the HH-2 and has lower thrust, with incomplete propellant combustion. Frankly, it consumes too much fuel. However, I believe we could utilize the SK-1 as the primary engine for launching small rockets. The SK-1 weighs only 300 kilograms but delivers 50 tons of thrust. With 2 SK-1 engines, we could manage a 3-ton satellite. That is a promising idea. This way, we would have both large and small rockets at our disposal. That makes sense. If all else fails, we must set the price. 4 low Earth orbit, 1,000 meters of gold. 4 transfer orbits, 1,600 meters of gold. 4 sun synchronous orbit, 1,200 meters of gold. I believe that is feasible. This pricing undercuts Company X's launch costs by nearly 30, making it quite competitive. The group nodded in agreement. Chang Han remarked, if we wish to further compress costs, can we not also recover the second stage in fairing? This would significantly reduce expenses. The group paused in contemplation. Xiao Zhonghao responded, recovery is feasible. However, this would considerably diminish our effective payload capacity. Chang Han insisted, as long as we can lower costs and reduce expenses, that is sufficient. Moreover, our company is not lacking in payload capacity. Our HH-2 engine boasts a thrust of 400 tons. If we can achieve full recovery, costs will plummet. The propellant is not overly expensive. If needed, we can directly implement the HH-2. This is an area where we need not economize. Xiao Zhonghao conceded, very well. Let us consider how to redesign accordingly. Chang Han nodded, stating, regarding the launch pricing, we will tentatively settle on this. However, despite Company X's overwhelming market share in commercial launches, their annual profits amount to only a few billion meters of gold. Even if we were to capture half of that market, our earnings would remain modest. Our company invests nearly 10 billion yuan annually. Relying solely on these few billion meters of gold for sustenance would render it exceedingly difficult to support our manned lunar missions. Point 1. Must not merely await opportunities for commercial launches. When the chance arises, we must seize it, and if no opportunity presents itself, we should create one. Linyo inquired. What does the president mean? Chang Han replied, what I mean is that we must develop our own commercial satellites. Commercial satellites. The room fell silent as everyone processed this revelation. After a moment's hesitation, Linyo remarked, commercial satellites must have a commercial purpose, right? Does the president have any suitable projects? I find X company's Starlink project quite commendable. Hence, I aspire to develop a similar commercial initiative. Chapter 156. A powerful alliance. The name of the Starlink project is well known here. X company has garnered significant attention, largely due to the success of this project, which stands as one of the most ambitious commercial satellite endeavors in human history. Should Carl Marlin's plan succeed, he would circumvent national frameworks to independently establish a global network, reaping immense profits from the international network market. At that point, the returns would undoubtedly be astronomical. However, when Carl Marlin first proposed the Starlink project, many dismissed him as a dreamer. After all, the challenge of launching tens of thousands of satellites with just one private enterprise is unfathomable in terms of difficulty and required funding. Who would have imagined that Carl Marlin not only completed the launch of the initial group of satellites, but also successfully gathered relevant data? Once the satellites began to ascend into the sky in successive batches, only then did people come to believe that the Starlink project was genuinely underway. As a result, X company's stock price soared, making it the third largest unicorn company in the world. Now, the CEO astonishingly wishes to share in the Starlink project's bounty, leaving everyone exchanging glances, unsure of what to say. Xiuteng remarked, the Starlink project, I'm not well versed in it. Does anyone here have insights? The Starlink project, I don't know much either, just that it resembles a large-scale Wi-Fi initiative, capable of bypassing national networks and charging for internet access. It's said that the Starlink project plans to launch 42,000 satellites to establish a global network, which is quite a substantial undertaking. 42,000 satellites, Xiuteng exclaimed, visibly astonished. Each satellite costs at least 100 million, right? Wouldn't that mean 42 trillion? Does X company possess such vast resources? They utilize small satellites. Each one's cost should not exceed $1 million in the local currency. Excluding launch expenses, 42,000 satellites would amount to a maximum of 42 billion, which, when converted to our currency, is approximately 300 billion. The room was filled with astonished expressions. Such a sum is no trifling matter. The total investment for the company's manned lunar landing project is only $100 billion. Now, we are considering a $300 billion Starlink project. Does the company have sufficient funds for such an investment? Many felt that Chang Han's idea bordered on fantasy. Chang Han chuckled and said, while the investment for the Starlink project is considerable, it is fundamentally a commercial initiative, characterized by its potential for profit. Although $300 billion sounds substantial, if we successfully establish the network, we would only need to develop 10 million online users to achieve an annual revenue of $84 billion in just 3.5 years. We could recoup our entire investment. Furthermore, this $300 billion is merely a Marshall Plan. Whether we actually expend that amount remains uncertain. Even if we do spend so much, it won't be all at once. Satellites can be launched in batches, and customers can be developed gradually. Most importantly, we must leverage frequent commercial launches to instill trust in X company among potential clients, thereby laying a solid foundation for future space tourism projects. Linya concurred, the president is correct. If X company can accomplish it, our company should be able to as well. I suggest we establish the project. Let's form a satellite research division to undertake commercial design. I support that. I too. By the way, doesn't our country have a Hongyan project? There seems to be a Hongyan constellation, which is a similar initiative. Those are national projects, right? Are you suggesting we seek cooperation with the government? There's nothing wrong with collaboration. 2 heads are better than 1, and 3 can negotiate well. Working with the government can be troublesome. I believe we should handle it ourselves. The issue is that we lack experience in doing it solo. Who knows when we might see results? In partnership with the government, who bears the launch costs? Whose patents are they? Who gets the profits? Then we should establish a joint venture. Each party handles its responsibilities. And profits can be distributed proportionately. That sounds even more complicated. I think we should reconsider. All right. Chang Han interrupted, Lin, please engage with 2 companies to ascertain their interest in collaboration, if feasible. I hope to establish a wholly independent joint venture for the entire project. With all launch costs attributed to us, the investment will be split 70-30, with them covering technology and personnel, but we must retain 80 of the shares. Understood, President. 2 major domestic aerospace giants received an invitation from Hauhan Deep Space. After some discussion, both companies ultimately declined the cooperation proposal, believing Hauhan Deep Space's share demands were excessive. They felt that the technological contributions should warrant a larger stake than that for launching. Considering that both companies possessed their own launch capabilities, negating the need to rely on a private firm's rockets, Chang Han remained unfazed. If they were unwilling to collaborate, he would develop the technology independently. With sufficient funds, he was confident he could attract talent. Chang Han subsequently offered high salaries to recruit 2 senior engineers from the major companies, inciting considerable frustration among their respective firms. However, there was little they could do, as Chang Han's compensation was simply too enticing. While both companies offered state-run salaries, prestige could not substitute for tangible benefits. Money speaks volumes. Moreover, Hauhan Deep Space had already garnered a modest reputation domestically. Not merely a shell company, thus establishing a degree of credibility. However, the Starlink project not only involves satellites but also communication technology. Chang Han reached out to Guowei Company, offering 20 equity and 10 investment to invite them to join the Starlink project. After deliberation, Guowei Company agreed to Chang Han's proposal, recognizing that satellite networks could represent a significant future development trend. Although Guowei Company aspired to develop satellite networks, it lacked the capability to launch satellites. Therefore, the opportunity to collaborate with Hauhan Deep Space was undoubtedly a fortuitous one. With Guowei's powerful partnership, the 2 companies established a 500-person satellite communication research and development team dedicated to crafting their own communication satellites. Nevertheless, news of Hauhan Deep Space's ambition to develop its own Starlink project spread externally. The collaboration between the influential Hauhan Deep Space and Guowei sparked enthusiasm among domestic netizens. Although national entities had similar plans, they had yet to produce tangible results, leaving many anxious. Now that Hauhan Deep Space possessed satellite launch capabilities and Guowei led the world in communication technology, their partnership promised to yield results far exceeding simple arithmetic. Chapter 157. Competing for X company's business internationally, netizens were less than impressed. American users scoffed at this news, especially since X company had already launched over 800 satellites and continued to send dozens more into orbit each month. Other nations, aspiring to emulate X company's audacity, were merely daydreaming. Many countries doubted Hauhan Deep Space's ability to execute the Starlink project, as it appeared deceptively simple yet proved exceedingly challenging in practice. Numerous nations that initiated similar projects found themselves stymied by insurmountable difficulties. Among the most dismissive were the netizens from Change Country, who believed that apart from the United States aerospace technology, their own nation excelled above all others. If their country could not succeed, they felt certain no other nation could either die in the ensuing months. Hauhan Deep Space successfully completed another rocket launch, primarily testing the feasibility of recovering the second-stage rocket and fairing. Although the recovery was not achieved, the test laid a solid foundation for future attempts. Following Hauhan Deep Space's 2 successful rocket launches and recovery of 2 first-stage rockets, a private company approached them for a launch quote. Hauhan Deep Space's pricing was nearly 30 lower than that of X company, and this information quickly circulated throughout the global launch vehicle industry. Although X company's rates were already competitive, Hauhan Deep Space's pricing was even more attractive, suggesting that the cost of rocket launches could soon become remarkably affordable, much to the chagrin of the global rocket industry. Currently, only X company and Hauhan Deep Space possessed rocket recovery technology, allowing them to significantly reduce launch costs. Consequently, any other company unable to achieve rocket recovery would struggle to lower commercial launch prices, potentially leading to a monopoly on all commercial launches by these 2 firms. News that was far from encouraging for the global rocket launch sector. Company X is undoubtedly infuriated. The price of rocket launches has plummeted to nearly their cost price, thanks to vast space. Although they could potentially match this pricing, it would result in negligible profits. Or worse, substantial losses if calculated meticulously. This predicament naturally leaves Carl Malone somewhat overwhelmed. After much contemplation, Carl Malone ultimately decided against engaging in a price war with vast space. After all, initiating such a conflict would be akin to wounding oneself while attempting to harm the enemy, an imprudent long-term strategy. Fortunately, the current launch frequency of their Starlink program is quite high, so the absence of a few contracts won't be detrimental. Moreover, should vast space encounter a launch failure and lose a client satellite, those individuals will inevitably turn to Company X for future launches, at which point they will realize that Company X is indeed the most formidable private rocket launch company worldwide. Ultimately, Vast Space secured its first rocket launch order, buoyed by offering the lowest price globally. This was undoubtedly cause for celebration for Vast Space, and it ignited a fervor among netizens nationwide. As the news of Vast Space's triumph over Company X spread, many self-media outlets sensationalized the event, attracting widespread attention. Amidst this national focus, Vast Space prepared for its inaugural commercial satellite launch. This time, they employed the brand-new Deep Space 2 rocket, which bore significant structural differences from Deep Space I. However, it still utilized the HH-2 rocket engine. Many observers questioned the rationale behind using such a powerful rocket to launch a satellite weighing less than 2 tons, deeming it an inefficient endeavor. On the day of the launch, numerous spectators gathered at the launch site to witness the event. The control center, though not as crowded as the previous occasion, still hosted a plethora of industry experts eager to observe the launch. As Vast Space and Company X are the only 2 companies globally capable of recovering first-stage rockets, Company X could not afford to miss this opportunity to glean advanced insights from Vast Space. The control center had undergone renovations, equipped with several large screens, and the rocket was outfitted with numerous cameras, providing a remarkably clear view. As the time approached, Chang Han nodded to the control center director. Ni Jinglin announced loudly, "Attention everyone. I am Commander Zero. Follow my instructions. Deep Space 2. Commence the final minute countdown to launch." The countdown promptly appeared on the large screen. As the timer reached the last 10 seconds, Ni Jinglin declared, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, ignition. The supports of Deep Space 2 swiftly retracted, and the engine roared to life, engulfing the area in a billowing cloud of smoke. The crowd erupted in cheers. People raised their smartphones, capturing the moment as the rocket ascended. Some even turned to proudly capture selfies with the soaring rocket. National Vision Television broadcasted the event live, recognizing it as the country's first commercial satellite launch by a private company, thus treating it with utmost seriousness. Meanwhile, the representatives from Company X were also tuned into National Vision's live coverage. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall win 100 battles. They sought to ascertain the current launch capabilities of Vast Space's rockets. Observing the rocket ascend slowly, someone remarked, "Isn't the HH-2 engine supposed to boast a thrust of 400 tons? Why is it flying so sluggishly?" Another chimed in, "Indeed. Logically, It should not ascend this slowly with an 8-ton payload to a sun-synchronous orbit. One voice asserted, their engine clearly does not possess 400 tons of thrust. In plain terms, they are merely boasting. Thus, it was evident that the claims from this particular nation could not be trusted. Yet, an intriguing question arose. What purpose does vast space serve by making such extravagant claims? Yes, those in the know can easily see through it. Ultimately, they can only deceive the uninformed. If this were the case, their drastically reduced rocket prices must result in losses. Exactly. At this rate, they cannot sustain such pricing without eventually slashing costs. They cannot even recover the fairing. In the future, we remain the most economical option. At this point, the rocket soared higher, nearing the KRMN line. The first stage successfully detached, before the eyes of all television viewers. The first stage promptly flipped, autonomously returning to its launch trajectory. Chapter 158. Successful recovery of the second stage rocket. Witnessing this spectacle, gasps of astonishment filled the air. To many, the flight control of the first stage was nothing short of extraordinary. Outsiders marveled at the event, while insiders scrutinized the details. The representatives from Company X engaged in animated discussions. They were surprised by the seemingly effortless rotation of the HH-2 rocket's first stage. The movements don't appear to align with our algorithms. Have they possibly optimized our calculations? It is possible. However, it seems more natural than ours at first glance. Impossible. This must be mere luck. It is the airflow at play. I refuse to believe they have optimized our algorithms. Agreed. I don't believe it either. It must be a stroke of fortune. By the way, why didn't they broadcast the fairing separation? Perhaps they lacked a camera. How could they not install a camera for such a crucial moment? Utterly foolish. The fairing is so expensive. It would be a waste to lose it. Ha ha ha. Knowing that the first stage of Vast Space's rocket could be recovered. The onlookers remained at the site. When the first stage descended from the sky, the spectators erupted in cheers. The rocket's engine ignited, gradually slowing its descent. The representatives from Company X exclaimed, "Wow! The HH-2 rocket's deceleration is remarkably stable. Indeed, the descent rate is controlled with precision. The attitude is also maintained excellently. It appears their algorithms are quite sound. Even if they are rational, they are still pilfering our algorithms and optimizing them." A bunch of thieves, exactly. As the crowd cheered, the first stage landed steadily on the recovery platform. Observing the successful recovery of the rocket, the individuals in the room extended their congratulations to Changhan. 3 launches, 3 successful recoveries. This demonstrated Vast Space's formidable control over its launch vehicles. At this moment, it was evident to all that another giant in the aerospace industry had officially risen. Subsequently, as the excitement waned, many began to depart, and the television station ceased its live broadcast. However, the relevant staff, Changhan, and several clients involved in the satellite launch remained in the control center, as the launch was not yet entirely concluded. The satellite had yet to reach orbit. Meanwhile, the second stage rocket's engine had long ceased operation, utilizing the inertia of the Earth's transfer orbit to gradually increase its distance, soon reaching the far end of the transfer orbit. Over 30,000 kilometers from Earth, the camera on the large screen switched to the satellite compartment. The clients in the hall were astonished to discover that the fairing was still intact. How could this be? Was the launch a failure? Just as the clients began to feel anxious, the fairing slowly opened. Unlike the traditional method of explosive bolts, although the clients were puzzled by Vast Space's peculiar methods, they were relieved that it had opened at all. The satellite detached from the second stage rocket and began its journey to orbit. However, as the camera switched to the satellite, everyone was left speechless as the fairing of the second stage rocket slowly closed once more. The second stage rocket adjusted its attitude, redirecting its trajectory back toward Earth. Those witnessing this scene were left utterly dumbfounded. What is happening? Several experts still present, eager to witness the satellite's orbital insertion, hastily approached Changhan. "Mr. Chang, what are you planning to do?" Changhan smiled and replied, "Oh, we are testing the recovery of the second stage rocket and the fairing." The crowd was left in shock upon hearing this. While they had heard of first stage rocket recoveries, the notion of recovering a second stage rocket was unprecedented, leaving them incredulous. At that moment, Changhan exchanged pleasantries with the clients before departing, for recovering the second stage rocket was far more complex than recovering the first stage. The second stage rocket was currently traveling at speeds exceeding 30,000 kilometers per hour, and decelerating it to several thousand kilometers per hour would not be a simple feat, although Chang Han had left. Many experts remained, eager to witness how the second-stage rocket would be recovered. In the ensuing hours, the second-stage rocket returned to near-Earth orbit, circling the planet in an unexpected turn of events. The second-stage rocket opened its fairing once again, utilizing the sparse atmospheric air in near-Earth space to gradually decelerate. Naturally, this process was protracted. However, thanks to the precise algorithms employed by Xiaoqiang, the second-stage rocket meticulously controlled its flight attitude and angle, steadily reducing its speed. After several hours of deceleration, during which considerable fuel was expended, the second-stage rocket's speed gradually decreased to around 8,000 kilometers per hour, at which point the fairing closed once more, and the rocket began its descent into the atmosphere. At this moment, everyone rose in excitement. Should this recovery of the second-stage rocket succeed, Vast Space would make history as the first company worldwide to accomplish such a feat. The second-stage rocket descended rapidly, its engine igniting once more, slowing its descent before finally landing securely on the recovery platform. The crowd erupted in cheers. The first successful recovery mission of the second-stage rocket had been triumphantly completed. Many rocket experts who witnessed the entire process wore expressions reflecting a myriad of emotions. To my astonishment, Howhan Deep Space has indeed accomplished the recovery of the second-stage rocket and fairing. This implies that in the future, the launches conducted by Howhan Deep Space will only incur minimal fuel costs, leaving the remainder as pure profit. Such an extraordinary profit margin renders it nearly impossible for other companies to compete with Howhan Deep Space. The news of HHSK's achievement in recovering the second-stage rocket and fairing swiftly circulated across the globe. Upon hearing this announcement, many were understandably skeptical. After all, HHSK managed to recover both the second-stage rocket and the fairing. Does this not suggest that the fuel cost for a launch amounts to merely a few 100,000 RMB? Are they intending to reduce satellite launch prices to rock-bottom levels? Most astonishingly, the rocket launch experts worldwide were left incredulous. Many were not present at HHSK's control center to witness the recovery of the second-stage rocket firsthand. They racked their brains, unable to fathom the methods employed by HHSK to achieve this remarkable feat. Could it be that they carried an excessive amount of propellant? Yet, the question remains. How much propellant is necessary to decelerate a rocket traveling at over 30,000 kilometers per hour to just a few thousand? This seems utterly impractical. If reliant solely on propellant, they would surely run short. Particularly for Company X, while they too are planning to recover the second-stage rocket and fairing, they are still in the exploratory phase. And successful recovery appears to be far on the horizon. How could the other party possibly have outpaced them in recovering the second-stage rocket and fairing? Chapter 159. Technology is king, believe it or not. How did Howhan Deep Space achieve this? Compared to the fervent applause within the country, international netizens expressed doubts regarding the related news. Although there exists a video showcasing the final landing of HHSK's second-stage rocket, the fairing remains visible in the footage. Could it be that HHSK recovered the rocket along with the fairing? How could that be possible? Numerous foreign netizens have cast aspersions, claiming that HHSK's video is fabricated and demanding the release of the complete recovery footage for verification. However, HHSK remained unresponsive, seemingly uninterested in debunking such trivial matters. In Chang Han's view, whether you believe it or not, technology is paramount. Nonetheless, due to the presence of several rocket experts who witnessed the recovery of the second-stage rocket, relevant details trickled out as rumors abroad. The technical personnel at Company X received this information, uncertain whether to believe it or not. The notion of utilizing the fairing to decelerate was a concept they had never considered. If this rumor proves true, the execution difficulty would be extraordinarily high. After all, the structure of the Earth's outer atmosphere is challenging to calculate accurately. Deceleration angles, flight speeds, tilt angles, and airflow all necessitate precise values. A miscalculation could result in premature atmospheric entry or deviation into alternative orbits, leading to recovery failure. The fact that they could so precisely leverage the sparse air beyond the atmosphere underscores the complexity of HHSK's algorithm for recovering the second-stage rocket, which is far from a simple task. Regardless of the circumstances, HHSK has established a new standard within the global space launch industry: the recovery of the second-stage rocket. Should this feat remain unachievable, it is evident that the future of commercial rocket launches worldwide will predominantly belong to HHSK. In the ensuing days, it can be said that HHSK entered a period of prosperity, numerous commercial rocket launch clients reached out to HHSK to engage in rocket launches. However, prices remain stable at around 1,000 gold per kilogram. Although Hauhan Deep Space can recover the second-stage rocket in fairing, incurring only minimal fuel and subsequent inspection costs, Changhan perceives this as a testament to their technological prowess rather than a justification for lower prices. Regardless, Hauhan Deep Space has seized a substantial number of international rocket launch contracts, leaving Company X in a state of frustration. As for other nations, they can only proceed with launching their self-developed rockets. Company X is understandably incensed, especially Carl Marlin. His company, which previously enjoyed modest profits sufficient to advance the Starlink project, now finds those profits intercepted by HHSK. TO continue pushing the Starlink initiative forward. They may have to rely on T Automotive for financial support or seek additional funding. However, Company X also faces the pressing challenge of promptly achieving recovery of the second-stage rocket in fairing. Successful recovery would significantly reduce costs and greatly aid the entire Starlink endeavor. Over the next few months, Hauhan Deep Space monopolized approximately 70% of the global commercial satellite launches. While Company X also engaged in commercial launches, they were primarily subsidized projects by the Federation of States. Hauhan Deep Space successfully accomplished the recovery of the second-stage rocket and fairing for all remaining launches. Though Company X attempted to recover their second-stage rocket, they have yet to succeed even once. The reason lies in the inadequacy of their rocket engine's thrust, compounded by insufficient fuel for terminal maneuvers. If they were to design a larger rocket, they risked failing to place satellites accurately, thus jeopardizing launch success rates. Furthermore, the algorithm for utilizing the fairing to decelerate poses significant challenges. Company X's team has been unable to achieve a breakthrough, leaving the recovery of the second-stage rocket firmly within the domain of Hauhan Deep Space. Nonetheless, Company X has not remained idle. They have launched multiple batches of Starlink satellites, surpassing a total of 1,000 in orbit and completing 10% of their initial phase objectives. Meanwhile, the satellite design team at Hauhan Deep Space has also been diligently working, gradually finalizing their satellite designs under Changhan's occasional flashes of inspiration. Changhan has rebranded his Starlink initiative as the Heavenly Base Project, a name inspired by the unique design of the satellites. The Heavenly Base Project significantly differs from the Starlink initiative, as it comprises a mother satellite accompanied by numerous child satellites, forming a localized network cloud array. In Xiaochang's perspective, the design of the Heavenly Base Project effectively mitigates various drawbacks inherent in satellite networks, allowing time to reveal the strengths and weaknesses of the respective systems. However, despite having satellites, a lack of ground network support remains a critical issue. TO addressed this. Changhan reached out to the three major telecommunications operators, intending to utilize their networks as the backbone. After discussions, Guoxian and Guo deemed the plan too far-fetched and declined Changhan's proposal. Ultimately, only Guotong Network agreed to collaborate, taking on the responsibility of constructing ground receiving stations. The newly established company, Heavenly Base Network, has Hauhan Deep Space holding 60% of the shares, Guotong Network with 25%, and Guowei Company with 15%. The next step involves satellite production. Xiaochang designed a fully automated production line specifically for the manufacturing of child satellites, while the mother satellite requires a semi-automated production approach. The construction of the satellite production line is progressing vigorously. Meanwhile, B Automotive's first FE pure electric Formula car has completed assembly, and the time has come for its inaugural FE Formula race. The season opener unfolded at the Olympic Park in the capital city. B Automotive's president, Tong Hauan, invited Changhan to witness the race in person. Naturally, it was Changhan's first experience attending such an event, and he was thoroughly intrigued. The team is named B Automotive Glory Team, symbolizing the ambitions of B Automotive. Prior to the race, Tong Hauan introduced the team drivers to Changhan, who offered words of encouragement before settling in to watch the competition. From the outset, the race proved to be fiercely competitive. Although B Automotive's team utilized Hanchang Technologies batteries, the specifications of the race cars were regulated. In essence, even if your battery is exceptional, it must adhere to standardized power outputs for each vehicle. Fortunately, the powertrain could be designed and optimized independently. Otherwise, even the most remarkable batteries would be rendered ineffective. Initially, all cars maintained a close performance due to uniform power outputs. However, as the race progressed, disparities began to emerge. By the end of the first lap, other vehicles had consumed 4% of their battery power, while B Automotive's battery level remained at a pristine 100%. This anomaly left many spectators perplexed. some suspecting a malfunction in Automotive's data sensors. However, as the second lap concluded, the majority of vehicles were down to 92% battery, while Automotive's level merely dipped to 99%. Both the audience and technical staff were bewildered. If the numbers were changing, the sensors should logically be functioning correctly. Yet, how could Automotive's battery decline so slowly? As the vehicles continued to progress, Automotive's driver advanced to third place. For a relatively unknown rookie driver, achieving such a position was commendable. As the race neared its midpoint, Automotive's driver leveraged the vehicle's stable voltage output and rapid acceleration to ascend to first place. Meanwhile, other competitors found their battery levels dwindling to 50%, while Automotive's driver still had a remarkable 91% remaining. The audience, team personnel, and event representatives were all left questioning the accuracy of Automotive's display data. However, with the race still underway, doubts were futile. Automotive's driver, showcasing exceptional vehicle performance, surged ahead, ultimately securing a commanding lead. Many spectators speculated that if the sensor was indeed malfunctioning, it would be improbable for the battery to last until the end. As long as a vehicle stops at the maintenance station to switch cars midway, all the impressive achievements previously attained will be rendered null and void. The race hastily approached its final lap. At this moment, the majority of the racing cars had less than 4% battery remaining. However, Car B still boasted an impressive 83% battery life, leading the pack with remarkable prowess. The driver of Car B unleashed the full power of the vehicle, leveraging its exceptional performance to seize victory at the inaugural leg of the Capital Championship, simultaneously setting new records for the best single lap time, average speed, and maximum speed in the event's history. It is indeed astonishing that such accomplishments have emerged from a novice driver and a fledgling team. The race concluded, and the team from Car B, along with Tong Houhan and Chang Han, was elated. Yet, rival teams unanimously suspected that Car B's vehicle harbored some issues. The event's organizing committee shared these suspicions and promptly conducted a reweighing and inspection of the vehicle post-race. However, both the car's weight and the battery's weight, as well as the maximum power output of the electric motor, were found to meet the event's requirements. How could this be possible? Some teams, dissatisfied, subjected Car B's vehicle to post-race testing. The final test revealed that the 500-kilogram battery pack astonishingly contained a staggering 1,000 kilowatt-hours of energy. More importantly, the battery's power output was remarkably stable. While typical Formula E vehicles can achieve theoretical maximum power output, they often exhibit fluctuations, with current and voltage being less stable, especially under prolonged high-current conditions, causing the battery temperature to surge. In contrast, Car B's battery maintained an abnormal stability in current and voltage, even under full load, resulting in a relatively low temperature. This stability is precisely why Car B's racing vehicle exhibited such rapid acceleration and powerful motor performance. Understanding the root of the issue, all teams lodged a collective protest against Car B for allegedly misusing batteries. Naturally, Car B vehemently disagreed, arguing that it wasn't their battery's excellence, but rather the inferiority of their competitors' batteries. The organizing committee found themselves in a quandary. On one hand, Car B had not violated any rules, and the specifications of their vehicle adhered to the committee's mandates. Yet, it seemed inequitable to allow others to utilize such stable-performing batteries. After much deliberation, the committee proposed that all vehicles use the same type of battery, with Car B becoming the sole battery sponsor for the event. Tong Houhan was understandably reluctant to acquiesce. As the batteries were not his to give, he could only reach out to Chang Han for his opinion. Although Chang Han was opposed to personally funding the sponsorship, he agreed to Car B purchasing the sponsorship rights. For Chang Han, as long as the batteries produced could be sold, he was indifferent to whom Car B intended to sponsor. Months passed, and the satellite factory gradually completed the construction of its facilities and assembly of its equipment, commencing its first batch of production. The initial batch consisted of 2 groups of satellites, each comprising 1 mother satellite and 100 subsidiary satellites, totaling 202 satellites. With preparations in place, Houhan Technology swiftly began announcing that the space-based project would conduct its first satellite launch test by the end of the month. This news reverberated worldwide. Remarkably, only 10 months had elapsed since Houhan Deep Space announced the initiation of its Starlink project. Completing such a plan, including preparation, satellite design, and production within 10 months, seemed almost unbelievable to many. For context, Company X took a full 3 years from proposing its Starlink project to launching 2 verification satellites. In contrast, Houhan Deep Space had commenced launching verification satellites within just 10 months. Could it be that they were producing mere toys? The extraordinary efficiency of Howhan Deep Space delighted the majority of domestic netizens. While some domestic groups had proposed similar plans over the years, they had produced little more than noise without tangible results. Conversely, Company X had spoken extensively and acted swiftly, completing the launch of nearly 1,000 satellites. Rendering the inefficiency of domestic groups glaringly apparent, little did anyone expect that Howhan Deep Space would surpass even that remarkable pace. Within just 2 years of its establishment, it had not only achieved rocket launches and recovery of first and second stages, but had also embarked on its own Starlink initiative. The speed of progress was truly astonishing. Naturally, foreign netizens had mixed feelings. When HHSK was first established, many dismissed their ambitions as mere bravado, but as time passed, those lofty claims materialized one by one. Now, even the Starlink project was underway, prompting dissatisfaction among numerous netizens regarding their own country's space initiatives, particularly as a private enterprise seemed to exhibit greater efficacy than their national efforts. This sentiment left many feeling disillusioned. Observing the Me Federation and another major power vying for near-Earth orbital resources, many nations grew increasingly anxious, hastily declaring their own Starlink project timelines. Notably, the Change Nation was particularly indignant, officially announcing plans to develop the Divine Cow constellation. Intending to launch 100,000 satellites, igniting fervor among its citizens who clamored for acceleration in the satellite launch timeline, ideally aiming for launches by year-end. Chapter 161. Breaking world records as discussions surrounding the satellite launch intensified online. The government gradually began to take notice, providing extensive coverage of the event. National Broadcasting Television even dispatched a professional team to the launch site of Howhan Deep Space to livestream the launch of the first batch of satellites. Naturally, Chang'an was delighted to receive such free publicity. On the day of the launch, numerous visitors from other provinces flocked to Howhan Deep Space's location to witness the rocket launch. Many social media influencers also joined the fray to provide live coverage. A domestic video platform invested heavily to secure exclusive rights for the entire rocket launch livestream. Within the dispatch center, representatives from National Broadcasting Television's live team, experts and scholars from major platforms across the nation, provincial representatives and delegates from Guangdong and Guowei companies, alongside senior executives from Howhan Deep Space, gathered in unprecedented numbers. It was a bustling scene unlike any witnessed since the dispatch center's inception. The primary broadcast was led by the National Broadcasting Television team. With 2 hours remaining until the rocket launch, their live coverage had already commenced. Several top rocket experts and scholars were present, conducting interviews in a makeshift studio set up on site. Professor Mo. In just 2 hours, the Deep Space 3 rocket from Howhan Deep Space is set to launch. You believe this launch will be successful? I certainly hope this rocket launch will be a resounding success. In fact, the Deep Space 3 rocket from Howhan Deep Space is already a highly mature launch vehicle. It has successfully completed the recovery of both first and second stages on 7 prior occasions. Boasting a current success rate of 100%. Could confidently say that the rocket launch and recovery capabilities of Howhan Deep Space are at the forefront internationally, which is why I have faith in them. Professor Mo, do you possess extensive knowledge of Howhan Deep Space's space-based project? Could you provide our television audience with some insights? I must admit, my knowledge in this area is somewhat limited. Professor Gu is an expert in this field, so I believe it would be best for him to share his thoughts. Thank you, Professor Gu. I wouldn't claim to be an expert. The true experts are preoccupied with the launch preparations, and I don't wish to overshadow them. However, I can offer a few remarks. Whether it is the Starlink project or the space-based initiative, the initial concepts are quite similar, utilizing near-Earth orbit satellites as intermediaries to establish network connections. Although our country boasts a high network coverage rate, there remain areas lacking internet access. Given the remoteness of these regions, constructing ground-based stations is often prohibitively expensive. However, if we can establish network coverage from above, the relative cost would be significantly lower. This is why many countries have similar plans. Presently, the only entities capable of commercializing these efforts are our own Howhan Deep Space and the Me Federation's Company X. I take great pride in our nation having such a formidable company. From your perspective, Professor Gu, which company's plan seems more mature or, once implemented, could prove more effective, Howhan Deep Space or Company X? That's a difficult question. Both plans are quite similar. Personally, I certainly hope that the space-based project succeeds. After all, Howhan Deep Space is our nation's company. If it succeeds, the greatest beneficiaries will be our citizens. Well said. I believe our national audience shares the hope that this launch will be successful. let us take a brief break, and shortly we will invite Mr. Chang Han, the president of Howhan Deep Space, into our live studio. Chang Han entered the live studio. The scene shifted back once more. Welcome. We are honored to have President Chang with us today. Would you mind greeting our viewers? Hello, host. Greetings to both professors. And hello to all our audience members. President Chang, it is a tremendous honor to have you in our studio amidst your busy schedule. Would you be willing to introduce your space-based project to our friends watching at home? Allow me to share a few words. The space-based project essentially involves constructing a series of signal towers in the sky. You could liken them to large-scale Wi-Fi networks, primarily aimed at providing internet access to areas that currently lack connectivity. Although our nation's internet infrastructure is exceptionally developed and has covered the vast majority of our territory, there still remain numerous areas that are devoid of network access. Our space-based project aims to address these deficiencies in connectivity. I wonder how your company's space-based initiative differs from Company X's Starlink program. There are indeed some distinctions. The Starlink program employs 40,000 identical low-orbit satellites for signal transmission. In contrast, our space-based project utilizes a mother-child satellite system, which stands as our most significant difference. Mother-child satellites. Could you elaborate on that for us? The name itself provides a clue. Each group of our satellites consists of one large satellite and hundreds of smaller satellites. In the Starlink program, each satellite serves as a signal transmission terminal, but the final signal must still be relayed to ground-based receiving stations. However, in our mother-child satellite system, the smaller satellites primarily act as signal relays, while the mother satellite is chiefly responsible for transmitting the signal. Although the final signal is also sent to ground receiving stations, our mother satellites possess higher transmission power and greater signal stability. So, does that imply that the performance of your space-based project satellite significantly surpasses that of the Starlink program satellites? It's challenging to declare one superior to the other. Each has its unique characteristics. May I inquire how many satellites you plan to launch this time? We intend to launch 2 groups of satellites, totaling 200 and 2.202. Does that mean a single rocket will launch all 202 satellites? Indeed, wow. That's quite impressive. By the way, Professor Mo, if Mr. Chang and his team successfully launch 202 satellites this time, it should set a world record, right? Yes, the current world record is held by the country of Shan, with one rocket launching 104 satellites. However, the payload for that launch was only 1.3 tons, averaging 13 kilograms per satellite, classifying them as small micro-satellites. By the way, Mr. Chang, what is your payload for this launch? I cannot disclose specific dimensions and specifications, but our effective payload is 20 tons, averaging about 100 kilograms per satellite. 100 kilograms is quite substantial. That's 7 to 8 times larger than the satellites from Shan. By the way, Mr. Chang, these are verification satellites, correct? Yes. What specific areas will your satellites be validating, and what is the coverage area? Each group of 101 satellites can cover approximately 1 million square kilometers of land. This time, the primary testing locations will be the majority of the southwestern province of La and parts of the northwestern province of Wudetso. A single group of satellites can cover 1 million square kilometers. This means that to cover our entire nation, 10 groups of satellites would suffice. Precisely, how many groups do you ultimately plan to launch? Our final networking plan is to launch 510 groups, totaling approximately 50,150 satellites, covering all regions except for the polar areas. 50,000. This means your satellite count surpasses that of the Starlink program. Indeed, what an ambitious plan. Mr. Chang, you certainly possess remarkable resolve. I wouldn't characterize it as such. If one intends to pursue something, it must be executed well. Our goal is global networking, enabling users worldwide to access our network. That is indeed impressive. I wish you great success. Thank you. The moment has arrived. The eyes of the world are once again fixed on the vast expanse of the deep space rocket launch site. As the countdown concludes, the rocket ignites. The use of 2 HH-2 engines for this rocket results in a more powerful and vigorous plume of white smoke. The entire launch site reverberates with the deafening roar of the engines. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, the rocket gradually ascends, piercing the sky in the vicinity of suborbital space. The first stage of the rocket successfully detaches. The second stage rocket, carrying the satellites, soars into the distance. The first stage rocket soon reappears in the spectator's view, landing smoothly on a platform several kilometers away amidst the applause. An hour later, the second stage rocket, with 2 groups of satellites, reaches the designated orbit. releases the satellites, and then turns back. After a brief flight, the microsatellites on the platform detach one by one, activating their miniature ion engines and heading towards their intended orbits. The mother satellite is the last to detach. Ascending to a higher orbit, the news of the successful launch of the two test satellites for the space-based project by Vast Deep Space quickly spread across the nation, eliciting widespread jubilation. Although Vast Deep Space is merely a private enterprise, it is still a domestic company, fostering a sense of national pride. Coupled with strong governmental support, Chang'an has swiftly risen to prominence, comparable to a figure like Karl Marlin. Many now regard him as a technological visionary of China. Foreign netizens, of course, have varied reactions, particularly those from the country of Shan, whose record of launching 104 satellites with a single rocket has been shattered. It would be hard for them to remain in good spirits over this. Many netizens have suggested that the government should aim for a launch of 500 satellites in the future, insisting on reclaiming the record. Others have proposed launching a super network satellite, capable of outclassing a certain major power by a considerable margin. Netizens from the Mi Federation, meanwhile, are expressing their discontent. Initially, they viewed HHSK's aspirations to establish a Starlink-like program as mere fantasy. However, they were taken aback by the reality of over 200 satellites being launched as part of an initial verification. It must be acknowledged that HHSK has become Company X's most formidable competitor. Company X is feeling the pressure. If they were to complete their Starlink program now, it would be manageable, but their plans have only just begun. HHSK's pace has exceeded their expectations. Moreover, international commercial satellite launch tasks have been commandeered by HHSK, depriving them of essential resources for their Starlink program. If this trend continues, it is conceivable that HHSK's space-based project could emerge as a latecomer to the forefront. With no alternative, Company X has turned to the Mi Federation for assistance. Initially, the Mi Federation had not taken HHSK seriously. The government had believed that having HHSK as a competitor would motivate Company X to accelerate innovation and reduce rocket launch costs further. Little did they know that since its inception, HHSK has surged ahead, quickly surpassing Company X. It must be said that HHSK has become a significant threat to the industry. Promptly, the Mi Federation announced, citing national security concerns, that HHSK would be placed on an entity list, prohibiting domestic exporters from engaging in any transactions with the company. This action has undoubtedly caused quite a stir within the country. Relevant authorities have expressed their outrage. Domestic netizens are also incensed, vocally denouncing the Mi Federation for suppressing domestic enterprises that lead in technology. Nonetheless, their anger is of little consequence, given that the current global landscape is dictated by the Mi Federation. Netizens from the Mi Federation have breathed a sigh of relief, believing that with government intervention, HHSK will no longer be able to act with such impunity. Meanwhile, Vast Deep Space has issued an official statement declaring that all utilized technology has been fully domesticated, without any support from the Mi Federation, and that the company will continue to provide commercial satellite launch services. This announcement has brought considerable relief to the Chinese populace. However, the Mi Federation has other strategies up its sleeve. Relevant representatives have promptly convened a meeting to protest against a certain major power's space-based project, citing environmental pollution in space. Representatives from that major power have countered that it is the Mi Federation's Starlink program that has first initiated pollution in outer space. The representatives from both sides continue to bicker at the meeting, unwilling to budge an inch. Nevertheless, other representatives have voiced their protests, not in support of either side, but against both nations for monopolizing advantageous resources in near-Earth orbit, urging both countries to halt their Starlink and space-based projects. Although other nations have similar plans, the timeline for actual implementation remains uncertain. Representatives from various countries are embroiled in heated discussions over near-Earth orbital resources. Chang'an, however, remains unfazed by these matters, viewing near-Earth orbit as a domain where the early bird gets the worm. Following the successful launch of the initial batch of satellites for the space-based project, the affiliated network company of Vast Deep Space conducted network speed tests in the two provinces where coverage was established. The network speed met the anticipated outcomes. Vast Deep Space announced that the first batch of verification satellites for the space-based project had been a resounding success. In the ensuing months, numerous companies and nations sought out Vast Deep Space for commercial satellite launches, with the associated profits reinvested into the space-based project. It must be said that the company has achieved a state of financial equilibrium, bringing considerable joy to Chang'an. After all, a company that only incurs losses has little reason to exist, Time swiftly advanced to 3 years later. Vast deep space has now been established for 3 years. At the start of the year, the company prepared a colossal rocket, as it aims to complete a launch with a payload of 50 tons this year. This rocket is both large and tall. The main rocket consists of 4 HH-2 engines, yielding an astonishing total thrust of 1,600 tons. Chapter 163. The space-based project begins to generate revenue this time. Even the second-stage rocket is powered by a single HH-2 engine. It must be noted that this rocket is the largest ever constructed since the founding of vast deep space. This launch mission has captured the attention of the entire nation. If the vast expanse of deep space successfully accomplishes this launch, the Deep Space 4 rocket will surpass the Proton rocket of the Great Bear Nation, becoming the most capable rocket currently operational in the world. Amid the jubilant cheers of the nation, the Deep Space 4 ascends into the sky, executing the launch with remarkable precision. Major media outlets have reported this event as headline news. It is indeed astonishing that a private company can achieve the launch of such a formidable rocket. Naturally, international netizens are quite skeptical, particularly those from the Me Federation view it as a significant discrepancy. While the HHSK company has accomplished a near-Earth orbit payload of 50 tons, it pales in comparison to their Saturn V rocket from decades past, which boasted an astonishing capability of 120 tons to low Earth orbit. Notably, the Apollo spacecraft alone weighed 50 tons. It is clear that they are not merely engaged in low Earth orbit endeavors. They are aiming for lunar orbit, which is incomparable to low Earth or geosynchronous orbits. Although the Me Federation no longer launches such heavyweight rockets, it does not imply that they are incapable of doing so. If desired, the Me Federation could easily construct a behemoth capable of carrying 200 tons to low Earth orbit at any moment. Such assertions have garnered widespread approval from Me Federation netizens, who believe that their national glory cannot simply be matched by another great power. Users from this great power have suggested that the vast deep space should launch an even larger rocket to definitively break the Me Federation's record of 120 tons. The vast deep space quickly issued an official statement indicating no intention to engage in a competition for rocket launches. The company will methodically execute plans to prepare for a 500-ton payload to lunar orbit. This announcement sent shockwaves across the globe. 500 tons to lunar orbit. Is HHSK company out of its mind? It is worth noting that the Saturn V is heralded as the largest rocket in human history, with a total mass exceeding 3,000 tons and a height surpassing 110 meters. Such a colossal rocket has a mere 120-ton capacity to low Earth orbit, and only 50 tons to lunar orbit. If HHSK intends to transport 500 tons to lunar orbit, it would necessitate a rocket weighing 30,000 tons, 10 times larger than the Saturn V. Is HHSK planning to construct a rocket a kilometer long? It is safe to say that any rational person would find it hard to believe the claims of vast deep space. As anyone with a modicum of common sense knows, it is utterly implausible. At this juncture, foreign netizens overwhelmingly lambasted HHSK for boasting. Domestic netizens, too, felt a tinge of embarrassment. While they all hoped for vast deep space to successfully construct a super rocket, the notion of building a 30,000-ton, 1-kilometer-long rocket was simply too far-fetched to be taken seriously. Nonetheless, some speculated that this was merely a playful jest by vast deep space aimed at foreign netizens. Regardless, neither domestic nor international users believed such a scenario was feasible. In the following months, HHSK adopted a notably low profile, refraining from any extravagant rocket launches. Besides occasional commercial launches, their focus shifted to routine launches for the space-based project. At this time, both Vast Deep Space and Company X were racing to deploy their respective network satellites, vying for superior spatial resources. The Rocket Engine Development Department of Vast Deep Space was diligently working on the world's first nuclear-powered rocket engine. Following the completion of testing for the HH-2 engine, Liang Yongren and his team had already begun the design and development of the nuclear engine. However, due to the innovative technology involved, the development presented considerable challenges. At this point, Xiaochang successfully updated the design software, integrating more advanced features that significantly eased the development process. Chang Han himself frequently visited the development department to inquire about progress and offer valuable suggestions. After more than 2 years of design work, the nuclear-powered engine was finally ready for production and assembled. By this time, Vast Deep Space had celebrated its 3rd anniversary. The space-based project had successfully launched over 2,600 satellites over the course of a year, covering the vast majority of the domestic territory and reaching several first-tier and second-tier nations. Meanwhile, Company X, lacking commercial launch support, had only managed to launch 600 satellites, which markedly slowed their progress. Nevertheless, combined with their previous satellites, they still had over 1,600 satellites in orbit. Both the space-based project and the Starlink initiative were beginning to develop their respective membership programs. However, the space-based project benefited from substantial national support and shares from Guotong Company, which facilitated rapid membership growth. Although the network was not yet fully established, nearly 130,000 users had signed up domestically, with an additional 80,000 users in select first-tier and second-tier countries, totaling over 210,000 users. Initially, the Starlink initiative boasted a larger user base than vast deep space, as many foreigners believed that Starlink utilized Federation technology, which was presumed to be far superior to that of the great power. However, upon actual usage of the Starlink network, they quickly discovered that the reality was quite different. Although Starlink satellites offered faster download speeds and lower latency compared to space-based satellites, their network stability was severely lacking, often resulting in disconnections and difficulties in locating satellites. Conversely, while space-based satellites had slightly slower speeds, their network was exceptionally stable, rarely experiencing outages and providing a more comfortable user experience. As the saying goes, one should not fear ignorance, but rather the comparison of goods. When the two products were compared, the performance of the space-based satellites far surpassed that of the Starlink satellites. Consequently, a considerable number of customers switched to the space-based project. Ultimately, Starlink was left with only a few thousand clients, most of whom were in areas yet to be covered by the space-based project. Given that both customer bases targeted different regions, Vast Deep Space did not engage in a price war with Company X. Both companies charged a monthly fee of 99 Mi Gold. However, Vast Deep Space was generating over 20 million Mi Gold in revenue monthly, while Company X could only manage a few million. Meanwhile, Vast Deep Space was raking in tens of millions of revenue each month, which understandably infuriated Carl Marlin. Observing the profitability of both Vast Deep Space and Company X, other nations were eager to partake in the burgeoning market. Chapter 164. Spacewalk. The European Union, the Great Bear Nation, and Chang Island have all launched several low-orbit verification satellites. The Change Nation has also expressed intentions to launch, but it remains mere empty rhetoric without any tangible action. After years of development, Hanxiang Technology has stabilized its production. The high-end battery market for flashlights and laptops is nearly monopolized by the formidable series of battery cells. Even the markets for drones and some medical high-end batteries have adopted Hanxiang Technology's products. Although Hanxiang Technology's batteries are the pinnacle of international standards, the global battery industry has undergone significant changes in recent years, with daily announcements of new battery innovations. While the majority of currently available batteries may not rival the formidable series, the principles derived from these advanced batteries have led to continuous improvements in mid-range and low-end battery performance. Where electric vehicles once achieved a range of 500 kilometers, it is now commonplace for them to exceed 1,000 kilometers. Hanxiang Technology's presence has undeniably propelled the rapid advancement of the global battery industry. The only unfortunate entity has been Fruit Company, whose ambitious Dr. Nathan once boasted that he could uncover Hanxiang Technology's secrets within 2 years with a mere 10,000 employees, only to squander hundreds of billions without yielding any results. Eventually, the upper echelons of Fruit Company were exasperated enough to halt his initiatives. After several years of hard work, the automobile finally made its mark in the FE Formula Racing competition, securing third place in the season standings. Concurrently, after 2 years of design and experimentation, it developed its own next-generation supercar, the Blade Warrior. The Blade Warrior can accelerate from a standstill to a staggering 300 km per hour in just 8 seconds, offering an exhilarating experience akin to experiencing high gravitational acceleration in a supercar. Even more astonishing is its range of 5,400 kilometers, sufficient to traverse the length of an entire nation in one go. Its charging speed is breathtaking, with a theoretical maximum charge taking only 25 minutes. To showcase this elite charging speed, the automobile has established several experiential charging stations in 4 major cities, including the capital. With the reputation of the third-place FE racing team, the Blade Warrior became synonymous with top-tier supercars upon its launch. Many affluent buyers eagerly placed their orders, much to the delight of Tong Houan, who increased production while striving for further excellence. Time swiftly passed, and it was now the 4th anniversary of Vast Deep Space's establishment. This year, Vast Deep Space has numerous tasks at hand. First, they aim to accomplish the first commercial spacewalk in human history. Second, they must complete testing of the nuclear-powered engine. Third, they need to assemble and test the nuclear-powered multi-stage pulse-ion propulsion engine. It can be said that the entire company is busily engaged in these endeavors. Spacewalks, such a lofty ambition, were once the domain of state-sponsored organizations. The notion of a private enterprise achieving such a feat highlights the considerable difficulty involved. However, since the nation possesses the requisite technology, Chang'an does not wish to duplicate efforts. The collaboration with the state is a more practical approach. However, Chang'an's ultimate objective is not merely to engage in scientific research. Rather, his ambition lies in the realm of commercial development, specifically in the pursuit of space tourism. If he cannot achieve these advantageous outcomes, would it not simply amount to incurring losses? The relevant departments have received an invitation from vast deep space to collaborate on commercial development, leading to an immediate meeting for discussion. Although the nation has now attained the capability for spacewalks, their utility extends beyond mere scientific inquiry. They serve primarily to demonstrate the country's prowess in aerospace. With someone taking the initiative in development, the government is naturally pleased. After deliberation, the relevant entities approved Chang'an's collaboration proposal, resulting in a joint venture. A new company was established, tasked with overseeing space tourism. With vast deep space holding a 70% stake and the government possessing 30%, however, technical support will primarily be provided by the state. Plans were set in motion, and soon the focus shifted to constructing the first spacecraft. Chang'an expressed his desire to design a reusable spacecraft. Given that vast deep space already has extensive experience in recovering second-stage rockets, the government approved the associated design proposal. Should this recovery prove successful, vast deep space would once again etch its name in history, not only completing commercial satellite spacewalks but also possessing reusable crewed spacecraft. Experts from the national team joined the effort, facilitating a smooth design process for the spacecraft. The fundamental structural components could all be produced domestically, with the redesign requiring only a high-strength outer shell. The next step involved selecting astronauts. This spacecraft, accommodating two, necessitated the selection of 2 astronauts. Chang'an decided to choose one official astronaut from the nation while also conducting a nationwide selection for a civilian astronaut. The rationale behind selecting a civilian astronaut is primarily to prepare for future commercial development. Vast Deep Space promptly announced this initiative. The news sent shockwaves across the country. The prospect of selecting a civilian astronaut for a spacewalk was nothing short of astonishing. Vast Deep Space swiftly released a registration website, and despite age restrictions, nearly 1 million applications flooded in from across the nation. For an ordinary person without wealth or influence, this might be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to venture into space. After the registration deadline, Vast Deep Space proceeded with the selection. In the first round, a list of 100 candidates was generated swiftly. The second round involved interviews. Following interviews, physical examinations, and psychological evaluations, 10 individuals, 2 women and 8 men, advanced to the third round. The third round consisted of various physical tests. Given that the rocket launch could reach accelerations of up to 5G, individuals with subpar physical conditions would not withstand the pressures. Over the next 2 days, the 10 candidates underwent more detailed physical examinations and psychological assessments, evaluating their sensory perception, cognitive abilities, memory, and physical agility, ultimately narrowing the field down to 5 individuals. These 5 underwent further adaptability tests for acceleration, noise tolerance, and weightlessness, with only 3, 2 men and 1 woman, emerging to enter the final training phase. As for who would ultimately emerge as the 1 in a million fortunate candidate, it would depend on their performance over the coming months. After approximately 4 months, a brand new spacecraft was assembled. Chang'an named it the New Voyage. In his view, since his country had missed the first great age of exploration, it could at least participate in this era of cosmic exploration. Once the spacecraft was completed, it was swiftly transported to Vast Deep Space's rocket launch facility for installation. Over the following month, the New Voyage underwent installation and testing, and the Deep Space 4 rocket, responsible for the launch, was transferred to the launch area. It was not until just days before the launch that the 2 astronauts were finally selected. The 2 astronauts, 1 male, 1 female, were named Tang Hongyuan and Zhou Shui, respectively. Tang Hongyuan, as expected, was selected from among the nation's elite fighter pilots. Zhou Shui also distinguished herself, having been chosen from among millions, ultimately surpassing 2 male counterparts in the final selection, a fact that surprised many. With the spacecraft ready and astronauts chosen, the next step was to await the launch. National television placed great emphasis on covering this event. relevant provincial units constructed a live broadcasting studio near the launch site for future transmissions. On the day of the rocket launch, the number of spectators, both from within and outside the province, was tremendous. Although the majority could not get too close, witnessing a rocket launch from a distance was still an exhilarating experience. National television and provincial stations commenced their coverage, with the provincial station appearing particularly fervent, beginning their broadcast tracking 24 hours in advance. The command center at Vast Deep Space was also refurbished to accommodate the increasing number of spectators. Prior to the rocket launch, Chang Han personally met with Tang Hongyuan and Zhou Shui, offering words of encouragement and promising Zhou Shui that upon her return, she could join Vast Deep Space as a spokesperson. Much to her delight. However, Chang Han declined an interview with national television, opting instead to observe the launch from the command center. 2 hours before the launch, the astronauts arrived at the launch site, ascending to the new Voyage spacecraft via an elevator and service arm. After 2 hours of adjustments, the moment of launch finally arrived. Ni Jinglin announced, "All units, pay attention. I am Command Zero. Now, heed my instructions. New Voyage, enter the final minute countdown." The countdown appeared on the large screen. As the final 10 seconds approached, Ni Jinglin called out, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, ignition. With Ni Jinglin's command, the 4 engines of Deep Space 4 ignited simultaneously. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, the Deep Space 4 rocket, carrying the new Voyage spacecraft, ascended into the sky. Spectators surrounding the launch site were filled with exhilaration, capturing videos on their mobile devices. Many influencers in the live broadcasts were equally enthusiastic. However, the personnel in the command center maintained a serious demeanor, as it was not yet a time for celebration. The rocket entered suborbit, and the first and second stages separated smoothly. Only after the escape function was no longer needed did the command center erupt in cheers. Chang Han finally let out a sigh of relief. The new Voyage spacecraft successfully entered its designated orbit. Due to national television's live coverage, news of the successful launch spread nationwide. Although the nation had previously accomplished spacewalks, there was no harm in celebrating again, especially given that this spacewalk was conducted by a private enterprise. Not only was the recovery of the rocket visible, but the design of the spacecraft's cabin also appeared more aesthetically pleasing, exuding a more sci-fi allure compared to earlier spacecraft designs. After several orbital maneuvers, the new Voyage swiftly reached its designated orbit. The next step was to conduct the spacewalk, which would be broadcast live globally, allowing many international viewers to witness the event. For nations that had already completed spacewalks, such as the Great Bear Nation and the Mi Federation, the event elicited little more than indifference. However, for countries that had yet to send anyone into space, feelings of discontent simmered, as a private enterprise had successfully achieved what their own citizens had not. Amidst the global attention, Tang Hongyuan and Zhou Shui emerged from the spacecraft, entering outer space. The magnificent Earth loomed below them, a breathtaking sight. After exiting the spacecraft, they greeted the nation, before playfully maneuvering around the spacecraft. Once Zhou Shui secured her safety line, she let go of the spacecraft, drifting into the vastness of space. Viewers around the world were left in awe. The host, concerned, quickly inquired, "Zhou Shui, are you all right?" "I feel fantastic. It's as if I can fly." Zhou Shui responded, "It looks terrifying. I'm genuinely worried you'll drift away," the host exclaimed. "Even if I do drift away, it's all right. My spacesuit is a cutting-edge design equipped with a propulsion backpack. Even if I float away, I can return on my own. Should I demonstrate?" No. Let's prioritize safety. I think it's fine as it is," the host replied hastily. Tang Hongyuan watched, envious, wishing for the chance to experience the sensation of drifting into space. However, as he was responsible for safety, he could not afford to be so reckless. The two continued to float in space for a while, reluctantly returning to the spacecraft. The next phase involved the spacecraft's descent. To verify the reliability of reusability, upon re-entering the atmosphere, the two did not utilize a return capsule as before. Instead, they would return with the spacecraft itself. The return procedure was entirely computer-controlled, allowing them to simply enjoy the scenic views along the way. After several hours of deceleration, the spacecraft sealed its fairing and began its descent into the atmosphere. Once the spacecraft safely landed back on the launch pad, Vast Deep Space promptly announced globally the successful completion of the first commercial spacewalk, as well as the first recovery of a crewed spacecraft. Citizens of a certain great nation were undoubtedly elated, as Vast Deep Space shattered multiple world records. the first commercial crewed spacewalk, the first selection of civilians for spacewalks, and the first complete recovery of a spacecraft. The Deep Space 4 rocket also became the most powerful operational rocket in existence. Internationally, coverage of the event proliferated, with some foreign media even proclaiming that a certain great nation was poised to lead the world. While the citizens of other nations harbor envy and jealousy, they also hope that their own countries can achieve similar milestones. However, most national teams have remained silent. For many countries, spacewalks hold little significance, being more a matter of publicity than practicality. Thus, it is unlikely that they would initiate a space race over such trivialities. The populace of the United States, on the other hand, aspires for Company X to undertake a spacewalk, especially given that Company HHSK is currently in the limelight, overshadowing Company X's presence. Nevertheless, Company X swiftly announced that it would not be engaging in a spacewalk, as its objective is to land on Mars, and the entire company is committed to this goal. Chapter 166. The emergence of the nuclear-powered engine. Company X's bold response invigorated the citizens of the United States, who felt as if they had been electrified. A mission to Mars. Literally interpreted, this ambition eclipsed Company HHSK by 100-fold. If Company X succeeds in this monumental endeavor, then Company HHSK would pale in comparison. For Chang Han, having accomplished a spacewalk signifies that all groundwork for manned lunar landings has been laid. With the prospect of landing on the moon in just 2 years, his spirit soared. In the ensuing months, the Engine Research and Development Department dedicated all its efforts to the final stages of the nuclear-powered rocket. Parts were produced in batches and continuously assembled into the engine. After nearly 6 months of tireless work, the nuclear-powered engine was finally completed, aptly named Shenlong Generation. Chang Han hoped this engine would soar skyward like a celestial dragon. Next came the preparations for the engine's test run. To facilitate the testing of Shenlong Generation 1, Vast Deep Space constructed the world's largest testing platform. On the day of the test, executives from Vast Deep Space and Hanqiang Technology gathered at the platform to witness the event. At the command of Liang Yongren, the engine roared to life, unleashing a powerful gust of air that revealed its astonishing might. The numbers on the large screen surged rapidly, eventually reaching an astonishing figure. Smiles broke out among everyone in the hall. It could be said that the project for Shenlong Generation 1 had been initiated since the company's inception, and after years of effort, success had finally been achieved, an arduous journey that few outside could comprehend. On that day, Vast Deep Space's official website made the announcement. The first nuclear-powered engine, Shenlong Generation 1, had successfully completed its test run, achieving a thrust of 3,500 tons. The news, though brief, sent shockwaves around the world. Could it be true? A nuclear-powered engine produced by Company HHSK? It must be noted that nuclear-powered engines had long been a mythical concept, discussed by experts but never witnessed in reality. The astonishing fact that a private enterprise could develop such technology, especially when the world's leading rocket specialists had yet to do so, was simply beyond belief. As the world grappled with this revelation, Chang Han's phone rang incessantly. Countless high-ranking representatives from within the country called to verify the authenticity of the event. After all, it was unfathomable that a private company could achieve what the global experts in rocket technology could not. This matter could not be concealed, and Chang Han confirmed the truth. Consequently, many individuals requested to view the machinery. While some requests were denied, others could not be turned away. Soon, a delegation led by vice representatives arrived at the testing platform to witness the world-shaking nuclear-powered engine. However, upon confirming the engine's existence, the vice representatives were taken aback. Although the news of a domestic group successfully developing a nuclear-powered engine was promising, the reality of working with nuclear energy, essentially a product of nuclear fission and radiation, was fraught with risks. In the conference room, the vice representative remarked, "Xiao Chong, you've certainly stirred up a significant trouble." "What trouble have I caused? I am merely conducting normal research. There is no law prohibiting us from developing rocket engines." Chang Han replied defiantly. "You are being unreasonable," interjected another individual, slamming the table. "Do you understand? The development of nuclear-powered engines carries risks. It could lead to nuclear leaks and contamination at any moment. Other companies may face such risks. But our nuclear-powered engine is entirely clean and pollution-free. Are we treating this like a child's play? Enough, enough." The vice representative interjected, furrowing his brow. "Is there no way to discuss this calmly? We are all on the same side." The others nodded in agreement. "Chong, it's not that I am trying to find fault with you. Our country has strict regulations regarding nuclear materials. Private enterprises cannot develop such products without state approval. If there were to be a nuclear leak or contamination, could you shoulder that responsibility? I can certainly take on that responsibility. You? The individual was furious, retorting, "You are being obstinate and disregarding the law. Listen, your words are excessive. First and foremost, all of my company's actions are commercial in nature, conducted within the bounds of legality. We have not violated any national laws. If we have truly broken the law, you are welcome to arrest me, and I will not utter a word." You? Fine. Then tell me, where did your nuclear-powered engine come from? Of course, we manufactured it. Then how can you claim you are not violating the law? I can explain. Our nuclear-powered engine does not utilize any legally prohibited nuclear materials. What materials did you use? A brand new substance. Are you joking? This is clearly lead. Chang Han smiled and replied, "Indeed, this is lead. You are saying you use lead as nuclear material? Certainly. My engine employs a new technology that allows lead to undergo fission, generating energy." The crowd was left in stunned silence. This is impossible. It is not impossible. It is simply something that has never been achieved before. The vice representative, momentarily taken aback, quickly asked, "Xiao Chong, are you certain everything you said is true? You can really make lead undergo fission?" "Absolutely. We use a special method to disrupt the outer electrons of lead atoms, rendering them unstable, and then bombard the atomic nuclei with neutrons to induce minimal fission. Most of the resulting fragments are stable elements, with only a few exhibiting some radioactivity. Is there truly such a phenomenon? Of course. Otherwise, how could I acquire so much nuclear material with strict national controls in place? Ha ha ha. This is splendid. What a remarkable discovery. The surrounding individuals were equally exhilarated. If everything Chang Han stated were true, it would have an unimaginable impact on the nation's technological and economic development. By the way, Chang, do you have any relevant materials regarding this lead fission technology that we could take back to study? Research is not a problem, but there is one condition. What condition? Once you turn my technology into a profitable project, I require a 40% stake. That is unacceptable. This is my technology. How can it not be? It is your technology, but it is also the nation's. Am I not a part of the nation? I am part of the nation. If I were not, I could not share my technology. But as a part of it, I demand my 40% stake. You? All right. Enough with the arguments, the vice representative interjected. Xiao Chong, I cannot make decisions regarding this matter. I need to discuss it with the higher-ups. Does that sound all right? Not a problem. Regardless, I am unwavering in my support for the nation's development. However, this technology is a result of my substantial investment of hard-earned money, not to mention a stroke of luck. The intrinsic value it embodies is well recognized by all. Thus, it is only just that I reap the benefits from it. Yet, some dissenters interject, claiming, "This is not a technology you developed. Behind it lies the tireless efforts of countless researchers, all of whom have been nurtured by the nation's compulsory education system. Therefore, this technology rightfully belongs to the state. Without a discerning eye, how could one recognize a thoroughbred? Had I not been willing to invest in this technology, such groundbreaking advancements would not have materialized. Ultimately, it is my prowess that has facilitated this success. Do you understand? You? Ha 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 ha. The surrounding crowd erupted in laughter. He he he. All right, let this matter rest. Xiaocheng, simply await further news. After the news reached the high-level meeting, following intense deliberations, it was ultimately agreed to accept the conditions proposed by Chang Han. After all, this technology is of paramount importance to the nation, possessing profound implications for its development over the coming decades, and thus cannot be relinquished lightly. Naturally, the 40% equity stake proposed by Chang Han was deemed excessively high, as state projects are invariably of significant scale, making such a proportion for an individual rather disproportionate. After some haggling, it was finally determined that as long as the state utilized the relevant technology, Chang Han would receive a 25% benefit. In truth, Chang Han's initial demands had been quite audacious. Intended to provide ample room for negotiation, securing 25% was, in fact, a source of great satisfaction for him. Meanwhile, nations around the globe were engaged in discussions concerning nuclear-powered engines. Although the veracity of HHSK's claims remained unverified, the matter of nuclear propulsion was undeniably significant, rendering any lack of attention implausible. The Mi Federation took the lead in protesting against a certain major nation for its development of nuclear propulsion engines, alleging violations of the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons and the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty. In response, the major nation contended that rocket engines do not fall under the category of weapons, vehemently refuting the accusations and asserting that this was a commercial endeavor entirely within the realm of business development beyond the scope of relevant restrictions. The stance of the major nation effectively served to implicitly validate the authenticity of the vast deep space nuclear-powered rocket engine. The incident sparked global fervor. Nuclear-powered rocket engines had long been the stuff of legend, although it was frequently rumored that the Bear Nation and the Mi Federation had developed relevant technologies. The uncontrollable risks had perpetually thwarted the emergence of safe and effective technologies. Consequently, in the eyes of many, nuclear-powered rockets were synonymous with danger, posing a high risk of nuclear radiation and contamination. The major nation now possessing such a revolutionary technology was undoubtedly unwelcome news for other countries, particularly the Mi Federation, which found itself increasingly uneasy. HHSK's official announcement claimed that the thrust of this nuclear rocket engine reached a staggering 3,500 tons. Such formidable thrust, if equipped with an advanced terminal system, would yield unimaginable results. No. Such a powerful engine must not be allowed to remain solely in the hands of the major nation. The Mi Federation promptly prepared a dual approach. Firstly, to establish a technical task force aimed at developing its own nuclear propulsion engine. Secondly, to dispatch personnel lured by the prospect of immigration to recruit HHSK's researchers. The Bear Nation and the European Alliance, of course, were not idle either, sending out teams to probe the data related to HHSK's nuclear-powered engine, while also preparing to develop their own nuclear propulsion technology. The Change Nation, feeling particularly defiant, believed that if the major nation could develop such technology, they could do so as well, thus initiating a project to develop a nuclear propulsion engine with a thrust exceeding 5,000 tons. In the ensuing period, numerous individuals from the vast Deep Space Engine Research Department began receiving mysterious phone calls. Many were approached with lucrative offers from prominent enterprises in the Mi Federation or Western European Alliance. Unsurprisingly, the vast Deep Space Organization was no longer a monolithic entity, as a handful of technicians opted to resign. However, these were merely peripheral figures. The truly core personnel were not easily swayed. The critical technology of the nuclear propulsion engine was only known to a select few within the company. The majority of others merely processed and designed according to the data provided by these core individuals, remaining largely unaware of the essential technologies. Simultaneously, the management of relevant data at the vast Deep Space Organization was overseen by Xiaochang, rendering it virtually impervious to breaches. The rocket design software was restricted solely to internal computers, effectively eliminating the possibility of data theft. Chapter 168. National outrage. Some individuals who departed HHSK for foreign lands could not articulate the full extent of their actions, leaving those nations that had invested heavily in their recruitment feeling quite vexed. However, no secret remains hidden forever. With personnel loss, a portion of relevant information inevitably found its way abroad. Upon learning that HHSK had discovered a new type of nuclear material with minimal contamination, the Mi Federation and other nations found it hard to believe. Concurrently, rumors circulated that the major nation had halted all ongoing nuclear projects, seemingly affirming this revelation. This time, the Mi Federation and its allies could no longer remain passive. The emergence of a new nuclear material devoid of contamination was a game-changing development. During an international assembly, the Mi Federation was the first to take a stand, demanding that the major nation disclose the relevant technology for global sharing. The European Alliance echoed this sentiment, as the issue of nuclear material contamination had long been a global dilemma. With the advent of a new, non-contaminating material, it was inconceivable for other nations to remain unmoved. Naturally, the major nation would not acquiesce to sharing its technology, countering the Mi Federation and the European Alliance's demands by questioning why they had not shared their advanced technologies. The assembly descended into chaos. Ultimately, the Mi Federation issued a stern ultimatum. Should the major nation refuse to share the relevant technology internationally, it would face exclusion from related international projects. The major nation showed no signs of yielding, continuing to reject the sharing of relevant technologies. The Mi Federation resolved to assert its authority by initiating a vote to expel the major nation from the ITER project. This decision instantly ignited a storm of outrage within the major nation. The ITER project, or the International Thermonuclear Experimental Reactor Initiative, stands as one of the largest and most impactful international scientific collaborations currently in existence, far surpassing even the significance of the International Space Station project. Being expelled from the ITER initiative provoked intense indignation among the populace of the major nation. The government issued a strong protest, asserting that international projects are multilateral collaborations and should not be dictated by a single nation. However, the ME Federation was not acting unilaterally. Rather, it had united with other nations to exert pressure on the major nation. If the major nation were to share its new nuclear technology, it could rejoin international cooperation. Otherwise, future ITER-related technologies and experimental data would no longer be shared with it. The leadership and citizens of the major nation were understandably enraged. The public unanimously called for a withdrawal from the ITER project to pursue independent research into nuclear fusion technology. Many believe that the domestic capabilities in nuclear fusion technology had already reached an international leading position, deeming collaboration with unreliable international entities unnecessary. Conversely, some netizens contended that developing a nuclear fusion reactor is not akin to constructing a boiler. It necessitates international collaboration for successful completion. Furthermore, as the ITER project is already underway, it could potentially achieve its first operational run within a few years, or even complete its initial power generation within a decade. Missing this rare opportunity could leave the nation lagging behind in the field of nuclear fusion. In such a scenario, while the rest of the world harnessed clean energy, the nation would remain reliant on outdated, polluting energy sources, which would be detrimental. The online discourse surrounding this topic was fervent and unrelenting. Undoubtedly, the vast majority of citizens remained deeply incensed. Chang Han, not blind to this uproar, also felt a twinge of anger. By the way, Xiao Chong, do you think we could establish an ITER? What do you mean, nuclear fusion? I mean, could we also develop an ITER nuclear fusion reactor? Is it impossible to achieve ITER? What? Are you saying nuclear fusion is unattainable? It is not that nuclear fusion is impossible, but rather that ITER cannot be realized. Why? No reason. It's simply that production is less than consumption. So that's how it is. By the way, there are still several methods for nuclear fusion, right? On Earth, there are stellarator, spherical tokamak, and inertial confinement fusion, but none of them are viable. Why? Regardless of the method, the end result is thermal conversion, which essentially means boiling water to drive a turbine for power generation. The conversion efficiency is too low, rendering the energy unusable, leading to production falling short of consumption, ultimately resulting in futile efforts. Are there truly no alternative methods? Of course there are. What methods? We could create a multidimensional magnetic field fusion reactor, where several magnetic fields intertwine, and while fusion occurs, we could utilize the changing magnetic fields to split magnetic lines, ultimately generating electricity through the variable magnetic fields, significantly enhancing efficiency with an energy conversion rate reaching 50%. That sounds impressive. Can I undertake this? You could, but it would be a bit tricky with the current technology on Earth. If I can do it, that's what matters. I'm not afraid of the hassle. Just a matter of spending more money. Chang Han made a decisive decision and swiftly convened another high-level meeting for Hanxiang Technology in vast deep space. This time, he gathered everyone to discuss an important matter. Regarding the matter of our nation being expelled from the ITER International Collaboration Project, what are everyone's thoughts? Upon hearing this, the group exchanged glances, seemingly perplexed by the boss's inquiry. What do you all lack opinions? Chioteng remarked, those foreign politicians are utterly lacking in decorum. They claim to have agreed upon certain matters, yet change their stance without a second thought, demonstrating a complete absence of contractual spirit. When Wei's added, this is precisely why we cannot place our trust in these foreign entities. We should never have engaged in collaboration with them from the outset. Liang Yongren interjected, collaboration should focus on technology, not individuals. Controlled nuclear fusion is a monumental project that necessitates international cooperation. Chioteng responded, isn't it widely acknowledged that our nation's nuclear fusion technology is already at the forefront globally? Why must we still collaborate with others? Can't we pursue it independently? Liang Yongren explained. While it is true that in terms of controlled nuclear fusion technology, our country is indeed leading the world, there remains a significant gap between that lead and achieving a sufficient output rate. Mo Guohao added, though our experimental reactor has successfully achieved controlled nuclear fusion, our magnetic confinement capabilities are not yet at the pinnacle on the international stage. The core of controlled nuclear fusion lies in stable magnetic confinement. Regarding output rates, we must first establish stable magnetic confinement before we can even contemplate that issue. The purpose of international collaboration is to consolidate strengths and advance the technological chain. Relying solely on one nation would indeed pose considerable challenges. Watao chimed in, the ITER project has already commenced construction, and it should be operational within a few years, potentially achieving its first power generation within a decade or so. This timeline is, in fact, quite rapid. If we were to undertake it independently, we might not see results even within 30 years. Chapter 169. The Challenges of Controlled Nuclear Fusion. Xiao Teng remarked, so, are we saying that without those foreign partners, we cannot proceed? It is exceedingly difficult, not just challenging, but immensely so. Liang Yongren and others nodded in agreement. When Wei stated, the issue is not that we wish to cease collaboration. Rather, it is that they no longer wish to include us. How do we resolve this? Liang Yongren and his companions exchanged glances, unsure of what to say next. Linya commented, regardless, this is not something within our control. I hope the country can devise a solution. The group nodded in agreement, acknowledging that controlled nuclear fusion is a technology that requires the collective strength of the global community, far beyond the capacity of a small company to resolve independently. Chang Han remarked, while it is true that multinational collaboration is one potential avenue for solving controlled nuclear fusion, it does not imply that private enterprises cannot engage in it, right? The group collectively paused in astonishment. What? Is the president truly suggesting that? Chang Han chuckled and said, actually, I find the technology of controlled nuclear fusion quite intriguing. Do you think we could possibly pursue it? Engage in controlled nuclear fusion? You must be joking. The group was left speechless, uncertain of how to respond. Although they recognized Chang Han's formidable capabilities and imaginative thinking, they felt that such ambition was perhaps misplaced. Controlled nuclear fusion is a level of technology that, even with global collaboration, poses immense challenges. How could a private enterprise hope to undertake such a venture? Why is everyone silent? Do you have no opinions? Linya pondered for a moment and said, President Chang, although I am not particularly knowledgeable about these matters, controlled fusion is a technology that necessitates global collaboration to address. It seems implausible for our single company to tackle it alone. Chang Han retorted, who says it cannot be done? When I embarked on the rocket launch project, everyone said it was impossible too. Yet, in the end, I succeeded. Linya found herself at a loss for words. The group exchanged glances, realizing that while the challenges of rocket launches were substantial, they paled in comparison to the complexities of controlled nuclear fusion. How could they even be compared? Liang Yongren interjected. President Chang, while rocket launches also reside within the realm of high technology, the transparency of information in that field is relatively high. Numerous universities offer aerospace programs, providing a solid talent pool, making recruitment feasible. Even without support from relevant organizations, the talent supply from universities alone is often sufficient. However, the field of controlled nuclear fusion is markedly different. There are no fixed programs, only related disciplines such as fundamental physics, mathematics, electrical engineering, computer science, and engineering control, all of which pertain to controlled nuclear fusion. Talent in these areas is scattered, and many may not have originally studied fusion-related subjects but rather other relevant fields. If we wish to initiate such a project and rely on university recruitment, we would essentially be starting from scratch, which would be exceedingly difficult. The nation possesses the technology, does it not? Why not recruit personnel from relevant institutions? Setting aside whether they would even consider joining us, even if they did, having leaders without a substantial workforce would be futile. We cannot possibly extract an entire team of thousands from elsewhere. Even if we attempted to proceed with this, the state cannot engage in such an endeavor either. That would be akin to provoking a hornet's nest. Xiao Teng concurred, Director Liang is correct. I too believe this project is excessively ambitious. If the state struggles to manage it, how could we as a private enterprise hope to succeed? Moreover, such a large-scale project would undoubtedly require considerable investment. Can our private enterprise afford such expenses? When Wei's added, indeed, next year we are also planning for manned lunar missions, and the space-based engineering project is currently in need of substantial funding. If we were to embark on nuclear fusion as well, our company might not be able to allocate sufficient financial resources. Chang Han countered, I believe financial concerns are not insurmountable. Initially, I anticipated that the space-based engineering project would require investments in the hundreds of billions. However, it appears that it may actually be manageable within the range of 100 billion, especially now that we have begun generating revenue and are not incurring losses. By the way, Assistant Jiang, how many users do we currently have for the space-based network? How is the revenue? Jiang Anjin pulled up the relevant documents and replied, currently, we have around 400,000 domestic users. There are 250,000 users in the first tier and 7,000 users from other countries. Since we have agreements with Guotong Company and Guowei Company, there are no dividends until the on-orbit satellites generate surplus revenue. After tax, the total stands at 425 million. What are our monthly satellite launch costs? The cost of launching satellites, aside from some propellant expenses, primarily consists of maintenance costs, approximately 5 million soft currency per launch. And what about the costs associated with the satellites themselves? For 2 sets of satellites, it amounts to roughly 450 million. Launching twice a month means we deploy 4 sets, totaling around 900 million, which leaves us needing to subsidize 500 million each month. And the revenue from satellite launches? The total sales for the first 7 months of satellite launches reached 6,353,000,000. 63 billion. That's quite substantial. How are the sales of the HH-2 engines faring? The sales of the HH-2 engines for the first half of the year exceeded 40 billion. What about production? Currently, the engine production facility has a monthly output of 11 engines, aiming for a target of 15. Excellent. Thus, the combined profits from commercial launches and engines exceed 100 billion. After covering normal R&D expenses across departments, the remaining funds should suffice to support the space-based engineering project. By the way, our 6 commercial spacecraft have already been developed, enabling us to proceed with near-Earth orbit tourism. Assistant Jiang, please formulate a promotional plan and expedite its implementation. Understood, President. By the way, how much do we charge each tourist? At least 20 million soft currency per person. Currently, launching a single heavy commercial rocket costs at least 40 million soft currency. Not counting the 2 safety officers, we can only accommodate 4 tourists per launch. So we need to ensure we recover the launch costs and distribute shares to relevant parties. Understood, President. By the way, are we not planning for manned lunar missions? How about we sell a few lunar landing slots? Pricing each at 500 million soft currency. The first 10 slots would include a complimentary near-Earth orbit tour. Sounds good, President. After Chang Han concluded, he glanced at the group and said, "Isn't this fantastic? Everyone once claimed that my development of rocket technology was a losing venture. Yet now, we are starting to see profits." The group exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond. Chapter 170. The press conference. To be candid, when Chang Han initially embarked on this project, many believed it would result in significant losses. Yet, to their surprise, profitability came swiftly. Chang Han remarked, "Thus, it is evident that with appropriate execution, any project can yield profits. I believe the controlled nuclear fusion project will also have promising prospects. Don't you agree?" The others, including Linya, found themselves at a loss for words. Liang Yongren reflected for a moment and said, "President Chang, while I typically refrain from overstepping in matters of commercial management, I must emphasize that controlled nuclear fusion technology is not comparable to rocket launches. If the rocket development succeeds, there are numerous avenues for commercial exploitation. However, even if controlled nuclear fusion is successfully developed, its profitability beyond electricity generation is limited. Electricity generation is sufficient. Does it not generate profit? While electricity generation can indeed be profitable, it is contingent upon the level of investment and the efficiency of power generation. The current deuterium-tritium fusion process utilized globally is merely a method and does not account for costs. Deuterium is relatively easy to obtain, but tritium is a fission product that can only be produced in nuclear power plants, with costs soaring to 200 million per kilogram. The exorbitant cost of raw materials, to be frank, possesses little economic value in itself. Moreover, one must also consider the issue of power generation. While controlled nuclear fusion harbors immense energy potential, reportedly, each liter of seawater is equivalent to 300 liters of gasoline. This calculation pertains solely to pure energy. In reality, during nuclear fusion, the majority of the energy is ensnared by electromagnetic forces, rendering most of it unusable. At best, one might harness the scattered neutrons, neutrinos, photons, and thermal radiation for heat exchange, subsequently propelling a turbine to generate electricity. However, the scattered neutrons are, after all, a mere minority, and the energy available for power generation is quite limited. This elucidates why nuclear fusion research is predominantly theoretical rather than practically applicable. Additionally, the investment in nuclear fusion is not insignificant. The ITER project anticipates an investment exceeding 200 billion. By the time tangible results are realized, it is feared that even 200 billion may prove inadequate. Even if success is achieved, The output may not proportionately correlate with the investment. The audience nodded in agreement, recognizing that such specialized technology can only be aptly explained by experts. Chang Han also nodded, remarking, "You are correct. Indeed, for nuclear fusion to transition into commercial use poses considerable challenges. It seems I have underestimated the complexity of the issue." The crowd sighed in relief. Although everyone unanimously acknowledged Chang Han's capabilities, the concern remained that the projects he undertook were increasingly grandiose, and the profits scarcely covered the expenditures. Continuously engaging in such endeavors could indeed become problematic. Nevertheless, while controlled nuclear fusion presents substantial research challenges and market obstacles, I still perceive its remarkable commercial potential. We cannot solely focus on short-term gains. We must also look to the future. Here is my proposal. Let us establish the project first. Let us invest 100 billion to test the waters and ascertain its viability. What does everyone think? 100 billion. Merely a trial investment. The audience was rendered speechless, uncertain if Chang Han truly meant 100 billion or merely 100. However, at this juncture, they recognized that Chang Han was the type of person who would pursue a single path relentlessly. Once he set his mind to something, persuasion seemed futile. What does everyone else think? Linya interjected, "Mr. Chang, 100 billion is no small sum. We have numerous projects that require funding. No worries, the company, How in Deep Space, can now be self-sustaining. We can simply allocate profits from Hanxiang Technology to support it. Furthermore, whether I mention 100 billion or 200 billion, it will not all be invested in 1 year. So there should be no significant issue." The crowd exchanged glances, and no one could voice further objections. Since there were no dissenting opinions, the matter was settled. Assistant Jiang was instructed to prepare a press conference. "Understood, President." Hanxiang Technology swiftly convened another press conference. At this point, Hanxiang Technology had established itself among domestic enterprises and was no longer a fledgling company. The parent company not only controlled the international high-end battery industry chain, but its subsidiary, How in Deep Space, was also frequently in the news, becoming a regular feature in domestic headlines. Typically, for minor matters, Hanxiang Technology merely needed to issue an official announcement. This time, however, the solemnity of the press conference suggested that something significant was afoot. Could it be an announcement regarding the date for manned lunar missions? Upon further reflection, that seemed unlikely. If Hanxiang Technology truly intended to announce a manned lunar mission, it would likely do so under the aegis of its subsidiary, How in Deep Space, rather than the parent company. Might Hanxiang Technology be unveiling a new battery product? The journalists were abuzz with speculation. Of course, the vast majority were unable to discern the underlying reason. Once the press conference formally commenced, Chang Han stated, "Thank you all for attending our press conference at Hanxiang Technology. We have an important announcement to make. As we all know, contemporary human society is largely sustained by energy. Although there are numerous methods for energy creation, the vast majority of energy sources are non-renewable and highly polluting. Humanity has endeavored for years to produce clean, pollution-free energy, resulting in the development of solar, wind, and hydro energy, among others. While these energy sources are indeed clean, they suffer from a significant drawback: low energy density and unstable supply. Consequently, the quest for a stable, pollution-free, safe, and efficient clean energy source has become a consensus within human society. Nuclear fusion, as many of you may know, contains energy equivalent to 300 liters of gasoline per liter of seawater. This is the energy harnessed through nuclear fusion. Such energy is immensely powerful and can be regarded as a prospective energy source for humanity's future. Whether humanity can traverse the stars hinges upon our ability to conquer the formidable energy of nuclear fusion. Our company places great importance on the development and research of energy projects. Thus, we intend to pursue the study and development of controlled nuclear fusion technology." The assembly of journalists stood in stunned silence. Controlled nuclear fusion has recently been a hot topic, and nearly everyone is discussing it. Although many, including the journalists present, were outraged by the betrayal of trust exhibited by nations like the U.S. Federation, which had expelled its own country from the ITER project, such personal protests seemed utterly powerless. After all, if even nations struggle with controlled nuclear fusion technology, how could individuals hope to make an impact? Chapter 171. Nationwide recruitment. It can be said that, in the face of the state, individual power is exceedingly feeble, particularly within a multinational cooperative initiative, where individual influence becomes even more negligible and insignificant. To everyone's surprise, Hanxiang Technology aspired to delve into nuclear fusion, which struck many as somewhat implausible. While Hanxiang Technology has achieved remarkable success in the battery and rocket sectors, the notion of pursuing nuclear fusion still seemed somewhat presumptuous. Changhan remarked, "Perhaps our company's strength is indeed limited. Therefore, I would like to extend an invitation to talented individuals from all sectors of society to join our nuclear fusion project, particularly experts in high-tech fields. After all, controlled nuclear fusion represents cutting-edge, top-tier scientific research. Without a substantial influx of talent, tangible results will be unattainable. Thus, I hope that all of you esteemed journalists can help disseminate this information, allowing more individuals to learn about our plans and attracting more relevant experts to join our initiative." Now then, does anyone have further questions? A multitude of journalists eagerly raised their hands. Linya pointed to a lady in gray attire with glasses seated in the second row. "Hello, Mr. Chong. I would like to inquire about your motivations for investing in nuclear fusion technology. Is it related to the recent ITER developments? Our primary motivation, of course, is energy development. Our company is fundamentally an energy enterprise, and we are genuinely interested in the energy sector. As for the ITER situation, it does have some connection. As a citizen, I naturally feel a sense of indignation regarding the untrustworthy actions of certain nations. Nevertheless, even without such events, the plan to develop nuclear fusion energy would eventually have been proposed for our company's growth. We are merely able to expedite the process slightly. Next question. Hello, I would like to ask. There are numerous clean energy projects in the country right now, such as solar, tidal, wind, and hydro energy. Why doesn't Hanxiang Technology opt for projects that yield quicker results and require less investment? Primarily because many companies are already engaged in developing those related industrial chains, and our involvement would constitute redundant development, which is entirely unnecessary. Furthermore, while the energy sources you mention are indeed clean, they suffer from low energy density and significant fluctuations between peak and trough output, leading to relative instability in energy supply. We aim to develop a new type of energy with high energy density and relatively stable output, which is the essence of our pursuit of controlled nuclear fusion. Next, Mr. Chong, can you disclose how much you plan to invest in this nuclear fusion project? We plan to invest 100 billion RMB. 100 billion RMB might not suffice. According to publicly available information, the ITER project requires over 200 billion, and some predict that the final completion cost could exceed 300 billion. Any shortfall can be addressed with additional funding. As long as it does not exceed 500 billion, it remains within our company's capacity. 500 billion. The audience gasped in astonishment. How could a private enterprise allocate such a colossal sum? Truly unbelievable, Mr. Chong. 500 billion is no trifling matter. Are you truly confident that Hanxiang Technology can shoulder such a hefty investment? Even if we invest 500 billion, it will not be done in a single year. This will be a phased investment over several years or even a decade. I have full faith in the profitability of both Hanxiang Technology and Haohan Deep Space. Following this, several journalists posed further questions regarding relevant details, which Changhan addressed one by one. And upon the conclusion of the press conference, numerous journalists hurried back to file their reports, and soon the related coverage became a hot topic in the news. As the parent company of Haohan Deep Space, Hanxiang Technology was no longer a novice in the industry. However, despite the grand reputation of Hanxiang Technology, it remained a private enterprise. The notion that a private company would venture into controlled nuclear fusion was indeed beyond the realm of belief for many. Moreover, the projected total investment for the project could potentially reach 500 billion, a figure so staggering that it bordered on the absurd. After all, even the Three Gorges project cost just over 100 billion. Constructing a nuclear fission power plant costs merely over 100 billion. In stark contrast, a nuclear fusion project demands an investment of 500 billion, equivalent to Three Gorges projects or dozens of nuclear power stations. Frankly, this figure seems rather exaggerated. The revelation of this news has sparked considerable skepticism among many. Does a private enterprise possess such vast financial resources for investment? Naturally, a greater number of individuals are pondering whether spending such an immense sum on a single project is truly worthwhile. This situation mirrors the recently controversial particle accelerator project. Regardless of the circumstances, related news has caused quite a stir both domestically and internationally. However, from the perspective of foreign netizens, Hanxiang Technology's actions appear utterly presumptuous. The nuclear fusion project is a multinational collaborative endeavor that a single nation, let alone a private company, cannot realistically undertake. Many perceive Hanxiang Technology's ambition to pursue nuclear fusion as an overestimation of its own capabilities. Numerous adversaries of Hanxiang Technology and Haohan Deep Space Company are secretly delighting in this prospect. An investment of several hundred billion is no trifling matter. The frequent occurrence of a company's major project investments failing and leading to its collapse is well known. And naturally, many are keen to witness Hanxiang Technology's misfortunes. Yet, Changhan remains undeterred. As long as Xiaoqiang is present, no issue is insurmountable. Xiaoqiang has extensively researched numerous papers in the field of nuclear fusion in China, swiftly identifying several researchers who might legally transform relevant findings. Changhan resolves to personally contact these individuals. Sun Shukai, a professor in the physics department of a certain C9 university, doctoral advisor, council member of the National Nuclear Physics Research Society, director of the Nuclear Fusion Research Lab, and consultant for a domestic nuclear fusion project under construction. Upon hearing the phone ring, Sun Shukai glances at the screen, noting it is an unfamiliar number. After a moment's contemplation, he opts to answer. Hello, who is this? Is this Professor Sun Shukai? Yes, it is. Who am I speaking with? Greetings. I am Chang Han, the president of Hanxiang Technology. Upon hearing this, Sun Shukai immediately recalls who the caller is. Although he and Chang Han are not personally acquainted, Chang Han's reputation in the technology sector has soared in recent years, particularly in light of his recent ambition to invest 500 billion in nuclear fusion research. Almost everyone in the relevant field has been discussing his name, so Sun Shukai is certainly familiar with it. However, he never expected to receive a call from him. The caller is reaching out to him? Is it possible they wish to recruit him? Hello, Professor Sun, are you listening? I am. What can I do for you? President Chang. Chapter 172. Establishment of Hanxiang Energy. The thing is, I am uncertain if you have heard, but our company is currently interested in developing controllable nuclear fusion. Have you heard about it? I have. That's good to hear. I am calling you with the hope that you might join our company as the chief engineer for this new project. Well, upon hearing this, Sun Shukai is both surprised and unsurprised. After a brief hesitation, he responds, President Chang, I currently have no intention of taking on a related position elsewhere. Nevertheless, I sincerely appreciate your recognition. Professor Sun, please do not rush to decline. I wonder if a salary of 10 million could convey our sincerity. It is not a matter of money. It is simply that I genuinely have no such intentions. 20 million. I have already stated that it is not about the money, Professor Sun. I am aware that your son is employed in a certain country within the European Union, and I believe you may have intentions of relocating there in the future. Correct? How did you find out about that? Naturally, it was through investigation. I understand that looking into your family situation may cause you discomfort, but this also signifies our sincerity. Rest assured, should you choose to join our company, I guarantee that your son and his family will be able to return to China and settle here, allowing you to visit your grandson without having to rely on the internet. Can you truly accomplish that? Absolutely. I can also provide you with a deposit. If I fail to deliver, you are free to leave at any time, and the deposit will not be refunded. After a moment of silence, Sun Shukai replies, Very well. Allow me some time to consider. Subsequently, Chang Han reaches out to many individuals. Although it is challenging to recruit sufficiently qualified researchers, under the overwhelming pressure of financial incentives, there are indeed few individuals who cannot be persuaded. Moreover, with Xiaoqiang assisting in investigating each person's family background, Chang Han's recruitment efforts are exceedingly effective. News of Chang Han's endeavors to poach talent soon incites dissatisfaction among many groups. After all, the number of experts in the relevant field within the country is limited. Losing even one is detrimental, as nurturing each expert is a formidable task, making it impossible for anyone to not feel vexed. Relevant organizations promptly contact their superiors to report Chang Han's actions. The higher-ups then call Chang Han, instructing him to cease his recruitment efforts. However, Chang Han remains unfazed. If he is to pursue nuclear fusion, talent is indispensable, and he is unwilling to easily concede to anyone. The fault lies not with his recruitment but rather with the inadequate benefits offered by relevant institutions that fail to retain talent. It is only when even higher-ranking officials reach out that Chang Han reluctantly agrees to refrain from poaching key personnel from major institutions. Nonetheless, while he will no longer pursue individuals from vital organizations, those he has already recruited will remain. Under Chang Han's generous compensation strategy, a significant number of core personnel are assembled, leading to the establishment of a wholly owned subsidiary. Hanxiang Energy. Chang Han gathers Sun Shukai and the heads of relevant departments for a meeting. He states, The purpose of bringing you all together today is to formulate the next steps in our company's development plan. Each of you is an expert in the field of controllable nuclear fusion in our country, and I hope everyone will speak candidly. After speaking, he turns to Sun Shukai, Chief Engineer. Would you like to say a few words? Sun Shukai responds, first and foremost, I would like to express my gratitude to President Chang for entrusting me with the position of Chief Engineer for this project. It is a tremendous honor to work alongside all of you, who are experts in the relevant field. I hope that together, we can strive toward advancing research in controllable nuclear fusion for the benefit of humanity, while also contributing to Hanqiang Energy. The room erupts in applause as the applause subsides. Chang Han continues, Vice President Yi, would you care to share your thoughts? Yi Yang, the Vice President of the Project Department and head of the Technical Center, nods and states, everyone here is an expert in the field of controllable nuclear fusion. And I consider you all my mentors. I, however, do not hail from this industry, and I am not well versed in many aspects. If any of you require my assistance on the project, please do not hesitate to let me know. I will do my utmost to support your needs. The room again fills with applause. Chang Han then declares, all right, let us hear from everyone. The Chief Engineer has set the stage. Let us discuss how we should proceed with our initial steps. Sun Shukai nods and states, regarding the company's initial policies, I believe we should outline our development direction. Currently, both domestically and internationally, the prevalent controllable nuclear fusion proposals are a few specific options. The first option is the tokamak experimental platform. I believe everyone here is familiar with this technology, which originated in the Bear Country, and our nation's first tokamak platform was also acquired from there. This method employs a circular magnetic confinement technique to contain plasma, which, upon reaching sufficient temperature, facilitates nuclear fusion. The tokamak experimental platform is a mainstream method both domestically and internationally, and it is one of the earliest research proposals in our country. The second option is the Stellarator experimental platform used by a certain country in the European Union and by Changdao. Although the Stellarator also utilizes magnetic confinement fusion like the tokamak, it features a non-axisymmetric 3D magnetic field. Unlike the tokamak, where the magnetic field originates from external coils, the Stellarator does not interrupt plasma current during operation, though it presents significant control challenges and is quite complex to manufacture. The third option is the spheromak utilized by a certain country in the European Union, a variant of the tokamak device. Its advantage lies in the greater stability of particles at its center compared to the circular tokamak, allowing fusion particles to be maintained for a longer duration. The downside is that contaminated particles are difficult to expel, causing the fusion process to easily halt. The fourth option is inertial confinement fusion, which essentially involves using high-energy lasers to strike a target. However, experimental evidence has demonstrated that this method is impractical and it can be largely disregarded. Thus, we currently face three viable proposals: the tokamak option, the Stellarator option, and the spheromak option. Which solution do you all believe is most suitable? It is undoubtedly the tokamak option. Currently, the mainstream international proposals predominantly revolve around the tokamak. Whether it be our country's Dongfang Super Ring, Circulator number 1, number 2, Bear Country, Changdao, Mi Federation, the European Union, or the numerous ITER proposals, they are all based on the tokamak. Therefore, it is best for us to adopt this approach. I too support the tokamak. It can be said to be the most widely applied solution domestically. I believe everyone present is quite familiar with this proposal, and the construction challenges should also be the least daunting. Well said. That makes perfect sense. Chapter 173. Several possibilities of nuclear fusion. Chang Han pondered for a moment and remarked, given the widespread endorsement of the tokamak approach, I have a question. Why are there so many experimental platforms for tokamak internationally, yet none have achieved success? Upon hearing this, the group exchanged glances. Had it been an ordinary individual posing the question, they would have retorted, what do you know? However, as Chang Han was the head of the company, they refrained from being so blunt. Sun Shukai thoughtfully replied, indeed, the tokamak has its drawbacks. The primary issue is the inability to increase the plasma current density, leading to an overly tenuous plasma and unstable fusion results. Yet, there are solutions, such as enhancing current density and strengthening magnetic confinement, which is the design principle behind ITER. Of course, the investment in ITER is substantial, almost without regard for cost. Moreover, it remains uncertain whether ITER will genuinely transition to a commercially viable reactor and successfully generate electricity. Currently, the global community is navigating these technological realms, and if a definitive solution existed, everything would be much simpler. The chief engineer's words bore merit. Whether it be tokamak, stellarator, or spherical configurations, they are all experimental schemes that require practical experience to gradually accumulate knowledge, data, advantages, and disadvantages. Nevertheless, judging from the established designs, the tokamak appears to be the most mature option. After all, even ITER employs this design, which attests to its success and the consensus among global scientists regarding its potential. In truth, the tokamak is merely a principle. China's Eastern Super Ring, while derived from the United States, has evolved beyond the original tokamak concept, integrating numerous new technologies, thus becoming our own design. Otherwise, the Eastern Super Ring would not have achieved a new record of 100 million degrees. Wouldn't you agree? Indeed, that makes sense. Chang Han then inquired, but how long did the Eastern Super Ring sustain that 100 million degree temperature? 10 seconds. Why couldn't the duration be extended? The microwave heating equipment became too hot, causing components to melt and resulting in a cessation of discharge. How should this issue be resolved? That's hard to say. Ideally, larger components should be manufactured to lower the temperature of the parts. However, if one component is enlarged, the others must also be scaled up, which complicates matters. Is there a way to achieve this in a single step, without causing a chain reaction of complications? Who can guarantee that? It's all experimental at this stage. If there were a mature process, we wouldn't need to experiment. Chang Han nodded and turned to Sun Shukai, asking, "Is this also your perspective?" Sun Shukai replied, "Theoretically, the larger the experimental apparatus, the greater the probability of success. However, proportionally, the larger the size, the greater the construction costs. It's not that countries lack the 200 billion to build a sufficiently large tokamak device. Rather, they are awaiting the results from ITER. If ITER succeeds, the technology will be shared globally, and everyone can follow suit. If ITER fails, countries save 200 billion, which is enough to construct a Three Gorges dam." Chang Han nodded and said, "So, essentially, everyone is apprehensive about incurring losses by building a large facility, while also fearing that a smaller one might not yield adequate power. Is that correct?" "That is a fair interpretation." "Let us discuss the associated costs then. What would be the expense of constructing a small tokamak experimental facility? The cost of a small tokamak is not excessively high if the technology is mature. Material costs would be in the range of 10 to 20 billion. However, since many aspects of our technology are still in a nascent stage, requiring a gradual exploration, costs may double. Nonetheless, I believe a small tokamak could be established for no more than 50 billion. 50 billion is manageable, and what about operational costs? Operational expenses. One aspect is the cost of deuterium and tritium. Deuterium is relatively inexpensive, costing a few thousand yuan per kilogram. However, tritium is exceedingly costly, approximately 200 million yuan per kilogram. Naturally, since 1 kilogram of tritium contains several tens of thousands of fusion energy, the usage is minimal. Additionally, there are consumables to consider. It is known that when deuterium and tritium undergo fusion, they release excess neutrons. Although some of these neutrons can bombard lithium-6 to produce new tritium, thereby controlling costs, a significant number will be absorbed by the inner walls, leading to degradation over time, which incurs substantial expenses. Furthermore, there are electricity costs and various material expenses. Excluding labor, miscellaneous costs would still require 1 to 2 billion annually to sustain operations. And what about the construction costs for a stellarator? The construction costs for a stellarator are difficult to estimate, primarily because we lack relevant construction experience. Stellarators demand high precision for their components, naturally leading to significantly higher costs. It is said that a certain European nation's stellarator experimental reactor costs over 100 billion yuan. If we were to manufacture one of the same volume, the cost might exceed theirs by 50% or even 100%. So, that would be around 150 billion or even 200 billion. Indeed, however, this figure assumes we can successfully manufacture it before finalizing the budget. If we encounter technological bottlenecks or manufacturing challenges, it may not even be feasible to construct. And what of the spherical approach? The spherical approach primarily consists of two types, one with a core and one without. The cost should be lower than that of the tokamak approach. However, we have not yet attempted to manufacture it, which may lead to further increases in associated costs. And what about the fourth option? Are you referring to inertial confinement fusion? Yes, we have absolutely no experience in this area, and thus estimating related costs is quite challenging. However, it is unlikely to be lower than that of the stellarator. So, to summarize, 50 billion plus 200 billion, plus 50 billion, plus 200 billion, to construct 4 different schemes would require approximately 500 billion. Correct? However, research funding and personnel salaries are not included in this estimate. What do you think about the feasibility of simultaneously constructing 4 schemes? 4 schemes? Sun Shukai paused in surprise. What about the difficulty? It's not merely difficult. It's extraordinarily challenging. Moreover, it is unnecessary. Inertial confinement fusion has already been proven impractical. The construction of verification devices is predominantly undertaken by national-level entities, primarily for weapon development rather than fusion. Thus, it seems somewhat inappropriate for a private organization like ours to embark on this endeavor. Chapter 174. The boss's thoughts as for the stellarator and spherical tokamak approaches, while they are viable alternatives. The lack of relevant construction experience makes their costs and difficulties significantly high. More importantly, advancing several schemes concurrently would hinder the progress of other projects, leading me to believe that such an approach would ultimately be counterproductive. So, what the chief engineer implies is a support for the traditional tokamak construction plan. It is indeed inappropriate to pursue multiple schemes simultaneously. I am in favor of constructing the tokamak. What about everyone else? Chang Han glanced around at the group that I supported. Me too and I. Chang Han nodded and said, since everyone endorses the circular tokamak scheme, I should logically support it as well. And in fact, you are all correct. Compared to other alternatives, the circular tokamak is more mature and facilitates the accumulation of experience. However, the dilemma remains. If we rely solely on one scheme, and upon completion, it fails to yield significant results or cannot be swiftly converted into commercial viability. What then? After all, we are a company, not a charitable organization nor a purely scientific endeavor. My priority is profit, and I wish to achieve it as soon as possible. Failing to generate profit equates to incurring losses. And a venture that results in losses does not align with my objectives. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged bewildered looks. It must be said that they had all come from purely scientific backgrounds. While the aim of scientific research is to reduce societal costs and serve the public, their primary focus remained on research itself, seldom considering commercial aspects. Sun Shukai pondered for a moment and said, Chang, some of what I am about to say may not be pleasant, so I ask for your understanding. Not at all. Everyone should feel free to speak candidly, as long as you don't point at my nose and insult my parents. Anything goes. Laughter erupted among the group. Sun Shukai nodded and said, though I have joined a private enterprise, it does not signify that I have transformed from a researcher into a businessman. When I initially dedicated myself to research, I did not consider profit. My hope was to contribute to the advancement of the nation's overall scientific framework through my capabilities. As a businessman, your investment in controlled nuclear fusion is admirable. However, you must recognize that the field of controlled nuclear fusion is one in which the entire world is still groping in the dark. Thus, any construction related to controlled nuclear fusion is fundamentally a scientific project. If we start contemplating profit at this stage, I must give you a sobering thought. It may be destined from the beginning to become a money-losing venture. What Chief Engineer Sun said holds true. Although it is often stated that each kilogram of deuterium-tritium mixture contains nearly 1,000 billion degrees of electrical energy, at its core, it is still about boiling water to generate electricity. The number of things that can genuinely be converted into cash value is, to be frank, rather limited. Overall, achieving even 1% of electrical energy translated into economic benefit would be quite remarkable. In truth, the current global research on nuclear fusion is not primarily motivated by profit, but rather by the pursuit of scientific knowledge. If the goal were solely financial gain, there would be no need to engage in such a thankless endeavor. There are far more lucrative projects available, as everyone can agree. This is indeed a valid point. The audience nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Chang Han smiled and remarked, first and foremost, I commend each of you esteemed educators for your relentless dedication to the scientific enterprise. For the entirety of human society, the selfless contributions of researchers like you have been indispensable to our collective advancement, and this must be acknowledged. Now, the question arises, in your pursuit of what you desire, which can be deemed your vocation, or even your life's work, what role do I play in this endeavor? The audience exchanged glances, finding the question difficult to answer. Chang Han continued, if our company successfully develops controllable nuclear fusion, then all of you will gain the recognition you seek, the admiration of society, and contribute to the advancement of humanity's scientific endeavors. However, you must understand that your success is predicated on my unlimited provision of resources. To put it bluntly, without my resources, your success would be unattainable. If I do not seek fame, nor financial gain, then what, pray tell, should I pursue? Am I merely idle with an abundance of wealth? Sun Shukai interjected. Mr. Chang, what I meant was, wait, allow me to finish. Chang Han interrupted, continuing, esteemed educators, are you aware of how much interest 100 million would accrue in a bank over the course of a year? At least 5 million. That amounts to over 10,000 daily. For an ordinary family, that could ensure a life of comfort and security. And what of 1 billion? In a bank, it would yield 500 million annually, translating to over 1 million daily. If an individual possesses such a daily spending capacity, what standard of living would you expect them to maintain? In 1,000 billion, that would equate to over 10 million a day. 5,000 billion? The annual interest alone would be 250 billion. That's a daily spending allowance of over 60 million. One could say that with 5,000 billion, even if I were to do nothing but consume the interest, I could indulge for 10 lifetimes without exhausting my funds. So why would I wish to allocate such wealth towards nuclear fusion? Am I merely seeking to fill my time? If my only goal were to pursue those minimal electricity costs, wouldn't it be simpler to construct a few Three Gorges dams? Or perhaps to build dozens of nuclear power plants? Wouldn't that yield a more appealing return? The audience was rendered speechless by these assertions. Chang Han elaborated, if I were merely a pure businessman, prioritizing profit above all, I would never invest in such a misguided project as nuclear fusion. 5,000 billion could yield returns far quicker through reforestation than through investing in nuclear fusion. Remember, what you pursue and what I pursue may not align. However, if my ambitions are unfulfilled, your pursuits are rendered moot. I do not consider myself a mere merchant, yet I possess the instincts and desires of one. It is precisely these traits that have made this project a reality. Regardless of how noble and grand your past ideals may have been, from the moment you joined this company, your priorities must align with my needs and the company's needs. For without me, there would be no company and consequently, no project. If everything were to vanish, what, pray tell, would you wish to pursue? And how would you realize your grand aspirations? The audience exchanged glances once more. The atmosphere growing solemn, Chang Han concluded, well then, Chief Engineer, I have finished my discourse, and you may now speak your mind. Sun Shukai pondered for a moment, then nodded, I have nothing further to add at this time. Moving forward, I shall adopt a perspective that prioritizes the company's interests. Chapter 175. The departure of the first batch of space tourists. Excellent. Chang Han nodded, everyone, please remember that in my domain, everything except for human beings can be monetized. I am willing to invest considerable resources into forging a pathway towards nuclear fusion, yet that pathway remains mine alone, and I reserve the right to navigate it as I see fit. Now, we return to the previous question. If we implement only one plan and the results are unsatisfactory, or if they do not translate into commercial success in a timely manner, what then? Sun Shukai contemplated this and replied, if that is the case, we must prepare multiple plans. Among them, the most viable options are the circular tokamak and the stellarator. We should prepare both, with the circular tokamak as our primary focus and the stellarator as a supplementary option. As for the spherical tokamak, it would be prudent to set it aside for now and revisit it once the first two projects are established. Chang Han responded, that is acceptable. Eventually, we must explore all avenues. Let us proceed as follows. Professor Zhou Shuayang is an expert in the field of circular tokamak research in our country. He shall serve as the head of the Circular Tokamak Research Department. Professor Jia Hong possesses profound insights in the stellarator research domain, and he shall take the lead in that department. As for the current projects and human resources, they will primarily revolve around the two of you. I have also reviewed several of Dr. Su Zhengwu's papers on the spherical tokamak, which are quite insightful. You shall assemble a dedicated team to focus on the spherical tokamak, but for the time being, the emphasis will be on design. You can recruit your own personnel, as funding is not an issue. Regarding inertial confinement fusion, I do not wish to abandon it. Although this area is challenging for achieving fusion, I believe you are aware that our company is also engaged in the field of rocket launch technology. Thus, applying inertial confinement fusion to rocket propulsion holds significant potential for development. I propose that Professor Kong to take charge of this project. You may organize a team with a focus on design for now. As for the specifics of construction, we will prioritize the other projects first, and once they are stable, we will turn our attention to your plan. The audience nodded in agreement. Although initiating 4 projects simultaneously may seem excessive to many, The boss's insistence left others with little room for dissent. Regardless, Changqiang Energy's research into controllable nuclear fusion was set to commence with bold strides. Time swiftly progressed to late October. After a period of preparation, Haohan Deep Space finally gathered 4 travelers. The inaugural commercial flight of Haohan Deep Space was on the verge of commencing. This event triggered considerable excitement on the international stage. The concept of space commercialization had been discussed for many years, yet no nation had genuinely succeeded in achieving it. The financial barriers to entering space are formidable, and not everyone can afford such an endeavor. Moreover, even those with wealth may face physical limitations, as the ability to endure several Gs of acceleration is requisite for potential space tourists. Haohan Deep Space established a threshold fee of 20 million Mi gold, and soon over 10 individuals registered. However, the majority failed their medical examinations and needed to enhance their fitness, ultimately resulting in 4 individuals qualifying as the first commercial space tourists. Company X naturally felt envious. Although they had clamored for years about commercial development, they consistently fell short in terms of technological capability. They could only watch as Haohan Deep Space reaped its first financial rewards, marking the first collective space journey in human history. On the day of the rocket launch, Haohan Deep Space conducted a global live stream. The newly designed New Route 2 spacecraft was significantly larger than its predecessor, accommodating 6 individuals, 2 safety officers, and 4 passengers. Under the watchful gaze of the global audience, the Operations Center Director, N.I. Jinglin, issued the command. The rocket engines ignited once more. Amidst the cheers of all present, the rocket ascended, heralding the dawn of human space tourism. The rocket reached subspace. The first stage successfully detached and returned. The second stage continued towards low Earth orbit. At this moment, the fairing opened, revealing the breathtaking spectacle of the cosmos to the travelers. The tourists, brimming with excitement, maintained real-time communication with their families, relaying the wonder of experiencing weightlessness. New Route 2 reached its designated orbit. The 4 passengers exited the cabin in pairs, assisted by the safety officers. To engage in a spacewalk. Their spacewalk was broadcasted globally, and the tourists lavished praise upon the marvels of space tourism. After reveling in the weightlessness and drifting for some time, they returned to the spacecraft. The vessel pivoted and began its journey back to Earth. After several hours, New Route 2 finally descended to Earth, successfully landing at the designated spot. The first collective space voyage in human history concluded triumphantly. News of this momentous occasion rapidly spread worldwide. The high-definition videos captured by the first space tourists garnered an overwhelming number of views, with the comment sections flooded with expressions of envy and admiration. However, for the vast majority of ordinary individuals, watching the videos was the extent of their involvement, as the 20 million Mi gold ticket was far beyond the means of most. Capitalizing on this wave of enthusiasm, Haohan Deep Space announced reservations for lunar landing tours, priced at an astronomical 500 million Mi gold per person, with no guarantees on dates. Yet, what stunned many was the announcement of a single auction seat within the first lunar landing plan, with a staggering starting bid of 1 billion Mi gold. While many deemed Haohan Deep Space's pricing outrageous, believing only a fool would compete for such a high initial bid, the singular opportunity was met with frenzied demand. Among them are genuine tycoons and representatives from various nations. The tycoons, of course, are eager to journey to the moon for a first-hand experience. Meanwhile, the representatives from different countries seek to seize this opportunity to glean insights into the vastness of deep space. The auction is being held at the internationally renowned Su Fubi Auction House. The sole available spot has seen its price soar amidst fierce competition, ultimately reaching an astonishing 28 billion mitsai. Purchased by a wealthy chieftain from the White Robe Nation, this price has undoubtedly shocked the entire world. Even Chang Han was taken aback. He had never anticipated that merely a chance for a lunar expedition could command such an outrageous sum. However, this event also illuminated the immense commercial potential inherent in space tourism, far exceeding his expectations. Chang Han promptly convened a senior management meeting. He stated, "This commercial auction event has been executed remarkably well. Assistant Jiang, your efforts are commendable." Chapter 176, Space Commercial Projects. Jiang Anjin smiled and replied, "It has been no trouble at all. This is my duty." Chang Han nodded and inquired, "By the way, how are our recent bookings for near-Earth orbital space tourism progressing?" Jiang Anjin responded, "We have already secured over 20 reservations for near-Earth orbital space tourism. The launch missions are scheduled for the first half of next year." "What is the total revenue?" "We have already amassed 460 million mitsai. approximately over 30 billion soft sister currency. And what about the lunar tour reservations? The lunar tours that have been pre-sold are now nearly fully booked. In addition to the auctioned 26 billion meat-sai, the total adds up to 450 billion meat-sai, amounting to over 630 billion soft sister currency. Chang Han nodded in satisfaction, exclaiming, "Excellent! It seems the profitability of our launch rockets is far greater than anticipated." Chiu Teng remarked, "The market is currently monopolized by us. Company X's commercial launches have decreased by nearly 70% compared to previous years. We are firmly in control of the market." When WeEyes added, "We can only blame them for their exorbitant rocket launch prices and their inability to recover second-stage rockets and fairings, which deters them from engaging in a price war with us." Xiao Jie noted, "However, I have heard that Company X's Starship is set to undergo its inaugural test flight soon. It is said that their Starship can also be fully recovered." Chiu Teng replied, "No matter, they are merely testing. It is not a formal operation. As long as they cannot complete the recovery of their spacecraft sooner, they will remain our rivals." "That's right. Makes sense?" The others nodded in agreement. Chang Han continued, "Although we currently dominate the market, we must remain vigilant. The global rocket launch sector is rapidly catching up. The European Alliance, Chang Island, and our domestic market all have plans for first-stage rocket recovery. Moreover, several nations are in the final stages of preparing their satellite networks. We cannot afford to relax completely. We must develop more profitable projects during this golden period. Does anyone have any viable commercial development proposals? It would be best if we could brainstorm together." Upon hearing this, the crowd furrowed their brows in thought. When WeEyes pondered and suggested, "I wonder if we could manufacture some exploratory satellites or probes to investigate the other major planets within the solar system?" Chiu Teng interjected, "What purpose would that serve? The government undertakes such projects for scientific research. We are not engaged in scientific inquiry. Investing in such ventures would be a waste of money." Xiao Jie nodded in agreement. "Indeed, their practicality is limited. While our company possesses the capability for space tourism that is only within the vicinity of Earth, we cannot venture too far." When WeEyes countered, "But didn't the president initially state that one of our company's main businesses includes the exploration and development of various resources within the solar system? If we do not investigate relevant satellites, how will we know what usable resources exist within the solar system?" Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, turning their gaze toward Chang Han. Chang Han smiled and said, "While that is true, exploration and development must align with the current circumstances. For instance, consider lunar exploration. The moon is rich in helium-3 resources, which can be utilized for nuclear fusion. That is its commercial value. Projects lacking commercial viability are not urgent at this moment." When WeEyes nodded in understanding, refraining from further comment, Chang Han added, "However, I believe the project that Vice President Wen proposed does have some commercial value." Upon hearing this, the crowd looked at Chang Han once more. Chang Han proposed, "We could develop a purely commercial exploratory satellite. We could sell the collected video data to interested parties. What do you all think?" When WeEye's eyes lit up at this suggestion, and he quickly exclaimed, "That's a brilliant idea. Many individuals cannot afford to build their own satellites but are keenly interested in space exploration. If our satellite can gather data that piques their interest, I am confident it would fetch a handsome price." Linya nodded in agreement. "We could also attempt to categorize this data into various tiers. For instance, different charges for photos or videos of varying clarity. The higher the clarity, the steeper the fee." Chiu Teng nodded, adding, "We could control the camera's direction and even adjust the satellite's orientation to focus on areas of interest. I believe there would be buyers for that." Xiao Jie remarked, "The fee should also vary depending on the planets. For instance, for more distant planets, like Jupiter and Saturn, the charges could be higher, while for closer planets, like Mars and Venus, the prices could be relatively lower. We could even launch a commercial satellite for the moon. I believe it would be exhilarating for individuals to remotely control the satellite's camera from their home computers and observe the moon up close." When WeEye suggested, "If we have our satellites orbiting each planet, we could record the videos and establish an online live television channel. If people enjoy watching pandas 24/7, surely they would be interested in observing several major planets." "That's a splendid idea. Establishing a television station or live channel would undoubtedly yield immediate profits." "Absolutely. It makes perfect sense." The others nodded in agreement. Linya raised a concern. "However, if we have our satellites orbiting every planet, the expenses might be considerable." Chang Han chuckled. "I am not worried about the costs. As long as it generates profit, I am willing to invest any amount. I have a brilliant idea." Jiang Anjin, who had remained silent until now, suddenly interjected. "What is your idea?" Chang Han inquired, glancing at her. In fact, we could not only send satellites into the orbits of these planets, but also dispatch humans there. Send humans there? The group was momentarily taken aback. Xiaoteng remarked, "We haven't even reached the moon yet. How could we go to those planets?" "That's right." When Wei Eyes nodded in agreement. "We should take it step by step. Let's focus on landing on the moon first." The others concurred. Jiang Anjun clarified. "You've misunderstood my point. I am not suggesting sending living people there. I mean sending the deceased." "The deceased?" The group was startled by this revelation. Chang Han seemed to grasp the concept and quickly asked, "Are you implying a space burial service?" "Precisely," Jiang Anjun nodded. "Currently, burial services are a hot investment project. Since our company possesses rocket launch capabilities, why not venture into space burials? There are many individuals willing to spend money for their deceased. Various methods of passing are quite sensational. I am convinced that people would pay any price." Hearing this, the group fell into contemplation. It must be said that this idea was rather novel. Jiang Anjun continued, "As long as individuals are willing to pay different amounts, we could transport those ashes to different planets. For farther destinations, we could charge more, while for closer ones, we could offer lower rates." Chapter 177. Ion engine test. Xiao Tong raised a concern. "But the problem is that each rocket launch typically costs several million mitsai. Can the average person afford such a sum?" Jiang Anjun replied. "If one person cannot afford it, we can launch multiple individuals together. If we charge 50,000 mitsai per person, wouldn't that amount to 5 billion mitsai for 10,000 people? Good idea. Launching multiple individuals together would significantly reduce the cost per person. I'm sure many would be interested. For the wealthy, we could even launch the entire body to their desired planet. After all, they are already deceased and do not require life support systems, so the additional cost should not be substantial. Indeed, if they can afford it, we could even send them to the sun, utilizing its heat for cremation. I am certain there would be interest." The group erupted into laughter at this notion. Chang Han nodded and remarked, "Space burials are indeed an excellent idea. I propose we offer the first batch of lunar burial services when we land on the moon. When their family members wish to pay tribute and gaze upon the moon in the sky, it would certainly be a profoundly sentimental way to remember them." Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. The news of providing burial services in deep space swiftly spread across the globe. It must be said that many found it somewhat absurd. A high-tech company, ultimately engaging in the sale of burial plots, led many to question the mental faculties of the upper management of the vast deep space. However, despite the hefty price of the initial lunar burial services, they were swiftly sold out upon release. At this moment, everyone had to concede. When it came to the ability to generate revenue, vast deep space could boldly claim the top spot, with no one daring to contest that claim. Time swiftly flew by, and as the year drew to a close, the global rocket launch sector was poised to witness a significant event. The European Alliance and Long Island have successfully completed the testing of their network satellite, officially announcing their entry into the competition for space resources. The Bear country's satellite test yielded disappointing results, leaving many perplexed. However, they have successfully conducted a trial of the Tsar rocket engine, achieving thrust exceeding 1,000 tons, thereby setting a new world record for conventional aircraft engines. The Shirt Brother country has launched its first lunar probe, which is expected to land on the moon within a week. A certain major power has also completed the networking of its Beidou satellites, marking a significant milestone in the realm of rocket launches. Company X is poised for the inaugural test flight of its Starship. Recently, global space news has been dominated by the vastness of deep space, and Company X is determined to achieve a successful maiden flight for its Starship, with the world keenly observing this event. On the day of the test flight, Company X conducted a global live broadcast, attracting millions of viewers across various platforms. As the moment arrived, the main engine of the Starship ignited, billowing clouds of white smoke as it ascended into the skies. Subsequently, the Starship and booster rocket successfully completed their separation. The first stage returned smoothly, while the second stage Starship orbited Earth several times before re-entering. Utilizing thermal protection tiles, the Starship did not employ the same deceleration strategy as the vastness of deep space, but instead directly entered the atmosphere, relying on air friction for deceleration. Under the watchful gaze of the world, the Starship descended gracefully, marking a resounding success in the test. News of the Starship's successful test spread rapidly across the globe, causing a significant stir in the field of aerospace. The citizens of the United Federation were undoubtedly overjoyed. It could be said that the realm of launch vehicles had previously belonged entirely to Company X, with daily headlines featuring their achievements. However, in the past 2 years, they had been overshadowed by HHSK Company, leading to considerable dissatisfaction among them. Now, with the successful recovery of the second-stage rocket, Company X reclaimed its status as the leading company in launch vehicle technology worldwide. The domain of launch vehicles remained firmly within the grasp of the United Federation. The successful recovery of Company X's Starship once again showcased its formidable technological prowess to the world. Nevertheless, most observers felt that the future of the global launch vehicle sector would see the emergence of a dual hegemony between Company X and HHSK. Meanwhile, Vast Deep Space was also busy, as they had completed the assembly of their first ion engine and were preparing for its inaugural test. The company had even constructed a brand new test stand for this purpose. On the day of the test, all senior executives were present, eagerly anticipating the engine's performance. Yuan Heng glanced at the clock and announced loudly, "Now, everyone, prepare for the final countdown. 30 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition." With Yuan Heng's command, the central nuclear reactor was instantly activated, unleashing a tremendous surge of energy as the ion engine roared to life. In contrast to the thunderous spectacle of a chemical rocket engine, the ion engine operated almost silently, emitting a ghostly blue exhaust plume. The various metrics displayed on the large screen soared rapidly. The thrust was the primary concern for everyone: 10 newtons, 100 newtons, 1,000 newtons, 10,000 newtons. The thrust eventually stabilized at around 15,000 newtons, marking a definitive halt point. 15,000 newtons. This astonishing thrust brought smiles of joy to everyone's faces. Ni Jinglin exclaimed, "Well done, Deputy Director Yuan. This engine's specific impulse exceeds 10,000, and the thrust has reached 15,000 newtons. This achievement is truly remarkable." Laughter erupted among the crowd at his words. Yuan Heng replied, "The key lies in the excellent performance of our reactor." Chang Han added, "Deputy Director Yuan deserves immense credit. Without your concept of multi-stage ionization, even the most outstanding reactor couldn't generate such thrust." Yuan Heng lamented, "Unfortunately, the thrust is still too low. It's somewhat inadequate for lunar landing. Before we even accelerate, we're already decelerating." This elicited a collective chuckle from the group. Chang Han remarked, "Mainly, the moon is too close. The ion engine is designed for long-range propulsion. However, our company plans to launch several satellites orbiting major planets in the future. At that point, your engine will have its utility." Ni Jinglin added, "With this engine, our crewed mission to Mars could take just over 20 days. Moreover, we could design the spacecraft cabin to be as large as a Boeing 737, accommodating over 200 people. How impressive would that be? 200 people for 20 days, that would feel like an escape." Laughter erupted again. Chang Han nodded and said, "Director Chiao, I believe you can start designing now. Although our new lunar lander can accommodate 8 people, it's still a bit limited. For future lunar tourism, we should aim for at least dozens of passengers to make it worthwhile," Director Chiao Zhonghao affirmed. "Understood, President." Chapter 178. Countdown to crewed lunar landing. Vast Deep Space's website swiftly announced the successful test of their new ion engine. The news reverberated around the globe. Ion engines are not entirely novel, as many satellites in orbit utilize them for orbital adjustments due to their efficiency and high specific impulse, making them a preferred choice for future rocket engines. However, ion engines do come with a drawback. Their thrust is relatively low. Typically, ion engines used in satellites produce thrust in the millinewton range, equivalent to merely blowing gently. While there are exceptionally powerful ion engines in the world, such as a certain model from the United Federation with a thrust of 5 newtons, this is still a modest force, akin to the strength needed to toss an egg. Nevertheless, in the vastness of space, even this is significant. The ion engine announced by Vast Deep Space boasts an astonishing thrust of 15,000 newtons, equivalent to 1.5 tons. Such a substantial thrust raises questions about how Vast Deep Space achieved this feat. However, the company's announcement was merely textual, with no related video released, leading many to doubt the credibility of their claims and demand to see the engine in action. Chang Han, however, had no desire to engage in verification. Whether others believed or not was of little concern. Yet, the subsequent announcement from Vast Deep Space sent shockwaves through the world. A lunar landing mission was scheduled for the end of next year. Lunar landing is no longer a novel endeavor, as the United Federation had successfully sent humans to the moon decades ago. However, due to technological constraints at the time and the absence of sustained development projects, those efforts eventually waned. Over the following years, while many countries engaged in related activities, they primarily launched probes, and humanity has not set foot on the moon in decades. Even the United Federation, at present, cannot land on the moon, as many technologies have become obsolete, let alone other nations. Initially, many believed that a grand undertaking like lunar landing could only be accomplished by national-level organizations, given the immense financial investment and a multitude of researchers required. However, it was astonishing to witness a private enterprise poised to leap ahead of all nations and achieve a lunar landing first, leaving many incredulous. When Chang Han first mentioned this endeavor, many dismissed it as mere bravado. Even the United Federation could not land on the moon. How could a wealthy private entrepreneur dare to make such claims? Yet within a few short years, vast deep space had made headlines in the global aerospace sector, transforming from an obscure newcomer into a leading powerhouse in launch vehicle technology. This remarkable transformation was evident to all, although many remained skeptical about vast deep space's ability to achieve a crewed lunar landing. The audacity of a private enterprise reaching this milestone was undeniably impressive. While the world speculated wildly about the company's next moves, Vast Deep Space had already completed the design of its new spacecraft. The next challenge lay in resource allocation. There were a total of 8 slots for the inaugural lunar landing, one of which was reserved for a tourist. The remaining 7 slots were divided, with 4 allocated to the state and 3 to the company. Since crewed lunar missions necessitate not only transporting individuals but also require additional technological support, such as the manufacturing of spacesuits, the company would need the state's assistance to produce these essential items. Furthermore, life support systems would also necessitate state support. Preparations for the lunar landing and personnel training were underway. The first tourist to land on the moon was the wealthy Faisal, who secured his spot for a staggering $2.8 billion US, garnering even more media attention than the astronauts. Chang Han had considered joining the inaugural lunar expedition, but due to unanimous opposition from his parents, sister, and girlfriend, he ultimately had to abandon the idea. At year's end, Chang Han gathered the vice presidents responsible for Hanxiang Technology, Vast Deep Space, and Hanxiang Energy. With a smile, he addressed everyone. After a year of hard work, I want to thank you all for your efforts. It's not hard work at all. It's all thanks to President Chang's exceptional leadership that we find it easy. The crowd chimed in, offering praise. Chang Han smiled and turned to Linya, saying, Vice President Lin, how has the revenue of Hanxiang Technology fared this year? Linya replied, the sales of Hanxiang Technology this year are slightly lower than last year, primarily due to the emergence of new products in the high-end battery market. Although their performance does not yet match ours, their energy density has reached 30% of our batteries. Since their prices are lower than ours, they have captured some of our market share. By the way, President Chang, do you think we should lower our battery prices, or perhaps increase our production? No need. As long as their battery energy density cannot catch up with ours, we still dominate the battery market. We can discuss price reductions only when our sales have halved. All right then, Chang Han nodded. What about the after-tax sales of Hanxiang Technology this year? The sales revenue from mobile phone batteries is 78 billion. From power banks is 15.6 billion. From automotive batteries is 5.2 billion. From computer batteries is 27.3 billion. And from other batteries is 40 billion. Of course, these are all after-tax sales, totaling over 130 billion soft sister coins. Excellent. Chang Han nodded in approval, then turned to Jiang Anjin and asked, Assistant Jiang, how has the sales performance of Vast Deep Space been this year? In terms of rocket launches, we have entered a growth phase this year, with after-tax sales amounting to 23.1 billion soft sister coins. However, after deducting launch costs, the profit is approximately 18.5 billion. And what about the research and development expenses? This year, we have numerous ongoing projects in R&D and production assembly, costing around 17.3 billion. The actual profit from rocket launches is only about 1.2 billion. As long as there's profit, that's sufficient. And what about the satellite network? This year, we launched over 4,800 satellites. Including those already in orbit, the total number has reached 18,900, covering 36% of the globe. Notably, we have fully covered key maritime routes and densely populated areas in Asia and Africa. The total users have approached 1.5 million, with annual sales from subscription fees and terminal equipment amounting to 15.6 billion. And what are the satellite costs and launch expenses? The cost of the satellites is over $90 billion. Launch and related costs amount to $21 billion. This year, the satellite network has approximately generated a profit of around $45 billion, of which we hold 60%, equating to about $27 billion. So, is it safe to say the satellite project has begun to turn a profit? Indeed. And how is the Starlink project progressing? The Starlink project is not advancing as swiftly as ours. They currently have over 4,000 satellites in orbit, covering only 10% of the globe. Their user base is just over 100,000. Their reputation isn't stellar. While their network is faster, it lacks stability and has limited coverage. Reports indicate that they face significant satellite attrition and their layout is inefficient, often resulting in service outages. According to some public data, their gross profit for the year is estimated to be around 18 billion soft sister coins. While they may have fewer satellites in orbit than us, their satellite costs are higher. Our costs are only 30% of theirs. Last year, they launched over 720 satellites, with satellite costs around 50 billion. Their inability to recover the second-stage rockets incurs higher launch costs than ours, roughly 20 billion. Overall, they are projected to incur a loss of around 52 billion, equivalent to approximately 740 million soft sister coins. Of course, this does not account for the attrition of their satellites in orbit. By the way, hasn't X company's Starship successfully passed testing? Why can't they recover the second-stage rockets yet? They are still undergoing testing. The system is not very stable. I fear it won't be ready for satellite launches in the near term. What about our space tourism project? We have already sold over 20 slots for near-Earth orbit tours. The sales total is 36 billion. Faisal's lunar landing tour has brought in 28 billion soft sister coins, which has already been received. We also sold 10 lunar tours, totaling 50 billion soft sister coins. The tourism project has amassed a total revenue of 582 billion soft sister coins. Our share is 70%, amounting to 407 billion. Chang Han nodded and inquired, and what about the funeral project? The Deep Space Eternal Rest Company is also performing well, with near-Earth orbit-related services generating over 30 billion. The first 10 slots for lunar burial services have already sold out, totaling 12 billion. There are inquiries for burial services on other celestial bodies as well. One individual is considering purchasing the first solar burial service, for which we quoted 4 billion soft sister coins. This year, the overall sales for the funeral project amount to 42 billion. Many inquiries have been made, and I believe sales will improve next year. Let the relevant departments enhance the R&D of funeral service equipment. Understood, President. And what about the planetary exploration plans? Planetary exploration is currently in the R&D phase. This year, we have invested around 8 billion in research costs. So, what is the total revenue for vast deep space this year? The after-tax net profit is 405 billion. Excellent. Chang Han nodded with satisfaction, addressing everyone. After deducting R&D costs, we have earned over 400 billion in a year. It appears that rocket launches are indeed profitable. Xiao Teng remarked, once the satellite network is successfully established and users surpass 10 million, we could earn 100 billion in a year. That would truly be a fortune, Linya added. In fact, it's not just the satellite project. The tourism project is quite lucrative as well. Once we can develop lunar tours, we could easily earn several hundred billion annually. The group nodded in agreement. Initially, they thought Chang Han's rocket project was a bottomless pit, a money-losing venture. Little did they expect it to turn out so profitable. It can be said that when they first embarked on this endeavor, no one anticipated such a remarkable outcome. Chang Han then turned to Yi Yang and asked, Vice President Yi, how did Hanxiang Energy fare last year? Yi Yang nodded and replied, Hanxiang Energy was still in the team building and early R&D stages last year. The circular tokamak research team has the largest number of members, totaling 1,300. We have invested over 8 billion in related R&D expenses, and the project has reached 30% completion, with some components entering the production phase, yielding promising results. The team for the Star Simulator currently has only 100 members, with R&D expenses of over 70 million. Progress is minimal due to the scarcity of talent in this field domestically, and many aspects are starting from scratch, leading to a phase of exploration. The Spherical Scheme team consists of 200 members, with R&D expenses of around 150 million. Progress is also modest, as many technical aspects remain unexplored domestically, presenting some challenges. The Inertial Confinement Nuclear Fusion Project is currently only at the theoretical discussion stage, with a team of only 30 individuals and approximately over 10 million invested. In total, we have invested around 1 billion in all projects throughout the year. That's the current situation. Chang Han nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "Very well. Each company has shown good development this year. Let us continue to strive for excellence next year. The focus for next year will be manned lunar landings. Everyone, let us put in the effort for a successful outcome." Understood, President. Time has now reached the 5th anniversary of the establishment of vast deep space. The entire organization is mobilized, striving diligently for the upcoming manned lunar landing by year-end. The first half of the year has been quite busy. The final assembly of the spacecraft, the first stage rocket assembly, the second stage rocket assembly, and the relevant training of astronauts. In April, the final assembly of the first stage rocket was completed, and final tests were conducted. In May, the Deep Space Tourism Company completed the second batch of near-Earth orbital spacewalks. In June, the final assembly of the second stage rocket was completed, and final testing commenced. In July, the third batch of near-Earth orbital tourists conducted their spacewalks. Late July, the first batch of 10,000 urns for space burial organized by the Deep Space Eternal Rest Company began. The rocket successfully delivered these 10,000 urns into near-Earth orbit, where they will orbit the Earth for a few years before descending into the atmosphere to be incinerated. However, this launch by vast deep space has sparked considerable controversy. After all, there are already tens of thousands of satellites in near-Earth orbit. Launching another 10,000 urns exacerbates the environmental situation, naturally leading to dissatisfaction from some international organizations. Initially, Chang Han did not take these organizations' grievances seriously, but the domestic higher-ups also felt that his actions were somewhat inappropriate. Faced with pressure from the upper echelons, Chang Han had no choice but to compromise. He called off the related projects. Of course, this does not mean he would abandon such a profitable venture. He would not let it go so easily, but rather temporarily seek a solution. In August, the assembly of the new navigation Route 3, the Lunar Goddess spacecraft, was completed and final testing began. In September, two events shocked the world once again. A wealthy individual, on his deathbed, purchased a spacecraft from the Deep Space Eternal Rest Company for the exorbitant price of 3 billion soft sister coins, intending to orbit Mars after his demise. Another wealthy individual, also nearing death, paid an outrageous 4 billion soft sister coins for a spacecraft, planning to enter the Sun after his death, aiming to become the first human to enter the Sun. Chapter 180 Launch Day for the lunar landing. These two pieces of news once again astonished the globe. The issue of dying in space has become a hot topic once more. Despite protest from international organizations regarding vast deep space pollution of the outer space environment, this time, Chang Han chose not to heed their concerns. While international organizations may have some influence in near-Earth orbit, when it comes to planets and stars beyond Earth, it is a matter of survival of the fittest. First come, first served, and he would not heed anyone's calls. The state would not pursue trivial matters against him. In October, the astronauts completed their final pre-launch training. In November, the rocket was transferred to the launch site, preparing for the final assembly. In mid-November, the lifting operation was completed, and the final pre-launch inspections commenced. By late November, all checks were concluded, and the countdown to the final launch began. The date of the momentous launch was set for December 1. On the day of the rocket launch, Glacier Television conducted a global live broadcast. The last time humanity set foot on the moon was nearly 50 to 60 years ago. Since the cessation of lunar missions by the United States, there had been no human presence on the moon for decades. Time has flown. It is astonishing that as humanity prepared to return to the lunar surface, it was no longer the United States leading the charge, but rather an emerging space power. More significantly, it was a private enterprise within this burgeoning space nation that was set to accomplish this feat a few years ago. Had anyone suggested that a private company would be the first to achieve manned lunar landing, 99.999% of people would have presumed it would certainly be Company X. Yet, who could have anticipated that within just a few years, a brand new rocket company would rise to prominence? Not only surpassing Company X, but also outpacing most nations to become the leader in the global launch vehicle sector. 5 years ago, when Howin Deep Space was established and expressed its ambition to land on the moon, there was not a single believer. Now, years later, not a single skeptic remains, only admiration. In the Glacier Broadcast Studio. Greetings to all our viewers. Today, we have the pleasure of welcoming back two esteemed guests. Point one is the rocket expert, Professor Gu Qingda, and the other is Mr. Chang Han, the president of Howin Deep Space. Professor Gu, Mr. Chang, would you kindly greet our audience at home? Hello, host. Greetings to all our viewers. The two exchange pleasantries. Professor Gu, in just a few hours, Our nation's first manned lunar launch will commence. This launch undoubtedly holds monumental significance for the advancement of our space endeavors. However, the average viewer may not fully comprehend the challenges associated with manned lunar landings. How does it differ from the now routine spacewalks? Could you take this opportunity to enlighten us? Certainly. Firstly, the difficulty of manned lunar landings is unequivocally greater than that of spacewalks. Spacewalks occur in low Earth orbit, requiring minimal material supplies. One simply ventures into space, enjoys some time outside the vessel, and then returns to Earth with relatively low unforeseen risks. The Moon, however, lies 380,000 kilometers away. Compared to low Earth orbit, the disparity in distance is of an entirely different magnitude. Transporting humans from Earth to the Moon entails numerous uncontrollable risks, making it far more complex and strenuous than a simple spacewalk. May I inquire how long it generally takes to travel from Earth to the Moon? The duration depends on the spacecraft's final velocity. The Apollo spacecraft from the United States took approximately 4 days from launch to lunar landing. Isn't the Moon merely 380,000 kilometers away? Why does it take such a long time to cover that distance? Is the spacecraft's speed only a few thousand kilometers per hour? Certainly not. A rocket must exceed 10,000 kilometers per hour just to escape the Earth and reach low Earth orbit. To achieve geostationary orbit, it must approach speeds of nearly 30,000 kilometers per hour. If the spacecraft already reaches 30,000 kilometers per hour, shouldn't it reach the Moon in just 10 hours? Why does it take 4 days? Even if the spacecraft achieves 30,000 kilometers per hour, it is still orbiting the Earth. This speed cannot overcome Earth's gravitational pull. To escape Earth's gravity, speeds exceeding 40,000 kilometers per hour are required. Relying solely on the spacecraft's fuel for acceleration would be economically unfeasible. Not to mention the fuel limitations. The optimal approach is to utilize Earth's gravity for acceleration. At that point, the spacecraft will intermittently ignite its engines, which is the most economical and efficient method. This explains why the Apollo spacecraft needed to orbit Earth for 3 days before breaking free of its gravitational influence to head towards the Moon. So, can we understand that after the spacecraft launches, it utilizes Earth's gravity to slingshot outward multiple times, until the farthest trajectory allows it to escape Earth's gravitational grip towards the Moon? Precisely, Mr. Chong. How long will your lunar lander, the goddess of the Moon, take to reach the lunar surface? Approximately 7 hours. 7 hours. That's remarkably swift. The host's face registered surprise as he quickly asked, "What accounts for your spacecraft's incredible speed?" Mr. Chong replied, "The spacecraft's speed is primarily attributed to the ample fuel it carries, allowing for continuous acceleration without the need for frequent orbital maneuvers. However, I must clarify that this duration only pertains to reaching the Moon's gravitational influence, not landing. Our spacecraft employs an ion engine, so deceleration is quite gradual, potentially taking another 7 to 8 hours. I hadn't anticipated the deceleration time to be comparable to the travel time. Unfortunately, both acceleration and deceleration operate on similar principles. The Moon's gravity is significantly weaker than Earth's, resulting in a slower deceleration." Professor Gu Chengda interjected, "By the way, Mr. Chong, I heard that your rocket's payload capacity is 500 tons. Is that true?" "Indeed," Mr. Chong nodded. "Your rocket's capacity is truly impressive. 500 tons of payload is more than double that of the Apollo spacecraft, isn't it?" Mr. Chong smiled. The Saturn V had a low Earth orbit payload capacity of 120 tons and an effective lunar orbit payload of 50 tons. In contrast, our rocket boasts a low Earth orbit capacity of 2,600 tons and an effective lunar orbit payload of 500 tons, meaning our lunar lander is 10 times heavier than the Apollo lunar module. Is that so? Your rocket can carry 2,600 tons to low Earth orbit? Professor Gu's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he quickly inquired, "Mr. Chong, are you using the Shenlong 1 nuclear-powered engine that you announced previously for this launch?" "Indeed." Chapter 181. The value of the Moon. Your Shenlong 1 engine truly generates 3,500 tons of thrust? Yes, but that seems illogical. Even if your Shenlong 1 boasts 3,500 tons of thrust, it would theoretically require a total thrust of at least 50,000 tons to propel a 2,600-ton payload into low Earth orbit. Yet, your rocket does not appear particularly large. It seems even smaller than the Saturn V. How can it possibly generate such immense thrust? Our Shenlong 1 engine is not a conventional chemical rocket engine. We utilize a nuclear-powered rocket engine. Even a nuclear engine shouldn't possess such immense thrust. How many engines are you employing? Only one. Only one. Upon hearing this, Professor Gu appeared utterly incredulous as he exclaimed, "You mean to say that with just one engine, you can transport a 2,600-ton payload to low Earth orbit?" Indeed. Professor Gu blinked, momentarily at a loss for words. As this was a global live broadcast, experts in related fields around the world were left utterly astounded. While a single engine generating 3,500 tons of thrust is already astonishing, the underlying issue is that no matter how great the thrust, it seems implausible to elevate a 2,600-ton payload into orbit with only that thrust. This stretches credulity beyond belief. For a spacecraft, the heaviest component is not the engine, the spacecraft itself, nor the tanks and fairings, but rather the fuel. A payload of over 100 tons for orbital transfer requires thousands of tons of fuel. Therefore, to achieve a 2,600-ton low Earth orbit payload, it would necessitate several tens of thousands of tons of fuel. Experts in the global rocket field, no matter how hard they pondered, could not fathom how HHS's extraordinary engine managed to accomplish such a feat. Professor Gu, of course, was equally perplexed and quickly remarked, "Mr. Chang, what you've described is utterly incredible. How exactly did you achieve this?" Mr. Chang smiled. "How we accomplished it is somewhat confidential. Professor Gu only needs to know that we can achieve it." Professor Gu quickly realized that it was inappropriate to inquire about their secrets publicly and could only manage a dry chuckle. The host chimed in, "Regardless, Mr. Chang, your rocket's payload capacity is now the world's best." Mr. Chang replied with a smile, "For now, I suppose that's accurate," the host continued. "Speaking of which, Professor Gu, manned lunar landing is an immensely challenging endeavor. And if successful, it undoubtedly brings numerous benefits. Wouldn't you agree?" Professor Gu replied, "Certainly. The advantages are far from trivial." "What benefits might there be? Could you share with our television audience?" "Firstly, it enhances our international influence. After all, only nations with a certain level of technological prowess can send humans to the moon. This influence not only boosts national pride but also yields numerous tangible benefits. Fields such as material science, electronics, communications, computing, and integrated circuits are likely to experience rapid advancements due to lunar exploration. The United States' successful lunar landing once spurred a wave of technological progress, and for decades thereafter, the entire society benefited from this technological leap. Of course, these advantages stem primarily from advancements in science and technology. The moon is replete with numerous resources that are scarce on Earth, such as helium-3. While Earth's reserves are minimal, the moon boasts substantial quantities, estimated to exceed millions of tons. What exactly is helium-3? It is an isotope of helium. Nuclear fusion, as many are aware, is a significant process in energy production. Helium-3 serves as a crucial material for nuclear fusion. Each ton of helium-3 harbors an astounding amount of energy. Humanity, in total, requires only about 100 tons of helium-3 annually to meet all its electricity consumption, underscoring the vital importance of this resource to humankind. So that's how it is. It seems the moon indeed possesses treasures. Of course. At this point, Gu Chengde suddenly recalled something and remarked, "By the way, General Chang, didn't your company mention last year that you intended to research nuclear fusion? I wonder how that project is progressing." "We are still conducting research. As everyone knows, nuclear fusion is no simple task. Indeed, if it were that easy, the entire world wouldn't be collaborating on it. By the way, once you land on the moon, your company will be able to utilize the helium-3 resources." Haha. "In fact, our primary motivation for venturing to the moon is indeed helium-3. You must understand. 1 ton of helium-3 is valued at an astonishing 14 billion yuan. "Is that so?" The host was taken aback by this revelation, exclaiming, "Helium-3 is truly that expensive?" "Absolutely." The host seemed momentarily stunned, instinctively responding, "Goodness. I thought gold was already quite costly, yet it seems helium-3 surpasses gold in value. 1 kilogram of gold is merely worth several hundred thousand, while helium-3 is valued at over 100 million per kilogram." The host, filled with envy, remarked, "If only I could be part of this lunar mission. I wouldn't bring anything else, just a few kilograms of helium-3, and I would be wealthy." "Ha ha ha." Both Chang Han and Gu Chengde laughed in unison. Gu Chengde added, "However, extracting helium-3 is quite a complicated process. Even if you were to reach the moon, you wouldn't easily locate helium-3. At most, You could bring back a couple of pounds of soil. Nevertheless, the soil on the moon is now worth more than gold. Wouldn't you agree, General Chang? Indeed. By the way, General Chang, how long will your lunar team be staying on the moon? 3 days. Such an extended period. Besides exploring helium-3 resources, what else will you be doing? Primarily, we will be selecting a site for the lunar base. Site selection. You intend to construct a lunar base. Certainly. Our lunar mission is not a one-off. We plan to establish a long-term presence, and a base is essential. Will tourism be permitted in the future? Of course. Isn't there a tourist on this trip? The host, intrigued, inquired, by the way, General Chang, how much did you charge for this tourist? 2.8 billion Mijin. How much? The host was astonished, exclaiming, 2.8 billion. That is nearly 200 billion yuan. Indeed, that is exorbitant. I had hoped to visit the moon myself one day. At this rate, with my salary, I could work my entire life and still not afford it. Ha ha ha. Chang Han and Gu Chengda shared a hearty laugh. Chang Han remarked, perhaps in the future, prices might decrease. But for now, the costs are indeed prohibitive. Just a single spacesuit costs over 100 million. It's simply beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Is a spacesuit really that expensive? Does it truly cost over 100 million? Chapter 182. Arrival at the moon. Indeed, outdoor spacesuits are essential. The moon's environment is quite harsh. And without high-quality spacesuits, one cannot withstand the extreme temperature variations and solar radiation present on the moon. Jiu Chengda expressed, I hope that prices can be reduced in the future. If they do become affordable, I would certainly want to visit the moon. I believe witnessing Earth from the moon would be an extraordinarily magical experience. Agreed. We shall go together when the time comes. Although I am the boss, I too am immensely envious. Ha 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 ha. As the launch time approached, Chang Han returned to the control center. Previously, the Beijing Command Center was the core zone for national rocket launches, but it has now transformed into an observation station, while the vast Deep Space Dispatch Center has become the star of national rocket launches. As the time arrived, N.I. Jinglin declared loudly, all units, pay attention. I am the launch commander. 0. Follow my commands. Deep Space 5 rocket. Entering the final minute of countdown to launch, a countdown of 60 seconds appeared on the large screen. In the final 10 seconds, N.I. Jinglin shouted, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. At his command, the formidable battery pack of the Deep Space 5 rocket instantaneously discharged, creating a twisted electromagnetic field at its core, while a substantial number of neutrons were released, triggering a fission reaction in the reactor. The temperature at the engine core surged dramatically. An immense surge of energy erupted. The Deep Space 5 utilized the Shenlong Generation 1 engine, which operates entirely on air propulsion, unlike traditional liquid oxygen and kerosene engines that emit smoke. The Shenlong Generation 1 produced a thunderous roar but left no visible exhaust. Experts from the global rocket engine field were left speechless at this revelation. It turned out that the Deep Space 5 was a rocket powered solely by air propulsion. This scene once again reset the cognitive boundaries for rocket experts worldwide. Under the gaze of all, the rocket gradually ascended. Witnessing this spectacle, all the rocket experts could not help but be awed. No wonder their engines produced such tremendous thrust. It was because they did not require fuel and could utilize air as a propellant. The spectators on the sidelines erupted into cheers. Amidst the cacophony of voices, the rocket soared into the sky. The control center was suddenly filled with the first wave of jubilant cheers. Under the surveillance of cameras, the rocket climbed higher, quickly reaching near suborbital altitude in the thin air of suborbital space. The first stage rocket lost its aerodynamic assistance and could only detach from the second stage. The second stage engine ignited simultaneously, and the rocket surged into space. After the first stage rocket fell away, it began its descent. As air density increased, the first stage rocket adjusted its orientation with ease. Before long, the first stage rocket reappeared within sight. Despite its considerable weight, it descended slowly and landed safely on the recovery platform. The crowd erupted into the loudest cheer. A faint smile crossed Chang Han's face as everyone around him congratulated him. At this moment, the second stage rocket propelled the third stage rocket forward at an ever-increasing speed. The rocket's immense acceleration forced the astronauts to remain seated, motionless. The speed of the second stage rocket rapidly escalated from over 10,000 kilometers per hour in suborbital space to over 20,000, then exceeding 30,000 kilometers per hour. Ultimately, Just before reaching 40,000 kilometers per hour, the second stage rocket detached from the third stage rocket and turned back towards Earth. The ethereal blue glow of the Thunderbolt Generation 1 ion engine ignited, propelling the 500-ton third stage rocket towards the Moon. As the second stage rocket neared Earth, it utilized its remaining fuel to reduce speed to 30,000 kilometers per hour. It then deployed its deceleration panels and began to orbit around the Earth. The second stage rocket took advantage of the thin outer atmosphere of Earth to decelerate. It was only after reducing speed to several thousand kilometers per hour that it began its entry into the atmosphere. At the vast Deep Space Dispatch Center, many were still waiting to witness the recovery of the second stage rocket. As they watched the second stage rocket gradually descend, recovery was successfully completed. The venue erupted once again with applause and cheers. Chang'an exhaled with relief. The vast deep space announced the successful launch. Relevant news quickly spread throughout the nation and the world. In the following hours, the work remained demanding. After all, a successful launch was merely the beginning. The current focus was on achieving a successful lunar landing. Several hours later, the Lunar Goddess spacecraft exited Earth's gravitational pull and entered the Moon's gravitational field. After only a brief acceleration with the ion engine, it transitioned to deceleration. Although the ion engine boasted over 10,000 newtons of thrust, it paled in comparison to the powerful thrust of chemical rockets, making deceleration a lengthy process. After several hours of deceleration, the spacecraft was finally captured by the Moon's gravity. Headquarters. This is Navigator Kong Chiji of the Lunar Goddess spacecraft. All systems are normal. I now request permission to land on the Moon. After a moment, a reply came through. Permission granted. Proceed with caution. Navigator Kong Chiji stated, "We are now entering the landing phase. Everyone, please check your seatbelts and related equipment one last time." The passengers in the cabin heeded the advice and checked themselves for any issues. Once Kong Chiji confirmed that everyone was secure, he signaled to pilot Tang Hongyuan. Tang Hongyuan nodded and activated the automatic landing procedure. Although the landing procedure could be executed manually, it was preferable to opt for automation unless an emergency arose. The spacecraft gradually approached the Moon. Due to the absence of an atmosphere on the Moon, the spacecraft relied solely on its onboard fuel for deceleration. At this point, the ion engine was shut down, as it was insufficient for landing due to its thrust capabilities. The chemical engine reignited, and the spacecraft's speed steadily decreased as it glided toward the lunar surface. When the spacecraft was just a few kilometers from the Moon's surface, it suddenly reversed direction, orienting itself with the nose up and tail down, gradually descending at an altitude of 1,000 meters, 800 meters, 500 meters, 400 meters. The participants, listening to the incessant beeping of the machine, began to feel a twinge of anxiety. Faisal fervently prayed in his heart, beseeching the deity he believed in for protection. 200 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. Suddenly, everyone felt the spacecraft shudder slightly. The spacecraft had successfully landed. Chapter 183. Successful Moon Landing. Kong Chiji exhaled deeply and hastily pressed the communicator, exclaiming, Headquarters. This is the Lunar Goddess. The spacecraft has successfully landed." The signal was relayed through the Keiqiao relay satellite to the vast depths of space's control center. Upon receiving this news, a thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd. Netizens across the nation were glued to the live broadcast of the landing, and upon hearing the announcement of the successful descent, they were overwhelmed with joy. Lunar Goddess, what is the situation on the Moon now? The surface temperature is 135 degrees. Crew is requesting to disembark. Permission granted. After inspecting the safety of related facilities, you may exit. Kong Chiji turned to his companions and said, Dr. Song, prepare yourself. Let us venture out first. Song Qiang nodded, rising to join Kong Chiji at the elevator. At this moment, the Lunar Goddess stood tall on the lunar surface. The elevator could only accommodate 2 people at a time. Kong Chiji and Song Qiang exited the elevator and approached the passageway. Number 2. I am number 1. We have arrived at the door and are ready to open it. Number 2 acknowledges, please exercise caution. Not long after, a fissure opened in the Lunar Goddess, resembling a long, petal-like aperture that gently descended until one end touched the lunar surface. The stark, colorless panorama of the Moon unveiled itself before the 2 men. Dr. Song, you may go first? No, you should go first. Kong Chiji said nothing and descended along the gentle slope. Song Qiang followed closely behind. As Kong Chiji stepped onto the soft lunar soil, a smile graced his face. He promptly activated the communicator, announcing loudly, "Headquarters, this is Navigator Kong Chiji. We have successfully exited the cabin." Successfully exited. In the control center of the vast depths of space, cheers erupted once more. It was a moment of immense excitement. As apart from the Mi Federation, another nation had achieved the monumental feat of manned lunar landing. Chang Han also wore a smile, and I Jinglin approached and whispered, "Mr. Chang, the television station is asking if we can connect with Kong Chiji for a video link now." "Go ahead." Upon receiving the news that a connection was possible, the television host was elated and quickly said, "Dear viewers, according to the latest updates, our astronauts have successfully exited the cabin and are now standing on the lunar surface. Let us connect with our astronauts via video and see how they're feeling." At that moment, the screen flickered a few times, revealing a grayish-white image with noticeable lag. "Hello? Can you hear my voice?" The host hurriedly asked. "We can hear you." After a brief pause, a crackling voice came through. "Greetings. This is the host from Glacier Television. First and foremost, congratulations on completing the manned lunar landing. I believe you have now set foot on the moon. Correct? Can you share your feelings with the audience watching on television?" After a moment, Kong Chiji replied, "I feel fantastic and am also extremely excited. The moon's gravity is very low, and I feel remarkably light. It truly is a wondrous land. Look, these footprints behind me are made by my companions and me decades ago. An astronaut from the Mi Federation once said, 'This is a small step for a man, but a giant leap for mankind.' I would like to borrow this phrase. This is indeed a small step in my life, but a significant leap for our nation's technological advancement over the past decades." Bravo! That was beautifully articulated. It has been several decades since humanity last set foot on the moon. This return to the lunar surface is indeed a testament to the progress of all humankind's technology and the tireless efforts of our scientists. By the way, what are your next steps? My companions and I plan to plant our national flag on the moon. I want our 5-star red flag to wave proudly on this lunar soil. Wonderful! This is indeed great news. From this day forth, our national flag will also grace the moon. This moment, others began to disembark one after another, under the watchful gaze of nearly everyone in front of the television. Kong Chiji took a hammer and drove a flagpole into the ground, then affixed the national flag to the pole. After the flag was hoisted, everyone saluted it, singing the national anthem aloud. "Arise, ye who would not be slaves. With our flesh and blood, let us build a new great wall." The anthem resonated across the nation through relay satellites and television broadcasts, as nearly every citizen watching the live stream sang along. After the anthem concluded, the host, with tears in his eyes, said, "Excellent, thank you all. You are true national heroes. We hope you complete your mission and return safely to Earth." The news of the lunar goddess spacecraft's successful landing swiftly spread across the globe. Major media outlets worldwide clamored to cover the event. Since the Mi Federation ceased lunar explorations decades ago, the moon had not seen human footprints for many years. The successful manned lunar landing by a certain great nation marked a new milestone in humanity's exploration of outer space over the past several decades. It is noteworthy that this achievement was accomplished while a certain great nation faced global technological embargoes, progressing step by step through its own efforts, a true miracle. Official platforms from various countries sent congratulatory messages. However, the sentiments among netizens worldwide were mixed. For netizens from the Bear Country, the years of space rivalry with the Mi Federation had not yielded a successful lunar landing. They were taken aback to find that a certain great nation had outpaced them. It seemed that the tides of fortune had turned. Even in aerospace, they had been surpassed, leading them to realize that resisting the inevitable was futile. Meanwhile, netizens from the European alliance felt a sense of unease. They had achieved modest successes in aerospace over the years, yet they had always hesitated to accomplish a manned lunar landing. Given the immense challenges involved, even professionals in the field were aware of the difficulties. They were astonished that a certain great nation had overtaken them, leaving them feeling bewildered. Netizens from the Long Island nation felt even more peculiar. In recent years, a certain great nation had made tremendous advancements in technology, surpassing them in many fields. Now, with this lunar landing, the technological gap had widened further, leaving them fearing they would never have the chance to catch up. Chapter 184. New aspirations. The half-island nation erupted in curses, wishing for the astronauts of a certain great nation to perish on the moon and never return. For netizens from Half Island, in discussions of technology, they believed themselves to be the best in the universe, attributing the achievements of a certain great nation to mere luck. The Change Nation expressed their disdain even more vehemently. While criticizing a certain great nation, they also condemned their own for failing to achieve a manned lunar landing sooner, thus allowing a certain great nation to take the lead. Netizens from the Mi Federation felt a mix of indignation, particularly because Kong Chiji had borrowed the words of the Mi Federation's first astronaut to land on the moon, implying that apart from the advancements of a certain great nation, other countries had stagnated or regressed over the decades. Nonetheless, since the Mi Federation had completed a lunar landing decades ago, even if the other party succeeded as well, it would merely place them on the same level. In a few years, when the Mi Federation achieved a Mars landing, they would still be regarded as the undisputed leader in aerospace technology. Amidst the global discussions surrounding the successful lunar landing of a certain great nation, the crew aboard the Lunar Goddess busied themselves with their respective tasks. The 4 members of the national team collected rock and soil samples across the moon, intending to bring them back to Earth for study. Meanwhile, the 3 individuals from the vast depths of space drove the lunar rover, carrying urns of ashes, as they ventured into the distance. Their mission comprised 2 objectives. One was to survey the surrounding terrain to scout potential sites for the future lunar base, and the other was to find a suitable burial site for the ashes. Each of these urns was valued at over 100 million soft currency, and after burying them, they needed to take photographs, ensuring that they were treated with the utmost respect and not carelessly discarded. Among them, Faisal was the only one without pressing tasks. He wandered about, taking selfies and videos, as he was purely there for the experience. 3 days passed. The national team successfully collected a substantial number of rock and lunar soil specimens. Kong Chiji and his companions explored the vicinity of the landing site, gathering additional rocks and soil for research. Faisal, on the other hand, had little to do. He spent his days leisurely, recording numerous videos, but ultimately returned with some lunar soil and rocks to gift to others. After all, the lunar soil and rocks are not something that anyone can simply take, so it is not surprising that their value rivals that of gold. However, since he is merely a visitor, he cannot bring back too many items, so he can only take a few. The group returned to the spacecraft. The launch data has been adjusted. The countdown begins. With a command from Kong Chiji, the spacecraft ignited once more, ascending into the sky. A dozen hours later, the Goddess of the Moon spacecraft returned to Earth and successfully landed. The news once again captured global attention. As audiences worldwide watched the live broadcast of the Goddess of the Moon's landing, it became clear to all that in the realm of launch vehicles, it seems that vast deep space would dominate alone. With a certain major nation achieving a manned moon landing, the topic of human lunar exploration surged back into the limelight. An international conference was convened, focusing on the peaceful development of lunar resources. Naturally, the nations that had successfully landed on the moon, such as the United Federation and the aforementioned major power, found themselves at the center of scrutiny during the discussions. The major nation presented the long-signed Moon Treaty, asserting that its endeavors in lunar resource development align with the treaty's stipulations. Simultaneously, they declared the already surveyed regions as their exclusive economic development zones. The United Federation, of course, voiced its dissent. Although it had also signed the Moon Treaty, it did not recognize the relevant agreements, claiming they were merely the actions of a previous government and thus invalid, allowing for withdrawal. Furthermore, the United Federation had just signed the recently established 8-nation Lunar Resource Cooperation Agreement, declaring that the existing lunar resources belong to the cooperative efforts of the 8 nations, and no country has the right to claim these resources for itself. Observing the United Federation's audacious behavior, the major nation was both amused and infuriated, reiterating that their development plans comply with the Moon Treaty, and formally announced that the landing site would be designated as part of its economic development zone. The group led by the United Federation and the major nation erupted into chaos at the international conference. Some nations, led by the Bear Nation, which were not part of the 8-country alliance, naturally sided with the major nation. The Bear Nation preferred to stir up trouble rather than allow the United Federation to gain an advantage. Although the discussions became tumultuous, the reality of lunar resource availability remained. First come, first served. For those nations lacking the capability to land on the moon, their primary hope was to muddy the waters to prevent others from monopolizing valuable resources. As the development of lunar resources approached, nations capable of lunar landings but lacking plans hastily announced their own lunar exploration initiatives. Even some smaller nations without rockets proclaimed their intentions. However, The vast majority of these plans were mere echoes of the Marshall Plan, essentially putting on a FAAD and making a statement. In truth, for 99% of nations, they could not even manufacture spacesuits, let alone rockets capable of carrying humans to the moon. At this moment, Chang Han was chatting with Xiao Chang. By the way, Xiao Chang, what shall we do next? Firstly, we must establish a lunar base, designating the area where the spacecraft is located as part of the boss's domain. Secondly, we need to create a lunar space station to facilitate the transport of extracted resources from the moon. After all, launching rockets to the moon each time is quite cumbersome. It would be far more efficient to use a transfer station for transportation. Does this mean we need to send more people over there? There is no need to launch too many people. My suggestion is to send robots instead. Robots? Isn't that complicated? Sending humans is much more convenient. The lunar environment is quite harsh, with significant radiation. Humans cannot endure long-term habitation on the moon's surface, but we don't have robots either. Are you suggesting we need to start a robot research company? That seems too troublesome. The boss desires to develop lunar resources, and robots are essential products. After all, human survival conditions are quite demanding. Long-term existence in outer space requires substantial resources. Robots, however, do not face such issues. Therefore, for resource development on other planets, robots are the best choice. With sufficiently powerful robots, we could create an unmanned city to produce various materials. That makes sense. Chang Han nodded. All right then, let us establish a robot company. By the way, shouldn't we recruit a group of people for research? That won't be necessary. The robot project isn't as ostentatious as others. I can handle the research. I will develop corresponding robots based on Earth's current technological level. When the time comes, we just need to find a bioengineered person to serve as the head of the research department to lend some prestige. Chapter 185. Space Weapons. What shall we do about the lunar space station? Should we invest solely ourselves or partner with the government? It's best to go it alone. Now that I possess the capability to launch rockets, the space station incurs minimal costs. When we transfer the resources we extract from the moon, no one can object. Very well. The next day, Chang Han convened a high-level meeting once more. I have called everyone here today to announce two matters. I want to establish two new companies. Upon hearing that Chang Han was planning to establish new companies, the attendees exchanged puzzled glances. Although Chang Han currently owns only 3 companies, the number of subsidiaries under these companies is numerous. The fact that he intends to start another company is indeed a testament to his extraordinary energy. Lin Yu inquired, President Chang, what kind of companies do you wish to establish this time? I plan to establish a robotics company to develop helium-3 resources on the moon. Qiuting noted, but we lack the relevant technology for a robotics company. Isn't it a bit late to start research now? When Wei's remarked, indeed, developing helium-3 resources doesn't require robots. We could send people. They are certainly more convenient than robots, Chang Han replied. If we intend to develop the moon long-term, we need personnel stationed there permanently. The moon lacks an atmosphere. Prolonged habitation results in excessive radiation damage. However, robots are not affected and are far more convenient than humans. That is true, Lin Yu nodded in agreement. However, there are many robotics companies domestically and internationally. We can simply order robots according to specifications without needing to produce everything ourselves. Qiutang concurred. That's right. If we were to develop everything ourselves, we wouldn't have enough managers, and it would be challenging to see short-term productivity. Ordering is indeed a good approach. Agreed. Everyone nodded in agreement. After all, Hanchang Technology is currently engaged in numerous projects. Doing everything personally does consume too much energy, Chang Han stated. Robots are core technology, essential to our future resource development on various planets, so we cannot outsource this to foreign companies. Moreover, given the significant fluctuations in international policies, our company may become a prime target for the United Federation and the European Alliance. Thus, it is highly unsafe to entrust such crucial technology to foreign contractors. Therefore, regardless of the cost, we must conduct our own research and development. Furthermore, we cannot utilize foreign technology. All technology must be entirely domestically produced. Upon hearing this, the attendees exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. Although the production of robots is monopolized by the United Federation, if they were to interfere with other companies' dealings with us, it is entirely possible. Moreover, their company has now entered the United Federation's entity list, and relevant high-tech enterprises within the United Federation have essentially refrained from engaging with them. Lin Yu asked, President Chang, what is the other company you mentioned? Chang Han replied, I intend to establish a brand new subsidiary in vast deep space. It will focus on developing lunar bases and space stations. The attendees were not surprised at all. Given that they had already accomplished a manned moon landing, it was inevitable that plans for a lunar base would follow suit. Furthermore, with the establishment of the robotics company, the lunar base project must be expedited. Xiaoting inquired, "For the lunar base and space station, are we considering sole investment or seeking government partnership?" Chang Han replied, "Naturally, we shall go it alone. We now possess rocket transportation technology. The space station and base are merely transfer stations with minimal costs associated. Why should we share the resources with the government? That would not be advantageous. We will first independently construct a base and space station. If the government wishes to partner, we can build another one together later. If the government is uninterested, they can rent from us, but payment is a must." Hearing this, everyone chuckled simultaneously. It is not that Chang Han is stingy. It is simply a practical matter. The landing site they chose is just a few dozen kilometers from where their spacecraft crashed, making it impossible to share nearby resources with others. The group further discussed relevant details. Xiao Tong would attend as the executive vice president of Hanchang Robotics Company. Vast Deep Space soon officially announced plans to establish a lunar base and lunar space station, a revelation that sent shockwaves across the world. While the global community engaged in disputes over lunar resources, a private enterprise took the lead in announcing its claim to lunar resources, leaving many speechless. However, given that only Vast Deep Space currently possesses the capability to land on the moon, other nations, no matter how incensed, could only protest to the major nation, and of course, the major nation could not afford to turn a blind eye. Asserting that it would not impose restrictions on domestic enterprises and would allow legal extraction of lunar resources. Chang Han's phone rang shortly thereafter. He picked it up, saw the caller ID, and quickly answered, "Hello, Xiao Chang. I am Deputy Huang. Greetings. Is there something you wish to discuss? I have heard that you are planning to establish a lunar base and a space station. Is that true?" "Indeed, that is the case. Do you require any assistance?" "Certainly. We wish to procure a batch of materials for the construction of the space station from relevant enterprises. However, we intend to pursue this project as a sole proprietorship. I trust you are aware that we plan to develop lunar tourism resources and helium-3 resources, in addition to designating an area for a burial site. Our company is currently facing significant operational costs. We must engage in various endeavors that I understand. Running a business naturally entails doing whatever is necessary. However, the state may also construct a space station, and they might require your technical support at that time." "No problem. I will certainly provide you with the most competitive launch quotation." "Ha ha. You are quite something, by the way, Deputy Huang. I was pondering whether we could develop some space weaponry." "Develop weapons? Why? Just look at outer space. It is not entirely safe. What if the Mi Federation were to cause trouble at our base? We cannot afford to be defenseless." "Xiao Chang, the matter of accidental discharges is not trivial. One must remain calm in the face of adversity. I understand. However, the investments in both the base and the space station amount to hundreds of billions. If we cannot ensure our own safety, a disruption could render our investments futile. Wouldn't that mean I have wasted my resources? I cannot agree to that. I will inquire about the situation with the higher authorities. I shall await your news." The relevant higher-ups convened a meeting to discuss this issue. Although granting a private enterprise the authority to develop weapons is not in accordance with established regulations, the current dilemma lies not on Earth, but in outer space. Given the character of the leaders of the Mi Federation in recent years, the possibility of disruption cannot be dismissed. Therefore, a foundational defense capability is indeed necessary, as the wealth of the vast cosmos is also the wealth of the nation. After deliberation, the higher authorities ultimately approved the application from Houhan Deep Space to develop space weaponry. However, to avoid overly provoking other nations, Houhan Deep Space must proceed with discretion. With the nation's authorization, Houhan Deep Space secretly established a weapons research and development department in the ensuing time. Apart from regular tasks involving the space-based network and near-Earth space tourism launches, Houhan Deep Space did not dispatch any further spacecraft to the moon, nor did the nation organize any such missions again. The supplies brought back from the previous mission were already ample. Additional trips seemed redundant. As for the lunar tourism clients, their contracts did not stipulate a specific lunar landing time. So there was no rush. Hanxiang Robotics Manufacturing Company Limited followed suit and was established. Compared to Houhan Deep Space and Hanxiang Energy, which required extensive networking, the robotics company merely needed to assign the new bioengineered personnel to oversee operations. Chang Han could finally focus all his energy on the nuclear fusion project. In previous years, he had devoted most of his efforts to the field of launch vehicles, causing the nuclear fusion project to lag considerably without his and Xiao Chang's intervention. The company had been established for over 2 years, yet not a single experimental device had been produced. In plain terms, it had merely been a case of spending without productivity. Chang Han once again gathered the members of the Hanxiang Energy Research Team to discuss progress reports. After nearly 2 years of design and research, the components for the circular tokamak had been completed to nearly 70%. Many experts within the team had backgrounds in circular tokamak research. Thus, the difficulty in developing related equipment was not insurmountable. However, progress on the star simulator and spherical tokamak had lagged behind. Inertial confinement nuclear fusion had made little to no progress, of course. Since Chang Han initially only required the project to be a theoretical study, he was not in a hurry. Chang Han primarily inquired about the circular tokamak. Although nearly 70% of the components had been completed, there remained uncertainty regarding the core components. Currently, the relevant experts had several tokamak plans to choose from, each claiming its own advantages, yet none provided a definitive solution. However, from Xiao Chang's perspective, all the plans had flaws and required improvement. Chang Han immediately instructed everyone to revise according to his and Xiao Chang's proposals. His insistence on this approach stirred discontent among the experts, all of whom were authorities in the nuclear fusion domain, while Chang Han was merely a novice. Although he was the boss in the realm of nuclear fusion, his status did not confer authority. Directing a group of professionals without expertise in the field naturally led to dissatisfaction. Although Chang Han did not understand controllable nuclear fusion, he trusted Xiao Chang's expertise. Despite the experts' protests, as the boss, Chang Han's authority prevailed. Unless they resigned, they could hardly oppose him. Moreover, with such high salaries, what would they do if they truly quit? Reluctantly, they had to acquiesce to Chang Han's demands. However, the experts believed that his proposed modifications could not possibly yield a feasible construction, as they were entirely unreasonable. Yet, to their astonishment, when they revised the plans according to Chang Han's requests, the computer simulations surprisingly passed all tests. This outcome left everyone in disbelief. Could it be that the boss was not a nuclear fusion novice, but rather a hidden expert? Of course, these speculations remained unconfirmed. In the following months, the progress of the tokamak research accelerated significantly. Core components were produced in succession and assembled onto the prototype. Soon, a complete circular tokamak experimental device was finally assembled. The speed of this final phase was astonishing to all involved. As all relevant components met the pre-ignition standards, preparations for the first operational test were underway. Chang Han scheduled the testing for the following week. Hanxiang Energy's official website promptly announced this news. Related reports naturally sparked considerable excitement within the field. Although numerous nuclear fusion experimental projects are established worldwide each year, there are very few private enterprises engaged in such endeavors. After all, controllable nuclear fusion requires substantial investment, and the return on investment remains unclear. Hence, few private companies would dare to invest recklessly. Hanxiang Energy can be regarded as the sole private enterprise in the nation pursuing nuclear fusion projects. Initially, many believed that Hanxiang Energy was merely making empty claims, for such grand undertakings, even with national efforts, might not be feasible, let alone a private enterprise attempting to venture into this realm. If it were not for the recent advancements of both Hanxiang Technology and Haohan Deep Space in the field of science and technology, many would have thought that Hanxiang Energy's nuclear fusion project had long been abandoned. Regardless, the imminent testing of Hanxiang Technology's first circular tokamak experimental device next week captured the attention of relevant domestic agencies. Numerous experts called in, eager to observe the testing process. Chang Han did not refuse to him. It was merely an experimental device, and there was no need for secrecy. Soon, a week had passed. The control hall was filled with numerous individuals, including many experts from relevant fields, as well as onlookers drawn by curiosity. After all, this was the only circular tokamak experimental device produced by a private enterprise outside of official projects, making it impossible for anyone to feign indifference. What piqued everyone's curiosity was the appearance of this tokamak experimental device created by a private enterprise. When the crowd finally glimpsed the true visage of Hanxiang Energy's circular tokamak, it was both surprising and unsurprising. The experimental device was nearly a replica of the renowned Eastern super ring, and at first glance, it appeared almost indistinguishable. Naturally, Many regarded it as no small feat for Hanqiang Energy to replicate the Eastern Super Ring so thoroughly without any technical reserves. However, some perceived the duplication of an identical Eastern Super Ring as an egregious waste of resources. The staff in the control hall busily prepared for the upcoming series of experiments. Kylie Chong, the director of a domestic nuclear fusion research institute, remarked with a smile, "General Chong, I did not expect you to be quite impressive. In just 2 years, you have completely replicated our Eastern Super Ring. By the way, how much did it cost?" Chapter 187, Breakthrough of 100 million degrees. Chong Han replied, "Over 5 billion. Kylie Chong responded, "You certainly did not hold back. That is 20 billion more than ours." Lack of technical prowess inevitably leads to some detours, Chong Han remarked nonchalantly, as if the 50 billion spent were merely someone else's money. Kylie Chong continued, "In truth, with that kind of funding, what was the purpose of constructing it? It would have been more prudent to purchase it from us. The problem is, would I dare to buy it, and would Director Kai dare to sell it?" Chong Han replied with a smile. Kylie Chong's face momentarily displayed a peculiar expression. Ha ha ha. The surrounding experts from relevant fields all shared a laugh. While Kylie Chong held the usage rights to the Eastern Super Ring, he did not possess ownership. Even if he wished to sell, the state would not permit it. This was merely an idle exchange. Kylie Chong remarked, "The issue is that this duplication does indeed seem excessive. That 50 billion could have been better utilized within our institute. With that amount, we could enhance our relevant data by 10%. Chong Han replied, "Director Kai, do not be misled by the resemblance between our tokamak experimental device and the Eastern Super Ring. There are still many differences within." "What differences?" Kylie Chong inquired. "Does it need saying? The experimental data? Of course." Ha ha ha. The surrounding crowd erupted into laughter upon hearing this, leaving Kylie Chong somewhat speechless. At this moment, Sun Shukai approached and said, "Director Chong, we are nearly ready. Let us commence." Sun Shukai then turned to Zhou Shuayang and declared, "Let the test begin." Following Zhou Shuayang's signal, the staff initiated the relevant tests. As the low-temperature liquid helium was injected, the temperature of the components swiftly plummeted, soon reaching the superconducting threshold. The current in the superconducting coil began to amplify gradually, edging closer to the critical current. The large screen in the control room displayed a flurry of data. The experts gathered in the hall, all authorities in their respective fields, intently observed the fluctuations in magnetic field strength. After all, the magnetic field strength was a pivotal data point determining whether this experimental apparatus could successfully achieve nuclear fusion. The figures on the screen quickly approached the critical value for fusion. The assembly of experts in the hall exchanged glances, a flicker of astonishment passing through their eyes. The data for this critical fusion value had already surpassed that of the Eastern Super Ring. However, it struck everyone as peculiar that, despite the experimental device's dimensions and structure being somewhat comparable to the Eastern Super Ring, how could its magnetic field strength be so remarkably high? Amidst the curiosity of the crowd, the first test was completed. The related data began to plummet rapidly. Sun Shukai exhaled in relief and turned to Zhou Shuayang, stating, "Prepare for the next test." Zhou Shuayang hurriedly commenced the final data checks before the subsequent test. Upon completing the necessary inspections, Zhou Shuayang glanced at Sun Shukai, who nodded and said, "We are injecting hydrogen now." Zhou Shuayang pressed the button, reactivating the strong magnetic field. As the data surged, 1 milligram of protium was injected into the chamber. The heating apparatus began to emit microwaves for heating. The surrounding experts once again directed their attention to the relevant data displayed on the large screen. Although only protium was injected into the chamber and not deuterium or tritium, it was indeed the most suitable choice to test the apparatus's maximum temperature. The temperature within the chamber soared. A distinct plasma had formed, emitting an ethereal blue glow, with astounding heat being ensnared by the powerful magnetic field. Unable to escape, the temperature data on the screen was rising rapidly, soon reaching an astonishing 100 million degrees. As the data grazed the critical temperature, the heating abruptly ceased, and the plasma quickly dissipated. The entire hall fell into silence. Suddenly, someone shouted, prompting an exhilarating uproar among the crowd. The entire team was swept up in excitement. It was undeniable that achieving a temperature of 100 million degrees in the first test was a fortuitous omen. The experts exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. "Director Kai, now their experimental apparatus can also reach 100 million degrees. They are on par with you now." Kylie Chung quickly retorted, they still have a considerable gap compared to us. I achieved it in 10 seconds, while they only managed it in a few milliseconds. Moreover, we injected deuterium and tritium, initiating nuclear fusion. They merely injected protium, with no neutrons escaping. How could they possibly compare to us? They are merely in the testing phase and have yet to truly ignite. With their temperature of 100 million degrees, achieving 10 seconds should not be a significant challenge. Indeed, it seems the number one position in domestic nuclear fusion will soon belong to them. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Kylie Chong, however, refused to concede defeat, quickly asking, "Director Chong, when will you officially ignite?" Chong Han replied, "Next week, I believe. We need to thoroughly inspect the relevant equipment. If everything is normal, we shall ignite next week." "All right, I will return next week. I refuse to believe that your copied homework can surpass our original work." Chong Han chuckled and said, "Director Kai, that argument seems rather unreasonable, does it not? Have you forgotten that your Eastern Super Ring initially derived its design from the equipment of a certain great nation?" Kylie Chong was momentarily taken aback. "Ha ha ha." The surrounding crowd roared with laughter. Kylie Chong asserted, "We are a completely new design, mind you. Our experimental apparatus is fully superconducting. What do you call that equipment from the great nation? It is not even in the same league as ours." Chong Han countered, "We have also redesigned our apparatus, and it is fully superconducting as well. Are you suggesting that your design blueprints were not borrowed from us? But you poached one of our directors. He is a key member of our team. There is nothing to be done. Just because your treatment is poor does not mean you can blame others for being treated well." "Director Kai, it is futile to quarrel with me. Talent is mobile if you want to assign blame. You can only fault yourselves for not retaining your personnel if you provide them with housing, cars, and spouses. How could they possibly leave you?" Kylie Chong was infuriated upon hearing this. "Enough. Let us cease the bickering. Indeed, we are all in the same industry. What is there to argue about?" The crowd hurriedly took on the role of peacemakers. Chong Han remained nonchalant. In his view, competitors are naturally adversaries, and any semblance of camaraderie would be surprising. The first tokamak experimental apparatus of Huanqiang Energy completed its inaugural test, achieving a temperature of 100 million degrees. A piece of news that quickly spread. 100 million degrees is the threshold for nuclear fusion. Reaching this temperature signifies that all physical conditions for nuclear fusion are met, undoubtedly a significant matter. Chapter 188. Setting a new record. Furthermore, a certain great nation now possesses two tokamak experimental devices that have both achieved 100 million degrees, which undoubtedly astonished many. If the news were released by a state-run organization, it might not seem so surprising. However, this is a private enterprise, and one that has only engaged with nuclear fusion for 2 years. Achieving such a feat is indeed remarkable. After all, the bar for nuclear fusion is universally recognized as exceedingly high. If a random private company can master nuclear fusion in just 2 years, then the project would no longer be regarded as a global endeavor. As for those foreign netizens, their skepticism was even greater, and numerous renowned international experts began to question Huanqiang Energy's experimental data. It could be said that news about nuclear fusion emerged almost daily. Today it is this breakthrough, tomorrow it is that. With claims of breakthroughs occurring every day, yet none have succeeded. With so many national platforms making little progress, how could a private enterprise achieve such remarkable results? Many experts were naturally unconvinced, unless they witnessed it with their own eyes. Nonetheless, Chong Han had no interest in proving anything, believe it or not. A week later, Huanqiang Energy's tokamak experimental device had completed the relevant inspections and was ready to commence its first ignition experiment. Senior officials from domestic relevant units gathered once again, intending to observe whether Huanqiang Energy's apparatus could successfully ignite. Kylie Chong had not slept well this week. Their research institute's experimental device had previously set the benchmark for controllable nuclear fusion in the country. With a temperature of 100 million degrees and a runtime of 10 seconds, both of which were heights others found difficult to surpass. Who would have known that, after just a few remarkable years? Another device capable of reaching 100 million degrees had emerged, leaving them feeling somewhat overwhelmed. More importantly, the counterpart was merely a private enterprise that had only been researching nuclear fusion for less than 2 years. If they were to succeed in igniting today, even if they achieved 11 seconds, it would be a devastating blow to their team. After all, the other party was privately funded, while they relied on state funding for continued research. If, after all their efforts, a state-run entity could not keep pace with a private enterprise, The pressure on next year's funding applications would be immense. As the time approached, Sun Shukai looked at Chang Han and said, "Director Chang, the time is nearly upon us. Let us begin." Chang Han nodded. Sun Shukai then turned to Zhou Shuaiyang and instructed, "Let us ignite." Zhou Shuaiyang nodded, commanding his subordinates to inject liquid helium for cooling. As the low-temperature helium was injected, the apparatus's temperature fell rapidly, quickly reaching a superconducting state. The staff pressed the button, injecting 1 milligram of deuterium-tritium mixture into the chamber. The coil current began to amplify gradually, soon forming a toroidal magnetic field. The heating apparatus continuously emitted microwaves to heat the mixture. The crowd in the hall anxiously watched the relevant data on the large screen. The temperature within the plasma soared higher. A brilliant blue glow encapsulated the astonishing heat. The temperature data on the screen was rising swiftly, soon reaching 100 million degrees. During the last test, the system had immediately halted the program upon detecting peak temperature. Yet this time, the entire machine did not stop. Instead, it continued to release a strong magnetic field. The ethereal blue plasma, containing immense energy, was currently confined within the magnetic field, perpetually moving and colliding along the circular magnetic path. Everyone's gaze fixed on the timer. The three critical elements for nuclear fusion: first is temperature, as only sufficient heat can induce deuterium-tritium fusion. Second is energy density, since only adequate density can sustain the release of fusion energy. Lastly, time is crucial, for only an ample duration can ensure that the future reactor can maintain discharge. It can be said that temperature, density, and time are all indispensable. Now, the temperature within the vacuum chamber had reached the conditions for nuclear fusion, and everyone knew that fusion was indeed occurring. The only question was how long it could be sustained. Seconds ticked by. For the Huanxiang energy team, each passing second felt agonizing. Kai Li Chang was equally tense, fearing that his experimental data would be surpassed by the rival. As he observed the fusion time, he continuously cast glances towards the temperature of the critical components. The temperature of these components was the sole determinant of whether nuclear fusion could persist. "Higher! A touch higher!" Kai Li Chang muttered absent-mindedly. The individuals surrounding him exchanged glances, only to shake their heads in response. Seconds ticked by. 8 seconds, 9 seconds, 10 seconds. At this juncture, Kai Li Chang's expression darkened, for the tokamak of Huanxiang Energy had surpassed 10 seconds, reaching parity with the apparatus at his own research institute. More critically, the fusion reaction on the opposing side showed no signs of abating. 11 seconds, 15 seconds, 30 seconds. Sun Shukai sidled up to Chang Han. Whispering a few words, Chang Han glanced at the temperature of the critical components and commanded, "Do not halt, continue." Sun Shukai had no choice but to look again at Zhou Shuaiyang, nodding in acquiescence. Zhou Shuaiyang understood the implication, inhaled deeply, and fixed his gaze on the data displayed on the large screen. At this moment, the temperature warning for the relevant components had escalated to a critical alert level. Warning: the temperature of the microwave heating apparatus is excessively high. Warning: the temperature of the magnetic field coils is excessively high. Warning: the temperature of the exchange apparatus is excessively high. 40 seconds, 50 seconds, 60 seconds. Sun Shukai again turned to Chang Han. "Continue." Chang Han replied coldly. Without Chang Han's directive to stop, no one dared to pause. 70 seconds, 80 seconds, 90 seconds, 100 seconds. The perspiration began to bead on the foreheads of those gathered in the hall. 100 million degrees of extreme heat. 100 seconds of magnetic confinement capability. At 100 million degrees, this constituted a wholly new world record. More importantly, the fusion had yet to cease entirely. 102, 103. Just as the data reached 103 seconds, the experimental apparatus's magnetic field suddenly ceased, and the relevant data plummeted rapidly, causing the plasma within the vacuum chamber to lose both temperature and magnetic support. Dissipating without a trace, Sun Shukai informed Chang Han. "The equipment has overheated, causing component melting, the magnetic field to fail, and the discharge to cease." Chang Han checked the time, nodded, and remarked, "Excellent. 103 seconds is commendable." Experts and leaders from related units soon approached, congratulating General Chang. "Congratulations! Achieving a sustained fusion temperature for 103 seconds on the first attempt is remarkable, General Chang." The crowd expressed their accolades to Chang Han. Chapter 189. Successful assembly of the simulated star device. The field of nuclear fusion is indeed one that competes in seconds. Hanxiang Energy has elevated the highest record of nuclear fusion by an astounding tenfold, a feat that cannot be understated. Chang Han graciously accepted the congratulations, yet casually cast a sidelong glance at Kylie Chong, who appeared visibly distressed. He was now feeling the weight of pressure. It seemed imperative to intensify experimental efforts upon returning, for failing to reclaim the top position of the tokamak would jeopardize future funding. Yet the current pressure was not merely a matter of a few seconds, but a staggering approach to 100 seconds, a chasm that, in the realm of fusion where data is measured in milliseconds and seconds, seemed insurmountable. Furthermore, Kylie Chong found it perplexing that the opposing experimental apparatus, which had evidently emulated his own work, could surpass the original in performance. Of course, Kylie Chong was aware that inquiring about the other side would yield no revelations. He could only seek issues within his own equipment. Hanxiang Energy swiftly made an official announcement regarding this matter. 100 million degrees of fusion temperature, 103 seconds. This achievement sent shockwaves across the globe. After all, this result exceeded the current world record for circular tokamak experimental devices by tenfold. Nuclear fusion had progressed from millisecond and second levels to minute levels. If Hanxiang Energy were a vastly large enterprise, or one with years of deep involvement in the relevant field, it might be more understandable. Yet, the reality was that Hanxiang Energy had only been established for 2 years, and they had shattered the world record by tenfold from the outset, astonishing many. Reports of a certain great nation leading the world in the field of nuclear fusion circulated widely. This left the ITER project, which was under intense construction, feeling quite overwhelmed. After all, the ITER project had already excluded the technology of a certain great nation, and should that nation achieve a breakthrough in the relevant field, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for the entire ITER initiative. Members of the ITER project swiftly proposed reintegrating that great nation, recognizing that without its robust technical foundation and considerable financial resources, the progress of the entire project would be significantly hampered. The United States, of course, took the lead in opposing this, asserting that the experimental data in question proved nothing, in the view of related experts in the U.S. Whether it was 100 seconds or 1,000 seconds, if stable operation could not be achieved, everything else was merely ephemeral. In plain terms, the only apparatus likely to achieve stable operation was the ITER experimental pile. Hanxiang Energy's tokamak had successfully completed its first ignition test run. Logically, the next step would be to adjust the equipment and related materials, continuing to explore its potential to prolong stable operation. However, to everyone's surprise, Chang Han abruptly shelved the tokamak project, leaving only a skeleton crew for maintenance. He reallocated the core research and development team entirely to the simulated star device project. This left many bewildered. After all, the circular tokamak had only just begun to show results before the project was switched, which naturally puzzled many. However, in Chang Han's perspective, the circular tokamak was destined to be a failed endeavor. Its existence served merely to hone the team, and he could not afford to squander time on an inevitable failure. As the proprietor, Chang Han's decisions were unassailable, and the team could only comply. With the primary team of over 1,000 from the tokamak project joining, the simulated star device team swelled to 2,000, accelerating the pace of development. The simulated star device project was unlike the circular tokamak. The nation's leading researchers were most adept at the tokamak, and many within the team had been recruited from top domestic institutions, thus possessing considerable familiarity with the relevant projects. Yet, the team was still in the nascent stages of research for the simulated star device. The challenges of development were significant, and the fabrication of many components was exceedingly complex. Fortunately, there was Xiaochang by this time. Xiaochang had developed an entirely new nuclear fusion research and design software capable of simulating the vast majority of nuclear fusion-related components. The team found it incredibly user-friendly, significantly enhancing their efficiency. Moreover, with Xiaochang's supercomputing capabilities filtering out numerous erroneous outcomes, research progress surged. Chang Han's involvement, coupled with his occasional bursts of inspiration, propelled the entire simulated star device project forward with unparalleled momentum. 7 months flew by. Hanxiang Energy's tokamak experimental results remained unrivaled worldwide. During this period, a certain large domestic nuclear fusion institute conducted multiple ignition tests, under conditions of 100 million degrees of extreme heat. The duration of fusion was repeatedly refreshed, yet ultimately remained around 36 seconds, still leaving a considerable gap compared to Hanxiang Energy. While there had been no further ignition news from Hanxiang Energy over these months, many were not surprised. After all, The incident of their machine burning out was widely witnessed, and it was believed that readjusting the equipment would not be a quick endeavor. After all, the realm of nuclear fusion is characterized by ignition, failure, repair, and reignition in a cyclical pattern. Otherwise, it would not be dubbed a project perpetually set for 50 years. The team working on Hongqiang Energy's simulated star device had, over the past 7 or 8 months, appeared invigorated, with critical components steadily being overcome and produced. The heads of various departments watched in anticipation as the only domestic simulated star experimental apparatus completed its final assembly, their excitement palpable. Although this apparatus took over 3 years to develop, nearly 70% of that work was accomplished in the last 7 to 8 months, with the hardships endured during this period being truly commendable. Of course, the greatest contributor was Chang Han's innovative thinking. Whenever challenges arose that seemed insurmountable, Chang Han consistently offered precisely the right suggestions. Initially, others may not have noticed the significance, but over time, the consensus emerged that Chang Han was indeed a prodigious talent in nuclear fusion. Additionally, another key contributor was the internal experimental apparatus design software and Xiaochang's supercomputing capabilities. These two devices complemented each other, saving the team considerable time. Yet another remarkable device was the precision measurement machine developed for deep space, capable of detecting any component's precision errors upon examination. While it might not seem extraordinary at first, its consistent accuracy left no room for skepticism. Chapter 190. Ignition testing of the simulated star device regardless of the circumstances. Through the collective efforts of the entire team, the first domestically produced simulated star device was successfully assembled. Following some fundamental tests, the final ignition time was established. Hongqiang Energy quickly announced this news. The emergence of the simulated star device undoubtedly constituted explosive news for the domestic nuclear fusion community. Upon release, related news sent shockwaves across the nation. Relevant units and experts were astonished to learn that Hongqiang Energy had been secretly developing a simulated star device project, as many had previously been oblivious to its existence, mistakenly believing that Hongqiang Energy was still focused on the tokamak. It is well known that only 2 stellarators have been constructed globally. One was developed by the leading nation within the European Union, while the other is an experimental apparatus located on Changdao. A certain major power lacks any design proposals for a stellarator. Presently, the predominant international nuclear fusion experimental devices are primarily toroidal tokamaks. Even ITER, which is touted as the largest multinational collaborative project in human history, is fundamentally based on the toroidal tokamak design. This indicates that the tokamak approach is universally acknowledged by scientists worldwide as the most viable method for achieving nuclear fusion success. In terms of constructing a stellarator, it is widely recognized that the challenges involved are the most formidable among all such devices. Only a handful of countries possess relevant plans. Even the Russian Federation has yet to contemplate the establishment of a stellarator experimental facility. The stellarator experimental apparatus developed by Hongqiang Energy can be regarded as the first of its kind in the country and the third in the world to be completed. It is remarkable that a private enterprise has taken the lead in constructing the nation's first stellarator. This achievement has certainly left many professionals within the country astounded. Upon the news reaching the international community, it elicited further incredulity. Just half a year ago, Hongqiang Energy had only recently achieved the world record for a toroidal tokamak fusion temperature of 100 million degrees and a duration of 103 seconds. Remarkably, within a span of just over 6 months, they have produced a stellarator. Such rapid progress seems almost extraordinary. The stellarators constructed by the European Union and Changdao took approximately a decade of design and construction to realize. The pace at which a private enterprise is advancing surpasses that of nations, which is indeed astonishing. Is it possible that the stellarator project was initiated at the inception of Hongqiang Energy? Even if that were the case, the speed of development is still quite astonishing. Many countries express skepticism regarding the veracity of Hongqiang Energy's statements. Some even wish to visit and verify the reality of the situation. However, without exception, foreign experts have been declined entry by Changhan, citing inconvenience. Given that their own country is no longer part of the ITER project, there is naturally no need to extend courtesies to others. Nevertheless, the domestic entities and experts who wish to observe cannot be easily turned away. Upon witnessing the stellarator constructed by Hongqiang Energy, which is larger than that of Changdao and possesses a more complex structure than that of the European Union, the professionals present were left utterly speechless. The fact that the existing domestic team and technology could accomplish such an engineering marvel is nothing short of unbelievable. Although relevant experimental data has yet to be released, the mere appearance and quality of the equipment is already awe-inspiring. On the day of ignition, major domestic organizations and numerous experts gathered to witness the capabilities of this colossal apparatus. Deputy Huang also attended, representing the higher authorities, signifying the significance attributed to this event. One cannot overlook the rapid development trajectory of Huanqiang technology, which has already exceeded the expectations of the higher-ups. A company willing to invest in technological projects and deliver tangible results is certainly deserving of national attention. After observing the intricate apparatus, Deputy Huang expressed admiration, saying, "Xiao Chang, you are truly remarkable. Not too shabby." Chang Han replied with a smile, "By the way, how much was invested in this stellarator?" The equipment and research cost approximately 23 billion. 23 billion. The deputy was taken aback upon hearing this. Such a substantial expenditure is certainly sufficient to construct an aircraft carrier with funds to spare. It is widely acknowledged that controlled nuclear fusion is an expensive endeavor. And it appears to be true in this case. Deputy Huang pondered for a moment before asking, "So, is there a funding shortfall?" "Of course, there is a shortfall. Can the deputy provide some support? However, let it be clear that this is merely a gesture of friendship, with no equity involved. Ha ha ha. Let's go back and discuss it. Thank you." As the ignition moment arrived, Jia Hong commanded his subordinates to inject liquid helium for cooling. The entire machine swiftly transitioned into a state of low-temperature superconductivity. Jia Hong declared, "Prepare." The staff pressed the button, and 1 milligram of deuterium-tritium mixture was injected into the chamber. 3, 2, 1. Ignition. The coil current began to gradually amplify, quickly forming a toroidal magnetic field. 2 heating devices released microwave and neutral particle beams to heat the deuterium-tritium mixture. The audience in the hall fixated on the relevant data displayed on the large screen, which was rapidly ascending. Soon, it reached a staggering temperature of 100 million degrees. A ghostly blue glow, accompanied by astonishing heat, manifested on the screen. Fusion had commenced. The audience watched with bated breath as the data on the screen surged. The parameters of utmost concern were temperature, density, and duration. Both temperature and density quickly stabilized at the predetermined fusion values. Time continued to tick away. 30 seconds, 50 seconds, 60 seconds. After 1 minute, astonishment flickered across the faces of the crowd. For many, exceeding 1 minute in the inaugural test is regarded as an exceptional achievement. The European Union Stellarator experimental device, hailed as the world's best, only managed a little over 100 seconds. However, its temperature reached merely 20 million degrees, and the density failed to meet fusion conditions. Now, Huanqiang Energy's Stellarator had already surpassed the European Union's device in terms of both temperature and density. The only remaining question was whether it could maintain stable operation for a duration exceeding that of its counterpart. The entire system operated with remarkable stability. Seconds ticked by. Soon, it surpassed 100 seconds. Expressions of astonishment spread across the crowd, not because they were surprised that Huanqiang Energy's Stellarator had exceeded 100 seconds, but rather because the data remained remarkably stable even after surpassing that threshold. With no risk of thermal runaway, could it be that the long-awaited controlled nuclear fusion was indeed within reach? 200 seconds, 300 seconds, 400 seconds, 500 seconds, 600 seconds, 10 minutes had elapsed. My goodness! The experimental apparatus had maintained stable operation for 10 minutes. Many experts were left in a state of shock at this moment. 700 seconds. Chapter 191. Nuclear fusion success. 800 seconds. 900 seconds. At this juncture, Chang Han furrowed his brow, for both energy output and temperature had begun to fluctuate, indicating that the fusion reaction was on the verge of cessation. The surrounding experts, being the Armée de l'Armée, quickly discerned the issue. It was undoubtedly due to the underperformance of the diverter, with helium ash polluting the fusion medium, leading to an imminent halt in the reaction. "Stop," Chang Han commanded. "Stop, stop," Sun Shukai urgently called out. Jia Hong hastily ordered the machine to cease operations. The entire experimental apparatus fell silent. 938 seconds. Energy output, 19 megawatts. Q value, 1.11. This was the final result of Huanqiang Energy's inaugural Stellarator ignition experiment. All personnel in the control room erupted in cheers. This achievement is undeniably on the cusp of reaching the ultimate goal of nuclear fusion. In other words, they have one foot firmly planted in the realm of success. Congratulations, Xiao Chong. Deputy Huang beamed as he patted Changhan on the shoulder. Changhan sighed, "What a pity. We were so close. You're young. There is plenty of time ahead. Pursue your endeavors boldly. The nation will undoubtedly support you." "Thank you." A multitude of domestic experts approached to extend their congratulations to Changhan and Sun Shukai. Although Huanqiang Energy's stellarator experiment was ultimately halted due to polarization issues, it has come remarkably close to achieving nuclear fusion. The remaining tasks involve merely adjusting the relevant equipment. In essence, it is merely a matter of time. Many believe that with a stroke of luck, they may even be able to connect to the power grid within a few years. At this moment, numerous experts in related fields expressed their envy, for Huanqiang Energy's accomplishments would surely redirect national resources towards them, leaving other departments struggling in the future. Huanqiang Energy's official website promptly announced the relevant data, causing an immediate sensation worldwide. 938 seconds, energy output, 19 megawatts, Q value, 1.11. This result is undoubtedly exceedingly close to achieving nuclear fusion, 983 seconds, with a confinement duration of 15 minutes. Is unfathomably long compared to millisecond or second-level nuclear fusion experimental devices. More importantly, the Q value has reached 1.11, indicating that production exceeds consumption, thus indirectly demonstrating the success of controlled nuclear fusion. However, various professional organizations abroad remain skeptical of the data provided by Huanqiang Energy. After all, the ITER project is currently under vigorous construction. Should Huanqiang Technology validate the efficacy of stellarators, what would become of the ITER project? Experts from certain countries in the European Union and Changdao were engaged in various speculations regarding the nature of Huanqiang Energy's stellarator apparatus, as their own designs were incapable of reaching temperatures of 100 million degrees, let alone achieving a duration of 938 seconds. Is it possible that Huanqiang Energy has incorporated some unique structural elements into their stellarator design? Due to Huanqiang Energy's refusal to permit foreign organizations to visit and the absence of related video documentation on the day of ignition, many foreign teams expressed skepticism towards the data presented by Huanqiang Energy. Nevertheless, experts from certain countries in the European Union and Changdao hastily advanced their testing schedules, eager to ascertain whether their devices could match the data provided by Huanqiang Energy. Xiao Chong, do you think we should continue our research? Why stop our research? Our Q value has already exceeded 1, hasn't it? Doesn't that signify that production surpasses consumption and that nuclear fusion has been accomplished? Well, even 0.1 must exceed consumption, right? Isn't 0.1 considered to be greater than consumption? That still leads to a situation where expenses exceed income. To avoid losses, the Q value must reach at least 2.5 or higher. Must it be that significant? Absolutely. So, does this mean we need to continue optimizing the equipment? Optimizing the equipment is futile. The best we can achieve is a Q value of 2, which still results in losses. What about the plan you mentioned? How much can it achieve? 226. Are you sure you're not joking? I would never jest. But how can $1 worth of investment possibly yield $226 worth of energy? That seems utterly absurd. Nuclear fusion is merely a rudimentary method of energy extraction in the universe. If the related technology can be further refined, it could potentially reach over 500. If human civilization advances further and harnesses antimatter energy, the Q value could soar to over 200,000. When you reach that level of technology, you will realize that nuclear fusion is trivial. $1 could transform into 200,000. Good heavens! Changhan finds it exceedingly difficult to fathom such a vast disparity. However, discussing this now is premature. We should proceed methodically to complete the spherical plan and train the team. Very well. Changhan quickly summoned the team once more. Sun Shukai and the others were utterly elated. They had not anticipated that happiness would arrive so suddenly, as they had just achieved humanity's first nuclear fusion with a Q value exceeding 1. The subsequent tasks would be straightforward, merely overcoming challenges one after another. Changhan stated, "I have gathered you all to discuss our next phase of work, which will focus on the spherical plan. Chief Engineer Sun, please organize the research team to shift entirely to the spherical plan." Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Sun Shukai hastily replied, "Chairman Chong, surely that's not necessary? Haven't we already accomplished nuclear fusion? All that's left is to adjust the equipment and conduct repeated experiments." Jia Hong also interjected, "Exactly. we've essentially achieved success. We merely need to meet a few basic objectives before we can connect to the grid for power generation. What objectives? Chang Han countered. First, the fusion power must exceed 50 megawatts. Second, the stability of the combustion efficiency must be improved to over 1,000 seconds. Third, the blanket must be replaced with entirely new fission materials to achieve tritium recovery and self-sustainability. Fourth, we need to modify the magnetic field's cross-section and increase the power of the deflector to eliminate impurities. If we can accomplish these objectives, we will undoubtedly elevate the Q value to over 2. Will over 2 lead to profits? Chang Han retorted once more. This, Sun Shukai responded. Chairman Chang, I understand your desire to achieve profitability in the project swiftly. However, nuclear fusion is not a venture that can be rushed. Let us not even mention anything else. Even if the ITER project is completed, it may not reach our current accomplishments in the short term, as long as we proceed methodically and incrementally. Within 5 years, we will certainly be able to connect to the grid for power generation. I assure you that we will achieve profitability by then. Chapter 192 Chang Han's nuclear fusion goals 5 years is far too long. Just tell me how long it will take to elevate the Q value to over 20.20. Upon hearing this, everyone around was left speechless. Even reaching 2 seemed somewhat unbelievable to them, let alone 20. That is utterly fanciful nonsense, is it not? Sun Shukai, too, stood there in stunned silence. Is it really unattainable? Chang Han inquired. Unattainable, moreover, don't even mention 5 years. It may not even be achievable in 50. Sun Shukai shook his head. Then that settles it. Since it is unattainable, the plan you propose cannot be the optimal one. If it is not optimal, let us adhere to my suggestion and transition the entire team to the spherical plan. We shall discuss the remaining options after completing this plan. The room fell silent. Sun Shukai pondered for a moment before saying, Chairman Chang, I apologize. I may not be well suited for this role. What, do you have an issue with me? Chang Han furrowed his brow. T.S. Not that I have an issue. I just feel that having just glimpsed a glimmer of hope, you are ready to abandon ITIT is truly demoralizing. Chang Han looked around and asked, Do you all feel the same way? The group exchanged glances and ultimately nodded in agreement. Chang Han continued, I pose a question to you all. Please respond honestly. Does our initial research on the tokamak project contribute in any way to the current Stellarator project? The group contemplated, and eventually all nodded in unison. Since everyone acknowledges its benefit, why can we not attempt the spherical plan once more? Sun Shukai replied. If there are no results, we certainly do not oppose trying a new plan. The issue is, haven't we already achieved results? Our Stellarator is now the world's first successful fusion device with a Q value exceeding 1.it. Can be said that we are merely a step away from achieving successful nuclear fusion. If we abandon such results, do we have any goals left? I have stated before, the target I seek is not merely a Q value greater than 1. I desire it to exceed 10, 100, or even 200.200. Upon hearing this, everyone was left in astonishment. Sun Shukai was taken aback and replied, Chairman Chang, do you understand what 200 represents? What does it mean? The entire nation requires only a few hundred kilograms of nuclear fuel annually to suffice for its electricity needs. Isn't that excellent? We save money. The problem is, that is simply impossible. How do you know it is impossible? When I first initiated research on nuclear fusion, others claimed it was impossible. Yet here I stand, having successfully completed humanity's first nuclear fusion. This is not the same matter at all. I assert that it is indeed the same. Our team's current achievements stem entirely from my willingness to invest, enabling the completion of both the tokamak and Stellarator devices. Without the technological groundwork laid by these two devices, how could we have attained our current results? You must understand, these two devices are valued at over 30 billion, not merely 30. Spending such an immense sum, am I not pained by it? Yet, despite having achieved results, I still insist on completing the remaining plans. This is because many issues necessitate interdisciplinary thinking. A narrow perspective blinds one to the greater picture. Such a simple truth. Do you all not understand? If you have not attempted it, how can you ascertain that it lacks significance? The group fell silent upon hearing this. Chang Han continued, Let me tell you, there is no other boss in this world with my level of determination. Nor is there a team with the opportunity to consecutively manufacture 3 or even 4 nuclear fusion devices. Such an opportunity is not something that everyone can encounter. The room remained silent. Chang Han asserted, In my view, a reluctance to embrace new challenges stems from a fear of them. one clings to past achievements, basking in self-satisfaction, but you have not succeeded yet. Why the rush to celebrate with fireworks and feasts? Furthermore, you are spending my money. If I am untroubled, what is there for you to fear? In the conference room, one could hear a pin drop. After a prolonged silence, Sun Shukai finally nodded and said, "You are right, Chairman Chang. We indeed should not rejoice too early. I will arrange for the entire team to transition to the spherical plan immediately." The others, of course, could not voice any objections and could only begin anew with the research on the spherical plan. In the ensuing months, a significant event unfolded in the domestic nuclear fusion field. The state decided to inject 1 billion yuan into Huanxiang Energy's project. Although this amount was but a drop in the bucket for Chang'an, other units viewed it with envy. After all, each year, the total investment from the state for each project is fixed. If one unit receives more, another must receive less, leading to considerable pressure among various units. Over these months, the global nuclear fusion field was also abuzz with significant developments. The Bear Nation decided to withdraw from the ITER project as the Council sought to apply for increased funding to accelerate production. Due to the disagreement of the Bear Nation's representatives, disputes arose with the Mi Federation and the European Alliance, ultimately leading to their withdrawal to pursue nuclear fusion independently. The Bear Nation subsequently approached a certain major country, seeking collaboration on nuclear fusion. However, this was not a traditional fusion reactor but rather a fission fusion reactor, seemingly aiming to carve a new path in the field of nuclear fusion. Of course, the major country was also considering this. During this period, a certain country within the European Alliance's Stellarator fusion experimental device successfully completed 2 tests, extending the stable running time to 20 minutes. While this broke the operational record of Huanxiang Energy's Stellarator, the sole issue remained that the temperature only reached 20 million degrees, which, although prolonged, was still insufficient to induce nuclear fusion. Thus, Huanxiang Energy's equipment remained superior. Meanwhile, the Chang Island Stellarator also conducted fusion ignition experiments. Although the temperature reached 100 million degrees, the operational duration was merely 31 seconds, yielding an unsatisfactory outcome. Not only did it fall short compared to Huanxiang Energy's Stellarator, but it also paled in comparison to their tokamak. A certain large domestic research institute also conducted a new test, achieving a temperature of 100 million degrees and a running time of 43 seconds. Although this represented another breakthrough, it still fell significantly short when compared to Huanxiang Energy. In the past few months, Huanxiang Energy had maintained a low profile with little news emerging. Many experts expressed interest in witnessing their Stellarator experimental device's ignition, only to be declined by the company under the pretext of equipment maintenance. Although equipment maintenance is not an unexpected occurrence in fusion experiments, the fact that it has been ongoing for several months raises some perplexity. Chapter 193. Setting New Records. Could it be that Huanxiang Energy intends to modify its equipment? Some foreign organizations are even questioning the authenticity of Huanxiang Energy's Stellarator experimental device. After all, with such a prolonged silence, who knows if it is merely a ploy orchestrated by a major power? Huanxiang Robotics Company, having undergone over a year of development, has officially commenced production. The first batch of lunar resource development robots, Resource 1 and Construction 1, have rolled off the assembly line simultaneously. Resource 1, weighing an impressive 100 tons, is primarily tasked with collecting resources from the moon. Rather than a robot, it resembles a colossal bulldozer equipped with 4 arms. Construction 1, weighing 150 tons, is designed for building the lunar base and serves as a multifunctional machine. With 6 legs and 6 arms, it bears a striking resemblance to a giant spider. The components used in both robots have been domestically produced, as per Chang'an's directive, to avoid the pitfalls of being suppressed by the Mi Federation. However, despite the materials not being the most advanced, the design concept, crafted by Xiaoqiang, is undeniably cutting-edge, ensuring that the overall performance of the machines is virtually flawless. The forthcoming period will be dedicated to testing the capabilities of these 2 machines. Should they pass the relevant assessments, Chang'an plans to launch both robots to the moon in a month's time to endure the extreme temperature differentials of the lunar environment. To this end, Haohan Deep Space has designed a new rocket specifically for transporting these machines and their associated equipment. With the completion of Construction 1, the construction of the Lunar Goddess Space Station has officially begun. Haohan Deep Space's subsidiary, Deep Space Eternal Sleep Company, has also finalized the construction of the Eternal Sleep 1 spacecraft. Next month, 2 Eternal Sleep 1 vessels will sequentially transport 2 deceased customers into space. One will orbit Mars, while the other will plunge into the Sun, marking humanity's first foray into the solar star. This event has undoubtedly stirred considerable excitement. With Earth already facing numerous challenges, the notion of venturing into the sun has become a hot topic of discussion. The X Company Starship has recently completed its second launch. Although X Company intends to reserve the Starship for a Mars landing, the Mi Federation government is keen on a lunar landing in the near future, leading to ongoing negotiations between the two parties. Regardless, the nation's renewed plans to return to the moon decades later have understandably thrilled many netizens in the Mi Federation. Meanwhile, Hanxiang Energy has also completed several months of construction, culminating in the first spherical tokamak experimental device, IT. Must be noted that this past period has seen thousands of team members laboring tirelessly night after night. What initially appeared to be an insurmountable spherical design has been successfully realized through collective effort. Undoubtedly, the lion's share of the credit goes to Changhan. It can be said that without his innovative insights, the completion of this task would have been impossible. Moreover, they have constructed the most challenging version of the spherical tokamak, the nuclear-free design. An accomplishment that is indeed not to be taken lightly. Hanxiang Energy quickly announced this achievement. The news reverberated throughout the global nuclear fusion community. Remarkably, Hanxiang Energy has achieved this feat in just over 3 years since its establishment. In that brief span, they have successfully developed 3 experimental devices: the circular tokamak, the stellarator, and the spherical tokamak, a pace that many find astonishing. More importantly, all 3 designs were completed within the last year. Did Hanxiang Energy truly initiate all 3 projects simultaneously from the outset? If this is accurate, many believe that Hanxiang Energy has demonstrated an extraordinary level of ambition, as if they intend to pour resources into the nuclear fusion project all at once. However, what leaves even more people puzzled is, given that Hanxiang Energy has already achieved a Q value of 1.11 with the Stellarator project, indicating that production has exceeded consumption, why continue to develop other devices? Is this not an exercise in futility? Not only foreign experts are baffled, many domestic specialists share the same confusion. On the day of the ignition for the spherical device, numerous experts from related fields gathered in unison. Upon witnessing the device and its internal cameras, they realized that Hanxiang Energy's spherical experimental apparatus is of an unparalleled complexity. While there are indeed spherical experimental devices in the domestic sphere, most are merely simulated and do not represent true spheres. In stark contrast, Hanxiang Energy's apparatus is genuinely spherical and features the most challenging nuclear-free design, an achievement that many deem incredible, as the time arrived. The relevant test commenced. With the injection of cryogenic liquid helium, the system once again entered a superconducting state. Since this was merely a test, not an actual fusion event, helium was the only addition. At Su Jingwu's signal, a milligram of helium was injected into the cavity. The coil current gradually intensified. Soon, a spherical magnetic field formed within the vacuum chamber. The experimental device employs a novel heating method rather than traditional microwave heating and neutral particle beams. The data displayed on the large screen began to rise rapidly. The heating temperature quickly reached 100 million degrees. Witnessing this threshold being surpassed, the experts in the hall could hardly contain their admiration. This once unimaginable benchmark had been effortlessly crossed by Hanxiang Energy 3 times, leaving them in awe. However, the heating did not cease. The temperature continued to escalate. Soon, it reached 200 million degrees, 400 million degrees, 800 million degrees, 1 billion degrees. As this spectacle unfolded, the onlookers were left in a state of disbelief. The spherical experimental device possessed such remarkable capabilities, achieving temperatures of this magnitude. Yet the heating showed no signs of stopping. 1,500 million degrees, 3 billion degrees, 4 billion degrees, 5 billion degrees. As the scene unfolded, the audience was rendered speechless. It had already reached 5 billion degrees. Why was it still heating? Amidst the astonishment of all present, the temperature continued its ascent. 6 billion, 7 billion, 8 billion, 9 billion, 10 billion. Just as the temperature reached 103 billion degrees, alarms blared. Warning, microwave heating apparatus temperature too high. Warning, magnetic field coil temperature too high. Warning, exchange device temperature too high. A series of system alerts rang out. Su Jingwu hurriedly glanced at Changhan. Changhan nodded. Su Jingwu swiftly ordered the reaction to be terminated, causing the temperature to plummet and the magnetic field to vanish. Everyone exhaled in relief. The critical temperature of 100 billion degrees left all feeling incredulous. They had not anticipated such an exaggerated temperature increase from the spherical experimental apparatus. Chapter 194. Q value breaks through again. No one had foreseen such an extraordinary outcome. The staff promptly conducted equipment inspections in preparation for the upcoming ignition. Someone approached. Mr. Chong, your spherical device is incredibly impressive, reaching a high temperature of 100 billion degrees. Chang Han replied, it's merely a high temperature, not particularly useful. One cannot dismiss it so lightly. Your current temperature has more than doubled the Mi Federation's 40 billion fusion temperature limit. When it comes to nuclear fusion experimental apparatus temperatures, you are now the global leader. Let's see how the ignition proceeds before making any judgments. After a period of inspection and adjustments, all systems were deemed normal. Under the operator's guidance, a milligram of deuterium-tritium mixture was injected into the machine, and the device began to heat up once more. The temperature swiftly climbed to 100 million degrees. Nuclear fusion commenced shortly thereafter. However, the efficiency was not particularly high. The temperature was elevated to 1 billion degrees. Yet, much to everyone's disappointment, although the temperature was 10 times that of normal nuclear fusion, the fusion efficiency did not show a significant increase. Seconds ticked by. Just after the fusion exceeded 130 seconds, the plasma was forced to terminate due to excessive impurities, and the machine ceased operation. The maximum temperature reached 103 billion degrees, with the longest reaction time clocking in at 113 seconds, yielding an energy output of 3 megawatts and a Q value of 1.02. With the Q value once again exceeding 1, the hall erupted with cheers of excitement. The experts present could no longer deny the remarkable achievements of Hanqiang Energy. Having successfully produced 2 experimental devices, both with Q values exceeding 1, it is now undeniable that Hanqiang Energy's capabilities in nuclear fusion experimental apparatus manufacturing have reached a world-class level. The only regret lies in the brevity of the reaction time. However, through comparisons of these 3 devices, it appears that the Stellarator experimental apparatus may ultimately achieve nuclear fusion. Hanqiang Energy swiftly announced this accomplishment: 103 billion degrees of high temperature, reaction duration of 113 seconds. Q value once again exceeding 1. The related data has been disclosed, sending shockwaves across the globe. For those within the industry, the high temperature of 103 billion degrees may not evoke as much astonishment as the Q value exceeding 1. Yet for those unfamiliar with nuclear fusion, 103 billion degrees remains a staggering and terrifying temperature. After all, even 100-degree hot water can scald, and a temperature of 100 billion degrees would result in instant annihilation. It may be said that regardless of knowledge, this topic has captivated discussion. Hanqiang Energy's reputation has swiftly eclipsed that of Hauhan Deep Space, establishing it as a dominant force in the technology sector. The repercussions of this news within the global nuclear fusion community are nothing short of monumental. If the methods proposed by Hanqiang Energy indicate that both the Stellarator and the spherical device can achieve nuclear fusion, then the continuation of the ITER project has become a contentious topic. Certainly, as the largest collaborative project globally, ITER cannot be abruptly halted due to a few online debates. Construction must proceed, although some participating nations have expressed dissatisfaction regarding the exclusion of a certain major power. After all, in the realm of nuclear fusion, this particular nation has already attained a leading position worldwide. With its exclusion and the withdrawal of another major country, the project funding for the remaining member states has escalated, consequently impeding the overall progress of the project. At this juncture, Hanqiang Energy is convening a technical conference. Chang Han inquires, does anyone have any insights regarding the results of this experiment? Sun Shukai responds, although our spherical device has indeed achieved a Q value greater than 1, it also exhibits notable drawbacks. Specifically, the impurities generated post-fusion are not easily expelled compared to other solutions, rendering the fusion state rather unstable. Therefore, I believe the focus of our next phase should still be directed towards the Stellarator device. Nonetheless, we have gleaned some benefits from this spherical device, particularly the new heating method, which is more economical, heat-resistant, and exhibits lower loss compared to the 2 previous heating systems. If we can adjust the heating apparatus of the Stellarator, I am confident that the Q value can be elevated to at least 1.5. Indeed, a Q value of 1.5 is already impressive. If we optimize further, we might even reach 2 next time, which would signify a significant success. You are correct, that makes sense. Chang Han ponders and states. The chief engineer makes a valid point. However, I hold a different perspective. The primary advantage of the spherical device is not its heating apparatus, but rather its high temperature. Its drawback lies in the difficulty of expelling impurities. leading to poor flow characteristics of the fusion plasma. Yet, we have also discovered that high temperatures do not necessarily enhance fusion efficiency. Fusion efficiency is ultimately determined by the kinetic energy, surface area, and structure of the fusion materials. Thus, I propose we consider ways to augment the kinetic energy of the fusion materials. Only by increasing the kinetic energy can we reduce the repulsive forces between atomic particles, thereby enhancing fusion efficiency. I believe this should be the focal point of our next stage of work. Sun Shukai interjects, Chong, the issue is that even if we have the capability to increase the kinetic energy of the fusion materials, if we cannot eliminate the post-fusion impurities, then as the properties of the fusion materials change, the impurities will also increase in that case, regardless of how high the temperature or kinetic energy we achieve. Sustaining the fusion will be impossible. Have you considered this issue? Jiahong adds, exactly. Fusion can occur at a mere 100 million degrees. We don't need 10 billion degrees. I also believe the key issue now is not how to achieve fusion, but rather how to maintain combustion efficiency and expel impurities. As long as the plasma remains stable, fusion will inevitably occur. Zhou Shuaiyang remarks, moreover, the selection of the blanket material is crucial. Only appropriate materials can ensure a continuous supply of tritium and self-sustainability, which is one of the pivotal aspects of fusion. We must not lose sight of the essentials. You're right, that makes sense. The group nods in agreement. In their view, nuclear fusion has evolved over decades, and the overarching direction has been established from the outset, emphasizing the continuity of combustion time and the sustainable supply of tritium, which is significantly more important than fusion efficiency. As long as the plasma can sustain combustion, fusion will eventually occur, rendering temperature and kinetic energy secondary concerns. Chang Han states, regarding the matter of tritium sustainability that everyone has mentioned, I believe it is unnecessary. Our company has already accomplished lunar landings. I trust you are aware of this. To be frank, the entirety of the moon is now ours. Furthermore, the company has developed lunar resource extraction equipment, which will soon be deployed to mine the helium-3 resources on the moon. Once we have helium-3, what need do we have for tritium? Tritium generates radiation, which is quite troublesome. Directly fusing helium-3 with deuterium without neutron emissions is not more economical, more practical, and far less polluting. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances. Indeed, if we can obtain helium-3, what do we need tritium for? That would be akin to taking off our pants to fart. Utterly redundant. Helium-3 lacks radiation and neutron emissions, making it a truly clean and non-polluting fusion energy source. Not to mention, if we indeed have helium-3, then we could utilize that 10 billion degrees effectively. Such high temperatures pose no issues for helium-3 fusion. Exactly. We might not even need 5 billion degrees. The group shared a collective laugh. Sun Shukai furrowed his brow and said, but how do we expel the impurities? Even if we have helium-3, if we cannot eliminate the impurities, it will be of no use. At that point, it might even be more convenient to use deuterium and tritium. That's true. They all acknowledged, recognizing it as a significant issue. Chang Han asserted, the problem of impurities is not insurmountable. We can establish an entirely new fusion apparatus. The core of this device would be the spherical apparatus, supplemented by a toroidal device that penetrates the spherical apparatus, and then a stellarator that intersects the toroidal device, thereby integrating the three systems. The three devices, interconnected. The audience was left astounded. Is that even possible? Chang Han continued, we can use the spherical apparatus to heat the plasma to over 5 billion degrees, creating conditions for deuterium and helium-3 fusion, while the toroidal apparatus accelerates the particles, forming a highly efficient nuclear fusion zone. Then, by employing the multidimensional magnetic fields of the stellarator, we can establish a low-temperature zone to decelerate and cool the particles, thereby expelling impurities. This would create a positive feedback loop. I firmly believe that this approach will enable us to achieve efficient nuclear fusion. The audience was left in stunned silence, it must be said. Chang Han's suggestion was nothing short of a brilliant stroke of genius. Since the inception of nuclear fusion, no one had ever proposed such a possibility. Moreover, it sounded plausible. What if it were actually realized? That would represent an entirely new paradigm. The room fell silent for a while. Sun Shukai contemplated and remarked, Chong, how do we increase the kinetic energy of the particles, even at 10 billion degrees? We cannot enhance the kinetic energy of the particles. I believe you are aware of this. The others nodded in agreement, directing their gazes toward Chang Han. Chang Han replied, that would necessitate the assistance of inertial confinement devices. My plan is to first complete the inertial confinement apparatus, then use lasers to heat the plasma while simultaneously augmenting the particle's kinetic energy to enhance fusion efficiency. My goodness. Does this mean the inertial confinement apparatus is also included? That would make it a combination of 4 systems. Chang Han's ambition to integrate 4 methods into one to achieve nuclear fusion was astounding. If this can be accomplished, it would result in a remarkably formidable, controllable nuclear fusion device. Sun Shukai reflected and said, Chang, your proposal cannot be understated. Your imagination is vast. Perhaps, as you suggest, nuclear fusion might indeed be achievable. However, such a complex system would require an investment of no less than 200 billion. Possibly even more. Are you certain you wish to invest such an amount? Chang Han asserted, I have already invested over 40 billion, excluding the upcoming 20 billion for the inertial confinement apparatus. Combined, that totals 60 to 70 billion. So much money has already been invested. Have I ever complained? I tell you, as long as controllable nuclear fusion can be achieved, I would not hesitate to invest 2 trillion, or even 20 trillion. The key is whether you all are willing to take the leap. If you are willing to invest, we shall dare to proceed. Sun Shukai chuckled. Dare to act? Why not? This might be humanity's only opportunity to achieve controllable nuclear fusion. Indeed, we must act. At worst, we fail. If we do not achieve controllable nuclear fusion, we shall not retreat. The group was invigorated, as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Chang Han smiled and declared, Excellent. I shall temporarily designate this project as the Jilong Project. The next phase of work will focus on the inertial confinement apparatus, with the imperative to complete relevant experiments within 5 months. Then we shall initiate the Jilong Project. Understood. A month later, 2 special rockets ascended into space consecutively. One headed towards Mars, intending to orbit the planet for a lifetime, while the other aimed for the Sun, planning to delve into its depths. This launch garnered worldwide attention. The 2 billionaires in life had never attracted such a following. Posthumously, they became figures of widespread recognition, eliciting a sense of nostalgia among many. Following this, more inquiries arose about the wealthy seeking a long sleep in the vastness of space. Some wished to orbit Venus, others Mercury, while additional inquiries came from those desiring to circle Jupiter, Saturn, even Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto. Naturally, the farther the destination, the higher the price. For the company, as long as one could afford it, any location was attainable. While the Deep Space Long Sleep Company profited immensely, other companies were not idle either. The robotics company had also completed the assembly of new products. After a month of extensive testing, Resource Number 1 and Construction Number 1 were finally ready for launch. The second lunar landing of deep space was notably understated, lacking any grand-scale publicity, as this mission employed the all-new rocket, Deep Space Number 6. The Lunar Goddess Resource spacecraft is a novel design, specifically crafted for the transportation of cargo. Although the vast expanse of deep space has not witnessed a significant official announcement this time, it is impossible to conceal such rocket launches from the world. While the Mi Federation and other nations remain unaware of what a certain major power has dispatched to the moon, it is undoubtedly not good news for other countries. Consequently, other nations have hastened their lunar landing plans. The Lunar Goddess Resource spacecraft has successfully launched. This is an unmanned vessel. It utilized a transfer orbit for acceleration and landed on the moon several days later. Upon the successful landing of the spacecraft, Resource 1 and Construction 1 disembarked and commenced their testing operations. Both Resource 1 and Construction 1 are powered by robust battery packs. Despite each machine carrying hundreds of thousands of kilowatts of energy, they are substantial consumers of power, typically operating for a day and then requiring a day to recharge. Chapter 196. The lunar base is discovered. Charging does not utilize traditional solar panels. Instead, it employs the nuclear fission reactor of the Lunar Goddess spacecraft for power. Given the immense energy consumption of these 2 machines, relying solely on solar panels for charging would likely take years to achieve a full charge. Resource 1's primary task during the initial phase is to extract helium-3, hydrogen, oxygen, and other experimental resources from lunar soil, along with some extracted impurities. Hydrogen and oxygen can be heated and combined within Resource 1 to form water, which is then stored. Helium-3 is crucial for nuclear fusion and holds paramount importance. For the refined impurities, they serve as raw materials for constructing the lunar base. After 24 hours of operation, Resource 1 will deposit the collected impurities and resources in designated areas before returning to the spacecraft for recharging. Construction 1 then initiates its work, primarily tasked with erecting the main structures of the lunar base. It begins by preparing the foundation of the lunar base. Following this, it utilizes the soil impurities extracted by Resource 1, heating them internally to melt them into magma. Through 3D printing methods, this magma is channeled out and laid down in designated areas to form the primary structure. Once the main structure is completed, Construction 1 employs a heating and cooling method to produce insulation bricks, which are laid around the building to withstand solar radiation. Although the efficiency of Construction 1 is not exceedingly high, it operates continuously, day and night, allowing the structure to gradually take shape. A month later, the first building on the moon is completed. After a month of collection, Resource 1 has gathered 10 kilograms of helium-3 and, through heating, produced 10 tons of water, along with a small quantity of experimental titanium alloys and rare earth elements. Chang Han, upon learning this news, is understandably elated. With water comes oxygen, and with oxygen, respiration becomes possible. If these resources are processed into liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen, they can be utilized as rocket fuel, enabling frequent lunar launches and landings. The vast expanse of deep space begins the construction of a lunar base. Initially, the entire world, including the higher echelons of a certain major power, remains unaware. However, numerous satellites orbit the moon. The Mi Federation's satellites typically maintain fixed orbits with minimal adjustments. Nevertheless, given that a certain major power has landed on the far side of the moon, beyond the surveillance of Mi Federation satellites, it is implausible that the Mi Federation's leadership would remain unconcerned. To ascertain the veracity of a certain major power's activities, the Mi Federation expended precious maneuvering fuel for its satellites. However, after adjusting their orbits, the Mi Federation discovered nothing extraordinary at the lunar landing site of the certain major power, only an unremarkable area. Moreover, as the certain major power did not continue its lunar explorations, the Mi Federation ceased further investigations. One day, while a staff member in charge of managing the satellite conducted routine equipment adjustments, he fortuitously aimed the satellite's camera at the lunar landing site of the certain major power. To his astonishment, he noticed something unusual at the landing site. Upon adjusting the camera's clarity, he was utterly shocked to discover not only a new spacecraft but also a building near the landing site of the certain major power. The staff member promptly reported this finding, causing significant alarm among the relevant authorities, who quickly escalated the matter to higher-ups. The news rapidly reached the upper echelons of the Mi Federation. Upon learning that a certain major power had commenced construction of a lunar base, the Mi Federation was taken aback. Although the Mi Federation currently has no plans to establish a lunar base, this does not imply that they can idly watch others do so without taking action. In an international assembly, the Mi Federation publicly confronted the representative of the certain major power, accusing them of unlawfully constructing a base on the moon. The representative of the certain major power, of course, denied the allegations. However, the Mi Federation presented relevant photographs, leading to global uproar. Chang Han's phone began to ring. Deputy Representative, this is Chang Han. Chang Han, are you constructing a lunar base? Not at all, do not deny it. Our satellites have observed the construction at our previous landing site. There is now a building, no, that is not a base. I am merely testing the machines. What machines? One machine is for collecting helium-3 from the moon, and the other is for constructing buildings. Why didn't you inform me? Do you realize that your actions have put us in a difficult position? I was just conducting a test. I thought I would inform you after completing the tests. You? I apologize, Deputy Representative. I will be more mindful next time. How is the machine testing progressing? Quite well. The machines are functioning normally. The resource collecting machine can gather 10 kilograms of helium-3 and 10 tons of water, along with some titanium alloys and rare earths in a month. The construction machine can erect a 200 square meter two-story building in a month, with 100 square meters being a basement. Is that true? Of course it is. What do you think, Deputy Representative? Is the nation interested in establishing a lunar base? If so, I can handle the real estate project. I will discuss it with the higher-ups. By the way, in the future, please inform me before making any significant moves. Absolutely. As the construction of the lunar base is no small matter, the national leadership quickly convened a meeting to discuss the issue. Our Chang'e satellite has observed the previous landing site. The vast expanse of deep space is indeed constructing a building at our lunar landing site. Why did Chang Han not inform us about building a base on the moon? He claims he is merely testing machines. What machines? He said one is responsible for resource collection. It has already gathered 10 kilograms of helium-3, 10 tons of water, and some titanium alloys and rare earth elements. The other is specifically for constructing buildings. Is that true? That is what he said. Where did Changhan acquire such powerful machines? A few years ago, Huanxiang Technology invested in a robotics company, right? Could these be their products? Possibly. Changhan is quite resourceful. Recently, he has been engrossed in nuclear fusion. I thought he had devoted all his energy to that endeavor. Who would have thought he would also be developing robotics? Changhan is indeed a commercial genius. He approaches everything with great flair, and he is audacious enough to invest. I heard their nuclear fusion project has already consumed 6 to 700 billion. 6 to 700 billion. That is astonishing. Where does he procure such funds? Huanxiang Technology's annual sales exceed 1 trillion. Moreover, the vast expanse of deep space companies should have also generated over 1 trillion in sales last year. With a financial foundation of 2 to 3 trillion, even constructing a Three Gorges dam would not pose a significant challenge. Chapter 197. Completion of the laser ignition device. This fellow is indeed talented. His luck is remarkable, always managing to recruit extraordinary individuals. That is not mere luck. It is a discerning eye. Even if there exists a fine steed, without a capable trainer, it is of no use. Well said. That makes sense, by the way. What do you think? Should we proceed with the construction of the lunar base? Of course, we must build it. However, we should not do it alone. We must involve others in the endeavor. Why is that? Currently, only we possess the capability to transport to the moon, and logically, the resources of the moon should belong to us. Do you not understand the principle of possessing something valuable and attracting envy? If we monopolize the lunar resources, we will offend others. However, if we share the benefits, others will have no grounds for complaint. Moreover, since we are currently the only nation with lunar transportation capability, any entity wishing to venture to the moon must collaborate with us. In the long run, this will ultimately benefit us. Should we collaborate with the Mi Federation? That is out of the question. The cooperation I refer to is with developing nations, explicitly excluding the Mi Federation. Did they not privately establish an 8-nation lunar resource cooperation agreement with us? We shall create a related agreement to involve nations outside the 8-nation framework. Let us see how they respond. That is an excellent idea. Indeed, this will infuriate the Mi Federation. A few days later, a certain major power proposed a framework agreement for lunar resource cooperation among developing nations at an international assembly, inviting capable developing nations worldwide to jointly exploit lunar resources. This proposal immediately sparked discontent within the Mi Federation. Due to the nearly identical terms of the agreement replicating the G8 Lunar Resource Development Cooperation Agreement, tensions flared among nations at the assembly, particularly between the Mi Federation and a certain major power. The Great Bear Nation, unperturbed by potential chaos, boldly announced its intention to join the cooperative agreement for lunar resource development. Naturally, several secondary developing countries, unwilling to witness the Mi Federation monopolizing lunar resources, also expressed their desire to participate in the agreement. After all, currently, only the aforementioned major power and the Mi Federation possess the capability to launch missions to the moon. However, when it comes to payload capacity and existing technology, the major power is slightly more advanced. If one cannot seize the opportunity presented by this rapidly advancing power, the lunar resources may soon be entirely depleted, an outcome that no one wishes to see. It can be said that the distribution of lunar resources has led to a cacophony of disputes among the nations. Nevertheless, with the imminent development of lunar resources, nations have begun to mobilize. Particularly the Mi Federation, which had initially planned to return to the moon in 4 years, has now realized that further delays are untenable, deciding to launch a rocket by the end of the year to re-establish their presence on the lunar surface. In the ensuing months, news in the realm of launch vehicles has been incessant, especially with Company X, which seems to be invigorated, frequently conducting tests of its Starship.it. Can be said that they are diligently preparing for a crewed lunar landing by year's end. The vastness of deep space has not been idle either, as 2 units of Resource 1 and Construction 1 robots have been successively deployed via the Lunar Goddess Resource spacecraft to the moon. The construction of the lunar base has been significantly accelerated. After several months of development, the lunar base now boasts several buildings, each nearly 2,000 square meters in area. Although still in a raw state, from an external perspective, it already resembles a sizable community. The Resource 1 robots, through their diligent efforts over the months, have successfully collected dozens of tons of water. It can be asserted that lunar water resources are more abundant than anticipated. Had it not been for spatial constraints, the total could have easily surpassed 100 tons. However, When compared to water resources, the paramount focus remains on helium. 3. The Lunar Goddess resource spacecraft has made multiple trips back to Earth, successfully transporting 100 kilograms of helium-3 to the base in deep space. Though a mere 100 kilograms of helium-3, its value on Earth exceeds 10 billion. Observing these precious helium-3 resources, Chang Han could not help but feel elated. After more than a year of construction, the first modules of the Lunar Space Station have officially come offline and are undergoing final testing. If all proceeds smoothly, they may launch by the end of the year. The newly assembled Lunar Goddess 2 spacecraft boasts a living area significantly larger than its predecessor, accommodating over 30 individuals. Chang Han has made comprehensive preparations for the establishment of the first lunar base in deep space. The entire team at Chang Energy has also been industriously engaged, fully immersed in the research and development of the inertial confinement ignition device. Several months have passed, and the inaugural inertial confinement ignition device has been successfully assembled. It must be noted that the cost of the machine has exceeded expectations, reaching an astonishing 300 billion. Without Chang Han's innovative insights, the creation of such a complex machine would have been impossible. Chang Energy swiftly announced this achievement, and it must be said that the related news left industry insiders worldwide in disbelief. In the realm of nuclear fusion, there exists a consensus that inertial confinement fusion is fundamentally unachievable. While inertial confinement devices can generate temperatures exceeding millions of degrees and even replicate the pressure found within the Sun, one would expect them to be more suitable than tokamaks, stellarators, or spherical configurations. The primary issue lies in the uneven laser irradiation. Even the slightest deviation can lead to misalignment. Such deviation prevents the target pellet from experiencing uniform compression and heating, causing energy to dissipate from weaker points, thus nullifying the possibility of achieving fusion. Moreover, even if one resolves the issue of laser focusing, the challenges of rapidly and frequently replacing target pellets, along with efficiently extracting the emitted heat, remain formidable. It is fair to say that this device would be better suited as a weapon rather than for fusion experiments. Yet, what astonished everyone was that Chang Energy quietly succeeded in producing another inertial confinement fusion device, which was nothing short of remarkable. While many nations are pursuing nuclear fusion, none have simultaneously explored multiple approaches. Remarkably, Chang Energy, as a private enterprise, has consecutively developed 4 fusion devices, surpassing all nations, including the foremost Mi Federation. Numerous experts from the major powers industry sought to observe Chang Energy's inertial confinement nuclear fusion ignition, yet all were categorically denied by Chang Han. The equipment's related testing was swiftly completed, achieving fusion temperatures of 100 million degrees and pressures of 200 billion atmospheres. The Q value reached an astonishing 1.88. This achievement left everyone astounded. However, since inertial confinement fusion cannot sustain combustion and merely releases energy instantaneously, despite the impressive figures, they hold little practical significance. Nevertheless, upon the disclosure of such information, relevant fields worldwide were left in sheer astonishment. The pressure of Chang Energy's inertial confinement device surpassed the previous world record by over a factor of 2, rendering it difficult for many to accept. Even more astonishing was the Q value of inertial confinement fusion, which reached an incredible 1.88, a figure alarmingly close to achieving profitable fusion, leaving many in disbelief. If these figures are indeed accurate, it would imply that 3 out of the 4 devices in Chang Energy's possession have achieved fusion, a feat that seems almost implausible. Yet, even more astonishingly, Chang Energy swiftly announced a brand new initiative, the Dragon Project. Chang Energy intends to invest 200 billion to construct a new nuclear fusion experimental reactor. Upon hearing this news, relevant sectors worldwide were left in shock. 200 billion. What a joke. The ITER project, a collaborative global effort, has not even reached a total investment of 200 billion. How audacious for a private enterprise to dare invest such an amount in a reactor of similar caliber. This is simply outrageous. Moreover, a significant question arises. Why embark on a new project when they have just completed the 4 experimental devices? Could it be that they have discovered the method for achieving nuclear fusion? Many began to contact Chang Han for confirmation. While Chang Han acknowledged the Dragon Project, he refrained from divulging specific plans, merely stating that they were still under research. Naturally, many were skeptical. After all, how could one construct an experimental reactor without a plan? Many suspected that Chang Han was unwilling to share details, and thus hesitated to press further. Vice Representative Huang also called, as 200 billion is not a trivial sum. Such an amount could indeed fund the construction of a particle accelerator, making it implausible for the government to remain indifferent. However, with Vice Representative Huang reaching out, Chang Han had no choice but to feign financial distress. Although he possessed a considerable cash reserve, he understood the principle of saving whenever possible. Vice Representative Huang indicated that he would discuss the matter with higher authorities to see how much assistance could be provided. After all, Chang Han had already invested over 700 billion. And now he intended to invest an additional 200 billion. Such a substantial amount would require careful consideration, even for government investment, let alone that of a private enterprise. Nevertheless, the nation's higher echelons were largely supportive of Chang Han. Although there are many wealthy businessmen domestically, few are willing to invest in high-tech ventures, and even 200 billion is no small sum. In the following days, the Dragon project officially commenced. It must be said that integrating the four plans posed a significant challenge for the entire team. However, at this juncture, the core team regarded Chang Han as a super genius, frequently consulting him whenever they encountered difficulties. Almost invariably, Chang Han's myriad ideas provided ample material for the team to contemplate for months. As the year drew to a close, a monumental event was on the horizon. After multiple launches, Company X's Starship was poised for its inaugural crewed lunar landing flight, a former space power. The Mi Federation placed immense importance on this return to the Moon initiative. Given that the major power had already begun establishing a lunar base, the Mi Federation found itself lagging significantly in the overall development progress on the Moon. Thus, it was imperative to accelerate their efforts. In any case, the Mi Federation's upcoming rocket launch heralded the commencement of a new round of space competition. Company X, naturally, was equally invested in this undertaking. A successful completion would enable them to monopolize all domestic launches, significantly narrowing the gap with HHSK. Presently, international commercial launches overwhelmingly favored HHSK's rockets, resulting in substantial annual losses for Company X. More critically, their Starlink project had fallen victim to the competitor's space-based infrastructure, leading to poor user reviews and a significant loss of in-orbit satellites, thereby intensifying their pressure. HHSK, too, was not idle. They had numerous crucial tasks lined up for the year-end. Foremost among them was the launch of the first lunar space station into lunar orbit, followed by the dispatch of another batch of astronauts to the lunar base. Although the lunar base has successfully completed its main structure, it remains bare inside and requires a team to undertake its meticulous interior decoration. However, this undertaking by vast deep space has been conducted with great discretion, without any public announcement. In early December, Company X successfully launched the Falcon 9 rocket, carrying the Starship 1 and 4 astronauts, embarking on a journey to the Moon. The media of the United Federation broadcasted the event globally, celebrating the successful launch as a new triumph in the space race. After all, in recent years, the aerospace sector has predominantly been dominated by news from a certain major nation. The once great space power of the United Federation has found itself relegated to a secondary status, which understandably left its citizens feeling quite discontented. Thus, the United Federation's return to the Moon significantly boosted the national pride of its populace. Numerous countries subsequently sent congratulatory messages, commending the United Federation on its successful launch. Merely a day later, Vast Deep Space launched the first lunar space station in human history. However, it did so without any official announcement, maintaining a notably low profile. The majority of the world's attention was still focused on the United Federation's moon landing. Yet, due to the Starship merely being a traditional rocket utilizing chemical propulsion, it could not match the speed of the lunar lander, Goddess of the Moon. Therefore, after its launch, it continued to orbit the Earth. After several hours of circling the planet, Starship 1 finally broke free from Earth's gravitational grasp and set its course for the Moon. Concurrently, the core module of the Lunar Space Station was also en route to the Moon. Although the Lunar Space Station was launched a day later than Starship 1, their trajectories were closely aligned. As Starship 1 arrived at the Moon and began its orbit, the core module of the Lunar Space Station had already reached its designated orbit and commenced its official operations. At this juncture, Starship received instructions from NASA's Control Center to initiate its moon landing. The landing site chosen by NASA, while located on the far side of the Moon, was situated in the southern hemisphere. Unlike the northern hemisphere site selected by the certain major nation, thus ensuring a significant distance between the two, ultimately, Starship 1 successfully landed on the lunar surface. The astronauts disembarked from the spacecraft, setting foot on the Moon's terrain, and the news rapidly spread across the globe. Naturally, the citizens of the United Federation were elated. After decades, their astronauts had once again set foot on the moon, demonstrating the formidable prowess of the United Federation's space capabilities. Major television networks, websites, and newspapers were ablaze with this news, which quickly became the most talked-about story worldwide. The European alliance, too, broke from its usual stance, extensively covering the event as if they had achieved the moon landing themselves. At this moment, vast deep space proceeded with a second rocket launch. The second rocket, the newly designed Goddess of the Moon 2, carried over 30 individuals, half of whom were from the national team, while the other half were personnel from vast deep space. Their mission was to form a construction team to establish the lunar base. If successful, future endeavors could simply replicate the existing base template. Goddess of the Moon 2 swiftly ascended, heading towards the moon. The government of the United Federation was undoubtedly aware that the certain major nation had launched 2 rockets in rapid succession, utilizing the most powerful Deep Space 5 rocket. While the United Federation was unsure of the purpose of these launches, the frequency of the launches was certainly not good news for them. After 10 hours of flight, Goddess of the Moon 2 arrived in lunar orbit. Following 8 hours of deceleration, it descended towards the pre-established lunar base. The construction robot had already prepared a vast landing platform in the relevant area, making this landing notably smooth and effortless. As the team disembarked from the Goddess of the Moon 2, they were understandably astonished by the enormity of the landing pad. However, many were puzzled by how vast deep space had managed to construct such a large platform on the moon. Through their positioning devices, they discovered a cluster of inconspicuous buildings a few hundred meters from the platform. From afar, these circular structures resembled inverted bowls resting on the lunar surface. There were a total of 9 such bowl-shaped buildings. As the team approached, they noticed a long corridor leading into the dark interior of one of the structures. The corridor extended over 20 meters, with just enough width for a lunar rover to pass through. Upon entering the corridor, the group found themselves in an expansive area of approximately 100 square meters, complete with a staircase leading to the next level. The lower level was similarly sized, also covering 100 square meters, and the upper level featured several passages leading to other rooms. Traversing these passages revealed that each room contained 2 levels, clarifying that these 9 bowl-shaped structures each had an upper and lower level interconnected by corridors. With only 4 exits located at the corners of the buildings, the total area of the entire complex was 1,800 square meters. Although the group could not fathom how these buildings had been constructed, their purpose was clear, and they quickly transitioned into work mode. The astronauts from the United Federation engaged in a thorough 3-day exploration of the moon, collecting samples of soil and rock before reboarding their spacecraft. After confirming that the systems were functioning normally, the pilot initiated the engine. The roaring thrusters stirred up clouds of lunar dust, but just as the spacecraft's thrust seemed insufficient, one side of the landing gear suddenly sank into the lunar soil. Starship began to tilt dangerously to one side. However, at that moment, a significant amount of propellant surged forth, and the tilting rocket detached from the surface just before falling. Rather than ascending vertically, it launched at an angle. The gyroscope within Starship promptly detected the improper orientation and issued an alarm. The pilot, startled, quickly activated vector control, adjusting the engine nozzles. The spacecraft began to sway left and right due to the absence of an atmosphere on the moon. The vector control data was not entirely reliable, and as time passed, the swaying intensified. Despite constant adjustments to the vector nozzles, the spacecraft could not correct its flight posture. The vessel threatened to roll over. The pilot, with no other option, engaged the escape mechanism. The explosive bolts activated. The cockpit detached from the spacecraft. The escape thrusters ignited, propelling the cockpit away. Meanwhile, the rocket flipped over and plummeted toward the moon. Upon impact, the residual hydrogen-oxygen propellant ignited, resulting in an explosion. However, the lack of air on the moon rendered the event eerily silent. From a distance, one could only see a fireball rise, which quickly extinguished in the oxygen-deprived environment. The cockpit traveled only a short distance before the propellant was exhausted. Although a parachute deployed, it was rendered ineffective due to the absence of air. The cockpit plummeted toward the surface, despite the moon's gravitational acceleration being only 1/6 that of Earth. The fall from such a height was still perilous. The cockpit crashed violently onto the lunar surface. Although the specially engineered structure withstood the impact, the sudden stop resulted in a powerful jolt that left the 4 occupants momentarily dazed. Meanwhile, NASA's Ground Control Center and X Company's Dispatch Center remained oblivious to the unfolding events. During the rocket's ascent, The data flow had been unstable, placing the system in a silent state until the launch was confirmed successful. As time dragged on, the anxiety within NASA's leadership began to mount. Ordinarily, the spacecraft should have successfully launched by now, so the absence of communication was concerning. After an extended period, the urgency escalated, and NASA's leaders ordered contact with the Starship's navigator. However, no responses came in return. What should we do? Should we contact a certain major nation to borrow their relay satellites? Understood, of course, borrowing a relay satellite was not a trivial matter. Although the United Federation had not explicitly stated its intention to utilize the relay satellites, the relevant authorities sensed something amiss. After some deliberation, they agreed to the United Federation's request and granted access to the satellite channels. NASA, disregarding potential eavesdropping, sent another signal to the spacecraft via the certain major nation's relay satellite. Chapter 200, Global Shock. This time, however, NASA did not send a communication signal but rather a positioning signal. The cockpit's positioning signal quickly received a response, yet there was no word from the rocket. NASA's higher-ups then confirmed that something had indeed gone awry. Although the exact nature of the incident remained unclear, the positioning signals indicated that the cockpit and rocket had completely separated. Under normal circumstances, such an occurrence should have been impossible. However, since it had transpired, it implied that an accident had occurred during the rocket's departure from the moon, directly leading to issues with both the cockpit and the propulsion rocket. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the responsible parties were understandably distressed. As the saying goes, distant water cannot quench nearby thirst. With no updates from the scene, NASA could only resort to sending another signal to the cockpit via the certain major nation's relay satellite. However, without exception, all these signals have vanished into oblivion. The person in charge, feeling helpless, had no choice but to adjust the orbit of a satellite circling the moon, intending to conduct a video search for specific circumstances. Yet, it is feared that it would take several hours for the satellite to enter its new orbit, making it impossible to act on a whim. Sparks continually flickered in the cockpit of the Starship. It is uncertain how much time has passed. The navigator, Matthew, suddenly regained consciousness from his fainting spell. Seemingly recalling something, he hastily glanced around. His three companions remained utterly still. David, John, Joseph. Matthew called out several times, but there was no response from them. He quickly unfastened his safety belt. As the spacecraft was inverted on the ground, Matthew tumbled from his seat after loosening the belt. Fortunately, due to the moon's low gravity, his fall was not painful. The navigator, Matthew, scrambled to his feet and rushed to his companions, gently lowering them. The sound of Matthew's calls. The four gradually regained consciousness. Once awake, they immediately began inspecting the cockpit's equipment. Many devices at this point had ceased functioning. Among them, the most critical was the communication equipment, which had been completely destroyed, rendering them unable to receive any messages. Matthew and the others had no choice but to retrieve a satellite communicator from the equipment box. They then opened the spacecraft hatch and ventured outside to set up the communicator. Meanwhile, NASA was in a state of urgency, but the satellite had yet to successfully alter its orbit, rendering their anxiety futile. However, at that moment, a relay satellite from a certain major nation received a signal. Recognizing it was from the astronauts of the Federation of Mitsai, prompting the relevant authorities to forward the signal to the Federation. Upon receiving the signal, NASA was momentarily elated, but upon learning the full situation, their joy quickly turned to despair. The good news was that all four astronauts were alive. The bad news was that the rocket and spacecraft were completely destroyed, leaving them stranded on the moon. The high-ranking officials of the Federation swiftly became aware of this news and ordered NASA to ensure the safe return of the astronauts. NASA found itself in a predicament, with no choice but to prepare for another launch of a Starship. However, Company X was in a bit of a bind, for although they possessed a second Starship, it was still undergoing testing and was not yet ready for launch. NASA, of course, could not afford to wait for the Starship to complete its testing. The supplies the astronauts carried would not last that long. NASA demanded that Company X complete the Starship's testing within 3 days, after which they were to set off for the moon to rescue the astronauts. With no alternatives, Company X had to hasten the testing process. The entire team worked tirelessly, and after 3 days, they finally completed the tests. In a frenzied hurry, they initiated the launch. Shortly after the rocket successfully ascended, it exploded mid-air, leaving everyone who witnessed the event utterly dumbfounded. Company X's rocket had exploded. This was no trivial matter, and thus it could not be concealed. Given that Company X's launch had not been publicly announced in advance, many media outlets naturally began speculating about the reasons behind the incident. If the lunar module had not encountered any issues, it should have safely returned by now. The fact that NASA had not even mentioned the spacecraft's return was already quite abnormal. Coupled with the hasty launch and subsequent explosion of Company X's Starship, the news spread worldwide. Many media outlets began to speculate that something must have gone awry with the lunar module. The conjecture regarding the lunar module's mishap sent shockwaves through the global media landscape. Major media outlets began to speculate on what had transpired. NASA and Company X found themselves besieged by the media. As the situation escalated, NASA, realizing they could no longer keep it under wraps, had no choice but to disclose the damage to the lunar module and the entrapment of the 4 astronauts on the moon. Once the media were informed, the entire world became aware. This news immediately became the largest story globally, with media outlets competing to report it. Almost the entire world was engrossed in discussions about the fate of the 4 astronauts stranded on the moon. The citizens of the Federation felt particularly empathetic, demanding that their government swiftly ensure the safe return of the astronauts. The pressure on the Federation's high-ranking officials was immense. Public sentiment equated to votes, and it was impossible to ignore the people's will. They had no choice but to shift the pressure onto NASA's upper echelons, insisting that they must guarantee the safe return of the 4 astronauts. NASA's high-ranking officials were left in a state of shock. It was not that they were unwilling to assist. The problem was that they could not. With only 2 starships available, one stranded on the moon and the other having just exploded, they effectively had no means to transport anyone to the moon. Even if they were to construct a new starship, it would likely take at least 1 or 2 months, during which time the astronauts might perish. Ultimately, someone suggested seeking assistance from a certain major nation. For currently, only the Federation and this major nation possess the capability for lunar landings. Even the formidable space powers, like the Great Bear Nation, could only manage to send individuals to low Earth orbit. Thus, at this juncture, only this major nation had the capacity to rescue the astronauts. With no other options, NASA hastily reached out for help from this major nation. NASA's plea for assistance was entirely expected by the relevant departments of this major nation. After all, only their country and the Federation had lunar landing capabilities, and given that the newly launched Starship had just exploded, if no third Starship was available, their only recourse would be to seek help from this major nation. Due to the life-and-death nature of the situation, refusing assistance would likely result in significant public backlash. After discussions among high-ranking officials, the major nation decided to provide assistance. However, although they agreed to help, the actual launch authority rested with the vast expanse of deep space, necessitating consultation with Chang Han. Chang Han was not oblivious to the situation. Upon learning that the Federation's astronauts were stranded, he anticipated that the Federation might seek his assistance. However, his consideration was not focused on how to ensure the safe return of the astronauts, but rather on how to negotiate a lucrative deal for himself. Chapter 201. Negotiating the deal. After much deliberation, Chang Han ultimately quoted a price of 2 billion meatsai gold for each individual. It must be said that this price shocked NASA. 2 billion meatsai gold per person meant a total of 8 billion meatsai gold for 4 individuals. This was quite an exorbitant sum. It is worth noting that Company X had quoted a price of only 12 million meatsai gold per person for lunar landings, totaling just 500 million meatsai gold for 4 individuals. HHSK demanded 2 billion per person, which was utterly outrageous. Although NASA was prepared for Chang Han's exorbitant demands, the extent of the demand was beyond comprehension. The relevant NASA officials could only directly contact Chang Han, hoping he might lower the price. Mr. Chang, the price you are asking for is rather steep, isn't it? 500 million meatsai gold per person seems reasonable. This is already the price offered by Company X for 4 individuals. Commander Ryan, it is not that our price is high. Rather, our situation is quite unique. Currently, we only have 3 spacecraft, and there are no additional ones available. Point 1 is specifically designated for transporting to the Lunar Space Station. Hence, it cannot be used for lunar landings. Another is currently engaged in a long-term mission on the Moon and cannot return in the short term. Even if it were to return, it requires routine maintenance and cannot fly again immediately. The third one is still under construction and will not be completed within a month. The only spacecraft available is the one executing tasks on the Moon, which can take off but cannot land due to insufficient fuel. As you are aware, if I were to use that spacecraft to retrieve your astronauts, it would first have to launch, then return to Earth's orbit to refuel, and subsequently return to pick up the astronauts. After retrieving them, it would need to return to our location, resulting in 3 or 4 round trips. You know the risks associated with repeatedly using that spacecraft? Particularly since we still have personnel on the moon. If anything were to go wrong, I cannot bear such a significant responsibility. How about this? If you find our price too high, you can wait for a month until our new spacecraft is completed, and I can offer you a more reasonable rate then. Would that be acceptable? A month is simply too long. The oxygen carried by those astronauts will not last more than a week, let alone the other supplies. Then I am at a loss. How about this? You allow the astronauts to come to our base. We have supplies that can sustain them for a while. And when our personnel complete their mission, we can bring them back together. That is even less feasible. There is a distance of over 1,000 kilometers between us. How could they possibly walk that far? Then I am at a loss. If you wish for them to return, it must be at this price, or else they will have to endure a bit longer. Commander Ryan of NASA was left speechless. After hanging up, he quickly convened a meeting for discussion. This is absurd. This is nothing short of extortion. One person slammed the table angrily. Indeed, the people of that major nation are simply overstepping their bounds. Even at a time like this, they only care about money, showing no regard for the lives of several astronauts. Absolutely. This is utterly outrageous. The attendees were filled with righteous indignation. Ryan interjected. All right. There's no use in cursing. They can't hear us anyway. Let us discuss how we should resolve this matter. We cannot give them this money under any circumstances. 2 billion each, 8 billion for 4. We could make 10 trips to the moon with that. Exactly. We cannot grant them that. Our annual budget is only 200 billion. They want to take 80 billion in one fell swoop. This is sheer extortion. This is robbery. We absolutely cannot give in. Agreed, however, the dilemma lies in the fact that if we do not provide assistance, what will become of the 4 astronauts? Indeed. At present, apart from Company X, only HHSK possesses the capability for lunar landing. Without their spacecraft, those astronauts would have no means of returning. We cannot turn to the Bear Country. Seeking help from the Bear Country is futile. They are not in a position to land on the moon and retrieve the personnel. The Bear Country lacks lunar landing capabilities. What about the European Union? The European Union is even less viable. At times, they even rely on our spacecraft. If that fails, we must wait for the new spacecraft from Company X. They are already in the process of constructing it, aren't they? The new spacecraft has only just begun its construction. Even at an accelerated pace, it may take 2 to 3 months to complete. The supplies brought by David and his team will not last beyond 10 days. Upon hearing this, everyone was equally distressed. What if we negotiate? 8 billion is simply exorbitant. We should request a discount. Indeed, sending 4 individuals costs only 500 million. Yet, they demand 20 billion per person, which is utterly outrageous. Negotiation is indeed feasible. However, the question remains, how much? 20 billion is unacceptable. What amount would be acceptable? 500 million per person. That seems rather reasonable. Yes, 500 million per person amounts to 2 billion for 4 individuals, which is quite substantial. However, 500 million is not acceptable to them. I even offered 500 million, and they immediately rejected it. Moreover, the president of HHSK stated that they currently have only 1 operational spacecraft, which is still on the moon, and its fuel supply is insufficient. Their spacecraft must first return to Earth to refuel, then return to the moon to assist in the retrieval. After picking up our personnel, they must return again to fetch their own people, which entails multiple trips. 500 million. They are certainly unwilling to proceed. Is that true? Is it really that complicated? Whether true or false, that is what they have stated. If that is the case, how about 10 billion? 10 billion is still expensive. 4 individuals would cost 40 billion. Would 8 billion suffice? For individuals would amount to 32 billion. I believe that could work. The concern is whether they would deem it acceptable. NASA deliberated for quite some time before once again contacting Changhan. After a round of bargaining, they ultimately settled on 12 billion 500 million mijins per person, totaling 50 billion, with a requirement for a down payment. 50 billion mijins have been transferred. Naturally, Changhan was exceedingly satisfied. It felt akin to a windfall. He promptly informed the navigators and pilots on the moon. The Lunar Goddess spacecraft soon ascended, departing from the moon. Since the Lunar Space Station has yet to be operational, the Lunar Goddess spacecraft must first return to Earth to refuel before heading back to the moon for the retrieval. As the Lunar Goddess spacecraft was returning, the Deep Space 5 rocket launched a secondary rocket to refuel the Lunar Goddess spacecraft. The Lunar Goddess spacecraft successfully docked with the already orbiting secondary rocket to refuel before returning to the Moon. Chapter 202. NASA's silent struggle. NASA, of course, was not idle. Just before the Lunar Goddess spacecraft's arrival, they had ordered several astronauts to activate the self-destruct mechanism of the Starship to prevent a certain major power from returning and seizing the advanced technology of the Midgens Federation. Naturally, the astronauts were somewhat displeased, but they had no choice but to comply with the orders from above and executed the self-destruct procedure. However, their anxiety was palpable, as the only ship that could shelter them had been completely destroyed. Should no one come to their aid, they would undoubtedly perish within a day. When the Lunar Goddess spacecraft descended near the Dragon spacecraft according to the precise coordinates provided by NASA, the astronauts were elated. It must be said that the Lunar Goddess spacecraft's size dwarfed that of the Starship by several multiples, and its descent was nothing short of majestic. This left the astronauts of the Midgens Federation somewhat speechless. Given the advanced nature of the foreign spacecraft, how could they possibly covet the antiquated equipment of the Midgens Federation? The higher-ups were indeed being overly cautious. The navigator disembarked and escorted them onto the Lunar Goddess spacecraft. Shortly thereafter, the Lunar Goddess spacecraft reignited its engines and departed the Moon, heading back to Earth. Upon boarding the spacecraft, the astronauts discovered that the interior cabin of the Lunar Goddess spacecraft was astonishingly more spacious than that of the Dragon spacecraft. Boasting all the necessary amenities, they could not help but marvel at the aerospace prowess of a certain major power. Once, they had thought that even if this major power possessed some aerospace capabilities, they would at most be on par with their own nation. However, the reality was far more advanced. It was difficult to believe without witnessing it firsthand. The Lunar Goddess spacecraft, carrying the astronauts, made its way back to Earth. As the spacecraft landed, although NASA wished to handle the matter discreetly, HHSK opted for a global live broadcast, the implications of which were abundantly clear, a blatant affront to the Midgens Federation. The Midgens Federation, understandably incensed, had no choice but to endure the humiliation. The global media extensively covered the event, and for many, it was evident that the aerospace capabilities of a certain major power now overshadowed those of the Midgens Federation. Nevertheless, the successful retrieval of the Midgens Federation's astronauts marked a heartwarming reunion, albeit at a significant cost to the Midgens Federation. This incident also served as a reminder to Chang Han that the construction of the lunar space station must be expedited to avoid future complications. Thus, the vast expanse of deep space hastened the construction of the lunar space station while simultaneously advancing the establishment of ground bases. Time swiftly passed, and the year drew to a close. Hanxiang Technology held its annual high-level meeting. Chang Han remarked, "Time flies. It has been the 9th year since the establishment of Hanxiang Technology. Each sector has found its footing. By the way, Deputy General Lin, how has Hanxiang Technology fared in terms of profits this year?" Lin responded. Hanxiang Technology's profits this year have seen a decline compared to previous years. The profit from power banks stood at 12.6 billion, smartphone batteries at 69.4 billion, computer batteries at 25.1 billion, and there was a slight increase in automotive batteries due to price adjustments for automobiles, resulting in a profit of 8.5 billion. Other batteries contributed 3.2 billion, bringing the total profit to 118.8 billion. The profit has decreased by 4.7 percentage points compared to the previous year. What are the specific reasons? The primary reasons are the significant enhancements in battery performance by major enterprises. The performance of batteries from Chang Island has now reached 40% of ours. Yet their prices are several times lower. They charge only $1 per watt-hour. Nowadays, many low-end smartphones and computers opt for Chang Island's batteries. Otherwise, General Tong of automobiles would not have pressured us for a price reduction. Presently, battery prices worldwide are on a downward trend, and our production rates are dwindling each year. Previously, a worker could earn 35,000 a month. Now, they can only earn 28,000. 28,000 is still substantial, isn't it? Is it not? Chang Han surveyed the crowd. Not substantial at all. Quite the contrary. It is indeed a considerable amount. Our provincial civil servants earn only 4,000. The average salary is barely 3,000. 28,000 is nearly 10 times the ordinary wage. How could it possibly be considered low? Indeed, the employee benefits at Hanxiang Technology surpass even those of civil servants, with 5 insurances and 1 fund, annual vacation, and an end-of-year bonus of 100,000. When seeking a partner, Those who mention they work at Hanqiang Technology are often pursued eagerly. Ha 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 ha. The room erupted in laughter. Linya chuckled and said, I never claimed that 28,000 is low. It is simply the current situation. Moreover, our company's turnover rate remains exceptionally low. Last year, there were only 2 departures due to severe illness. With such benefits and treatment, who would leave? You are right. The number of people vying to join our company is incalculable. I have heard that a vacancy at our company could sell for at least 500,000. 500,000? Chang Han was taken aback for a moment, then furrowed his brow and inquired, who is selling it? The crowd fell silent and turned to the speaker, Xiao Jia. Xiao Jia hurriedly replied, It wasn't me selling. Chang Han said, I am asking you who is selling. Xiao Jia responded, I don't know. I just heard others mention it. Chang Han looked around the room and stated, I do not care who it is. Absolutely no one is permitted to engage in such chaotic activities within the company. If I find out, the individual will be summarily dismissed. Is that clear? Everyone lowered their heads, silent. Is that clear? Have your ears gone deaf? Chang Han said with displeasure, Understood, understood. Rest assured, Mr. Chang, we will certainly not do that. The crowd hurriedly replied. Chang Han turned to Linya and said, Linya, please investigate and find out who is behind these chaotic activities. All right, Linya nodded. Chang Han frowned and asked, What, do you know who it is? This, Linya hesitated. Who could it be, Mr. Chang? How about I tell you after the meeting concludes? Just say it here, it is. It is Manager Qi. Manager Qi? Chang Han frowned, pondering for a moment, and suddenly realized, Qi Lu? Yes. Upon hearing this, Chang Han fell into silence. The others exchanged glances, none speaking. Everyone in the room was aware of who Qi Lu was. If there were 2 individuals in the company with privileges, they would be Manager Fan Xinghua of the Freight Department and Manager Qi Lu of the Logistics Department. 2 individuals are the boss's close confidants. A fact well known throughout the company. Although they merely serve as managers in a small department, even the vice president treats them with utmost courtesy when they converse. Thus, the matter of Qi Lu's illicit sale of employee qualifications is common knowledge here. Yet, not a single soul dares to intervene. Chapter 203. Shifting focus. Chang Han fell into silence for a moment, then turned to the crowd, asking, Are you all aware of this matter? The others, unsure of how to respond, acknowledged that indeed, it was common knowledge. I am addressing you, Chang Han said, slightly annoyed. The group nodded in unison. After contemplating for a moment, Chang Han chose not to delve deeper and instead looked towards Assistant Jiang Anjan, inquiring, How has the profitability of Haohan Deep Space been this year? Jiang Anjan replied, The launch missions for the carrier rockets have increased significantly this year, yielding a gross profit of 43.4 billion, reflecting a 23% rise from last year. And what about the research and development costs? Chang Han probed further. Last year, the RD projects were relatively few, primarily focusing on the Lunar Tiangong project, planetary exploration initiatives, and space weaponry. However, the Lunar Tiangong and planetary exploration projects have concluded and entered the production phase, resulting in minimal RD investments, mainly production cost. We have successfully produced a Mars probe, with a manufacturing cost of approximately 2.3 billion soft currency. For the Lunar Tiangong, we have manufactured 2 sets of components, each costing 2 billion, totaling 4 billion. The space weapon project is currently focused on developing orbital laser weaponry. With an RD investment of 800 million, the corresponding equipment development and manufacturing costs amount to around 10.1 billion. This year, the profitability from carrier rocket operations stands at 33.3 billion. In the space-based network? Chang Han inquired. The space-based network currently has 23,142 satellites in orbit, covering 45% of the Earth's surface, including all major regions and critical shipping lanes. Our user base has reached 2.39 million, after deducting satellite and launch costs. As well as dividends to Guodong Company and Guowei Company, our annual profit is 8.2 billion. Excellent. What about X Company Starlink satellites? Last year, X Company launched just over 300 satellites as part of their Starlink project, bringing the total in orbit to over 5,000. However, they only cover 12 of the globe, Jiang Anjan reported. You know the reason behind this? There are likely 2 reasons. One is the significant loss of satellites in orbit. Although they claim to have over 5,000, many of the announced coverage areas experience unstable network connections, likely due to substantial satellite attrition. The second reason is the limited number of users. I've heard they currently have only over 80 000 users, with total annual profits barely reaching 100 million soft currency. Moreover, they spent over 600 million launching just half their satellites last year, incurring greater losses than profits. I've heard that Carl Marlin is considering halting the Starlink project to focus entirely on the Starship. Xiaoteng remarked with a smile, "That's splendid. Once the Starlink project is abandoned, our satellites will dominate the sky, and we shall be the sole leaders." When WeEyes interjected, however, the European Alliance, Long Island, and Bear Country have all launched network satellites, right? Even if X company gives up the Starlink project, those nations might not. Those nations have merely launched a few verification satellites, and that was years ago. They have taken no further action since, in my opinion, they haven't made any significant progress. We have already monopolized the satellite network. Even if they wish to launch satellites, they won't pose a challenge to us for years. Now that even X company is considering withdrawing from the Starlink project, anyone contemplating entering the satellite network will surely remember X company's fate. That makes sense. Chang Han nodded, saying, "Regardless, let's proceed methodically with the remaining launches. Once our satellite network is complete, whether it's a company or a nation, they will have to think twice before competing with us." The group nodded in agreement. Chang Han continued, "What about the tourism project?" Jiang Anjun responded, "This year, the sales from the tourism project amounted to 6.16 billion. We have nearly monthly launch missions that involve spacewalking. The clients we secured for lunar landings have frequently called to inquire about when they can land on the moon." Chang Han stated, "The lunar base is under construction. We must wait until it is completed before any lunar landings can occur." "Inform them not to rush," Jiang Anjun suggested. "Could we perhaps initiate lunar orbit flights?" "That is certainly feasible. Go ahead and make reservations to see if there are any interested parties for lunar orbit, and they can also enjoy spacewalking during the journey." "How much would that cost?" "Near-Earth orbit charges over 20 million per person. Lunar orbit should be at least 100 million soft currency per individual, right?" "Understood." General Chang, by the way, how have sales for the Deep Space Eternal Rest Company fared this year? Due to international regulations prohibiting us from sending ashes into near-Earth orbit, the collective projects have seen little progress. However, individual project sales have been quite good, totaling over 7 billion. Additionally, we have inquiries for Jupiter and Saturn. Director Liu suggests charging 1 billion for Jupiter and 1.5 billion for Saturn, but the clients feel that is a bit too expensive and hope we can lower the price. Did you inform them that traveling to Jupiter and Saturn's orbits requires utilizing the gravitational slingshot effect? The total distance would be around 3 to 4 billion kilometers. Given such a long journey, charging a higher fee is quite reasonable. "Very well. I shall discuss this with them." Chang Han nodded and then turned to Xiaoteng. "How is the robot company faring?" Xiaoteng replied, "The robot company currently has two products, Resource 1 and Construction 1, producing an average of 1 unit per month. By the way, General Chang, do you think we should develop a few consumer robots to penetrate the civilian robot market? Do you have any good suggestions?" Chang Han inquired. "I've seen that the Boton robot manufacturing company in the Mi Federation has launched a smart robotic dog priced at 80,000 soft currency. Perhaps we could also develop a similar product to target the consumer market." "All right, I will inform the lab director. Also, conduct market research to see what features are required for this robotic dog. Let your imagination run wild. Our team's R&D capabilities are still quite strong." "Understood." Chang Han turned to Vice President Yi Yang. "Vice President Yi, the Julong project is our company's focal point for the upcoming years. You must prioritize it and strive to cooperate with the team." "Rest assured, General Chang." Yang nodded. After the meeting, Chang Han took out his phone. After a moment's contemplation, he dialed Fan Qinghua's number. "Fatty, this is Chang Han. Care to join me for a meal tonight?" "Sure. Also, invite Lu along." "All right, I'll give him a call." Chapter 204. The proposal that evening. As Chang Han cheerfully raised his glass, he said, "Cheers. Let us drink." Fan Qinghua and Qi Lu raised their glasses in response, clinking them together with smiles before downing their drinks. Fan Qinghua set his glass down and remarked, "Old Han, it's been a while since our group has had a drink together." Chang Han replied, "It's inevitable. As the business expands, so too does the workload. By the way, Fatty, is the cargo department busy these days?" "Extremely busy. The workload continues to grow. In the beginning, it was just a matter of arranging trucks for deliveries. Now, we must manage maritime, land, and air transport, liaise with various departments for product transfers, convene frequent meetings for inspections, handle customs declarations, and engage with upstream and downstream clients, not to mention training and assessments for staff. As a small leader, Everything falls on my shoulders. I used to just drive, and now I'm swamped. With such a heavy workload, how come you're not losing weight? The busier I am, the more I eat. My weight is beyond saving, Fan Shengwa lamented, his expression one of frustration. Chang Han and Qi Lu shared a laugh simultaneously. Chang Han remarked, being busy is good. It makes life fulfilling, that's so. Lu, how are things on your end? Qi Lu sighed. What can I say? The logistics department is even more overwhelmed. There are numerous employees to manage, including the cafeteria, dormitories, and cleaning services. Everything from food to sanitation is under our purview. Just look at how much weight I've lost recently. Chang Han paused for a moment before asking, by the way, I want to inquire about something. I've heard that someone in our company is selling employee admission quotas. Is there any truth to this? Both Fan Shengwa and Qi Lu were taken aback by this revelation. Fan Shengwa instinctively glanced at Qi Lu before quickly averting his gaze. Qi Lu, momentarily shocked, hurriedly replied, Old Han, don't listen to those baseless rumors. I haven't done anything. Chang Han stated. I'm not accusing anyone. I'm merely asking if you've heard anything, Qi Lu insisted. I haven't heard anything. It's impossible for someone to engage in such activities, right, Fatty? Fan Shengwa hesitated for a moment but eventually nodded in agreement. Chang Han also nodded, saying, if no one is involved, then it's settled. There are too many matters within the company. I can't possibly oversee everything. You are my brothers. If you face any difficulties at home, feel free to come to me directly. Fan Shengwa said, Old Han? To be honest, without your support, we wouldn't have achieved our current success. I also solemnly assure you that from this day forth, I shall never do anything to betray your trust. Should any chaotic matters arise again, you need only consult me, Lu. Do you not agree with my words? Upon hearing this, Qi Lu's face momentarily displayed a peculiar expression. Yet he hurriedly nodded and replied, yes, you are correct. Fan Shengwa then stated, since you also concur, let us take an oath. From this moment on, we shall wholeheartedly assist Lao Han in managing the company, dedicated and unwavering. Should we breach this pact, we shall willingly depart from the company and no longer consider ourselves brothers. What is the meaning of this? Why must we take an oath over a simple meal? Qi Lu's face flashed with displeasure. Fan Shengwa responded, what is there to fear in making an oath? Since we are brothers, why would you shy away from such a pledge? Qi Lu retorted, I am not afraid of making an oath. I could never betray my brother. Is there any need for such a vow? If one cannot betray, then one should certainly not fear making an oath. Enough. Chang Han interrupted, there is no need for any oath. We are brothers. I have faith in both of you. Come, let us raise our glasses once more. The group lifted their glasses and clinked them together. However, during the drinking, each was lost in their own thoughts. Chang Han secretly sighed, hoping the others would reconsider their reckless actions. Time swiftly passed, and the new year approached. Chang Xiaoyan returned home for the holidays, and the thought of going home for the new year left Chang Han feeling somewhat overwhelmed, yet he could not avoid returning. Dalong, when will you finally get married? As soon as he entered the house, before he could even settle down, his mother, Su Huilan, immediately inquired. Why the urgency about marriage? Chang Han replied as he always did. Why should there not be urgency? Your sister is 25, you are 36, and the boy from Xiaoyong's family is already nearing the 4th grade, yet you do not have a child. How can I not be anxious? Mom, there are people who get married and have children at 40. Why the rush? Oh, spare me. If you are not married by 40, you will become a monster. Chang Yong frowned and said, Dalong, you should take the matter of marriage more seriously. You and Yuxuan have been dating for nearly 8 or 9 years. If you are not anxious, how can she be? I haven't noticed Yuxuan showing any signs of anxiety, brother. Sister Yuxuan's parents are also urging her. She just does not dare to tell you. Chang Xiaoyun interjected. Has she mentioned this to you? Chang Han asked. Of course, we chat on our phones sometimes, and she has brought it up several times. Su Huilan said, Dalong, you cannot keep dragging this out. Chang Han pondered for a moment and said, well, all right then, I will discuss it with her. Upon hearing this, everyone visibly relaxed. During the New Year celebrations, as was customary, Shi Yuxuan arrived early to pay her respects to Chang Yong and Su Huilan. Throughout the visit, Chang Yong and Su Huilan frequently exchanged glances with Chang Han. Under pressure, Chang Han had no choice but to pull Shi Yuxuan into another room. How has the store been lately? Busy? Shi Yuxuan replied. It's been fairly good. The latest model from Guowei has been selling well. By the way, I brought you a new model Guowei Porsche. It's in my bag. Let me go fetch it. No rush, by the way. Your brother is now the financial supervisor at that travel company in the capital. Yes. Does he have a girlfriend? Not yet. He says he isn't in a hurry. He isn't in a hurry? But what about your parents? My parents. Shi Yuxuan glanced at Chang Han with a hint of melancholy and said, my parents say. What do they say? They say, I, as the elder sister, am not yet married. So it wouldn't be appropriate for my younger brother to marry first. Upon hearing this, Chang Han chuckled, thought for a moment, reached into his pocket, pulled out a box, and handed it over, saying, this is for you. Shi Yuxuan was momentarily taken aback, accepting the box while asking, what is this? Open it and see. Shi Yuxuan opened the box to reveal a magnificent ring, adorned with a large pink diamond that sparkled brilliantly in the light. Suddenly, she understood something and felt a surge of nervousness. What is this? Of course, it's a ring. Chang Han replied with a smile, I know it's a ring. I meant to ask, why are you giving me a ring? Don't you want it? Chapter 205. Preparing for the moon landing you. Shi Yuxuan's face displayed a look of sorrow upon hearing this. All right, I'm not joking anymore. Should I help you put it on? Upon hearing this, Shi Yuxuan blushed and nodded. Chang Han approached, took the box, retrieved the pink diamond, and knelt on one knee. Shi Yuxuan was overwhelmed with excitement. Chang Han suddenly asked, by the way, which finger should it go on? The middle finger, Shi Yuxuan replied. All right, you certainly have experience. Chang Han laughed. You're the one with experience, Shi Yuxuan shyly retorted. This is my first time, but I have been a bridesmaid many times. This time, you shall be the leading lady. As he spoke, Chang Han smiled and placed the ring on her finger. Shi Yuxuan was utterly thrilled. After enduring for so many years, she had finally reached this moment. Chang Han then took her hand and said, by the way, I want to tell you something. I want our wedding to be held on the moon. On the moon? Shi Yuxuan exclaimed in surprise. Why? No reason. Don't you want to be the first woman to marry on the moon? Upon hearing this, Shi Yuxuan was naturally intrigued. Who wouldn't want their wedding to leave a beautiful memory? The thought of being the first woman married on the moon was exhilarating. However, if we get married on the moon, does that mean I can't wear a wedding dress? Of course, you can wear one. The lunar base is currently under construction, and once it's completed, you can wear a wedding dress there. Plus, we can wear spacesuits and take wedding photos on the moon, which I believe will be quite interesting. I want to make you the envy of all women in the world. Upon hearing this, Shi Yuxuan's eyes turned red, and she threw herself into Chang Han's arms, crying. Both Chang Han's and Shi Yuxuan's parents were overjoyed upon learning of this news. However, they were somewhat speechless about Chang Han's idea of hosting the wedding on the moon. Yet, since Chang Han was adamant, they could not voice any objections. After all, as long as he agreed to marry, they felt he could do as he pleased. In truth, Chang Han did not genuinely intend to hold the wedding on the moon. He merely sought an opportunity to visit his spaceship. There seemed to be no better excuse than to create a spectacle around a wedding. The following period was dedicated to preparations for the wedding. Chang Han and Shi Yuxuan invited several close friends to join them on the moon for their wedding. Naturally, many were thrilled at the prospect of traveling to the moon. Although Chang Han requested everyone to keep it a secret, there is no wall that does not let the wind through. Soon, news of Chang Han's intention to host a wedding on the moon reached the media, and before long, the entire world was aware. Chang Han's plan to marry on the moon was no minor affair. While many knew of him, many others did not, as not everyone follows the happenings in the tech industry. But as the first to marry on the moon, the names of Chang Han and Shi Yuxuan quickly spread across the globe. Women awaiting marriage were filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment. To become the first couple to wed on the moon meant their names would forever be etched in history. Thus, it was impossible for any woman not to feel envy. Meanwhile, many men were equally frustrated, as their fiancés often brought up the topic of marrying on the moon. However, everyone understood that marrying on the moon was not merely a matter of wealth. In other words, only the owner of the vast deep space company had the means to make it happen. 8 months passed. The first human lunar base was finally completed. Chang Han's wedding was officially in its countdown phase. All guests attending Chang Han's wedding were tremendously excited, as not everyone gets the opportunity to attend a wedding on the moon. Chang Han prepared 2 spacecraft, each capable of carrying 30 people. Among them, only 40 were wedding guests, while the remaining 20 were safety personnel and wedding staff. Initially, Chang Han thought it would be challenging to find people to help arrange the wedding on the moon. However, in reality, nearly everyone agreed as soon as they heard they could go to the moon. After all, Such a chance to travel for free to the moon was rare. Those who declined might regret it for a lifetime. Furthermore, each person was allowed to bring back 1 kilogram of lunar soil samples. The lunar soil samples were worth their weight in gold. Returning with them as gifts or selling them could yield a substantial profit. Given their ages, neither Chang Han's nor Shi Yuxuan's parents could go, so they decided to hold a symbolic ceremony upon their return. On the day of the rocket launch, the world watched with bated breath. This was, after all, the first wedding to be held on the moon in history, making it impossible not to pay attention. So, are you nervous? Chang Han asked with a smile, looking at Shi Yuxuan, who was clad in a spacesuit. A little nervous, but it's all right. Though Shi Yuxuan said this, it was impossible not to feel a fluttering heart. Brother, when will the launch take place? Chang Xiaoyun inquired. Almost there. Just 5 more minutes. Just 5 more minutes. Chang Xiaoyun reflexively repeated. What's the matter? Are you scared? Chang Han chuckled. Not scared. Just a bit nervous. Hee. You? I told you not to follow, yet here you are that I must. This is not merely your wedding. It's an opportunity to land on the moon. So I have to be there. Landing on the moon. For many, this might be a once-in-a-lifetime chance. To say one doesn't wish to attend would be disingenuous. A few years ago, Chang Han could hardly have imagined achieving lunar landing so swiftly. Yet now, what excites him most is not becoming the first person in human history to marry on the moon, but the imminent sight of his spacecraft. What does his spacecraft look like? He wonders. Finally, the countdown reaches 1 minute. The voice of the control center director, Ai Jinglin, echoed in their headsets. Everyone tensed, Chang Han included. Despite having witnessed numerous rocket launches, this was his first time aboard. Countdown. 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. At Ai Jinglin's command, 2 rockets, thousands of kilometers apart, ignited simultaneously. The rockets slowly ascended. It could be said that many media outlets were closely monitoring this launch. After all, for the first couple to marry beyond Earth, it was impossible not to draw attention. Chapter 206, The Wedding. After the lunar goddess spacecraft broke free from Earth's gravity, it surged toward the moon. Upon leaving Earth, the sensation of weightlessness delighted all passengers. For Chang Han, experiencing weightlessness for the first time felt profoundly unreal, as if his blood were floating in midair, akin to a dream. He felt utterly buoyant. Regardless, gazing through the porthole at the receding Earth, every heart brimmed with excitement. With the successful launch of the spacecraft, Chang Han breathed a sigh of relief and began to share laughter with his friends. Utilizing ion engines, both spacecraft could continuously accelerate. And after several hours, they entered lunar orbit, followed by a prolonged deceleration phase. As the spacecraft slowed to be captured by the moon's gravity, preparations for landing commenced. The lunar base. It boasted 4 landing platforms. The 2 Lunar Goddess 2AB spacecraft landed on 2 of these platforms. When the crew donned their spacesuits and stepped onto the lunar surface, the exhilaration was indescribable. The only regret was the inability to use mobile phones for selfies. Fortunately, the accompanying safety officer had photographic equipment to capture moments of their lunar exploration. After wandering near the base, they all entered the facility together. Passing through multiple sealed corridors, they entered the base's interior. After navigating the decompression chamber and sterilization corridor, they arrived at the normal pressure changing room, where they removed and stored their protective suits. Upon exiting the changing room, a group of individuals in white uniforms approached. Welcome, Mr. Chang, to the Baoyue base, a man greeted, shaking Chang Han's hand. Chang Han replied, Director Yu, thank you for your efforts. It's no trouble at all. Yu Mingyi responded with a smile. Chang Han then introduced his wife. Shi Yuxuan. Yuxuan, this is Director Yu Mingyi, the head of Baoyue base. Why, Yu Mingyi quickly said, Greetings, madam. Welcome to Baoyue base. We appreciate your presence. Shi Yuxuan smiled and shook hands with him. Chang Han subsequently introduced his sister, brother-in-law, and friends to Yu Mingyi. Naturally, Yu Mingyi engaged warmly with everyone, as they were of noble lineage and deserved no less. Under Yu Mingyi's guidance, they toured the Baoyue base. After nearly a year of construction, the base had taken shape, with several functional laboratories fully operational and conducting experiments. Particularly, the agricultural sector was flourishing with an array of fruits and vegetables, allowing them to sample produce grown on the moon. Instead of soil, they utilized drip irrigation and spraying technology, ensuring completely green and pollution-free ingredients. Although resource robot number 1 could continuously extract water to stabilize the base's supply, the facility was testing a closed-loop system. All resources for the personnel within the base needed to be sustainably recycled for extended periods, allowing the base to function with minimal initial water supply. Chang Han was highly satisfied with this outcome, as it would conserve substantial water resources, enabling the eventual conversion of harvested water into hydrogen-oxygen propellants, thus providing significant assistance for extracting various lunar resources. Aware of Chang Han's purpose for visiting was to marry, Yu Mingyi had prepared a multifunctional cabin for the couple to use as a temporary honeymoon suite. In the following days, everyone busied themselves preparing for Chang Han's wedding. The wedding planning team had meticulously arranged every detail while still on Earth, and now they simply needed to follow through with the plan. The staff swiftly set up the wedding venue. The ceremony commenced. Although the only attendees were those within the base, the atmosphere was indistinguishable from weddings on Earth. As the wedding march played, Shi Yuxuan, adorned in a wedding gown, gracefully approached. For Shi Yuxuan, it was unimaginable that she and Chang Han would step into the realm of matrimony. She was well aware of Chang Han's exceptional qualities, and none of her female friends harbored anything but envy and jealousy. For a time, she thought their relationship might remain unchanged forever, and thus she had never dared to ask Chang Han to marry her, fearing it would jeopardize their bond. Little did she expect that after enduring the wait, the day of fruition would finally arrive. When she learned he intended to marry her, her excitement was beyond words. At last, the wedding day arrived. She had not anticipated that the ceremony would take place on the moon. The realization that she would be the first woman to marry on the moon filled her heart with uncontainable joy. Mr. Chang, do you take Miss Shi Yuxuan to be your lawfully wedded wife? In wealth and in want, in sickness and in health, do you vow to love, cherish, and accompany her for all the days of your life? I do. Miss Shi Yuxuan, do you take Mr. Chang Han to be your lawfully wedded husband? In wealth and in want, in sickness and in health, do you vow to love, cherish, and accompany him for all the days of your life? I do. Very well. I now pronounce you husband and wife. Let us offer them our blessings. Amid the cheers of all present, Chang Han and Shi Yuxuan shared a kiss. In the following days, Chang Han and Shi Yuxuan spent their honeymoon on the moon. Although there was little to see, the novelty of donning spacesuits to stroll, photograph, and collect soil and rocks was a source of endless delight. Days later, some individuals returned to Earth, while Chang Han and Shi Yuxuan remained for their honeymoon. Night finally enveloped the moon. With lunar nights lasting 15 days, the remaining guests stayed at the base. While it could be somewhat dull, connecting with friends on Earth through the internet was a pleasant diversion. The base adhered to Earth's time for rest, and once the hour arrived, the facility fell into tranquility. Boss, time's up. Xiao Chang's voice suddenly echoed in Chang Han's consciousness. Chang Han opened his eyes and glanced at Shi Yuxuan, who had already succumbed to slumber. Cautiously, he exited the bed and tiptoed out, careful not to wake her. Chapter 207. Visiting the spacecraft. Yu Mingyi awaited outside and hurried over upon seeing Chang Han. Is the vehicle ready? Yes, let's go. Chang Han nodded. Yu Mingyi's true identity was that of a bioengineered individual, as the Baoyue base was in close proximity to Chang Han's spacecraft, necessitating a trusted guardian. As the base director with the highest authority, Yu Mingyi had access to all areas. The two traversed multiple zones until they reached a restricted area. Only Yu Mingyi possessed the privilege to enter. Rendering its contents a mystery to others, he unlocked the door, and they stepped inside. It was an expansive chamber filled with a massive six-wheeled lunar rover. Yu Mingyi handed Chang Han a wristband. Boss, this is the life support wristband provided by Administrator Xiao Chang. What is it? Chang Han inquired, curiosity evident on his face. Yu Mingyi explained. This device simulates the wearer's living environment, protects against temperature fluctuations, and shields from harmful radiation. You may consider it an invisible spacesuit. Such a remarkable invention. Chang Han marveled as Yu Mingyi helped him put it on. How does it work? Once donned, it operates automatically. There will be no visible change from the outside. As long as you don't remove it, you could even breathe underwater, Yu Mingyi elaborated. Excellent. Chang Han nodded in satisfaction. After donning the wristband, he approached the lunar rover, opened the door, and took a seat. Chang Han has successfully completed his training in operating the lunar rover on Earth, and so, upon entering the vehicle, he skillfully initiated its operation. Yu Mingyi opened the door, and Chang Han drove the rover out of the passage, vanishing into the darkness. On the desolate lunar surface, a sealed lunar rover sped swiftly across the terrain. The electronic map displayed a clear indication of the distance between the rover and its destination. Chang Han's lunar rover soon reached the designated location. Xiao Chang, I have arrived. Understood, boss. Please hold on. Chang Han glanced around. Aside from the reach of the headlights, the surroundings were enveloped in impenetrable darkness, rendering everything else invisible. Suddenly, Chang Han felt a tremor emanating from the ground. Before long, the area illuminated by the headlights revealed a rising formation, resembling a pitch-black opening. The aperture was large enough to accommodate another lunar rover. Boss, just drive in and park it. Chang Han said nothing as the lunar rover gradually entered the opening and came to a halt. The entrance slowly vanished, and the ground reverted to its previous state. Chang Han sensed that the lunar rover had ascended akin to an elevator, descending into the depths. After what felt like an eternity, Chang Han perceived that the descent had seemingly ceased, and a gap opened at the front of the rover, allowing some light to seep through. Boss, you can come in now. Chang Han carefully maneuvered the lunar rover through the entrance. Inside was a vast, pristine white space. Curiosity piqued, Chang Han surveyed his surroundings. At that moment, he suddenly sensed something approaching. However, it was only upon closer inspection that he realized it was also white, a disc-shaped flying vehicle. Had it not been for the man clad in white standing atop it, he might not have noticed it until it was too late. The flying vehicle landed atop the lunar rover, and the man smiled, waving at Chang Han. Chang Han exited the vehicle, and the man approached, extending his hand with a smile. Hello, boss, I am Xiao Chang. Taken aback, Chang Han responded, Is it really you, Xiao Chang? You actually have a physical form? Xiao Chang chuckled, I originally did not possess a body. This form is borrowed from a bioengineered human. I simply thought it would be unfortunate for you to come alone, so I temporarily borrowed this body. Chang Han scrutinized Xiao Chang, chuckling, The body you chose looks quite handsome. The appearance and gender can be customized at will. If the boss prefers female company, I can switch to another body immediately. Let us leave it as is. After all, I'm just here to take a look. Gender doesn't matter. Xiao Chang invited Chang Han aboard the disc-shaped vehicle. Gripping the safety bar, the vehicle glided sideways. It navigated through the vast space, and Chang Han was unsure of the source of its propulsion, as it seemed capable of flying freely in this realm. The vehicle soon arrived at a chamber filled with suspended compartments on either side. Xiao Chang remarked, Boss, this is the bioengineered human storage workshop. The body I am currently using was produced here. Curiously, Chang Han examined the spherical objects within the compartments and asked, Why are there no humans here? Why are there only these spheres? Xiao Chang replied, Referring to them as bioengineered humans is merely for your understanding. In reality, these are called gene gel, which have no fixed shape. If needed, they can be transformed into any form the boss desires. So they can become anything. Even a dog. They can transform into anything. Lions and tigers as well. Well, lions and tigers are unnecessary. By the way, if it turns into a dog, it should have guaranteed combat strength, right? Absolutely. Dozens of lions and tigers would not stand a chance. All right, when we leave, make sure to create a dog for me. It should be discreet in appearance, as I want it to ensure my wife's safety. Understood. The vehicle departed the gene gel storage workshop and soon arrived at another vast chamber. Within this immense space, numerous compartments were stored, varying in size. Although each compartment contained something, the objects within were motionless, seemingly frozen, and distinctly not of earthly origin. What are all these things? Chang Han inquired, curiosity piqued. Xiao Chang explained, This is the storage facility for extraterrestrial biological specimens. The task of our spacecraft has been to collect extraterrestrial biological specimens from various locations and return them to our home planet for genetic research. These creatures look quite fierce. They must possess significant destructive capabilities, right? Indeed. Some have already reached the level of Tier 3 star beasts. What are Tier 3 star beasts? They are the Alliance's collective term for all monsters found in interstellar space. Are Tier 3 star beasts formidable? Tier 3 star beasts can effortlessly obliterate a planet with their physical strength. Moreover, they can survive in a vacuum and traverse short distances across planets. Wow, that's terrifying. By the way, these creatures are beasts and lack intelligence, correct? Star beasts are devoid of intelligence. They belong to the category of lower life forms.